He was considered to have completed the first and most difficult step in breaking through to the Thousand June realm. The next thing he needed to do was to make the two orifices completely merge together without any separation. At this point, the two orifices were only preliminarily fused, with the possibility of separating again. It would take time to polish them with Reiki to make them completely one. When he fused the two orifices in his body 2 by 2, and only 183 remained in the end, he would be considered to be at the first level of the Thousand June realm complete. The same is true for the follow-up. Each half of the orifices fused is one weight. Until the 9th level of the Thousand June realm was perfected, there would only be one orifice left in the body. Chapter 67 Blood-Stinging Wasp Swarm, Emergency Deployment. In the evening, inside the dormitory, Tong Jingshu snuggled into Su Antian's shoulder, her slender fingers drawing circles on Su Antian's chest. So, that elixir was something you obtained by accident? Of course, I only obtained one of this kind of elixir, and since I was already at the linking veins realm when I obtained this elixir, and the orifices in my body were already fixed, I purposely left it for you. Su Antian nodded his head. He briefly explained the origin of the elixir to Tong Jingshu just now, concealing the fact that he himself had also eaten the perfect enlightenment pill. Of course, he made all of this stuff up as he went along. You should know what this means, and I suggest you pretend this never happened, or you could easily be locked up and studied as a mouse. Shantian admonished. I understand. Tong Jingshu's fingers stopped moving, looking up into Su Antian's eyes as she nodded heavily. But what she cared more about was that Su Antian had given her such a precious elixir. If she were to submit the elixir, she wouldn't even dare to imagine how big of a reward she could obtain. And Shantian, the first thing that came to mind was surprisingly her, touched her heart very much. Secretly, he hadn't been looking at the wrong person. She moved her fingers slowly down to a certain spot and stopped. You've been so good to me. How can I ever repay you? Why don't I give you a baby? When she finished, she flicked the little antenna. Shantian shuddered, secretly saying a female demonic spirit. He hurriedly grabbed Tong Jingshu's hand. We're still young. We'll talk about the child later. After saying that, without waiting for Tong Jingshu to say anything, he directly picked him up by the waist, toward the bedroom. How dare you molest me? Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson tonight. How to teach a lesson? Tong Jingshu wasn't afraid at all, and even had a hint of provocation on his face. Is it with both hands? Su Antian threw Tong Jingshu onto the bed and viciously said, Whip plus big stick. 3 days later, Shantian, who was resting inside the dormitory, was awakened by a loud noise. Urgent notice. All investigators in the base with cultivation above the Lien Pulse realm immediately put down all work at hand, carry combat weapons, and gather on the rooftop immediately. Urgent notice. All investigators in the base with cultivation above the Lien Pulse realm immediately put down all work at hand, carry combat weapons, and gather on the rooftop immediately. The loudspeakers in the dormitory living room played the words on a loop. Shantian frowned slightly, realizing that something big might have happened. He woke up Tong Jingshu and the two of them quickly put on their clothes and came outside the dormitory. By now, most of the investigators had emerged from their dormitories or various places and were hurrying quickly down the passageway towards the elevator shaft. All of their faces wore a puzzled look. Apparently, there was no time to figure out what was going on either. Teacher Tang is over there. Tong Jingshu pointed not far ahead and opened her mouth to remind. Shantian pondered for a split second before approaching over with quick steps. In a deep voice, he inquired, Teacher Tang, do you know what this is in front of you? When Tanya heard Su Antian's voice, she didn't stop, but continued to walk forward while speaking to explain, I'm not sure about the specifics, but the emergency assembly is only activated when an unexpected event occurs, so it should be that something major has happened. The last emergency gathering was due to the fact that a large demon within the base broke through the base's blockade and escaped, resulting in the deaths of dozens of investigators. Tong Jingshu's face turned grave all of a sudden. Shantian nodded slightly, and in his heart he was also a little worried. He followed the large group up the elevator and was soon at the top of the rooftop. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered here. There were some familiar faces among them. Shinchuiwe, Sword Royal, Sword Madness, and in front of these people was Zhang Herong, who stood in the air, and behind him stood a dozen or so investigators, among whom was Wang He, whom Su Antian was familiar with. After a few more minutes of waiting, the rooftop was filling up with investigators. Shantian roughly counted at least 300 people. A small portion of them are freshmen at Harvard 749. Everyone should be pretty much here, so I'll keep it short. The city of Haha was attacked by a swarm of bloodstingers today, which has caused thousands of civilian casualties so far, creating a huge panic within Haha. And Haha is understaffed in terms of investigators, so our support is needed to round up the swarm of bloodstingers and minimize the number of civilian casualties. Next, I'll assign the tasks. Each 3-star investigator with 10 2-star investigators and 21-star investigators or trainee investigators as a team take the helicopter to Hacienda. The specific plan of action will be arranged by the 3-star investigator upon arrival in Hacienda. Now everyone boards the plane in groups and rushes to Hacienda as soon as possible. Zhang Hairong's voice is not big, but it is very penetrating. Even Su Antian, who was standing at the back of the room, could hear it clearly. The rank of an investigator was tied to strength, and a 3-star investigator corresponded to a 1,000 realm alchemist. The 2 stars corresponded to the connected pulse realm. However, a Lien pulse realm cultivator was not necessarily a 2-star investigator. For example, if Shintian wanted to become a full-fledged investigator, not only did his strength have to meet the standard, he also had to complete 3 tasks. Just as Zhang Hairong's words fell, Wang He and the others behind him crossed the crowd and began to divide the manpower. I don't know if it was intentional or not. In the end, both Su Antian and Tong Jingshu were recruited by Wang He to work under him, and the 2-star investigator Tang Ya on the side was no exception. Along with them, there were also another dozen or so students from the White Tiger class who had broken through to the Lien Pulse realm. According to Tong Jingshu, in the days when Su Antian had left for River City, there were many new chi refiners in the White Tiger class. These later refiners were also 749 freshmen at the university. It was different from Shintian and the others who opened their orifices in advance. Previously, they hadn't opened their orifices, and it was only after they opened their orifices later that they came over for the class separation ceremony. However, there were also a few latecomers who showed strong talent and quickly broke through to the linking veins realm. After gathering enough people, Wang He led the crowd to rush out of the Longsho mountain base to the airfield outside. Board a large transport helicopter prepared in advance. With a buzzing sound of the propellers, the helicopter quickly lifted off and flew rapidly in the direction of Ha City. On the plane, an investigator voiced an inquiry. Team Wang, roughly how many bloodstinger bees are there this time? How could it require all of our investigators to go out? There are more than a dozen swarms of bloodstinger bees, each with a population of more than 50 bees, distributed all over Ha City. Wang He spoke in a deep voice. According to the information provided by our colleagues in the city, these blood-stinging bees are not strong individually, only the strength of a Lien Pulse Realm Chi refiner, but they are too many in number, moving in swarms, and their tail needles are highly poisonous, so even a 1,000 June Realm physique won't be able to withstand them, so we must be careful when we encounter them. Wang He explains the situation to the crowd. Then he ordered 2 crates to be brought out from the corner of the helicopter, containing rows and rows of antidotes, distributed to the congregation. Shintian and Tong Jingshu each received 2 bottles of antidote. These antidotes can detoxify the blood-stinging bee, but if you are hit with too much toxin, the antidote is useless and you can only wait for death. Wang He continued to urge precautions. For their part, the crowd listened quietly, with a few questions now and then. Soon the helicopter left Longsho Mountain far behind. Watch out! Suddenly, Wang He, who was in the middle of his speech, let out an explosive cry, and immediately afterward, he took a step and his figure instantly drilled out of the helicopter. Boom! Boo! As soon as Wang He made a move, violent explosions sounded one after another in midair. In the dense forest below the helicopters, there were dozens of rockets shooting towards the group of a dozen helicopters. Some of the helicopters had no time to react before they were hit, burning with flames as they plummeted toward the bottom. There were also some 1,000 June Realm Chi refiners on the helicopter who reacted in advance, stepping out of the helicopter in the air and detonating the rockets first. Wang He is the latter. The instant Su Antian heard the reminder, his spirit wings emerged behind him, his left hand holding Tong Jingshu's thin waist, his right hand stopping Tang Ya on the side, and he similarly rushed out of the helicopter to the mid-air outside. To remain inside the helicopter at this point would be a living target. Chapter 68, Halfway Blockade. Delayed arrival. But bizarrely, after the first round of dozens of rocket attacks, there was no follow-up. They were not followed by other attacks. The golden light in Xuantian's eyes flashed, and he didn't find any creature's aura below. A dozen or so 1,000 June Realm investigators, including Wang He, moved quickly in mid-air to catch the investigators who were falling downward from mid-air, preventing them from crashing to the ground. With the height of the helicopter, a Lien Pulse Realm Chi refiner who couldn't fly wouldn't even leave a whole body on the ground. But some of the two-star investigators were clearly more experienced and actually wore gliders. Aside from a few unlucky people who were killed outright, the investigators as a whole didn't suffer much damage. However, 6 helicopters were destroyed. This means that half of the investigators can't get to Ha fast enough. Wang He re-entered the helicopter with a gloomy face. He had just gone below to take a closer look, but had found just a dozen automatic rocket launchers. There were no silhouettes to be found. Continue to drive to Ha City. Wang He's face was unsightly as he ordered the driver in a deep voice. Originally, the director was skeptical about the reason behind the sudden appearance of a swarm of blood-stinging bees in the city of Harbin. Now it was basically certain that the appearance of the blood-stinger bee swarm should have been premeditated, with other forces behind it. Otherwise, it is unlikely that they would have been attacked on their way to support. The other side's purpose was also obvious, to prevent them from arriving quickly in Harbin to support them. He had already reported the situation here to the base, and the helicopters there would be coordinated from elsewhere to transport the remaining Chi refiners to Ha City. As for them, they traveled ahead to Harbin. After all, arriving one step late would have resulted in more civilian deaths. Inside the helicopter, Su Antian loosened his hands and released the 2-tong Jingshu. Thanks. Danya whispered her thanks. There was something unnatural about her body. Xuantian's palm was very strong just now, making her feel at ease. She actually had the idea of wanting Shintian to keep his hands on his waist. She was startled by that thought. You're welcome, Teacher Tang. Shintian nodded with a light smile. Tang Ye had taken much care of him, and helping her was merely in passing. Hearing the words Teacher Tang, Tang Ye had a slight loss in her heart. In fact, she would prefer Shintian and her to call each other friends. With the helicopter at full speed, it took just over an hour for them to reach the outskirts of the city of Ha. By now the time had come to noon. 6 helicopters were dispatched to various parts of Hacienda based on intelligence clues to start clearing out the blood-stinging bee swarms. Soon, the helicopter Shintian and the others were in did the same. Over the entire city of Harbin, a piercing air raid siren is blaring, and the streets are empty. Through the windows of some of the taller buildings, some figures could occasionally be seen inside. Soon, Shintian and the others arrived near a tall building in the center of the city. The glass around the high-rise was partially shattered, and human screams rang out from time to time from inside. The target of our mission is within this building. All of us will act together to ensure our own safety and quickly kill the target. Wang He droned in a deep voice. Click. But as soon as his words left his mouth, the glass inside the building was smashed through by a blood-colored figure and flew rapidly towards the helicopter. Shintian instantly noticed this bloodthorn peak. The blood-stinger bee was roughly the size of a small calf, with 2 transparent feathers on its back and a bright red abdomen like blood. The mouth parts resemble sharp cones and are stained with blood above. A slender beeswax needle behind the tail is very conspicuous, almost as long as its body. Without saying a word, he drew out his demon-slaying sword and rushed straight out of the helicopter with a single point of his foot. The moment he stepped out of the helicopter, his feathered wings spread out behind him, quickly approaching the blood-stinger wasp between flaps. At the moment of approach, the demon-slaying sword in his hand chopped out in the air. The chowder, white sword chi swept through. The blood-stinged wasp's figure lurched. Boom! Split directly in half. A large amount of blood spilled from mid-air towards the ground. Wang He frowned when he saw this. He had just finished saying not to act alone when Shintian rushed out. Isn't that a slap in his face? Shintian, come back. He opened his mouth to remind. The few investigators who knew his temperament well were very surprised. Wang team for discipline is very important. If anyone violates the discipline, be scolded is light. In serious cases, even confinement. Now Wang He, his temper seems to have changed for the better. Hey, Brother Wang. I just had an itchy hand and couldn't hold back. Su Antian turned around and smiled back. Bloodsting bees usually act in swarms. There must be more than one here. There will soon be other bloodsting bees arriving. It's too dangerous outside. Let's get off the plane together to deal with it. Wang He patiently spoke. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be able to help but educate a few sentences, or even start cursing already. But Su Antian's strength was there, plus the fact that the director was looking at him, he couldn't say anything more. Who knows? Just as his words fell, 3 blood-stinging wasps flew out of the building once again. One in front of the other, two behind the other, they flew towards Shen in a hurry. Be careful, Wang He warned, himself scurrying out from within the helicopter, trying to finish off the 3 blood-stinging wasps. But he just made a move. Shen was then already striking his sword again. Xuanqi continuous chopping. The 3-sword chi chopped out almost simultaneously. Not far away, the figures of the 3 blood-stinging wasps lurched, and in the next second, they directly turned into 2 halves. Wang He stopped in shock. He was able to finish off the 3 blood-stinging wasps as well though. But it's hard to do it as easily as Shen. Seeing more movement coming from inside the building, he turned sharply and commanded, "Everyone down from the helicopter and into the building." A helicopter in mid-air is loud enough to easily attract blood-stinging bees and thus become a target. Moreover, in the cramped space of a helicopter, it was difficult for even Pulse Realm Chi refiners to utilize their strength. At his command, the helicopter approached the side of the building. Investigators from the helicopter have leapt out of it and jumped through the gaping hole in the broken glass into the building. The floor they were on was the office area. There was not a single person alive inside at this point, and there were corpses everywhere that had been drained of their blood. On the faces of some of the corpses, the fearful struggle before death could still be vaguely seen. These blood-stinging bees really deserve to die. Tanya gritted her teeth and spoke in a hateful voice. The Chi refiners present were all ordinary people before. Seeing the scene in front of him, naturally angry. Boo! Boom boom! Just then, one wall in front of them was smashed through one after another, and a blood-stinging wasp of enormous size flew out from it, rushing towards all the Chi refiners present. Be careful. Don't get stung by the tail stinger. After Wang He reminded him, he drew 2 short knives from his waist and took the lead in charging up. But Shen was faster. He stood still without moving his feet, and the demon-slaying sword in his hand slashed out a dozen or so sword chi in succession. The sword chi covered all the space in front of him, and several blood-sting bees were enveloped. Seemingly sensing the danger, these blood-stinging wasps actually lifted their tails, and the moment their abdomens bulged, the tail needles detached from their tails and exploded towards Shen. Chapter 69. Leading the way, one is enough. These tail needles were strangely fast, piercing through the gaps in the sword chi and stabbing at Shen. Shen remained unchanged in front of him as he raised his demon-slaying sword and sent 2 tailed needles flying out one after another. Seeing that the other 2 tail needles were about to pierce his body, a layer of golden luster surfaced on the skin beneath his clothes. Boo! The tailed needles pierced through the clothing and hit the Big Dipper with a muffled thud. It was actually bounced straight out. Not far away, Wang He, who had originally been somewhat worried about Su Antian's safety, twitched the corners of his mouth. He felt as if his worries were a bit redundant. The blood-stinger wasp's tail pin was its strongest attack, but it didn't work against Shen at all. His current strength, he can't be stronger than me, right? Wang He was startled by this thought that popped up in his mind. He was the 8th level of the 1000 June realm. It wasn't far from the Breaking Dipper realm. He shook his head, putting the thought out of his mind. No matter how strong Su Antian was, he was only at the Lien Pulse realm. Chen Jun realm's entire body chi veins were hooked up, and it was already possible to externally release aura against the enemy. The number of means was not comparable to that of a Lien Pulse realm chi refiner. He collected his mind and began to concentrate on dealing with the blood-stinging wasp in front of him. From time to time, he steps in to help the other investigators next to him. Su Antian took the time to look at Tong Jingshu after killing the blood-stinger wasp in front of him. Seeing that it was entangled by a blood-stinger wasp, it immediately rushed over and quickly killed the blood-stinger wasp. Immediately afterward, he kept his feet, moved quickly through the crowd to help kill a blood-stinger bee. These demons could be elixirs in his eyes, so of course the more he killed, the better. The gazes of many investigators looking at Shen were filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Shen, they would likely have been injured. The number of blood-stinging bees in the field was also decreasing rapidly. Meanwhile, a short mountain a dozen kilometers away from the city of Ha, a dozen figures stood above. The figures were all dressed in long blue waistcoats. If Su Antian were here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that these people were the demon god sect's demons. In the midst of these long vests, there was an unusually tall figure. His height was more than 3 meters, and it looked like a small giant. It was half naked, with only an animal skin shorts underneath. What was surprising was that he had a large and a small head. The faces were all very ugly, with only a few dry hairs on their heads. The blood-sting bees are decreasing, and the manpower from 749 support should have already arrived in Hacienda. Its slightly smaller head opened its mouth, emitting a pale voice. Bug Elder, the blood we've collected so far should be enough for the blood sacrifice. It's time to leave. An old-faced blue lab coat smiled and spoke. Yes, the little giant named Bug Old Man nodded his head. He then slowly closed his eyes. On the other hand, inside the city of Ha, Su Antian, who had just killed one of the blood-stinging wasps in front of him, looked to the side with a twitch in his expression. The blood-stinger bees over there actually left their opponents behind and flew towards the outside of the building. Want to run? Shen Tian frowned. The elixirs that came to hand, how could one watch them fly away? At the same time as the wings on his back unfolded, he was already rushing out of the building and chasing after them. However, although the strength of these blood-stinger bees was not good, their flying speed was not slow. He couldn't even catch up for a while. Su Antian frowned slightly, and in the next second, aura erupted beneath his feet as he stepped into the air several times in succession. The speed accelerated violently, catching up with the blood-stinging wasps. The demon-slaying sword in his hand chopped down without mercy. Boo! The blood-stinger wasp tried to turn back to fend it off, but Su Antian's speed was even faster. The sword chi pierced through the blood-stinger wasp, cutting it down in midair. Behind Su Antian, Wang He, who was worried about his well-being, rushed in right behind him. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Shen Tian stepping through the air. You, Thousand June realm now? Aha! Shen Tian nodded gently, not hiding anything. After saying that, without waiting for Wang He to react, he was already continuing to chase towards those blood-stinging wasps. This brat, he's obviously at the Thousand June realm, and he's still using spirit wings. It made me mistakenly think that it's only at the Linking Veins realm, and I was worried for half a day. Wang He shook his head with a bitter smile. But it wasn't his fault. Who would have thought that Su Antian, who had just joined 749 for less than 2 months, could cultivate to the Thousand June realm? This was no longer something that could be described by the word demon. You probably couldn't find more than a few people like that in all the 749 college freshmen in the country combined. If the director knows, he will definitely be very surprised. Wang He muttered. He couldn't wait to see what the director's expression would be when he learned of this news. His feet stepped lightly as he chased towards Shen Tian. From afar, he shouted, "Don't kill all the blood-stinger bees. There's likely someone behind them. Follow them and find out who's behind it." Good. Shen Tian nodded. Then, once again, a blood-stinger bee was killed. Blood-stinging bees that need to lead the way, one is enough. There's no need for the rest to be alive. The number of blood-stinger wasps was rapidly decreasing, and soon only one was left for Shen Tian to kill. By now, they had also flown near the suburbs. Shen Tian, come here and take me for a moment. Behind him, Wang He shouted. Being in the Thousand June realm allowed for a short period of stagnation, not prolonged flight. At this point, he had almost reached his limit and was unable to continue flying. At this time, he seemed to somewhat understand why Shen Tian always used his spirit wings to fly, because stepping in the air is cool, but it's tiring. Shen Tian stopped and returned to grab Wang He by the shoulders. Brother Wang, this isn't lasting long enough for you. Shen Tian smiled playfully. Good boy. I'm your superior. How dare you mock me? Not afraid that I'll give you small shoes. Wang He pretended to be angry. Brother Wang, misunderstanding. It's all our own people. Don't worry. I won't say anything about you. What won't be told? There's nothing I can't say. Wang He felt a headache. Unusual Thousand Jade realms don't have me lagging in the air for as long as I do. It's also that you have spirit wings. Otherwise, stepping into the air, I would definitely last longer than you. Shen Tian gently shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Although Wang He's realm was higher than his, the time spent stepping in the air wasn't really necessarily longer than his. After all, there was a lot of aura in his body, far beyond that of an ordinary chi refiner. Look down there. Wang He voiced a reminder. Xuantian's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see the blood-stinger wasp in front of them flying straight towards a hill below. On that hill, there were a dozen or so huge chi. Most of them were human chi, with only one exception, the chi of the demon race. Humans' chakras were all red, while the demons could be any color. On the other hand, a half-demon like Shinchuiwe had 2 colors of chi present on her body. There are 15 people plus a big demon down there. All 15 people are in the Thousand Jade realm, And that big demon is even stronger, it should be in the Fury Gang realm. Shantian reminded in a deep voice. What? There's even a great demon of the Fury Gang realm. Wang He uttered in shock. In the next second, he backhanded Su Antian and directly stepped into the air towards the incoming path to escape at a faster speed. He had once seen a powerful person of the fateful deity realm strike, and at that level it was simply not something they could contend with. The director had also once said that with his current realm, he would simply run away when he encountered the breaking deity realm. To be caught up is to die. Chapter 70. Cut into pieces. It's not Wang. What are you running for? Shantian flapped his spirit wings and pulled Wang He back. They were still a long way from those people, so were they in such a hurry to escape? No. That's a great demon of the fateful deity realm. If we don't run and wait for death. Wang He was anxious, afraid the two of them would be discovered by the people below. He exerted himself trying to pull Shantian to escape. However, he was surprised to find that Shantian's strength was actually similar to his. He couldn't pull Shantian himself at all. Isn't it still chasing us? Shantian didn't want to leave. He even wanted to make a move to kill that great demon. It was the first time he had seen a great demon of the fateful Dipper realm. If you kill it, you'll definitely get a very good elixir. It would be a lie if he wasn't heartbroken. However, he had just broken through to the Thousand Jade realm and had never fought with the Breaking Dipper realm. There was no knowledge of the means and abilities of the fateful Dipper realm. It's still a bit dangerous if you're up against it. Does the director know about the situation here? The director rushed here, so he should be able to easily kill the great demon, right? Su Antian inquired doubtfully. It seems that we didn't see Zhang Herong come over for this operation. The chief already knows what's going on here. His friends are heading towards us. Wang He spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Herong was now sitting at the base, observing the situation in Ha. After all, with so many investigators leaving the base, the Longsho mountain base defense became empty. In case this is a ploy by the enemy to get out of the way, take the opportunity to sneak up on Longsho mountain. Then they will have more to lose. Inside Longsho mountain are the country's top researchers as well as a large number of cutting-edge cultivation and research equipment. In addition to that, there were many great demons. It would be a disaster if these great demons ran out. Therefore, Zhang Herong did not dare to bet. The chief's friend. Shantian was puzzled. What friends he didn't know, but if the chief's friends didn't show up, those people would be gone. Only to see large swathes of blood-stinging bees rise up in the air from the distant hills. The pack flew towards the north with those figures. Su Antian's brows furrowed, and immediately afterward, he directly left Wang He behind and rushed over. It was a little dangerous, but he was going to give it a try. Even stalling these guys would be good. Su Antian nodded his feet, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. Come back, Wang He bellowed. But Shantian didn't react. Wang He was helpless and sighed mentally, so he had no choice but to follow. The movement in the rear was sensed by the demon god sect's people. One of the people in front turned around and commanded, "You forgo and kill them. 2000 June realms still dare to come over and send them to their deaths. GGG, good. Two little waifs. They really don't know what they're doing. Since they seek death, let's fulfill them." Each of the four spoke up, breaking away from the group to stop and turn to look at the two Shantian. Shantian's face remained unchanged and his speed did not decrease. He was not sure against a great demon of the Fury Gang realm. However, he really didn't place these few thousand June realm demons in front of him in his eyes. Young man is really arrogant. A short man laughed coldly and rubbed his hands together, and a fireball immediately surfaced in front of him. Go! With a point of its one hand, the fireball immediately shot towards Su Antian. Beside him, another slightly fatter man struck out at the same time, only to see him take down a thick-backed golden blade from his back and chop at Shantian through the air. A faint golden blade aura shot out from the golden blade. Chenjun realm whole body chi veins have been hooked up to complete. This realm can learn to release some of the spells. However, limited by the spirit power in the body, the actual power was only average, which was also the reason why most Thousand June realm chi refiners would still choose to fight in close combat. The demon god sect's two remaining demon men did not continue to strike at Su Antian, but instead took the initiative to meet Wang He at the back. Boo! Su Antian lifted his demon-slaying sword and chopped out a sword chi, chopping and exploding the fireball directly in the air. The short man's face changed and he put away the cold smile on his face. A bit of strength, but not enough. He droned in a deep voice. In the next second, His feet stepped down and rushed straight towards Shen. Shen sidestepped the mountain to avoid the golden blade awnings. Immediately after that, his feet stepped down and directly met the two. The short man was even faster, and was the first to rush in front of Shen. Above its fist, it was ablaze with a blazing fire, slamming fiercely towards Shen. Die for me! The short man's eyes showed a vicious color. What a lot of nonsense! Shen spoke indifferently. In the next second, golden heavenly asters rose from its body. He threw a punch with one hand. Boo! There was a loud bang. The short man was directly blasted away by Shen. In terms of strength, the short man was simply no match for Shen. The short man's face visibly froze as he subconsciously looked to his arm. There was a sharp pain there, obviously a broken arm bone. I'll do it! In the back, the slightly chubby man rushed. The huge golden blade slashed at Xuantian's heavenly inspiration from midair. Get out! Shen raised his demon-slaying sword and struck upward and across. Dang! The two briefly froze in mid-air. But in the next instant, the slightly chubby man's body flew towards the top. He was directly blasted away by Shen. The slightly chubby man's arm kept trembling, and he almost couldn't even hold the golden sword. Although he was only at the 5th level of the Thousand June realm, his strength was enough to rival the 7th level of the Thousand June realm. But even so, it was still no match for the teenager in front of him. Without waiting for him to think carefully, Shen stomped his feet and approached the slightly chubby man at a faster speed. Shen Qi Storm Chop. Xuantian's mouth opened slightly. This was a spell sword move that he had comprehended in the Killing Sutra after his breakthrough. The moment the demon-slaying sword chopped out, a bit of white aura that was dense to the extreme surfaced at the tip of the sword. It even stung a little. Immediately afterward, the white aura exploded and hundreds of tiny sword chi burst out from it. The chowder. It's so cool. The sword chi pierced through the air and instantly arrived in front of the slightly chubby man. Covered all its space for dodging. The slightly chubby man's face changed greatly, and without saying anything, he directly stimulated the life-preserving means on his body. An earth-colored shroud of light enveloped his entire body, protecting it. Ding! Ding ding ding! The sword chi chopped on it, resounding with clanking sounds. The slightly chubby man's face slowed down a little, but in the next second, the earth-colored light shield actually began to tremble. Eventually, it exploded. Countless sword chi drowned his figure. Wait until the white aura dissipates. The slightly chubby man's body remained in mid-air as he looked incredulously at Shen. It seemed to want to open its mouth and say something. However, just as he made a move, countless bloodlines suddenly appeared on top of his body, shooting blood outward in a frenzy. Immediately after that, his whole body turned into countless pieces, falling towards the ground below. The short man on the side who was about to continue striking out at Su Antian saw this and his scalp tingled. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. The slightly chubby man's strength was similar to his. The slightly chubby man couldn't block it, and he couldn't do the same. Keep stopping him and he will die. Don't run. Aren't you trying to kill me? Shen smiled, his feet stepping continuously as he chased after the short man. Come on, you stop. I'll kill it for you. Hearing the words from the back, the short man ran even faster. Kill my ass. He's retarded if he believes that. Hey, don't run away. I'll really kill you. Little shorty. Chapter 71. Two-headed giant. The short man's forward body lurched. Angry teeth. But for the sake of staying alive, he could only endure it. However, it was obvious that his speed was also unlike Xuantian's. A few breaths later, he was caught up by Shen. One can only be forced to turn around and respond. In its wide cuffs, a bit of cold aura appeared instantly in front of Shen. It was a silver needle that shone with a cold light. Ding! Shen raised his sword and sent him flying. Immediately after that, with a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword once again rose with a piercing white aura. The white aura exploded into countless white sword chi, covering the short man's body. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, the short man's body turned into countless broken pieces and fell towards the bottom. But with a moment of resistance from the two of them, those demon god sect's demon people in the distance had already fled out a long way. It was too late to try to catch up again. However, just at this moment, far to the side, a middle-aged man dressed in white was rushing in. Its speed was extremely fast, and in a few blinks of an eye, it had stopped in front of those demons. It's Song Xian Sheng. Isn't he in G City? Why is he over here? Among the demons, someone recognized the man in white. Song Xianshang is a fateful deity realm qi refiner. Be careful. I'll stop him. You guys take the blood source and go first. The two-headed little giant named Insect Old Man spoke softly. Yes, Bug Elder. The crowd of demon god sect's demonic people agreed before continuing to rush towards the front. Trying to escape even in front of me? Song Xianshang's face was cold. It struck out a distant palm towards the demon in front. Instantly, a large golden handprint emerged in midair and rumbled towards that side. Your opponent is me. The Bug Elder spoke softly. In the next instant, a sound similar to the sound of cicadas chirping occurred in his mouth, and the large golden handprint that seemed to be of great power actually gradually faded and eventually dissipated in midair. Those demons also took the opportunity to flee. Song Xianshang's face turned cold, and he no longer cared about the fleeing demons. Instead, he raised his hand and threw out a golden square seal. The moment the golden square seal came off, it rapidly grew in size to 100 meters. Rumble smashed down from above, trying to suppress the Bug Old Man. The Bug Old Man looked up, followed by the slightly larger head slowly opening its mouth. Roar! A loud beastly roar came out. Su Antian in the distance could even see the blue sound waves that were like substance spreading outward like waves. The golden square seal smashed onto the blue sound wave without any sound occurring. Although the speed of the descent slowed down, it was still smashing downwards. Seeing this, the Bug Elder unhurriedly blasted out a punch towards mid-air. Boo! The fist smashed into the bottom of the small golden seal, lifting it off the ground. Immediately after that, countless blood-stinging wasps swarmed him and flew in another direction. Seeing this, Song Xianshang chased after him with a little bit of his foot. Both of them were extremely fast, and within a few breaths they had already disappeared into the distance. It's not for us to get involved in a battle between breaking deity realm powerhouses. Behind Su Antian, the slightly panting Wang, he spoke out. His two opponents, after Shen killed the short man, also tried to escape. In the process, one man was seriously injured and tackled by him and fell into a coma. It was being carried in his hand at the moment. The other one escaped. Seeing that Su Antian didn't say anything, he continued, Song Xianshang is the director of the 749 Bureau of Haha City. He is strong and powerful. With him taking action, that two-headed giant shouldn't be able to escape. Shen raised an eyebrow. Not that he was worried about that. Rather, I think it's a bit of a shame. His speed was still a bit slow compared to the Breaking Dipper realm, and he couldn't catch up with the two Song Xianshang. Brother Wang, let's go back. Shen turned around. Since we can't catch up, there's no need to continue wasting time here. The duo retraced their steps back to the building they had just left. Tong Jingshu, who had seen Su Antian return safely below, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although she was extremely confident in Xuantian's strength, she was still a little worried. The bloodstinger bees in Ha City have basically left, but in order to prevent other accidents from occurring, half of the people we have here need to stay behind to help our colleagues in Ha City deal with the aftermath. Wang He opened his mouth to command. Anyone willing to stay here and help for the time being, step forward yourself. As the words fell, one after another people in the crowd stepped forward, and soon enough half of the crowd was gathered. The rest of them followed Wang He and took the helicopter back towards the base. He received orders to bring the live ones on hand back to base for interrogation. Dig out the conspiracy behind the demon god sect. Shen did not choose to stay. Instead, they chose to return together. In the evening, the crowd managed to return to the base. Shen took the time to look at the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind. Unsurprisingly, those blood stinger bees had not yet been refined. It just got a lot lighter. According to past experience, it would take roughly 2 days for a demon at the linking veins realm to refine. This time in Ha City, he had killed 16 bloodsting bees, so it could be said that he had earned a lot. He had great expectations in his heart for the elixir refined by the blood-stinging bee. In a good mood, he helped Tong Jingshu cultivate for another night. The next morning, he woke up and turned on his cell phone. Unexpectedly got good news. The mission rewards for yesterday's joint operation came down. He once again gained 80,000 points. Also, this is the 3rd time he has completed a mission and received favorable reviews from official investigator Wang He. As a result, he advanced without incident. Today, he is also a full-fledged investigator. He was very pleased with that. After a short period of elation, he glanced at Tong Jingshu, who was still sleeping beside him and did not disturb. He got up and cleaned up briefly before leaving the dormitory. A few moments later appeared outside the gravity cultivation room. There were two ways to cultivate in the Thousand June realm. One was to absorb spiritual chi, increasing the spiritual power within one's own body and slowly speeding up the fusion of the orifices. The other way is to borrow external forces, to force the orifices to fuse by exerting great pressure on oneself through the external environment. The former is slow but safe and reliable. The latter is fast but has a probability of injuring itself. There are advantages and disadvantages to both. Xuantian's own orifices were huge, and the time it would take to slowly fuse them with the former would be enormous. He was unwilling to waste too much time cultivating. Therefore, the second cultivation method was chosen, borrowing external forces to make the orifices fuse. However, once an accident occurred with this approach, his chi veins would collapse, requiring a great deal of time to coalesce out again, and he himself would be injured. But he had confidence in himself. After all, his chi veins were thick and tough enough, can withstand stronger impacts. The double gravity cultivation room requires 20 points for every hour of cultivation. The triple gravity cultivation room requires 40 points for every hour of cultivation. The tenfold gravity cultivation room requires 400 points for every hour of cultivation. At the door, the staff member spoke. "It's my first time here, and I need to test the level of gravity I can handle first." Shen Tian opened his mouth. At the same time, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to still owe Shen Ling cultivation room points that he hadn't paid back. Forget it. There's still time anyway, we'll talk about it later. Shen Tian thought to himself. The staff nodded and led Shen Tian into the gravity cultivation room to test the gravity suitable for cultivation. Chapter 72 10 times gravity? That's not enough. In the gravity cultivation room was a special gravity cultivation field placed side by side. It was still early in the morning, and there weren't many chi refiners practicing here. There were only 4 or 5 of them. One of them he was still familiar with. It was the yellow-haired Jiang Chan that he almost killed. Jiang Can stood in a gravity cultivation field, sweating and grimacing as he wielded the huge guan blade in his hand. "Go, brother Jiang!" Outside the gravity cultivation arena, Sun Yen was loudly cheering for Jiang Can. Jiang Can's arm swung. Boo! The huge kanji touched the ground and made itself. "I said, don't talk to disturb my cultivation." Jiang Can frowned and droned. Suddenly he looked startled, seeing Shen Tian, who walked over. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Jiang Can's gaze subconsciously averted. On that day, Xuantian's strength had given him a huge shock. Let him understand that there are people out there. Since that day, he had cultivated even harder, striving to catch up with Xuantian's footsteps. "Good day, Senior Su." Jiang Can took the initiative to wave his hand in greeting. Only being inside the gravity cultivation field, his movements were more or less distorted. Shen Tian nodded slightly, ignoring Jiang Can, walked straight into a gravity practice field next to it. "I'm ready to start." Shen Tian spoke to the staff outside the gravity cultivation field. "Yes." The staff nodded and immediately operated on the instruments next to the gravity cultivation field. "It's now double gravity." Buzz. A slight buzzing sound resounded in the gravity cultivation field. Shen Tian frowned. This gravity was too weak. To him, it was the same as not feeling it. There was no way to assist him in his cultivation. Not enough. It's been adjusted to twice the gravity. It's still not enough. Raise it for me, raise it to 5. I'm sorry, it can only be increased 1 level at a time. This is to avoid any investigators misjudging themselves and being crushed to death by gravity. The staff shook their heads. There is a precedent for this to exist. That is why such a provision was made. Then add me up 1 level at a time. Su Antian said in a deep voice. "Good. I'll be spacing out each level for a minute. So if you can't hold on, just talk." The staff nodded. It then began to increase gravity in an orderly fashion, following a rhythm. Triple, quadruple, quintuple. If you can't hold out, be sure to speak up ahead of time, the staff member reminded. He had been looking after the gravity cultivation room for 7 or 8 years, but there really weren't many chi refiners who could cultivate in 5 times gravity. Only those chi refiners of the Thousand June realm could cultivate under such heavy pressure. Su Antian looked very young and didn't look like he was in the Thousand June realm. "It feels fine, continue." Shen Tian spoke. With 5 times the gravity, he felt a hint of pressure, but it was still far from what he wanted. The staff looked at Shen Tian, and after realizing that he was still standing straight without any abnormalities, he began to continue increasing the gravity. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 10 times. Boom! In the gravity cultivation arena, Xuantian's legs were spread apart in a horse stance. Immobilize your entire body in the cultivation field. At that moment, a tremendous amount of gravity was acting on his body, as if some kind of force was pulling him and squeezing his flesh. It made him feel suffocated in his chest and stomach, but it was still within his reach. He attempted to run the Killing Sutra to fuse the orifices with the help of this external force. Upon attempting it, however, he frowned. The 2 orifices on his palm that he had initially fused with still looked slow, even though they had accelerated their fusion speed. At this rate, it would take at least a day to fully integrate. Too slow. He frowned. Opening his mouth, he commanded, "Continue to increase gravity. It's already 10 times gravity. Is it going to increase again?" The staff frowned. Few investigators can practice in more than 10 times the gravity. There were no more than 10 fingers in the entire base, and all of them were some established Thousand June realms. On the side, Jiang Can stopped his cultivation after seeing Shen-Tian. It had been looking at Xuantian's side. At first, when he saw Shen-Tian add up to 5 times gravity, he quietly sighed in relief. It felt as if the gap between himself and Shen-Tian wasn't that big. After all, the gravity cultivation field that he himself was in was 4 times gravity. But as Shen-Tian raised the gravity step by step, eventually reaching 10 times gravity, all that was left in his heart was despair. Compared to Shen-Tian, he was a waste. And as if that wasn't enough, Shen-Tian actually wanted to increase the gravity. Where exactly is his limit? Jiang Can wailed inwardly. The worst decision he ever made was to come to Harbin for an exchange. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to take so much. I should have let a couple other guys come over. Jiang Can was very regretful. Under his watchful eye, the cultivation field Shen-Tian was in continued to increase in gravity. 11 times, 12 times, almost. At the elevation to 14 times gravity, Shen-Tian called a halt. This gravity was almost to the limit of what his flesh could withstand. If he was activating the Big Dipper, the gravity he could withstand would be even higher. There can be, but it's not necessary. He was here to practice, not to be abused. The staff outside the arena also breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw Shen-Tian call a halt. If something happened to Shen-Tian, he would be responsible for it. Luckily, Shen-Tian withstood it in the end. The crew maneuvered the console a few times to stabilize gravity. At the same time, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Tell me your name and realm. I need to register and enter it into the system on my side." He was still curious about Xuantian's realm. Xuantian, first level of the Thousand June realm. Shen-Tian opened his mouth, then sat down on his knees and began to concentrate on fusing the orifices within his body. "What? It's only the first level of the Thousand June realm," the staff member uttered in shock. He looked up Xuantian's profile in the background. After realizing that Shen-Tian was merely a freshman at 749 University, he was even more shocked beyond words. 749, how long has college been in session? Did Xuantian take some kind of tonic? How did he break through so quickly? Moreover, the first level of the Thousand June realm was able to harden against 14 times gravity. This kind of achievement. He suddenly thought of something and quickly clicked on a list. Gravity Chamber Pinnacle List. Realm? Qijun Realm 1. First place, Yi Shenong. Record, 18 times gravity. Second place, Xiang Ilan. Record, 17 times gravity. Third place, Zhang Hai Rong. Record, 16 times gravity. Sixth place, Paik Chia. Record high, 14 times gravity. 16th, Gong Xian. Record high, 14 times gravity. The highest record on the list, starting at number 6 and going up to number 16, was 14 times gravity. In other words, Xuantian could already be ranked within the top 10 of the entire 749th Bureau in this realm of the first level of the Thousand June realm. They, Ha City, had only one person in the National Gravity Cultivation ranking, the director, who had made the top 10 list at a young age. Now, Shen-Tian was considered the second. He remembered that there seemed to be rewards for entering the top 10 rankings. Tap on the list details next to it. It does say inside that the top 10 on the list get rewards for the corresponding rank. Student Su, the gravity you are currently enduring has entered the top 10 of the Gravity Cultivation Peak list. There will be corresponding rewards for entering the top 10 innings. The staff member uttered a reminder. Su Antian's talent was so strong, his future was unlimited in the future, and he also wanted to get on good terms with it so that he might be able to gain benefits from Su Antian in the future. Chapter 73 Cliffhanger First. There's still this good thing? Shantian was surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that I was just cultivating normally, and that I could still gain benefits. He sniffed and asked the staff about the details of this list in detail. With the staff's explanation, he soon understood. As it turns out, this is one way that 749 motivates the Bureau's investigators to practice hard. Not only does the Gravity Cultivation Room have it, but other special cultivation rooms also have corresponding lists. By reaching the top of the list, you can earn various rewards. This reward, can each person only obtain it once? Shantian inquired curiously. In a small realm, you can only be rewarded with one ranking. It's usually the one that takes the highest. The staff explained. That means that if I break through and reach the second level of the Thousand June realm, I can still continue to impact the rankings and obtain rewards? That's right. The staff nodded. Shantian raised an eyebrow. That would be easy. As long as he ranked number 1 in every minor realm of the Thousand June realm, that was it. 14 times gravity was not his limit. All right then, keep increasing the gravity for me, Shantian commanded. Huh? And keep adding. The staff almost suspected they had heard wrong. Reacting, he hurriedly persuaded. Students who don't be impulsive. Although the rewards of the list are good, you have to act according to your strength. Otherwise, it's not good to injure yourself. It's fine. I have my heart in the right place. I won't take my own life and return the joke. Let's begin. Shantian shook his head. Seeing Shuantian's serious look, he hesitated. Su Antian was handsome, had a handsome body, and didn't look like he had a bad brain. If it had been the yellow hair next to him, he would not have agreed. And at this time, the cultivation room was also entering other chi refiners one after another. When he heard that someone was going to hit the rankings, he also came over to join in the fun. It's Su Antian. He's the one who almost killed Jiang Kan on the rooftop last time. Isn't he still a trainee investigator? How come he's starting to hit the gravity peak ranking? Isn't that only available at the Thousand June realm? He's already in the Thousand June realm, the first level of the Thousand June realm. The chi refiner who had just been cultivating in one of the other cultivation grounds leisurely spoke. There was a sour taste in his voice. Hiss, a trainee investigator of the Thousand June realm. That's not the point. The point is that Shantian is a freshman at 749 University and has only joined 749 for a few days. Are we trash compared to him? This statement was met with collective silence and careful thought. It was only after a long time that someone spoke in a low voice, saying waste is already boasting. Look, the gravity continues to increase. It's now 15 times the gravity. The chi refiners who were always watching the changes in the cultivation field immediately noticed the changes. First level of the Thousand June realm, 15 times gravity. This. Look, Su Antian's ranking has risen, and he's currently ranked 5th. Can he continue to increase the gravity? The crowd looked expectantly at Shantian in the cultivation field. Boo! The clothes on Shuantian's body directly crumbled under the powerful weight, revealing white, lean flesh. At this point, the muscles on his body were already bulging. It looks full of streamlined beauty. Pseudo-dragon power. Shuantian's heart fluttered as a powerful force erupted within his body. Behind him, a scaly dragon silhouette emerged. When he was in River City, the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace had refined the pygma dragon to obtain the pseudo-dragon blood elixir. This allowed him to gain the power of a pseudo-dragon. The power of the self is greatly enhanced. With the increase in the power of the false dragon, the pressure on him suddenly lightened. He felt like he could do it again. Go on. He gritted his teeth. The staff did not increase the gravity immediately, and only after a minute, after seeing that Shantian was still able to hold on, did they increase the gravity again. Boom! Shuantian's half-squatting body instantly fell a fraction shorter, but he soon adapted to the force once again. The self is once again restored to equilibrium. 16 times gravity. That's already a record that the director once had. For every doubling of gravity, the pressure one endures rises geometrically. The pressure Shantian is under right now is extremely huge. 16 times gravity, I can't even cultivate under 16 times gravity, even if I'm at the 6th level of the Thousand June realm now. I'm at the 8th level of the Thousand June realm, and I can barely last a breath under 16 times gravity. And that power, like a great mountain pressing down, makes him gasp for air. The surrounding chi refiners were in an uproar. Right at this moment, behind the crowd, two silhouettes stepped forward. Those who saw it bowed their heads to get out of the way. Chief! Hello, Chief! It was none other than the two Zhang Herong and Wang He. Zhang Herong ignored the investigators around him, and the two of them, Wang He, approached the cultivation field straight away. Hee. Not bad. This kid has the demeanor I had back then. Zhang Herong glanced at Su Antian, a smile on his face, his already small eyes even smaller. Wang He was surprised in his heart. That's a pretty high rating to say the least. Director Zhang was a recognized genius within the bureau back then, and during the same period of time, the director's talent and overall strength was enough to rank in the top 10 in the country. Unfortunately, at that time, there was a global shortage of auras, and even if one's natural talent was good, the upper limit was placed there. This was also the reason why Zhang Herong always stayed at the breaking deity realm. If Zhang Herong was born now with his talent, his future achievements would be unlimited. It was also possible to break through the fierce deity realm. Add more. Su Antian naturally saw Zhang Herong as well, and after nodding slightly towards the front in greeting, he spoke again. The staff is numb. On command, it began to continue to increase the gravity. 17 times gravity. Zhang Herong frowned. He had once tried 17 times gravity, but he gave up after just a moment. Under that kind of gravity, he had the feeling that he was being crushed into mush. Will it hold? The smile on his face faded a lot, and there was worry within his small eyes. Used as phonetic ka, click. Under the tremendous weight, Xuantian's body tendons and bones emitted a series of popping sounds. Blood was even seeping under the skin. He gritted his teeth and ran the killing scripture. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for being here, which was to cultivate. With such heavy pressure, it would definitely speed up the fusion between his orifices. And indeed it is. Almost instantly, the two orifices at the very beginning were completely fused together, and the two were no longer separated from each other. A rich spiritual energy surged out from within the newly fused orifices, moisturizing his chi veins. Under his control, one orifice began to rapidly fuse. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 hours that had passed. It was dark outside by now. Almost there. Shantian reopened his eyes. At this point, there were only 185 orifices left in his body. As long as he fused one more, he would break through to the second level of the Thousand June realm. But before that, he needed to push his limits. Keep increasing the gravity. Zhang Herong and the others who were still observing in the cultivation room, their eyes lit up as they looked at Shantian expectantly. 18 times gravity. 19 times gravity. Big Dipper. Shantian roared lowly. A faint golden light immediately rose on the surface of his body, and the pressure on his body suddenly lightened. Keep adding. Director, should we continue? The staff looked to Zhang Herong on the side. Continue. Zhang Herong nodded. Su Antian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He trusted that Shantian wouldn't try to be brave and do something to hurt himself. 20 times. 21 times. Chapter 74, 21 times gravity. Unprecedented. 21 times gravity. Number 1 already. Cliffhanger number 1. The second place record is only 18 times the gravity. Chief, Su Antian seems to surpass your style back then. Wang He muttered out. Responding to him was a smile from Zhang Herong. Wang He's heart fluttered and he lowered his head. The smiling Buddha wasn't nicknamed for nothing. The chief was clearly upset just now. That's what makes you smile at him. You're already number 1 now. Zhang Herong spoke. Shantian nodded his head darkly. At this moment, he was under immense pressure every moment. There's no point in sticking around when you've already gained the benefit of the doubt. In the next second, he concentrated and began to continue fusing the orifices. He was going to impact the second level of the Thousand June realm. By the way, you will be rewarded with the second level of the Qijun realm. With the aid of the immense gravity, the fusion of his orifices was quite silky smooth. In just 10 minutes or so, he had finished fusing. At this time, there were only 183 orifices left in his body. Rumble. At the moment of the breakthrough, a large amount of aura surged out from within the orifices and entered his chi veins. It made his chakra tougher. The concentration of aura within the aura veins had also increased. Help me see what the record for the second level of the Thousand June realm is. Su Antian opened his mouth to inquire. Second level of the Thousand June realm, you've broken through. Zhang Herong moved. Su Ingenious had only broken through a few days ago. How did he break through again? That speed. Simply. Aha! Shen Tian hummed lightly. After the breakthrough, his strength changed, and now even under 21 times the gravity, he no longer felt so overwhelmed. A trainee investigator of the second level of the Thousand June realm, no one would really believe it when they say it, right? An investigator opened his mouth in shock. Wang He glanced at it and said indifferently, Su Antian was already an official one-star investigator yesterday. Director, the record for the second level of the Thousand June realm is 20 times gravity. Su Antian has now broken the record. The staff member on the side opened his mouth to remind. The staff didn't control the sound, so Shen Tian heard it as well. Already broke the record? Shen Tian grinned. As usual, just get the benefit of the doubt, there's no need to continue. In addition, he had just made a breakthrough and needed time to adapt, unable to continue fusing the orifices. There was no longer any need to stay on. Cultivating here costs points. Although he still had a lot of points, there were quite a few places where he needed to use them is all. He stepped out of the gravity cultivation field. The corner of Zhang Hairong's mouth twitched slightly as he watched. After holding out for so long, Shen Tian was actually able to walk out of the gravity cultivation ground on his own against the pressure. This kid obviously has some power left. But this was good. Exposing too much strength would be noticed by someone with a heart of gold. It's not good if it dies young. Uncle Zhang. Brother Wang. Su Antian took the clothes prepared by the staff aside and put them on, greeting the two Zhang Herong with a smile. Well, not bad. Zhang Herong nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Shen Tian, the more he liked it. He reached into his pocket and took out 3 jade bottles and handed them to Shen Tian. This is the elixir refined from those blood. Take it and take it. It should be able to further enhance your physical strength. Shen Tian reached out and took it without opening it to check, tucking it directly into the waist of his pants. The only elixir he had asked Zhang Herong to help him refine was the flying stiff blood from last time. Prepare yourself, return to River City in a couple of days. There's a big event about to happen in River City. With your current strength, you're qualified to participate. Perhaps you can get a piece of the pie. Zhang Hairong's lips moved slightly. No words came out of his mouth. Instead, the voice resounded in Xuantian's mind. Shen Tian was surprised, vaguely guessing that this was a means of transmitting sound. He nodded slightly and witnessed the two Zhang Herongs leave the cultivation room. The big event that could make a figure like Zhang Herong pay attention to it. Su Antian was instantly interested. But right now is not the time to think about that. He looked to the staff aside. How are the rewards going to be claimed? The moment you get a place, a message will be sent to your app. Just click to confirm, fill in your address, and a colleague will deliver it to your door. The staff explained. Rather convenient. Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction. The staff then helped him calculate the cultivation expenses. A total of 55,600 points. The staff quickly calculated the points. Seemingly afraid that Su Antian would find it expensive, he continued, opening the gravity cultivation field requires a large amount of spiritual energy, and the distance charged is all just the cost price. It's so expensive. Shen Tian shook his head. After paying the points, he turned around and left the cultivation room. The crowd on one side of the room automatically gave him the right of way and saluted. Back to the dorms. The time was already in the wee hours of the morning. The first thing he did was to tap on the 749 app and claim the reward he had just received, and asked about customer service. Was told it could be served the day after tomorrow. He could just about get it before he left for River City. Ha! Suddenly, his expression shifted and he looked inward into his mind. In the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the blood-stinging bee had disappeared, and a dozen or so scarlet pills were lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Blood explosion pill. After taking it, it can greatly increase one's strength. Lasts for 10 minutes. After that, one will enter a state of weakness. A consumable elixir? Shen Tian raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, the ghost armor pill he had once obtained was also considered a consumable type of pill. This kind of elixir could not directly enhance his strength though, but it can be used to help him save his life at critical moments. It's not too bad. Retracting his gaze, he probed into his waist and took out the 3 Dan bottles given by Zhang Herong. Each one contained 10 golden pills. A note was left inside with the name and efficacy of the elixir. Golden Sun Pill. Can enhance the physique, strengthen the physical body to improve the power of the bloodline. After taking 10 pills, the effect of the medicine will be weakened. Another boost to physical strength? His physical strength today is already very strong, and he dares not think of continuing to increase. He didn't mind, but Little Book was probably going to mind. He didn't dare to use too much force every time. There are enough pills this time, so it's possible to give Little Book a little share. Shantian thought so. The potency would diminish after taking 10, and it would be a waste for him to take more. Fertilizer doesn't flow to others' fields. He walked into the bedroom and found Tong Jingshu still resting on the bed. It doesn't look as if it's out and about today. Last night, the marks he had left on the corners of his mouth were still there and had not been wiped away. Little Book wouldn't have slept all day, right? Shantian smacked his lips a little. But it's also possible. After all, last night was a night without much sleep. He had a mind to tease the Little Book. Pouring out a golden yongdan from the Dan bottle, he stuffed it into Little Book's mouth. Little Book, here you go. He spoke softly. Can't eat it. Tong Jingshu subconsciously refused in a daze, but was surprised to find something wrong with the taste in his mouth. Her eyes snapped open. What is it? Golden yongdan, to boost your physique. What else do you think it is? Su Antian looked at Tong Jingshu with interest. Chapter 75 Convergence of Parties. I thought it was that. Tong Jingshu gave Su Antian a grudging look. Immediately afterward, he spoke with some concern. This elixir is very expensive, isn't it? Give it to me to eat. What about you? I have plenty more, enough for both of us. Shantian smiled. Immediately after that, he took off his clothes. It's getting late, so we'd better take an early rest. Tong Jingshu's cheeks blushed slightly. 2 days later, outside the base of Longsho Mountain, Su Antian looked at Tong Jingshu in front of him and opened his mouth to admonish. Be careful on the road. Yesterday Tong Jingshu received a call from home. The sudden return of his mother, who was living abroad. The last time Tong Jingshu and her mother met was 7 years ago, so when she learned that her mother had returned to China, she also took a special leave of absence, wanting to go back and reunite with her family. Originally, Shantian was also going to go, but he was leaving the base tonight and heading to Longsho Mountain. Therefore, he could only visit Tong Jingshu's mother next time he had the chance. Well, it's fine. Tong Jingshu retracted her gaze fondly. It quickly disappeared into the distance with the roar of a car. Shantian watched it leave and turned around to return to the base dormitory. Inside the dormitory, sitting on the sofa, his mind moved, and a faint golden light immediately vacated outside his body. The Big Dipper is even stronger compared to the previous 2 days. Shantian reached out and stroked it, murmuring out, this is the effect of the golden yongdan. Not only did it strengthen his physical physique, it actually increased the thickness of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper was an ability he had gained by swallowing the Big Dipper Extinction Pill. The Heavenly Dipper Extinction Pill, on the other hand, was an elixir obtained after refining the Flying Rigid. The Golden Yang Pill was refined with the blood of Flying Stiffs. Shantian guessed that perhaps it was because of this connection. It's what caused the Big Dipper to change and become stronger. This is a good thing for him. Is Shantian there, please? He hadn't been sitting down for long when a voice came from the door. Shantian got up and opened the door. Found out it was the 749 crew outside. I am Shantian. That staff member handed over a small box in his hand after confirming Shantian's identity. This is your ranking reward on the Gravity Peak ranking list. Please keep it. Good. Shantian nodded, reaching out to take it before returning to his dormitory. Open the box and there are only 2 items inside. A potion and a golden amulet. Orifice Fusion Pill. Can help 1,000 June Realm Chi refiners assist in fusing their orifices, dramatically increasing the speed of orifice fusion. Lasts for 1 month. Vajra Talisman. A one-time protective talisman. When activated, the physical body is sheltered by the power of Vajra and can withstand 3 attacks from Chi refiners below the 5th level of the Breaking Shroud realm. The Bureau is quite considerate, Shantian muttered. 2 things. 1 helps to cultivate and enhance the realm. 1 is something to keep you alive. The Vajra Talisman was able to withstand attacks below the 5th level of the Breaking Shroud realm, and its value was self-evident. As for the melting pills, Shantian sat down on his knees and threw the elixir directly into his mouth. Taste the salt. The elixir was slightly sweet in the mouth and flowed down the throat into the abdomen. The continuous medicinal power evaporated and entered Shantian's orifices around his body. He tried to fuse 2 of the orifices. It was discovered that the speed of the orifice fusion was indeed much faster, at least 5 times faster than before the elixir was taken. With the assistance of the orifice fusion pill, the speed of his orifice fusion could definitely be further accelerated. Syncing his mind, Shintian gradually entered a state of meditation. At nightfall, an armed forces direct flew up from Longsho Mountain toward River City. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shintian arrived in River City without incident. Snack Street in the east end of River City. Bayushi shoved a skewer of iron plate squid into Xuantian's hand. Did you kid get some news? Why did you suddenly come back to River City? Bayushi took a bite of the candy cane in her own hand. It says it's a sugar plum, but the main ingredient is a kingfish. Beautifully named turtle honey. Shintian had a slight headache from watching. I came back after my vacation was over. Shintian replied lightly. Really? No lies. Bayushi looked at Xuantian skeptically. Of course. Shintian didn't blush or skip a beat. Seeing that Xuantian seemed genuinely unaware, she moved closer and whispered, There's definitely something big going on lately. The Kyoto General Bureau is coming in with investigators. Moreover, many unfamiliar chi refiners have recently appeared within River City, and their coming to River City has caused quite a lot of trouble, giving the district governor a major headache. Oh, Shintian raised an eyebrow. Bayushi had not spent a short time in River City, and it made sense that she would be able to detect anomalies from some of the recent changes within River City. They are very active around Shinganling. It is estimated that something big will happen within Shinganling recently, and those investigators from Kyoto are frequently entering Shinganling. Bayushi continued. What are you doing talking to me about this? Xuantian looked at Bayushi with a smile. According to the speculations of other colleagues in the Bureau, there is likely to be treasures appearing within Shinganling in the near future. I'm giving you a chance. Bayushi explained. Shintian didn't say anything, but just laughed. Of course, when you're looking for opportunities, it's best to bring me along. After all, I've been in River City for a longer period of time, so I'll be able to provide you with some help as well. Bayushi's cheeks blushed slightly. She was talking to Xuantian about this because she wanted to hug Xuantian's thighs. The previous 2 times, she had followed Shintian to do odd jobs, and the rewards were more than what she had earned from her own quests. All right, tomorrow we'll go and have a look inside the Shingan Ridge. Shintian nodded. What happened within Shinganling was most likely what Zhang Herong had reminded him of, the so-called big event. Good. I knew you kid was reliable. Bayushi nodded happily, her footsteps much lighter as a result. The rounded hips trembled as she walked. Shintian nonchalantly admired it for a few moments. The next day, Xuantian and Bayushi rode out of the garrison together. Bayushi was still wearing a tight black suit, showing off her sexy body completely. A light breeze crossed the sides of the locomotive, carrying the faint fragrance of Bayushi's body. Yesterday, a group of chi refiners from G-City injured people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang. The Catch Mountain Scattered Gang is, after all, a supernumerary of our bureau, so the bureau has issued a mission to arrest the chi refiners who injured the people. Ahead came Bayushi's voice. Capture them? Where are we going to find that group of chi refiners? Shintian was puzzled. The people we beat up yesterday are probably far away by now, right? If that group of chi refiners ran into the Shingan Mountains, where were they going to find them? They're still in Shingan Town without leaving. The people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang are keeping an eye on them, Bayushi replied. Seemingly afraid that Shintian wouldn't understand, she followed up with an explanation. Recently there are not many people into the Shingan Mountain treasure hunt, but the Shingan Mountain terrain is complicated. The general chi refiner to go in is very easy to get lost, so many chi refiners will spend money to ask to drive the mountain scattered gangs of people as a guide. Shingan Town was also active as a result, and many chi refiners from other places had gathered inside. That group of chi refiners originally also went to the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang to hire someone as a guide, but acted too overbearingly, and that's why they clashed with the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang's people. Chapter 76 gives you face? What are you? Since they're still around, let's go take a look. Shintian didn't have any opinions. They were originally going to Shinganling to take their chances, and it would be quite nice to complete a quest and gain some points along the way. 2 hours later, the two of them managed to reach Shingan Town. The town did have a lot more people in it compared to the last time I was here. And with the attire of these people, it's obvious that they're not locals. There's a sneaky look in people's eyes. Su Siu Luo. The two had just walked into the town when a man scurried out from the side alley and arrived in front of Shintian. Shintian looked up and realized that it was still an acquaintance. Wang Mang, who once took him into the Shingan Ridge. Sushio Luo, you guys are finally here. Those few chi refiners are still staying at the villagers' homes in town. Excitement surfaced on Wang Mang's face. He didn't expect Sushio Luo to come over in person today. He had seen Sushio Luo's methods before. With its hand, let's see how those foreign chi refiners can still be arrogant. Well, take us over there and take a look. Shen Tian nodded. Yes. Wang Mang's feet generated wind and quickly traveled towards the town. After going through several alleyways in a row, they finally stopped in front of a private house. On the way, Wang Mang also gave a brief account of the situation. It turned out to be the group of chi refiners who wanted to find a person who drove the mountain scattering gang up the mountain as a guide. But the man's wife was pregnant and about to give birth, so she did not want to go out to work. The group of chi refiners were thus annoyed and made a move to chop off one of the legs of the man who drove the mountain scattering gang. The old men within the Catch Mountain Scattered gang naturally couldn't stand to watch and brought people to surround the group of chi refiners. However, the group of chi refiners was very strong, and a number of people within the Catch Mountain Scattered gang were crippled. They have no choice but to ask for the Bureau's help. In the town, there were many people who drove the mountain scattering gang to recognize Su Antian. When they saw Shen Tian appear, they followed him. Behind them, more than 20 people from the Catch Mountain Scattered gang soon appeared. Didn't you guys say anything about the relationship with 749? Bayushi asked curiously. Said so, but that group of chi refiners seems to have a background as well, not afraid of our supernumerary status. Wang Mang gritted his teeth, and there was anger hidden in his eyes. Oh! Xuantian's eyebrows jumped, slightly interested. Boo! Wang Mang kicked out the door in front of him. The large iron gate swung and flew into the courtyard. The two young men standing in the courtyard looked toward the doorway together. When they saw Wang Mang, both of them had cold smiles on their faces. Country bumpkin, what? Still not convinced. One of the teenagers wearing a leather jacket spoke, his tone contemptuous. These guys are really headstrong. How come they don't know pain after hitting them 2 or 3 times? Another teenager in a white tracksuit with slight blonde hair chimed in. Humph. 2 little waifs don't know the heights of heaven. Today you're going to suffer a great loss. An old man in the Catch Mountain Scattered gang snorted out coldly. Old man, you've lived long enough to want to die, right? The jacketed teenager's face showed a vicious look as he drew a golden longsword from his back. Were the 2 of them the ones who moved? Su Antian looked at Wang Mang. Besides the 2 of them, there are 4 others. Those 4 are older and should be in the house as well. Wang Mang replied. Shen Tian nodded slightly and stepped forward. Speaking faintly, 749 investigator Su Antian, call out all your men and then come with us. 749s? The 2 teenagers glanced at each other, a hint of caution in their eyes. But without waiting for them to open their mouths, the room behind the 2 men opened and 4 people emerged from it. The 4 people were all middle-aged men. The leader of one was at least 1.9 meters in height, a tiger's back and waist, and his face was full of horizontal meat. Hee hee. So it's 749's friend. I'm Black Whirlwind Li Shan. Nice to meet you. Li Shan opened his mouth with a smile. Black Whirlwind Li Shan. The one on Black and White Mountain in G City. Behind Su Antian. A man from the Catch Mountain Scattered gang opened his mouth, clearly having heard of Li Shan's name. Bai Shi, who was on the side, also opened her cell phone to check. After whispering in Su Antian's ear, he reminded, We've encountered a tough opponent. The Black and White Mountain is located in G City, and there are 108 astrological lodges on the mountain, and the few astrological lodges in the forefront are all Thousand June Realm powerhouses with great strength, and each one of them has their own means of making a name for themselves. This Black Whirlwind has a brute force and a lot of strength in him. Can it be as hard as us? Shen Tian was unimpressed. In the entire Great Summer Kingdom, they 749 are the hardest. What a Black and White Mountain and 108 starry nights. Think you're a Liangshan hero? Su Antian looked at Li Shan and glanced at him, his tone still bland. Come with us. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Shan's eyes glared as a hint of danger radiated from his body. Li Shan, do you still dare to make a move against us? Bayushi's beautiful eyes were stern as she drew her whip from her waist. Xuantian's words reminded her. There's 749 investigators. What's there to be afraid of? Whatever the mountain is, behave yourself. Brother Li. Behind Li Shan, a man with a simple face pulled his arm a bit and gently shook his head. Li Shan frowned and looked at Su Antian once again. We just had a little friction with the people here and didn't kill anyone. Can the two of you give me face? We compensate those people something and this matter will be over? We, Black and White Mountain, also have people in 749, and when we come to G City in the future, I, Li Shan, will be sure to personally entertain the two of you. When the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang heard this, their hearts sank violently. Subconsciously, he looked at Shen. The meaning of Li Shan's words was obvious. It was pulling strings plus promising favors to get Shen to let them off the hook. But if Su Antian let Li Shan and his party go, they, the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang, would have been beaten up for nothing. Several were crippled and nearly died. It is not a matter of a little compensation. But they are supernumeraries of the River City 749, and if Shen promised Li Shan to do so, and they had to swallow it. Amidst their apprehension, Shen spoke. Giving you face? What are you? Talking to you nicely? You guys don't understand, do you? In that case, I'll switch to something you can understand. After saying that, Su Antian raised his hand and drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Brother, don't make a move. Have a good conversation. Seeing Su Antian move for real, the simple-looking man behind Li Shan immediately stood out, wanting to round up the situation. Uncle Bai, this kid is obviously not up to speed. What's the point of bothering with him? The jacketed teenager spoke, the golden sword in his hand slowly raised. No! White Dragon spoke out to stop it, but it was already too late. Shen raised his hand and threw the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword flew out in a flash of silver light, instantly piercing through the jacketed teenager's chest. Thumbs up, a soft thud. The jacketed teen looked to his chest in disbelief. There a bloody hole appeared. A large amount of blood was pouring out of it at this time. Pest! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the jacketed teenager and he fell backward on his head. It all happened so fast. It wasn't until the jacketed teenager fell to the ground that a couple of Li Shan reacted. River! Li Shan shouted, and a few people leapt up from their places, quickly arriving in front of the jacketed teenager. The White Dragon reached out and pressed on his neck before shaking his head with a grave expression. Chapter 77 Killing the Chicken to make an example of the monkey, not leaving a single one behind. Shen, what do you mean? Li Shan rose up in a violent rage. This person intends to attack Investigator 749. According to the rules, behead him. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. Behind him, Wang Mang and the others looked at each other, joy surfacing on their faces. This feeling of having someone to back you up is just great. It was only that Xuantian's words seemed somewhat familiar. When they first met with Su Antian had said the same thing to them, the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang. Only now the roles have changed. He was just holding a sword and didn't attack you. White Dragon spoke in a deep voice. Whether it is or not, I say so. Shen spoke in a domineering manner. Immediately afterward, he reached out and pointed, and the demon-slaying sword hanging in the distance immediately flew back. As he had broken through to the Thousand June realm, the sky-splitting flying sword art was something he had become more and more skillful at using. Having said that, without waiting for Li Shan's 5 to open their mouths to retort, Su Antian continued, "The 5 of you are under arrest. You are now subject to mandatory arrest, and if you wish to continue resisting, you will be executed on the spot." Bai Yushi, who was on the side, looked at Su Antian's side face and felt that Su Antian was handsome. Wang Mang and the others were all looking at Li Shan and the others with a smug expression. They now couldn't wait for Li Shan's few people to disobey and continue to resist. At that time, it would be good for Su Xiaoluo to directly cut them all down. But obviously, the Li Shan few were not that stupid. Despite the anger, they hadn't lost their minds. "We're going back with you. But don't bully us into not knowing the rules of the 749. I will complain to your superiors about your abuse of power." White Dragon spoke seriously. They didn't kill anyone. They just crippled the people who drove the mountain scattering gang. Even if you are arrested, your crime is not punishable by death. When the time comes, have the G City side say hello to the 749 leaders in River City and pay a little price to get back out. A confrontation with 749 investigators now is quite unnecessary. Kid, when I come out of 749 and you kill our people, I'll settle this score with you. Li Shan walked up to Su Antian and uttered a threat. Shen raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Li Shan to be so headstrong. How dare you threaten him? You openly threatened the 749 official investigators with the intent to murder me. Sister Bai, report this to the top. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. When he finished speaking, he moved his mind. The demon-slaying sword beside him flashed down and chopped in front of Li Shan. "Kid, you're going to kill me." Li Shan was completely enraged. Shen Tian was completely not giving him a chance to live. Then he didn't have to be polite. His hands poked out from within the wide animal skin Daoeo, and his finger tigers glittering with golden light smashed into the demon-slaying sword. Boo! With a muffled sound, the demon-slaying sword was blocked and swept past its side. Boom! Li Shan stepped forward and grabbed at Su Antian's throat with one hand. "Kid, die for me." A scowl appeared on Li Shan's face. "What a lot of nonsense." Shen Tian spoke indifferently. In the next second, a faint golden light rose from his body. One hand raised and grabbed Li Shan's wrist. Li Shan's face changed. The instant Su Antian grabbed him, it was as if his wrist was clamped in an iron vise, unable to move a single inch. So much strength. His heart shook. "Drink." He drank softly and a black mist rose from his body. At the same time, a huge black bear silhouette burrowed out from behind him. The moment the scarlet eyes locked gazes with Su Antian, two wide bear paws slammed down towards Su Antian, bringing up gusts of wind. But Shen Tian did not even look at it. It took a step forward, and its entire body bullied its way to Li Shan's chest. The hand that shone with a faint golden light easily pulled in from Li Shan's chest. Pest! A sound of ripping flesh and bones passed. Shen Tian withdrew his palm. In his palm, a bright red heart was still beating. "It's only getting slower." Boom! Li Shan's eyes widened as his tall body fell to the ground with a loud crash. With just one move, he was defeated. The Shen Tian in front of him was frighteningly strong. After Li Shan fell, the black bear silhouette behind him violently burrowed out of his body and was about to flee towards the outside of the crowd. However, it had just flown a few meters when the demon-slaying sword slashed through its body. The black bear's body trembled, and the color inside his body became much lighter. Before he could continue to fly away, several sword chi flew out from within the demon-slaying sword, cutting it to pieces. Roar! With a miserable roar, the black bear completely disappeared in mid-air. Inside the courtyard, the several white dragons who were foolishly trying to move saw that Li Shan couldn't even hold on for a single move. So where did they have the courage to make a move? All that was left in his mind was fear. "Master Su will go with you. Leave now." White Dragon spoke in a small voice, fearing that Shen Tian would make a move and cut them down as well. "No need. You and this person are in cahoots, both wanting to turn against me, and I've decided to execute you all on the spot." Shen Tian shook his head. After saying that, he looked at Wang Mang who was at the side. "Wang Mang, do it." "Yes, Su Xiu Luo." Wang Mang agreed in a deep voice, a fierce smile appearing on his face. Their chance for revenge has finally come. "Run." When the white dragon saw this, while his heart was shocked, his reaction wasn't slow, and he turned around with a loud shout to run. However, it had just run a few steps when its feet ached. When he looked again, his calf had been chopped off. It wasn't just him, but several others, all of whom had lost their lower legs as well. Shen Tian turned around and left the small courtyard. In the back, Bai Yushi caught up with Su Antian. Some worriedly he spoke. "Aren't we doing a bit too much? Although they are a bit overbearing and rude, but it's not so bad as to kill them all, right? Kill the chicken to honor the monkey." Shen Tian replied indifferently. The situation in Shinganling is now unclear. The town of Hingham has a large number of foreigners living in it. This will probably happen again in the future. If they release those chi refiners from Black and White Mountain today, they River City's 749 would be even more unable to suppress these alien chi refiners. By then, those chi refiners would sooner or later cause a big problem. Of course, it was mainly those Black and White Mountain alchemists themselves who sought death. To openly provoke the authority of the 749th Bureau, isn't that looking for death? What kind of cat or dog dares to come up and step on 749 afoot? Then how can they control other chi refiners in the future? "I see." Bai Yushi drifted off, thinking of a lot in an instant. It's the after-action reports that are a little hard to write. It gave her a bit of a headache. Su Antian waited outside the small courtyard for a few moments before Wang Mang and the others finally walked out from within the small courtyard. Each one had a fierce look on their face. These people who live in the mountains are never short of blood. "Xiu Luo Su, these things were taken from those people. I thought that they might be useful for the case, so I purposely brought them here for you." Wang Mang took out a cloth bag from behind him and handed it to Su Antian. Shantian nodded slightly and took the cloth bag and looked at it. Found some great stuff in there. He tucked it into his arms and then said, "Find a few of you and come into the mountains with the two of us." Wang Mang's expression moved, and after a moment's hesitation, he approached Su Antian's ear and whispered, "Su Xiaoluo is also interested in the things within Shinganling? Chapter 78 Robbers have robbed me? Xuantian's expression twitched. If you want to say that the people who are most familiar with the Shinganling, then it is definitely these people in front of you who drive the mountain scattering gang. Their ancestors had lived off the Shinganling for generations, so they naturally knew more about some of the things in there. Wang Mang was so demeaned that he obviously knew something. "Do you know what the treasure in the mountains is?" Shantian inquired. "Su Xiaoluo, there are many people here, let's talk about it somewhere else." Wang Mang did not speak immediately, but instead guided Su Antian out of the neighborhood. A few moments later, Su Antian and the others appeared within a mansion deep within Shingan town. Besides Wang Mang's father, Wang Gu, was also there. Wang Mang briefly talked to Wang Gu about what had just happened. "Many thanks to Su Xiaoluo for standing up for our scattered gang members. We'll remember this favor. In the future, if there's anything Su Xiaoluo can do for our scattered gang, just ask." Wang Gu promised. Su Antian gently waved his hand. "It's all part of the job. There's no need for Elder Wang to take it to heart. I've heard that many chi refiners have been entering the mountains recently to look for something. Does Elder Wang know anything about that?" Su Antian opened the door. Hearing Su Antian's inquiry, a hint of hesitation flashed across Wang Gu's brows. It was only after a moment that he spoke again. "In our Catch Mountain lineage, there is a legend recorded that in ancient times, there was a mountain god within the Shingan Mountains, and every mountain god festival, our ancestors would sacrifice boys and girls to pray that the mountain god would bless them with peace, protecting the people in the mountains to return safely with their prey." Wang Gu's words trailed off as his eyes fell into reminiscence. Later, for various reasons, the rituals to honor the mountain god were cancelled. The mountain god also did not manifest itself again. Shantian listened carefully. The sense that the matter is not as simple as legend, but probably something that actually happened. But what does this have to do with the mountains? Our people have been entering the mountains frequently with those foreign chi refiners recently, and we overheard these chi refiners talking. They should have learned from some special channel that there is a treasure left behind by the mountain god within the Shingan Ridge, and that's why they came here specifically. Wang Gu continued. "Elder Wang should know some clues about the treasure left behind by the mountain god, right?" Xuantian's eyes narrowed slightly. The people who drove the mountain scattering gang have lived in the vicinity of the Shingan Ridge for generations. It's impossible to know nothing. "I do know some." Wang Gu nodded lightly. "Yesterday, a group of chi alchemists from Kyoto discovered a suspected mountain god relic deep within the Shingan Mountains. And other chi alchemists, not knowing where they got the news, also rushed over there. I informed the Bureau's leadership of this matter the first time I learned of it. And if Su Xiaoluo wants to go over there and try his luck, I can have Manga take you there. Aren't you mountain-catching scattered gangs interested in the mountain god's treasures?" Shantian was a bit puzzled. "We are too weak to be worthy of participating." Wang Gu gently shook his head. "Rather self-aware." Shantian nodded in his heart. The strongest person in the Catch Mountain scattered gang didn't reach the 1,000 June realm in terms of cultivation. It's mostly cannon fodder even if you go. Sometimes you can live longer without being greedy. "Wang Mang, come with me." Shantian got up and walked out of the courtyard. He had gotten the message, so naturally there was no need to stay on. "Good." Wang Mang nodded his head and took Su Antian and the two of them to leave Shingan town and traveled towards the mountain at a fast pace. Half a day later, a forest path. Shantian, who was rushing along, slowed down violently in his footsteps. He called out to Wang Mang too, looking up above a few long trees ahead. The moment he looked over, 3 arrows shot down from the trees. Su Antian stepped forward and drew his demon-slaying sword to fend it off. Ding! Tinker! The arrow was knocked away from him. Right at this moment, 3 figures fell from the trees, rushing towards Xuantian's trio. All 3 were wearing masks that hid their faces. 3 little brats dare to come and join in the fun. They really don't know how to die. Among the 3, the fastest one opened his mouth in a sardonic voice. The large sword in his hand fiercely chopped at Xuantian's neck. Xuantian's face turned cold, not expecting to encounter a road hijacker here. Thumbs up! Shantian slashed out with his sword, and the demon-slaying sword transformed into a streak of silver light that cut through. This person's figure lurched, and in the next second, his head shot straight up into the sky. A large amount of blood spurted out. Boom! Shantian took several steps forward. The entire person looked like a humanoid explosive bear as he rushed towards the other two. Those two reacted quickly, and the instant they saw their companion die, they turned around and ran in both directions. But where was their speed as fast as Shantian's? Su Antian caught up with one of them from behind, and while his palm struck away the sword that the man stabbed back, the demon-slaying sword once again decapitated his head. A moment later, the third person was also killed by Shantian. The one who was shooting arrows hidden in the tree was also blocked by both Bayushi and Wang Mang. Big brother, I was wrong, let me live. We just wanted to rob a fortune. This person knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. With more chi refiners within Shingan Ridge, it's inevitable that there will be some wrong-minded people. Wang Mang gently shook his head. You're not wrong, you're just scared. Shantian spoke faintly. A sword cut followed, and the pleas for mercy ended abruptly. Wang Mang crouched down and began to search the items on these few people. Bayushi is also involved. A few moments later, the two returned with 4 cloth bags, and Bayushi had 4 masks in her hands. These people shouldn't have done this kind of thing too often, with all kinds of miscellaneous things on them. Wang Mang and the two of them placed the bags on the ground. Shantian opened the bag and looked at it. The contents of all 4 bags are pretty much the same. It was mostly medicinal herbs that were in their prime, and there were only 2 or 3 spiritual herbs. In addition, within one of the bags, Shantian found a secret book of feats. The name is Gale Blade Technique. Shantian flipped through it for a few moments before throwing it back again. It's garbage. For bags, Su Antian took 2 for himself and divided the remaining 2 into 2 for Bayushi. Wang Mang took away the copy of the Wild Wind Blade Technique. This mask is nice. Why don't we bring it too? Bayushi still had 4 masks left in her hands. We're a regular troop. Ah, do we still need to hide our identities? Shantian didn't understand. In his opinion, whoever doesn't obey will just do it directly. Below the Severed Dipper realm, he really wasn't afraid of anyone. Think about it, we went into the mountains to search for treasure. What if we accidentally killed someone while searching for treasure? What if we are recognized? With a mask to cover us up, we can do many things. Even if we rob people, we won't be afraid of being discovered. Bayushi Persuda. During the treasure hunt, it is inevitable that there will be conflicts with other people. The 749 status really doesn't always work. It was even possible to be targeted by other chi refiners. That's right, with the mask on, we'll be able to rob others openly and honestly. Shantian's eyes lit up. Bayushi's eyes widened. Is that what she meant? But it doesn't seem to matter much. The result was that Shantian agreed. Chapter 79. Stealing my lines. Oh. Eventually, all 3 wore masks. Wang Mang wore a jackal mask. Bayushi was a rabbit mask. Shantian, on the other hand, picked out a clown mask. These masks look like fur embroidery, and not only do they feel great, it's also comfortable to wear on your face and not stuffy at all. The 3 continued on their way. However, they did not see any other chi refiners on the way. This made Shantian's idea of grabbing someone temporarily fall through. Wang Mang, how much longer do we have to walk from that place? After another half a day, Bayushi chopped off a thorn in front of her and couldn't help but ask. It was very difficult to make her way through the jungle, and her clothing was scratched in several places. It will probably take another half a day. Wang Mang, who was leading the way ahead, turned around and returned. Bayushi breathed a sigh of relief. This time was still acceptable to her. Right at this moment, Shantian suddenly stopped and turned his head to look far off to the side. What's wrong? Bayushi inquired curiously. There should be something good over there. Go over and take a look. Shantian took a step towards the side. He saw a faint chi over there. That was the unique aura that belonged to spiritual materials. Shantian was more accustomed to calling it baoqi. Just like humans or demons, spiritual materials and other things that contained aura also had their own aura. As he approached, the treasure in his eyes became clearer and clearer. Where are the good things here? Bayushi scanned around suspiciously. Except for the trees, it's still trees. Underground. Shantian pointed at his feet. Wang Mang, dig this place up for me. All right, leave it to me. Wang Mang rolled up his sleeves and took a shovel from his back waist. On their mountain drivers, they carry all kinds of tools. A shovel for digging holes is just the basics. Shovel after shovel of dirt was dug out. As the pit grew deeper and deeper, The treasure aura in Xuantian's eyes was also growing. Boo! Suddenly, Wang Mang's shovel poked a hard object. The crowd looked down. Inside the pit, a stone the size of a dragon's eye was found to have appeared. The stone is round like jade and white. What is this? Wang Mang was very surprised. He had been driving the mountain for more than 10 years, but he had never seen this kind of precious jade. Bai Yushi took out her cell phone to take a picture and uploaded the 749 app to recognize the map with one click. After a moment of surprise, he opened his mouth. This is the soul-nourishing jade. Worn on the body, it can nourish one's own soul, making it stronger. It helps in the cultivation of the Big Dipper realm. Shintian raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly took the soul-nurturing jade into his hands. The soul-nurturing treasure jade was cold in his hands, causing his entire body to be energized, feeling through and through. It really is something good, Shintian muttered, tucking the soul-nurturing jade into the waist of his pants. Although Bai Yushi and the two of them were envious, neither of them had the good sense to ask for it. The stuff was found by Shintian. How could they have the face to open this mouth? With the treasure in hand, there was no need for the several people to continue staying. Just keep on the road. But right at that moment, Shintian stopped in his tracks once again. With a smile on his face, he looked behind him. Is this the luck of the draw that can't be stopped? Along the way, he merely encountered a group of chi refiners who had robbed the road. Now, not only had he harvested the soul-nurturing treasure jade, but he had also encountered a group of chi refiners once again, confirmed that it was the one he was going to rob. Behind them, 5 men made quick leaps between the trees, eventually landing on the ground. In the center of the 5 people was a white-clothed, white-haired young man whose face was handsome and who held a long sword. The remaining 4 people vaguely protected him in the center. The teenager looked at the deep pit in front of him and frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, he looked up at Xuantian's trio. Where's the stuff here? Hand it over. The white-clothed boy spoke faintly. The tone was condescending, like ordering a slave around the house. Shintian was surprised. He hasn't even started grabbing it yet. How did the opposite party read the lines before him? What is it? We don't know. Bai Yushi deliberately pretended to be confused in an attempt to muddle through. Humph. Whether there is or not, let us check your bodies and we'll know. Beside the white-clothed teenager, a bearded middle-aged man snorted out coldly. There are rules in the mountains. Whoever finds it first is the one who owns it. What's the difference between you guys like this and open robbery? Wang Mang stepped forward and angrily rebuked. Since ancient times, treasures are obtained by those who can. You guys are not strong enough to get the treasure and you can't keep it. Why don't you take that out and we'll keep it for you? Beside the teenager, another person opened his mouth. Snap. What you guys said is simply right. Shintian clapped his hands happily. Immediately after that, he even took out the soul-nurturing jade from his waist and waved it in front of him. The stuff is right here. Which one of you is coming to get it? Seeing Su Antian speak, Bai Yushi and Wang Mang took several steps back in unison and walked behind Su Antian. They were afraid of splattering themselves with blood later. This is the soul-nurturing treasure jade. Beside the youngster, an old man spoke in a deep voice. Young master, this thing can nourish the soul. It's an exotic treasure of heaven and earth. Be sure to get your hands on it. Oh! The white-clothed boy's expression moved as he looked at the bearded man on his side. You go get the stuff and be careful not to break it. Yes, young master. The bearded man nodded his head, weapon in hand, and stepped closer towards Shintian. After approaching to within a meter, he raised his hand to claim the soul-nurturing jade. Give me the stuff. Yes, Shintian laughed. In the next second, he stomped his feet, and while the ground's mud sunk deep, his body rushed out like a cannonball. Boo! Its entire body slammed into the bearded man. The speed was so fast that the bearded man who was only at the Lien Pulse realm could not react at all. Just got hit in the head with a punch from Shintian. Boom! Its head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Not far away, the white-clothed teenager showed a shocked expression. Ahu was at the 8th level of the Lien Pulse realm, and he was just blown away by a single punch. Not good. Quickly cover the young master's retreat. This person is in the 1,000 Crowns realm. The old man beside the white-clothed youngster shouted in a deep voice. In the next second, it leapt out from the 4 and met Shintian towards him. He was also in the 1,000 June realm and was confident that he could block the clownish man in front of him. The reaction of the remaining two was not slow, and they set up the white-clothed teenager to quickly swipe towards the back. It's uncharacteristic for an old man of that age to come out and fight like a young man. When you get old, you have to accept your fate and retire at home. A faint golden light rose from Xuantian's body, and then violently collided with the old man. In the instant of contact, the old man's face remained unchanged. It just felt like a big mountain across from me. Click. In just an instant, his arm broke. The muscles outside the bones crumbled. Boom! Its entire body flew backwards at an even faster speed. Before he could land, Shantian was already chasing after him, raising a kick to its head. Boo! With a muffled sound, the old man's skull was shattered by the kick and his head directly exploded. The body shot off into the distance like a rag. It was only after crashing through several large trees one after another that it finally came to a stop. Su Antian's feet did not stop as he continued to chase towards the fleeing trio. Now that the situation was reversed, he wanted to see what kind of expression those three would have now. It will be very interesting to think about it. Chapter 80 Ferocious, Too Ferocious. In the skies above where Xuantian's few people were fighting, 5 young figures stood silently in the canopy of a tree. Senior Brother Xiang. It seems like the White family's chi refiners are below. One of them, a woman with delicate appearance and fair skin, wearing a black combat uniform, reminded softly. I heard that the Bai family were bandits in the mountains in their early years, and although they are now doing serious business in Kyoto, they still have more or less some banditry in them, and when they came into the mountains they exposed their nature. Doing the old business of robbery. That clown shouldn't be very old by the sound of his voice, to be able to kill the 1,000 June realm in 2 moves. He still has some strength. Surprisingly, it's a soul-nurturing jade, Senior Brother Xiang. Should we intervene? Several other people have spoken up to comment. Then looked to the last person in front of them. His height was a little more than 1 meter 8, with a well-proportioned body and sword eyebrows. Dressed in a black practice uniform, he carried a silver-white-red tasseled lance behind his back. As several people watched, Xiang Ilan looked downward and slowly spoke, "Kill them all." The 4 people behind Xiang Ilan glanced at each other with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Senior Brother Xiang is powerful, and at only 20 years old, he is already at the 8th level of the Chenjun realm. It's their Kyoto 749 recognized genius, nicknamed Cold-Faced Yama. He once slaughtered the entire Yin-Yang sect of more than 100 people with 1 man and 1 gun. The Yin-Yang sect master was at that time at the 9th level of the 1,000 June realm. Senior Brother Xiang is good at everything, but his character is too cold, or cold-blooded. Doesn't care if others die or even his own. A single-minded pursuit of great power. Yes, Senior Brother Xiang. The 4 of them agreed in unison. As they spoke, they once again looked towards the ground, only to see that Shantian had already caught up with the 3 white-clothed teenagers. Boo! Shantian broke the legs of the 3, making it impossible for them to escape. What are you guys running for? I gave you the soul-nurturing treasure jade, why don't you guys take it? Do you still want me to personally deliver it to you? Su Antian lowered his head and looked at the white-clothed teenager. The white boy had tears in the corners of his eyes. How arrogant he had just been, how much he regretted it now. Who would have thought that there could be such a powerful chi refiner of the 1,000 June realm among the 3 people they casually encountered? This Shingan ridge, including the River City range, the strongest strength was only the 1,000 June realm, and it could be counted on 1 hand. Just now, he listened to the young voices of the few clowns who took it, thinking that it was at most the Lien Pulse realm. That's what moved the treasure grabber. Who ever thought of grabbing the iron? Sun Lao of the 1,000 June realm was directly kicked out. Brother, you just heard wrong. How dare I want what you have in your hand? You quickly put it away. This kind of treasure, I don't even deserve to look at it. The situation was stronger than the man, and he had to bow down. We are from the White family in Kyoto. You should have heard of us, right? Beside the white-robed teenager, another person spoke in a deep voice. What White family and Black family? Never heard of them. Shantian raised his hand and shot out. Boo! With a muffled sound, the man's head was directly slapped to pieces by Shantian. Red and white and crumbs of broken bones splattered all over the white boy. The white clothes turned bloody, and some bone fragments were even embedded in his flesh. He was gonna hate the dead man beside him now. If you can't talk, don't ing talk. Brother, it was me who did wrong just now. Name your price. My family will be willing to compensate you for anything. The white-clothed teenager endured the pain on his body and begged for forgiveness. He learned some of the rules of the road with his father. Know that when you get hit, you have to stand up straight. Otherwise, you'll just die faster. But just as he finished speaking, Xiantian raised his hand and slapped it over. Boo! There was a muffled sound, and the white boy's head exploded. You're poor enough to rob me, what can you afford to pay? Xiantian faintly said. He then looked to the last man to pee directly. Two big living people, just like that, slapped one by the clown in front of them. How can he not be afraid? Forget it! Just then, Xiantian suddenly got up with a lack of interest. The man was stunned, thinking that Xiantian was going to release him. But the next second, a foot zoomed quickly in front of him. Boo! Xiantian looked at his shoes. It's not bad. It's not stained with blood. Wang Mang, come over and touch the corpse, he shouted towards his back. Wang Mang, who had just finished touching the old man's body, immediately ran over. He's not strong enough, so he can only do the dirty work. In his heart of hearts, he was quite happy to do so. After all, there were benefits to be taken, and it was also possible to draw closer to Su Shilua. But after seeing the headless corpse on the ground, even if he had seen a lot, he almost didn't vomit. It took several deep breaths before he finally slowed down enough to start. So bloody and violent. Not far away, Bai Yushi commented so mentally about Su Antian, but so likable. Xiantian tapped his foot after explaining the situation. The entire person stepped into the air and came to mid-air in a few steps. Across from him, four men and a woman stood silently in the canopy, looking toward him. A few of you have been watching the action up there for so long. Haven't you seen enough? Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. We are investigators from Bureau 749. We witnessed the entire process of your murder. We are now going to arrest you. Please cooperate. Timing spoke in a deep voice. 749? Under the mask, Xiantian frowned. I thought it was a couple of looky-loose, and I could backhand them and just snatch them up. Didn't realize it was the 749. In addition, all of the items on your person, which we suspect to be crime-related items, need to be seized in their entirety. Shi Ming continued to speak. Are you guys blind? Xuantian's exit was unceremonious. Where do these people look like they want to administer justice? It was clear that he was eyeing the soul-nurturing jade in his hand. And a grand excuse. Blatantly slandering Investigator 749 is an additional offense. I advise you to obediently bring out the items, saving us from having to do it ourselves. Beside Shi Ming, another slightly chubby man drank. Hehe, want what I have? That depends on whether you have the strength. Xiantian laughed. He had wanted to let the few people in front of him go. But now it seems that it's not necessary. Even if these people might know his identity afterward, he wasn't afraid. He has a point. What is he afraid of? Truly not knowing the heights of heaven. Let me teach you a lesson. The slightly chubby man coldly snorted, followed by a point of his foot, stepping into the air from the tree canopy. Holding a pitch-black square mace nearly 2 meters long, he smashed towards Xiantian. The god-striking mace in Qinlang's hand is made of meteorite iron, and with his family's mace technique, ordinary weapons can't withstand it at all, and will be shattered in an instant. The opposite party shouldn't be able to block Qinlang for 3 moves before being subdued. Another tall and thin man spoke softly. The remaining 3 all nodded, recognized the tall, thin man's statement. Although their strength was not comparable to that of senior brother Xiang, they were still considered minor geniuses. Nowadays, they are all at the strength of the Thousand June realm. The Bureau sent them out this time, firstly to train them and secondly because they believed in their strength and thought they could cope with the danger this time. Chapter 81 Strange Movements in the Depths of the Shingan Mountains. Boom! Xiantian raised his sword to parry. The sword trembled lightly, but there was not the slightest sign of dissent. In the next second, Su Antian's wrist exerted force, and he actually picked Qinlang directly out of the air. Qinlang's face became serious. There weren't many qi refiners in the same realm who could catch one of his mace. He stepped on his feet and stopped himself. Your strength, it's very good.
Qinlang commented.
Hehe, your strength isn't good. Xiantian laughed lightly. In the next second, he tapped his feet and rushed towards Qinlang. Once again, he fought with Qinlang. Ding! Ding ding ding! The two's weapons continued to collide, erupting with sounds. How can that be? Senior brother Qinlang is at the 3rd level of the Thousand June realm, and his actual battle power exceeds the 5th level of the Thousand June realm. How could he be suppressed? Ming lost his voice in surprise. Where did this clown come from to be so strong? Qin Lang still has his underhanded tactics yet to be brought out, so don't be hasty. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Qin Lang's body smashed down from mid-air, his appearance looking very wretched. The clothes on his body were all shattered, revealing the pitch-black treasure armor underneath. Its face was filled with shame and anger. He was surprisingly completely overwhelmed by a strange teenager, and in front of his own companions. You seek death. Qin Lang was furious. In the next second, a faint red mist rose from its body, and a huge red ghost god phantom emerged behind it. It was 100 meters in size. The demonic god had 6 large hands, and at this moment, its 6 hands fell down one after another, and together with Qin Lang, they held the god's striking mace in its hand. Boom! The entire sky shook tremendously. On the god's striking mace, a huge mace shadow emerged. It instantly smashed towards Shen. Kind of interesting. Shen came to be interested. A faint golden light emerged from its body. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, he slashed out towards the mace shadow. Above the tip of the sword, a bit of white aura exploded, transforming into countless pure white sword chi sweeping. Boom! The two collided in mid-air before exploding with a loud bang. Pest! Qin Lang's body was struck by lightning as he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly narrowing slightly. Can't even maintain a treadmill anymore. Senior brother Qin. Shiming was shocked, and with a bit of footwork, he caught Qin Lang. But the moment she caught it, a strong force crashed into her body. It made her stifle a grunt. Aha! We're here to help you. The remaining two saw this and struck out at the same time. That's what dislodged that tremendous force. Looking at Qin Lang again, he had already fainted. A person hurriedly took out a healing pill from his bosom and gave it to Qin Lang. How dare you hurt our 749 investigators, you're dead. Ming was furious and was about to strike. You guys aren't his match, I'll do it. Right at this moment, Xiang Ilan, who had never made a move, finally spoke up. As he spoke, he gently beckoned, and the lance behind him immediately flew out and was held in his hand. When Ming's 3 saw Xiang Ilan about to make a move, they all took the initiative to step back, looking at Su Antian on the opposite side with a victorious stance. Your strength is good. I'll grant you permission to leave your name before you die. Xiang Ilan's tone was very indifferent. Your father, Shen Tian replied with a smile. Seek death. Xiang Ilan coldly grimaced as the long spear in his hand stabbed towards Su Antian through the air. Boom! It was like a thunderous explosion. On top of the silver-white lance, large swathes of purple lightning surfaced. A thunder spear stabbed in front of Shen Tian in a flash. Xuantian's expression moved as he raised his sword to parry. Boo! A tremendous amount of power emanated from the thunder, with a slight paralyzing sensation. It made him take a few steps back. His gaze towards Xiang Ilan changed slightly, and his face became a bit more serious. But unbeknownst to him, Xiang Ilan on the opposite side was also a bit surprised. He had once used this move, but he had killed a chi refiner at the 6th level of the 1000 June realm in seconds. Now it was blocked by a nameless person. Behind him, the 3 Shimmings also showed a hint of surprise. After all, very few chi refiners of the 1000 June realm were able to catch their senior brother Xiang's thunder lance. When he missed, the purple light on Xiang Ilan's body surface appeared, and if you look closely, you can find that the purple light is actually traveling thunderbolts. Boom! Xiang Ilan's entire body disappeared in place with a single point of his foot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Shen Tian. The thunder spear in his hand that was surrounded by purple lightning stabbed swiftly towards Shen Tian. Shen Tian opened the Big Dipper, his body glowing with a golden aura, raising the demon-slaying sword to harden the thunder lance. Boo! Boom boom boom! The sound of weapons clashing resounded intensively in midair. With a clap of thunder, Xuantian's face turned serious. The Xiang Ilan in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Its attacks were very clean and harsh and powerful and deadly. If you're not careful, it will find a break. That thunder spear stabbed above the Big Dipper several times. However, he wasn't one to be messed with, and used his demon-slaying sword to return the favor one by one. What is this clown's origin, that he can fight back and forth with senior brother Xiang? Ming was very shocked. Senior brother Xiang was able to kill the 9th level of the 1000 June realm half a year ago, and his strength is only stronger today. But even then, he couldn't decapitate the other party. Senior brother Xiang shouldn't have gotten serious yet and hasn't utilized his full strength. The other two also opened their mouths one after another, and while their hearts were shocked, more than anything else, they were incredulous. It had been dozens of moves that had passed, and that clown had managed to hold on. Xiang Ilan's face also became colder the more he fought. It was somewhat unimaginable that a chi refiner from a small place could walk through so many moves in his hands. After all, even in Kyoto, among the young people, there were only those few who could be almost as powerful as him in the same realm of battle. But this clown in front of him was clearly not one of those young geniuses he knew. Is it hard to believe that the clown in front of you is just talking with a young voice and is actually very old? Otherwise, he didn't believe that any random chi refiner he encountered could be his opponent. You've managed to pique my interest, but my patience has also been exhausted by you. Xiang Ilan spoke indifferently. He raised his thunder lance and erupted vigorously, sending Shen flying. Taking advantage of the gap between them, Xiang Ilan's whole body purple thunder began to rapidly converge towards his feet, wrapping them completely. Boo! A blast! The lightning on the soles of Xiang Ilan's feet exploded violently. The speed has increased by a large margin. In the space of a breath, he arrived in front of Shen Tian. Boom! Shen Tian reacted quickly and raised his sword to parry. A tremendous force accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning bombarded Su Antian, causing his body to fall towards the bottom involuntarily. Just as he stabilized his stance, Xiang Ilan's next attack arrived again. Xuantian's face turned cold as he raised his hand and threw out the demon-slaying sword, grabbing at the ray gun with his bare hands. Boom! The incomparably swift thunder gun was actually directly held by him with one hand. Immediately after that, Xuantian's hand exploded with huge force, trying to pull Xiang Ilan over. Xiang Ilan frowned slightly, and with a violent flick of his wrist, he actually drew back the thunder gun. Boo! With a crunching sound, the thunder lance and the flying demon-slaying sword collided, erupting with a crisp sound. Xiang Ilan's body was forced back. Sword royalty! Xiang Ilan muttered in his heart as he looked at the demon-slaying sword floating in mid-air. But he had seen the royal sword technique, and it wasn't as fast as the clown's sword in front of him. Just as he wanted to do it again, there was a loud boom. The entire Shingan ridge actually began to tremble. Below them, the trees shook violently. Senior brother Xiang, the core of the vibration is over there. That's where the mountain god ruins are. Shi Ming was holding a compass in his hand with an excited look on his face. It's likely that a foreign treasure has come out. Another person spoke. Xiang Ilan hesitated for a split second before dodging to the side of Shi Ming and said in a deep voice, "Business is important. Let's go." He single-handedly carried the fainted Qin Lang, and the five of them stepped into the air and quickly disappeared into the distance. Shen Tian watched the few people leave and did not chase after them. He had heard what several people had just said. Compared to teaching a few people a lesson, it was still the treasure that was more important. Su Antian landed towards the ground and then grabbed both of Wang Mang's shoulders. The spirit wings unfolded on his back, carrying the two of them up into the sky, chasing after Xiang Ilan in the direction that the several people had left. Chapter 82 Early Clearance. The huge commotion within the Shingan Ridge had startled the entire chi refiners within the Shingan Ridge. They all exerted their respective means and began to quickly rush towards the core of the vibration, fearing that they are late and have no chance with the treasure. A few hours later, in mid-air, Su Xiaoluo, "It's that place over there in front." Wang Mang pointed at a valley below and spoke excitedly. "Aha!" Shen Tian nodded gently. With just a casual sweep, he spotted a large amount of qi around the valley. Apparently, there were many people who had also gotten the message and arrived near the ruins first. Only these people seemed to be gathered near the entrance of the valley. "I don't know what I'm doing." Shen Tian landed at a place farther away from the entrance and stood on the canopy of a tree to watch towards the entrance of the valley. Only to see that at the entrance, there was a 100-meter deep pit. The soil inside the pit was dark red, and some broken skeletons could be seen vaguely. Behind the deep pit, at the entrance of the valley, there was a huge lapis lazuli door that covered the entire entrance of the valley. In front of the deep pit, there were hundreds of chi refiners standing, and Xiang Ilan and his party, who had just left, were among them. Also, Shen Tian met Wu Lei. Apparently, the 749s have arrived as well. I just don't know if Zhang Herong has come over. Shen Tian felt the probability of its coming over was high. At this moment, Most of these chi refiners were looking towards the deep pit. Some even went into the deep pit to feel their way around. And in the sky, the same chi refiners were checking around the valley, trying to find a way in. Xiantian wanted to see it a little more truly. He brought Bai Yushi too closer towards the deep pit. Getting closer, one could smell the putrid stench coming from inside the deep pit. The dirt inside the deep pit was once all red with blood. This is most likely the place where blood sacrifices were made to the mountain god. Wang Mang pinched up a handful of dark red dirt inside the pit and said in a deep voice. Xiantian nodded slightly as he saw many tiny human skeletons within the pit, which could correspond to the boy and girl used in the sacrifices to the mountain gods. Boom! Just as they were surveying the things inside the pit, some chi refiners who were impatient actually took out their weapons and began to blast the huge lapis lazuli door at the entrance of the valley. But apparently to no avail. The lapis lazuli door stood there, unmoving. Everyone, don't act rashly first. This stone door shouldn't be able to be opened with brute force. An old man in the crowd spoke. The old man was withered, but his eyes were shining, and he had a long braid at the back of his head. Behind it stood dozens of chi refiners. Su Antian observed the chi of these people and realized that most of them were surprisingly in the Thousand June realm. The old man at the head of the group was even of the breaking deity realm. Did even the one from the fateful deity realm come in person? Xiantian felt tricky. He hadn't fought with the breaking dipper realm, so he didn't know how strong the breaking dipper realm was. We can't open it. Do you have a way to open it? The group of chi refiner forces that had just bombarded the lapis lazuli gate turned around and asked. Of course, the old man's ancestors started out as grave robbers, and they are very proficient in all kinds of feng shui mechanisms. The old man smiled and nodded. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, he continued to speak. All of you should know that the probability is that this place is the relics of the mountain god, and the huge pit in front of us is obviously the place where blood sacrifices were made to the mountain god. As long as everyone follows the example of their predecessors and performs a blood sacrifice here, the lapis gate will open itself. Why does your tone sound so certain? Someone in the crowd opened their mouths to question, sensing that the old man knew too much. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that everyone wants to open the lapis lazuli door and get the treasure behind it. The old man smiled, with no intention of explaining. These words spoke to the hearts of the chi refiners present. Didn't they come here to find the treasure? Then how are we going to blood sacrifice the mountain god? Someone inquired about the way. It's simple. Just fill the sacrificial pit in front of you with blood and gore. The old man smiled and spoke. How are we going to fill such a large sacrificial pit? Someone questioned. How many beasts would they need to kill to fill a 100-meter-long pit? Yes, this method is somewhat reasonable, but it is simply unrealistic to accomplish it. Where are we going to find that much blood? The other group of alchemists nodded in agreement. The reacting chi refiners looked at the old man. Hee hee. The old man let out a light laugh, and his voice paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Don't you all think that there are too many people involved in seizing the treasure? Why don't we clear the scene first? And the corpses just happen to be used for blood sacrifices to open the greenstone gate. What a ruthless heart. Xiantian glanced at the old man. The old man had obviously opened his mouth with a purpose. It was to get rid of some chi refiners near the ruins who wanted to fish in troubled waters first. Before coming here, Elder Wang had said that these foreign chi refiners had learned of the existence of the mountain god's treasures within the Shingan Ridge through some sort of special channel. Bai Yushi suddenly spoke. You guys, is it possible that someone deliberately spread the news out? Originally, she hadn't associated it with that much, but the way the old man did it made the idea pop into her head. Very likely. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. He smelled conspiracy in it. None of the chi refiners present were stupid, or else they wouldn't have cultivated to their current realm. After hearing the old man's words, some chi refiners who thought they were not strong enough were already retreating towards the back, wanting to leave for the time being. The old man's words caused the several large forces present to become somewhat moved. Their purpose was all the treasures left behind by the mountain gods. As for the deaths of others, it's none of their business. Everyone, let's do it, or else we'll never be able to enter this verdant stone gate. By the time 749's large force arrives and blocks off this place, we won't even be able to drink the soup. The old man spoke again. Under the gaze of the crowd, it gently waved its hand. The chi refiner behind him immediately flew towards the target he had long been eyeing. After doing so, He also glanced at Wu Lei on the other side of the giant pit, obviously aware of Wu Lei's identity. Violet stood still and moved slightly. With his strength of the Thousand June realm, going up to block the Qi refiners present would be looking for death. These Qi refiners might even give him some face on the outside. Within this great mountain, there would be no mercy in the hand because he was a 749er. Seeing the old man's men make their move, several other teams of somewhat powerful Qi refiners were no longer polite and made their moves. In the darkness of the jungle, there were also Qi refiners striking out. Some are not only there for the blood sacrifice, but others want to take advantage of the opportunity to kill people. There were too many alchemists with their own thoughts. For a while, the neighborhood of the giant pit began to be in chaos. There is fighting everywhere, in heaven and on earth. Every now and then a body is thrown into a deep pit. Boom! Su Antian sent a Qi refiner charging up in front of him, flying with a punch. Immediately afterward, he grabbed both Bayushi and rushed towards the outside of the pit. It's too dangerous around the pit. He can still defend himself. However, the two Bayushis were only at the connected pulse realm, so there was a high chance that they would be injured if they stayed here. Boo! Above the trees, an arrow shot down, piercing straight into Xuantian's back heart. Golden light surged from Xuantian's back, sending the arrow flying. Pest! With a soft sound, the demon-slaying sword chopped through the tree refiner's neck. Chop it straight into two. Xuantian's speed did not decrease as he continued to rush towards the outside of the pit. Chapter 83 Opening of the Ruins Plus for the Mature Empress. After leaving a far enough distance, Su Antian put Bayushi's two down. Opening his mouth, he said, "Don't get involved in what's going on here. You too." "Good." Wang Mang nodded. He had originally come to lead the way, and now that he had already brought Su Antian, he naturally had no reason to remain. As for the relics of the mountain god, his father had explained it long ago. Anyone who drives the mountain scattering gang can't participate, or they will be dealt with harshly by the gang rules. Bayushi gritted her teeth, as much as she wanted to continue, but also knew that he was not strong enough, and that to stay was to drag his feet. It may even be life-threatening. She loved her little life more than the treasure. Take care of yourself, and if you can't, identify yourself and join District Commander Wu and the others. Bayushi nodded her head, not forgetting to admonish Su Antian. Go! Shentian waved his hand. After saying that, he turned around and headed back the way he came. His own strength is now beyond that of Wu Lei, and there is little point in indicating his identity. And movement will be restricted. This demon won't let you kill him. That demon won't let you kill him. He's not even allowed to kill, how can he make pills? So he wasn't going to identify himself unless he had to. Soon, he once again dived back near the deep pit and hid in the shadows to observe. It was found that a number of bodies had been piled up in the deep pit. As time passed, the movement of the surrounding fights became smaller and smaller. Instead, the bodies in the deep pit were growing. Around the deep pit, there was also a team of 6 Qi refiners standing. The old man at the very beginning, the 749 line led by Wu Lei, and a group of Qi refiners obviously dressed as island ninjas. Of the 3 remaining groups of Qi refiners, one of them had only 2 people. A middle-aged man plus a woman with a light veil on her face. That middle-aged man's aura was powerful, and he was a Qi refiner of the Fury Gang realm. Another gang had hundreds of Qi refiners. These Qi refiners were obviously not a force, although they were chopped up in one place, but vaguely each formed small groups. It looked more like a temporary formation. The last group of Qi refiners, there were only a dozen of them. Most of them were wearing purple Taoist robes with long swords on their backs, and the leader was an old Taoist with white hair. 6 groups of forces, occupying the 6 directions of the giant pit, faced each other from afar. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Taoist Ziyun has gotten a lot stronger again. The long-braided old man looked towards the group of Taoists and spoke with a light smile. It's not as good as fellow Taoist Qing Shan. Some years ago, I heard that fellow Taoist Qing Shan joined the demon god sect. I wonder if it's true. Old Taoist Ziyun lightly stroked his beard and faintly said, "Hee." Taoist Ziyun is really well informed. The long-braided old man laughed lightly. That old man is actually from the demon god sect. In the distance, Su Antian, who had heard the conversation, was surprised in his heart. No wonder this old man incited the Qi refiners present to move their hands. It was not a good person in the first place, and there was nothing strange about doing so. Hearing the name of the demon god sect, the other 4 groups of Qi refiners reacted differently. Wu Lei and the others were not reacting at all. obviously knowing the identity of the long-braided old man in advance. Like him, there was the trio. The island country's chi refiner merely glanced at the long-braided old man before withdrawing his gaze again. The one who paid the most attention to the long-braided old man was the group of chi refiners that consisted of different small groups. What came out of their eyes, on the other hand, was mostly a look of caution. The demon god sect had caused quite a few big events within the Great Summer. The fierce reputation was outside, and these chi refiners had more or less heard about it. Fellow Taoist Ching Shan, now that we've followed your advice and thrown some blood food inside the pit, how is it that this lapis lazuli door has yet to be opened? Is it possible that you're cajoling us all? Taoist Ziyun had a smile on his face, but his words were nonchalant. Hearing Taoist Ziyun's words, the other chi refiners also looked at Ching Shan, waiting for it to give a reasonable explanation. Don't worry, everyone. Look inside this pit. Ching Shan seemed to have anticipated this and pointed his finger towards the pit. The crowd looked and realized that the blood and flesh on the corpses piled up in the pit were actually falling off rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and together with the blood and water, were sucked in by the soil below. In just 10 minutes of work, the pit was empty of blood, water, and minced meat. Only a few bones remain. The moment the blood and water disappeared, a large number of dark red lines surfaced around the entire lapis lazuli door. These lines converged towards the center of the lapis lazuli door. It culminates in a large picture of mountain peaks on the lapis lazuli door. The crowd hadn't had a chance to take a closer look. The entire ground then began to tremble violently. Rumble. Immediately after that, the huge lapis lazuli door opened towards the sides, revealing a tiny gap. But that's enough for humans to enter. When the lapis lazuli door opened, all the chi refiners present jumped forward. But no one made any rash moves. They all waited, waiting for the demon god sect to make a move. With Ching Shan's actions just now, it was easy to see that the demon god sect knew quite a lot about the mountain god ruins. All of them wanted to wait for the demon god sect to explore the path first. Since all of you Taoists are so humble, then we will go ahead. The corners of Ching Shan's mouth hooked into a smile as he led the many chi refiners behind him towards the green stone door, eventually drilling in. Seeing the demon god sect's people leading the way and nothing happening, the other chi refiners also started to move and began to scramble towards the green stone door. The two women with the veil were the fastest, flying into the lapis lazuli gate from mid-air. This was followed by the Purple Cloud Taoists group, the Island Alchemists, and finally the Gang of 100. To Xuantian's surprise, the people from 749 didn't rush to enter. This is very wrong. Just as he was puzzled, he only saw Xiang Yilan and his group of 5 people actually fly directly into the lapis lazuli gate after saying a few words to Wu Lei. Wu Lei and the other 749 investigators waited in place. After all the chi refiners around the deep pit were almost gone, other figures appeared one after another in the distant woods, rushing towards the greenstone gate. These were all chi refiners who were of average strength, but had managed to escape in the fight just now. Now it was actually secretly returning, wanting to get a piece of the pie within the ruins. Seeing this, Su Antian no longer hesitated, appearing from his hiding place and rushing towards the lapis lazuli door. He was extremely fast, crossing several chi refiners in a row, and was eventually the first to arrive at the greenstone gate. He looked through the gap behind the lapis lazuli door, only to find that it was so white inside that it was impossible to see anything at all. With a hardened heart, Shen Tian took a step into it. Behind the door, there was still a white mist, and with his eyesight, he could only see a distance of 12 meters, and couldn't really see any farther. On the ground, there is green grass. He had consumed the Bao Eyes pill and the soul rinsing pill, and not only did he have amazing eyesight, but his perception was also very sharp. But even so, a distance of 12 meters was his limit. Anyone else here is probably about as blind as a blind man. With no one around, Shen Tian guessed the soft green grass and groped his way forward. Ha! Suddenly, he let out a cry of surprise and looked at his feet. The dirt underfoot changed and hardened a bit. And not far in front of him, there was a rich treasure chi. He slowly approached and eventually realized that where that precious chi was located, there was actually a small plant of brittle green grass. The grass has 8 leaves with red fruits on them. Spirit material. Xuantian's eyes lit up and he immediately went forward to pick it. But right at this moment, the little grass seemed to sense someone approaching, and actually whoosh, it directly shrunk into the ground and disappeared. Shen Tian. How can grass run away by itself? Chapter 84 Yun Zian of the Dao Yen sect. Shantian quickly stepped forward and came to where little grass had just been. All that was left in place was a hole, and other than that there was nothing else. Grass has become a spirit? Shantian muttered. Beasts can become sperm, and certainly grass and trees can. But compared to wild beasts, grass and trees are not easy to be born spiritually, and it is more difficult to become a spirit. It seems that there are quite a lot of good things within this mountain god's ruins. I have just come in and encountered grass that has become fertilized. He chased after the direction in which the grass essence precious chi had just disappeared. If he met that grass spirit again, it's not going to be so easy to run away. That grass spirit wasn't fast, and after a short while of work, he really did catch up. But just then, two figures walked out of the white mist. One person in the center was clad in a white light veil. The veil half covered his face, revealing eyes as bright as the stars in the sky. Beside him was a burly, bald, middle-aged man. It was none other than the two people Su Antian had seen outside the greenstone gate. This fellow Taoist, can this grass essence be let to me, and I can compensate you accordingly. The woman spoke softly, her voice sounding like a clear spring flowing, soothing one's mood. Shantian looked at the woman with some surprise. With the strength of the middle-aged man beside him in the Fury Gang realm, he could completely force himself to retreat. But now it's actually discussing with and give compensation. Since he came in Shinganling, all the ones he met along the way were those who saw wealth, like the woman in front of him or the first one. Shantian couldn't help but look at it a few more times, thinking to myself that I've met a female bodhisattva. I want this grass essence as well. Shantian spoke tentatively. Grass essence is something that the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace should also be able to refine. He planned to kill it first and use the body to make pills. Kid, my holy maiden spoke kindly to you. Don't be ungrateful. As soon as Su Antian's words fell, the bald middle-aged man beside the young girl drank. Uncle son. The young girl drank softly. Although the young girl addressed him as senior uncle, the latter clearly deferred to the young girl. After the young girl opened her mouth, it directly closed its mouth and stopped speaking after glaring at Shantian. Fellow Taoist, don't be offended, my senior uncle. He doesn't mean any harm. The young girl opened her mouth to explain. I'll give you grass, but this grass is proficient in the art of evasion. Once disturbed it will dive into the ground. It's usually hard to catch. It would be a shame to let it escape. I know an earth confinement technique that can confine the land near the grass spirit so that it can't escape, so if you need it, I can do you a favor for free. It's really a female bodhisattva, Shantian secretly said in his heart. Not only do they not grab things, but they offer to help. Instead, it made him a little embarrassed. His original plan was to use the demon binding rope to bind the grass spirit by surprise. However, this approach has the potential to allow the grass spirit to escape. If you have the help of a young girl, it's foolproof. It's free anyway, so it's okay to use it. Then I thank the female bodhisattva. I still don't know the female bodhisattva's name? Shantian asked with a smile. Dao Diffraction sect Yun Zian. Yun Zian's cheeks under the light veil blushed slightly as she replied softly. What a thick skin. The uncle son beside Yun Zian spat in a low voice. Su Antian's face was not red and his heart was not jumping, thinking, I'm just thick-skinned. What can you do to me? Miss Zian, then I'll trouble you. Humph. Yun Zian let out a soft hum, followed by stretching out her white fingers and quickly pinching in front of her body. An aura was driven into the ground by her. After several breaths, she stopped. The imprisoning earth technique is complete. Taoist friend can capture that grass spirit now. Yun Zian reminded. Shantian took the demon binding rope from his waist and tied a knot over the grass spirit's exposed branches and leaves. Then with a forceful tug, he directly ripped it out of the ground. Below the branches and leaves is a large, human-sized piece of rhizome. At this moment, he was bound by the demon binding rope and was struggling hard. But the more it struggled, the tighter the demon binding cord was strangled. Finally, it was even directly bound into a dumpling, lying on the ground unable to move. Su Antian came forward and stabbed him to death with a sword. The instant the grass spirit died, a wisp of clear chi flew out of its body and entered Shuantian's brow. At the same time, within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the grass spirit's figure emerged. You killed it. Yun Zian was very surprised to see Su Antian's actions. Is there a problem? Su Antian looked at Yun Zian in surprise, lifting his hand to stuff the grass essence corpse into the bag he was carrying. Essence monsters can be used as companions, and the juices from their bodies can also be used to make pills. And for you kid to kill them directly is simply a waste. Son, he looked at Su Antian, suspecting that Su Antian had a brain problem. Such a good grass spirit to just give it a kill. Yoon Zian was pretty much of the same mind, except that the grass spirit was Su Antian's after all, so she couldn't say anything more. After saying that, he urged, "Holy maiden, let's go. Let's not waste time on this brat." Yoon Zian nodded gently and turned to leave. "Fellow Taoist, we'll meet again sometime." "Wait, female bodhisattva." Shantian returned. Yoon Zian's footsteps lurched and her eyes turned to look surprised. "I know a treasure hunting spell that allows me to discover nearby spiritual materials, so why don't we cooperate and hunt for treasure together?" Su Antian proposed. He wasn't much for owing people favors as a person, especially with this free favor. He wanted to help Yoon Zian find a grass essence or some other spiritual material to return the favor. Rather, it can also be. Yoon Zian pondered for a split second and gently nodded her head. "Holy maiden must not. This brat is very slippery at first glance. I guess he wants to explore the ruins with us and be protected by us." "Son," he spoke out to stop it. "Uncle Son, before coming out, my master said that we should be kind to others, so we must not speculate about fellow Taoists like this." Yoon Zian persuaded Son he. "Holy maiden, it's not that I'm purposely speculating about him, but this brat has an improper mind at first glance, and not only has he not even declared his name up to now, the face is also covered up." After speaking, Son he looked at Su Antian and asked, "Kid, which family or clan are you from?" 749. "Ah, 749. Son, he sounded shocked. "If it's Bureau 749, it's too positive. Impossible. If you're from 749, why don't you follow Wu Lei?" Son, he voiced his question. Just now, outside the lapis lazuli gate, he did not see the person with the clown mask in front of him beside Wu Lei. Su Antian didn't answer directly, but took out his cell phone from his arms and face, unlocked it to open the 749 app. Showing it to Son, he, "This thing can't be fake, can it? The 749 officer's ID may be fake, but the 749 app on your phone can only be unlocked by your own pupils. Therefore, this is the best way to prove it. The truth is all whose Son he face cannot help but he does not believe." Only in the back of his mind he still had doubts. "If it's 749's, why are you hiding your head? Doing a secret mission, uncle. Besides, don't female bodhisattvas wear veils too?" Under the mask, Shantian was helpless. Does he have to explain himself so clearly? The rest won't make up their own minds. Chapter 85. What's ours? Better not move. "Since you're a fellow Taoist from Bureau 749, let's travel together." Yoon Zian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, looking at Su Antian with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Son, he was going to open his mouth to say something more, but was stopped by Yoon Zian's eyes. Just like that, amidst Sun He's doubts, Shantian smoothly joined Yoon Zian and the girls. "Female Bodhisattva, where is your Tao diffraction sect?" On the way, Shantian curiously inquired. He had never heard of the Tao Yen sect before. "Our clan is in the vicinity of the city of Harbin, and we have been avoiding the world before," Yoon Zian explained. Before the heaven and earth's aura changed, she had been living within the deep mountains off the beaten path. It was only recently that he was granted permission to go down to the mountains to practice. Shantian nodded indistinctly. They made small talk as they moved forward. It was mostly Su Antian asking, and Yoon Zian answering. Su Antian realized that Yoon Zian's personality was out of this world. Basically, there are questions and answers. During the process, he was getting to know the Tao Yen sect better and better. Knowing that its sect disciples were scarce, there were only a dozen in total. Yoon Zian had only come here for the sake of practicing. As for Sun He was her protector. At this moment, Sun He's eyes were full of warning when he looked at Su Antian. Shantian asked too many questions. If it wasn't for his repeated interruptions, Shantian would have asked for all of their clan secrets. Shantian directly ignored Sun He's warning. Suddenly, he looked ahead with a twitch in his expression. "Alert! There's someone up ahead." Yoon Zian looked at Su Antian in surprise. In her vision, there was nothing but white mist ahead. In the next second, she raised her white arm and tapped her finger on her brow. An aura surfaced in his eyes, and the scene in front of him became clear. There were actually a dozen or so islanders standing there in front, not knowing what they were plotting. Sun He also had a surprised look in his eyes. It was only after Su Antian opened his mouth that he realized the movement in front of him. In terms of perception, Su Antian seemed to be a bit stronger than him at the breaking deity realm. Let's go around. Sun He proposed. And while they were talking, the people on the other side of the room noticed them. He wanted to be cautious for the sake of the Holy Maiden's safety. They're capturing grass essences. Su Antian stood still and said in a deep voice, "An archipelago countryman, how dare he come to our Daxia land to rob things? This is when our Daxia chi refiners don't exist. Female Bodhisattva. Let's kill them and the grass spirit will be yours." Although the opposite side had a large number of people, there was only one in the breaking deity realm. As long as Sun He can hold off that man. The rest of the chi refiners he didn't even put in his eyes. Grass essence. Sun He's eyes lit up. This was something good. Bringing it back to the clan would definitely be a great achievement. He doesn't mention leaving either. Things on the land of the Great Xia should indeed not be stolen away by outsiders. Yun Xian nodded gently, agreeing with Su Antian. Let's go over and persuade. Holy Maiden. There's no need to waste more words with these islanders. Just do it directly. Sun He disagreed with Yun Xian. He was a little helpless in the bottom of his heart. The Holy Maiden was just too kind. It is easy for others to take advantage of kindness. Islanders can rob things without greeting, but we can't. Yun Xian insisted. When she finished, she took a step forward. Su Antian did not persuade Yun Xian. A person like Yun Xian had her own insistence and code of doing things in her heart, which would not change easily. We discovered the grass essence here first. No matter who you are, leave immediately. Across from them, when they saw Su Antian's trio approaching over, someone immediately stepped out to scold them. This is the land of the Great Summer Kingdom. That grass essence is not inferior to you. Please leave. Yun Xian softly persuaded. The opposite chi refiner was stunned, followed by a loud laugh. In the words of your Great Xia Kingdom, heavenly materials and treasures can be obtained by those who have a destiny, and we are that destiny. Leave now, or don't blame us for being rude. There's only 3 of them. What's the point of bothering with them? A few of the island's alchemists jumped at the chance. Yun Xian frowned slightly and took a step back. Uncle Sun, they won't listen, do it? Good. Sun He nodded his head, and in the next second, he pinched one hand in front of his body. A scarlet dot of fire surfaced in front of his body, followed by a rapid expansion into a fireball. There were dozens of them, radiating a scorching temperature. Go! Sun He tapped his finger. The fireball immediately shot across the room. The moment those island chi refiners saw the fireball, their faces changed drastically and they began to quickly retreat. But the fireballs could actually change direction and burn after them. They had no choice but to turn back to defend themselves. Boom! The moment the katana in the hand of an island alchemist collided with the fireball directly exploded, and the flames swept, actually trying to directly submerge it. That island country's chi alchemist showed a look of fear. His feet erupted with aura, his speed suddenly accelerating, wanting to get out of the range of the flames. But it's clearly not fast enough. Eventually, the right foot was ignited by the flames. The moment it stopped its body, it tried to put out the fire. But several efforts were made to no avail. At the critical moment, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword, actually directly chopping off his right foot. The right foot fell to the ground and was completely wrapped in flames, turning into a cloud of ash a moment later. The other alchemists were no better. With just one strike, Sun He caused several island chi refiners to be seriously injured. Is this the means of the breaking deity realm? Shantian was shocked in his heart. The power of the spells cast by the fateful Dipper realm alchemists was significantly greater. It was too much beyond the Thousand Jund realm. The spells cast by the Qijun realm were like children's toys compared to them. Uncle, what kind of spell is this? It's so powerful. Shantian inquired curiously. The explosive fireball technique is a secret transmission from my clan. It's not spread out. Sun He held his chin high. Shantian, he didn't say he was going to learn. Bullying the small with the big. Your great summer country's chi alchemists are too shameless. Among the island country's chi alchemists opposite Su Antian's trio, a small dwarf with a height of just over 1.6 meters came out. The dwarf was slightly chubby, with a beer belly and the distinctive island dreadlocks on his head. Oh, then you come and fight me. Sun He raised his eyebrows, not bothering to talk nonsense with the other party. Its hands once again pinched, and a large amount of aura gathered in front of it. A huge ball of fire gradually took shape. Immediately afterward, a large snake head burrowed out from within the fireball, followed by the fire snake's fire-scaled body. The moment the fire snake surfaced, the huge snake body floated up into midair and opened its huge snake mouth to bite towards the little dwarf below, to devour it. The little dwarf's face was grave as he similarly pinched his knuckles and gathered a large number of blue water balls in front of his body, blasting them towards the head of the fire snake. Boo! Boom boom! The water ball smashed into the fire snake's head and exploded, causing the scales on its body to dim in fire. Immediately after that, the little shorty put his foot down and rushed towards Fire Snake with his katana in hand. During the process, a light black mist surfaced around its body, and the mist converged. A light black mist cover formed around it. This was the means of the Fury Dipper realm, a unique Fury Dipper condensed with Fury Chi. The effects of different baneful Chi condensed into baneful astral deities were also different. It can be used for defense or attached to a weapon to increase its power. It also increases the various effects of spells. Chapter 86. Can't you say you're handsome? Extra for Litian. Boom! The samurai sword viciously chopped at the head of the fire snake, decapitating a large portion of the fire scales on its body and exploding it. The fire snake was knocked backward, but it quickly stabilized itself under Sun He's control, and the scales on its body recovered in a matter of moments. The fire snake flung its tail and smashed into the dwarf. Boo! The dwarf crossed his katana to fend it off, once again tangling with the fire serpent. Su Antian watched for a while and then realized that Sun He's strength should be slightly better than the island dwarf on the other side. And at that moment, the other island's chi refiners also rushed towards them, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to decapitate the two of them. I'll do it. Just as Su Antian wanted to make a move, Yun Xian stepped forward. Su Antian stopped his movements and looked at Yun Xian's back. Yun Xian was the first person he couldn't see the depths of. The strength of the chi on its body was bright and uncertain, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This also made him unable to guess Yun Xian's actual battle power. But now, the aura on its body was so high that it had changed to be no different from the Breaking Dipper realm. Yun Xian tapped her feet and flew into midair. Immediately afterward, a jade bottle with a white body emerged in its hand. She clenched her hands and struck the jade bottle. Above the jade bottle, the spiritual light skyrocketed and turned eye-catching. The fog was dispersed all around. Within the jade bottle, a large river gushed out from it, like the water of a heavenly river falling to the ground. Boom! The river carried a huge impact and slammed down. Even a chi refiner of the Thousand June realm could not withstand it. The moment it made contact, it was blasted away by the river. And it didn't seem to be ordinary water. Those chi refiners were useless in resisting with their spells. The aura on his body was rapidly weakening. It was soon submerged in the gushing river. The female bodhisattva is fierce, Shen said darkly. Watch out! Suddenly, Shen shouted a warning towards the top. The self even stepped on his feet and flew into midair. As the demon-slaying sword was swung in his hand, a sword chi shot out, chopped behind Yun Xian. Boo! Where there had been nothing, a figure in a ninja suit emerged, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Its attempt to sneak attack Yun Xian was discovered by Su Antian and seriously injured. The ninja tried to escape, but how could Shen Tian let him go? The demon-slaying sword was thrown into mid-air by him, turning into a silver thread that sliced through the ninja's neck. Pest! With a soft thud, the ninja's neck was chopped off in response. The demon-slaying sword, on the other hand, returned to Xuantian's hand once again. Yun Xian glanced at Su Antian in surprise. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered, "Sword royalty?" Boom! Just then, another blast came from not far away, drawing the eyes of both, only to see that the little dwarf from just now was directly slapped away by the giant tail of the fire snake. Even the Fury Dipper on his body had become unstable. His brows were furrowed, and after seeing the miserable state of the other men next to him, he was even more hideous. Go! With a small wave of his hand, he issued an order. The other island alchemists retreated towards the white fog. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. He thought that the little dwarf was going to steel himself to the end. Didn't want to rage a little, just a little. Neither Sun He nor Yun Xian had any intention of wanting to continue the pursuit, watching the island country's chi refiner flee. Su Antian and Yun Xian dropped down from mid-air to where the grass spirit was in front of them. because the commotion just now was too great. The grass spirit was frightened and had fled by now, leaving only a hole in the land where it was. Kid, don't you know treasure hunting spells? Can you find the grass essence? Son, he walked over to inquire. Just now, he had seen Su Antian help Yunxian resolve the crisis. His outlook on Shentian improved a little as well. Speaking up, no longer aggressive. It's still here. Shentian pointed to the bottom of his feet. The grass spirit in front of me seemed a little smarter. It was actually used as a ploy. It looks as if it's escaped. But in reality, he was hiding inside that hollow. It is indeed underground here. Yunxian nodded her head gently as a violet aura flowed in her eyes. In the next second, she strangled again and cast the imprisoned earth technique, imprisoning the ground around them. Son, he stepped forward and held one hand toward the ground in a false grip. The ground turf was lifted by him and the dirt cracked towards the sides, revealing a grass sprig below. This grass spirit was different from the one Shentian had killed. Not only does it have a human-like form, it actually has eyes. At this moment, the two small eyes were looking at Sun He pitifully. Two pink flowers on the top of his head, quivering. Sun He squatted down and took the grass essence out of the ground and handed it over to Yunxian. This flower essence is opening up its six senses, and after it opens up its six senses, it will be able to open its mouth and speak with humans in general. Yunxian spoke faintly, giving Su Antian a generalization. She then raised her white fingers and pinched and tapped on the center of the flower essence's brow. A white seal emerged above its brow. You'll follow me from now on. Yunxian spoke to the flower essence in front of her. That flower essence looked like it could understand, nodding its head obediently towards Yunxian. In the next second, it actually took the initiative to burrow into Yunxian's arms. Are flower essences also old colorful bats? Shentian was surprised. He suspected that the flower essences had the souls of other humans in their bodies. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for this time. Yunxian nodded gently towards Su Antian to express her gratitude. Last time you took the initiative to give me, I thought you thought of me as a friend. Since you are a friend, you don't have to be polite. Shentian waved his hand. Hee, good. Yunxian laughed lightly. You're the first friend I've made since I came down from the mountain. Can I tell you your name? Big handsome guy, Shentian. Shentian introduced himself. Kid, you flatter yourself. How shameless. Son, he voiced out in disdain from the side. But the name Shentian seemed to be one he had heard before. Oh, you can't even say it if you're handsome? Shentian was speechless. He really wanted to take off his mask and handsome this old thing Son he to death. Let's see if he still talks nonsense. All right, Uncle Son. Su Antian is my friend. Be polite to him. Under the veil, Yunxian smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth and persuaded. Yes, holy maiden. Son, he nodded his head and glared fiercely at Su Antian. This old man, he didn't mess with him. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Crane was in the breaking deity realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight himself. He really wanted to hammer this old Sun he to death. Wait, your name is Su Antian and you're from 749. Can it be that you're the silver sword Shura that appeared in River City some time ago? Sun He's mind flashed and suddenly remembered. Although their clan was in hiding, there were a few people from each generation who went out to get in touch with all kinds of news from outside as well as picking up all kinds of cultivation resources. It's kind of keeping up with the times. He had once bought spiritual materials from Sun Yutong of the mountain driving scattering gang. I was going to pick up some more on this visit, but when I asked around, I found out. Sun Yutong was investigated for smuggling, and the man was killed. The one who killed him was also a trainee investigator, the silver sword Shura Shentian. It's me, Shentian directly admitted. Although he is not in the Jianghu, there are legends of him in the Jianghu. Uncle Sun, is Taoist Su very famous? Yunxian revealed an interested expression. Sun, he shook his head. Not much of a reputation. It's just that he killed a few Lian Pulse Realm 9th level Qi refiners more than half a month ago. Under the mask, Xuantian's eyes widened. I thought to myself that there was nothing famous. So why were you so surprised just now? Sooner or later, he was going to have to hammer this old den. It's infuriating. However, it is said that when he killed those people, his cultivation had just broken through to the Lian Pulse realm, so his strength is not bad. Su Antian glared at Sun He. This old Deng spoke with a big gasp, but finally a human word. Uncle Sun, are you saying that half a month ago, Dao Yu Su had just broken through the linking veins realm? Yunxian frowned. So what's going on with Shantian now? Its cultivation level had clearly reached the Thousand June realm, breaking through from the Linking Veins realm to the Thousand June realm in more than half a month. Chapter 87. Are you also from 749? Do you know Su Antian? After Yun Xian's reminder, son, he also reacted. He looked at Su Antian in surprise, and the first thought that surfaced in his heart was that the information was wrong. Tell the truth, you kid. What realm were you in when you killed Sun Yutong? Son, he voiced his inquiry. Even if the Holy Maiden had a special Dao body, it still took 3 months to break through from the Lien Vein realm to the Thousand June realm. Xuantian's talent couldn't possibly be stronger than the Holy Maiden, 9th level of the Connected Pulse realm.
Xuantian Lied.
If he had said that he was only at the 1st level of the Lien Pulse realm at that time, son, he would have definitely still questioned him. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain. Might as well just go along with what Sun Crane is thinking. It also saves it from continuing to ask questions. Sure enough, I told you, how could you just break through the Lien Pulse realm and manage to decapitate Bai Yutang? Son, he nodded his head and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Otherwise, Su Antian's talent would be too unbelievable. In addition, at that time, Su Antian was already at the 9th level of the Connected Pulse realm, and it was reasonable for him to break through to the Thousand June realm in the near future. Not that it deserves much surprise from them. But it's not bad for you, a newcomer, to be able to defeat the veteran 9th level of the Lien Pulse realm. Son, he pretended to be a senior and raised his hand to try to pat Su Antian's shoulder. But Shantian dodged it without moving. You brat! Son, he glared. Shantian ignored it and just rushed on. The 3 of them continued on their way in pairs, encountering several spirit materials on the way. But no grass extracts or anything rare like that. Yun Xian cited the fact that she had already gotten the flower essences as the reason for giving up all the stuff to Su Antian. Shantian was also unceremonious and accepted all the things. A day later, Sun He, who was walking ahead, voiced a reminder. The ground has changed. Shantian looked at the ground and realized that the original grass was gone. In its place was some graveled ground. A few people slowed down and looked around. There's a fight up ahead. Sun He pointed forward. There were 2 groups of people fighting there, one of which had about a dozen men all armed with long swords. There was another group of people that Shantian was familiar with. It was the 5 Xiang Ilan who had fought him. It's the Royal Sword Sect and 749 Xiang Ilan. Sun, he spoke softly after seeing the fight across the street. Of the Royal Sword Sect? Shantian was surprised. The first thing that came to mind was Sword Royal and Sword Frenzy, whom he had fought. And the name Xiang Ilan, he seemed to have heard it somewhere. He opened the 749 app to search for Xiang Ilan's information. Finally, I know when I've heard such a name. During gravity training, he had broken a few odds and taken first place with 21 times gravity. The third one is exactly the one in front of us. Xiang Ilan. It's not as good as him, but the talent is pretty good. Although the Royal Sword Sect's numbers were large, they were being pressed by Xiang Ilan's 5. Boo! A muffled sound. Xiang Ilan threw the thunder lance in his hand and blasted an Imperial Sword Sect Chi refiner away. The latter's clothes were shattered in front of his body, and his chest was scorched black. It hit the ground dead or alive. Xiang Ilan, we found the item first. Are you sure you want to rob it by force? The Royal Sword Sect Elder Sword 8 shouted angrily. Everyone found it at the same time, so naturally, whoever has the ability will take it. Qin Lang droned. At this time, it seemed to have recovered, holding the god-striking mace like a god of war. Boom sends the opponent in front of him flying. The Imperial Sword Sect's Chi refiner was very angry, but his strength was not as good as the others, so in the end, he could only retreat helplessly. Xiang Ilan dropped down from mid-air, picking up a yellow stone on the ground and tucking it into his pocket. After turning his head and seeing Shantian, his brows subconsciously furrowed. He didn't think that he was here, but he had encountered that clown again. His gun was raised towards Shantian. We meet again. Xiang Ilan's tone was indifferent. Yeah, you ran away with your tail between your legs last time, so you shouldn't run away again this time, right? Shantian spoke calmly. You fart. We had to leave because of the mountain god ruins. If we really have to fight, you'll surely die. Behind Xiang Ilan, Shi Ming spoke out in anger. The clown in front of me is real thick-skinned. Shameless. You're trying to influence my state of mind, but unfortunately you're missing the mark. Xiang Ilan was unmoved. Aren't you all 749s? Why are you still fighting? Sun He, who was on the side, was a bit surprised and puzzled. From the sound of it, the two of them, Su Antian and Xiang Yilan, had once fought, but because of the commotion when the mountain god's ruins appeared, Xiang Yilan had given up on killing Su Antian. Are you from 749? Xiang Yilan frowned. If they're all 749s, that's not good. He couldn't just beat someone to death, at most he could teach them a lesson. And right now it was at the mountain god ruins, he had more important things to do. Not that much time to waste. After a slight hesitation, he said, since you're from 749, you should know Shintian, right? A few days ago, Su Antian broke the 18 times gravity record that he had broken during gravity cultivation when he was at the first level of the Thousand June realm. Over him and first place. He was interested in Su Antian and wanted to spar with him. Only such a genius deserves to fight him. He was just about to open his mouth when Su Antian grabbed his arm and stopped it from continuing. Silver Sword Cultivator Su Antian, of course I recognize him. Not only do I know him, but I'm also very familiar with him. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. Since you guys are familiar with each other, then I'll give Su Antian face today and let you go. Go back and bring a message to Su Antian that Xiang Yilan of Kyoto will go ahead and spar with him later. After speaking, Xiang Yilan turned around and left with the four people behind him. Shintian. What does Xiang Yilan mean by this? He doesn't even know him, and he's giving himself face. Does he have such a big face now? How does he not know himself? This Ezra is a real oddball. It just didn't know what kind of expression it would have when it later realized that it was Shintian. It's fun to think about. Why didn't fellow Taoist Su identify himself just now? Yun Zian, who was on the side, asked curiously with a smile on her brow. I'm on a secret mission. Shintian perfunctorily passed. Hihi. Zian understands. Yun Zian smiled and stopped pursuing the matter. She clearly sensed that Shintian was hiding something, but there was no choice to poke at it. Friends need secrets too. Holy maiden. This kid is full of lies. You can't be fooled by him. Son, he stared at Shintian. He looked like an old father who was afraid that his daughter would be abducted by yellow hair. Shintian lazily ignored him and continued walking forward. Yun Zian didn't say anything either, just gently shook her head and lifted her feet to follow. Son, he stood still, like an abandoned old man, finally striding after them as well. As they continued on, the clouds in front of them cleared up quite a bit. The field of vision widens. Can see farther. Just then, Shintian looked up into the distance. There was a large mountain that towered over the others. Chapter 88 Battle on the Bluestone Steps. The mountains are lush and green. An overgrown green stone staircase goes all the way up to the top of the hill. Someone's hiking. The eye saw Sun, he opened his mouth. Su Antian looked towards the green stone steps and realized that many chi refiners were climbing the mountain. He wondered in his mind why these people didn't just fly up there. The three of them approached the past. Come to the wide green stone steps. A green stone stands beside the stone steps. There were 3 words written on it, Mountain God Peak. This place has a prohibition that does not allow flying. Yun Zian, who was on the side, spoke softly. Just now she tried stepping out of the air, but there was an inexplicable force blocking it, and it couldn't fly at all. Ancient worship of the mountain god requires sincerity of heart. I guess this green stone step is what he uses to test his followers. Let's go. Let's climb the mountain too. Son, he mused and spoke. It was the first time Shintian had heard this kind of talk. The heart was suddenly amazed. The 3 of them quickly stepped upward and traveled towards the top of the mountain. But the big mountain was so high that standing on the green stone steps, one couldn't even see the end. The gravity of this place has increased. After ascending more than 100 greenstone steps, Su Antian clearly felt the change in gravity beneath his feet. It takes more power for them to climb the mountain. This bit of gravity, it doesn't affect much. Son, he waved his hand, unimpressed. After more than 1,000 green stone steps, Son, his forehead was sweating and his breathing was slightly disorganized. Are you all right? Like nothing else, Shintian asked out loud. This lapis lazuli step should have a gravity set according to cultivation level. And the gravity I'm enduring is much more powerful than you guys. Son, he said in a deep voice. If not, wouldn't he be inferior to 2 juniors at the breaking deity realm? Shintian raised his eyebrows, not realizing that there was such a thing. He thought it was Sun, he's weak kidneys. I can still hold on, let's continue. Son, he took a deep breath and continued to climb forward. After walking out another dozen or so steps, there was a sudden rattle from ahead. Immediately afterward, a figure rolled down from above. Shantian sidestepped out of the way, then looked to the man who had rolled off. Its body was dressed in the disciple clothing of the royal sword sect. But at this time it was very miserable, with a huge knife wound in its waist and abdomen, almost chopped into two. It is as good as dead. There's a fight up there, Shantian voiced out. It's none of our business. Keep climbing. Son, he shook his head. The trio crossed over the bodies and continued to climb up the hill. But with every distance, the bodies of chi refiners could be found nearby. Apparently, someone had started a killing spree on the lapis lazuli steppes. Money moves people, not to mention the treasure of the mountain gods. It wasn't so hard to understand that these chi refiners had made a move under the redness of their eyes. Boom! On the green stone steps, a silhouette once again fell. Surprisingly, it was also someone Shantian had seen before. That woman standing next to Xiang Ilan, Shi Ming. One of its arms was broken at the shoulder, and the whole person's face was as pale as paper. It looked like it was going to pass out at any moment. Quickly go and save. Save senior brother Xiang. Shi Ming pleaded out loud after seeing Su Antian's mask. Pretender is in danger? Shantian raised an eyebrow. He opened his mouth to inquire. What happened? We're under siege by the demon god sect. Shi Ming spoke through clenched teeth. With the hand that could still move, he quickly took out the elixir from his chest and swallowed it. The moment it was eaten, a trace of abnormal flushing surfaced on its face. Demon god sect. Xuantian's eyes snapped. The speed of his feet accelerated as he rushed towards the place where the commotion was emanating from the front. If Xiang Ilan fought with other chi refiners, he could see death. But the demon god sect is 749's greatest enemy. The grudge with Xiang Ilan can wait until we get out of here. Yun Zian squatted down, took out a piece of white cloth, and bandaged Shiming's wound. Uncle Son, let's go over and take a look as well. Dao Lord Su is a friend of mine. Yun Zian reared up and walked towards the top of the green stone steps, her speed obviously several times faster. Su Antian arrived at Xiang Ilan's location where they were in only half a minute after bursting into a rush. At this moment, a full dozen people from the demon god sect were besieging Xiang Ilan and his three companions. Including Xiang Ilan, on the four of them, everyone was injured. And none of it looks light. The demon god sect's chi refiners were no better. The 5 or 6 bodies on the ground are proof of that. Fateful deity realm chi refiner. Su Antian's eyes narrowed slightly after looking at Xiang Ilan's opponent. It was none other than the demon god sect's breaking deity realm old man he had seen outside. The name is Castle Peak. This person was extremely strong, beating Xiang Ilan, who kept retreating and spilling blood from his mouth. But it looks like Xiang Ilan should still be able to hold out for a while. Su Antian drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and did not go to help Xiang Ilan at first. Since this king of pussies can still hold out, let's hold out a little longer. He cleared the stragglers in front of him first. Standing still, Shantian raised his hand and threw out the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword turned into a silver line that cut through the crowd. Pest! Puffed. Several necks in a row. The heads of the demon god sect's chi refiners flew up one after another, throwing out a line of blood. Kid seeks death. A demon god sect chi refiner raged, striding towards Su Antian. Only under the massive pressure of the green stone steps, its speed was obviously not fast enough. Xuantian's imperial sword chopped away. Ding! A crisp ringing sound came out, and the demon-slaying sword was actually knocked out. It's not an ordinary 1000 June realm. Xuantian's gaze narrowed slightly. The demonic person in front of him was most likely a 1000 June realm high-level chi refiner. Calling back the demon-slaying sword and re-gripping it in his hand, Shantian took a step closer towards the other party. A faint golden light rose from its body, covering its entire body. The moment he got close, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! A little white aura surfaced at the tip of the sword, followed by an explosion. Countless tiny white aura sword chi flew out, completely covering the opponent's dodging space. That chi refiner's face changed as he struck out with one hand. A golden light shield quickly converged and took shape in front of his body. Ding! Ding ding ding! The sword chi chopped on it, erupting with a crisp clang of metal clashing. Click! In just a moment, crunching sounds erupted from the light shield, which was covered in cracks. Boom! Eventually it couldn't hold on to shatter any longer. Pest! That chi refiner opened his mouth and sprayed out blood, his figure taking a step back to stand still. Raising the long blade in his hand, he slashed at Shen Tian. A blade shot out. Shen Tian raised his sword to parry and stepped forward again. Raise your sword and chop again. Boom! It hastily resisted, and its figure was knocked back a step once again. Shen Tian took one step and one sword, pressing down on his opponent. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Pest! The last sword chopped out, and the opponent's head flew up in response. The burly body fell to the ground with a thud. It hit the lapis lazuli steps with a bang. It was also at this time that Yun Xian and Sun He arrived. Yun Xian once again sacrificed her own treasure vase artifact, summoning spiritual water and crashing it towards the demon god sect chi refiner above. Qing Shan's face twitched several times when he saw that Sun He was going to do the same. Although his heart was not willing to do so, he still gave the order to retreat and led his men to quickly rush towards the top of the mountain. Their main purpose this time was not to kill Xiang Yilan. Right now it was still business. Chapter 89 Prideful Insects Appear. Shen Tian had wanted to continue the pursuit. However, after seeing that Sun He did not make a move to pursue, he also stopped. Sun He wasn't a 749er after all. It had been okay to help scare Aoyama away. If he wanted Sun He to fight Green Mountain for him, then he was obviously overthinking it. What surprised him a bit was that Xiang Yilan was able to hold out for so long at the hands of the breaking deity realm. And it looks like it's only slightly injured. With my current strength, I should also be able to briefly resist the breaking dipper realm. But it's on the verdant stone steps, and the breaking dipper realm has to divide its strength to resist gravity. Shen Tian murmured in his heart, assessing his own battle strength. His current strength, even if it wasn't as good as the fateful deity realm, shouldn't be too far apart. You're very good. Shen Tian didn't make the wrong friend. Xiang Yilan walked over to Su Antian and spoke softly. Shen Tian. He really wanted to punch Xiang Yilan right now. Is this pussy getting up and acting like a pussy even when he's dead? You're a bit poor. Shen Tian won't let Qing Shan escape if he's here. Shen Tian replied indifferently. Who doesn't know how to pretend? Xiang Yilan was silent. A moment later he spoke. I will spar with Shintan. After saying that, he asked his companion to assist Shiming and continue walking towards the top of the mountain. Shen Tian shook his head. Turning to look at Yun Xian. Thank you for the female bodhisattva's hand just now. Hee. There's no need to be polite, monks. Yun Xian laughed lightly. Shen Tian was stunned. Can Yun Xian also joke? How dare you call him a giver? Pissed. Yun Xian's jade hand lightly covered her veil and laughed out loud. Female bodhisattva. You've learned the hard way. Shen Tian laughed, unimpressed. Let's keep climbing. It looks like we should be almost at the top. Sun He interrupted the two. Good. Shen Tian nodded. The three of them continued to climb the mountain, and as they passed by the corpses, Shen Tian touched them in passing. These demon god sect demons had a limited amount of good things on them. Just a few bottles of pills suitable for 1,000 June realm cultivation were found, plus a few spiritual herbs. It made Shen Tian curse a poor man. The higher they climbed, the greater the gravity of the lapis lazuli steps became. Gradually Shen Tian was feeling the pressure. They even saw that the chi refiners couldn't hold on and took the initiative to walk towards the bottom of the mountain. This is where they think they can't wait until the top of the mountain. Retreating to the next best thing, he planned to pick up some spiritual herbs under the mountain. There were few such chi refiners, and as they got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, the more chi refiners they encountered descending the mountain. He had even met Taoist Purple Cloud of the fateful deity realm. Are you going down the mountain as well? Sun He seemed to know Taoist Purple Cloud and asked out loud. I don't have much lifespan left. My chi and blood are decaying. It's already not easy to walk here. If I continue to climb the mountain, there's a high probability that I'll die halfway. Taoist Purple Cloud stroked his beard and smiled. Sun He was stunned and nodded slightly. Arching his hand, he said, Take care, fellow Taoist Violet Cloud. Taoist Violet Cloud took a step and continued down the mountain. Another nearly 1,000 greenstone steps upward. On the way, Shen Tian once again encountered a few of Shiming. They were also powerless to continue climbing upwards and stayed where they were to rest. At this point, ahead of them, there were only single digits left holding out. Qing Shan, Xiang Yilan, that little dwarf from the island, plus Su Antian and Yun Xian as well as Sun He. Take several steps again. Sun He suddenly stopped and said in a muffled voice, Holy Maiden, I can't hold on any longer. Its clothes had long been soaked, and its breathing was like a bellows. A large portion of one's strength was used up. Uncle Sun, stay here and rest. Yun Zian did not force herself. Side by side with Shen Tian, she continued to climb upwards. Meanwhile, outside the mountain god ruins, Zhang Herong finally arrived with a dozen people. Its body was covered with blood, as if it had just experienced a vicious battle. Chief! Seeing Zhao Herong, Wu Lei from below immediately greeted him. What is the situation here? Where are the qi refiners from Kyoto? Zhang Herong inquired with a frown. Xiang Ilan's few disobeyed and went into the ruins. Wu Lei replied in a low voice. Rubbish. Can't even watch a few people. Zhang Herong sounded dissatisfied. Those guys were all geniuses in Kyoto, and he couldn't afford to die at his place. Where's Shen Tian? Didn't he come over? Didn't see it. Wu Lei shook his head. Director, Suantian's cell phone is positioned right here. It should have already gone inside the ruins. Right at this moment, Wang He beside Zhang Herong reminded after glancing at his cell phone. Zhang Herong glared at Wu Lei. People go in there and don't even know it. He pondered in place for an instant before saying, Brother Song, I'm going to have to trouble you to go in with me. Hee hee. Well said. Song Xian Sheng nodded with a light smile. They had spent the last few days rounding up and killing the proud insect within the Shingan Ridge. That's why they didn't arrive on time at the mountain god ruins. Moreover, that proud worm was too strong, and the two of them could only suppress it, unable to kill it, and in the end they let that proud worm escape. But the proud insect was also injured by them. Shouldn't dare to continue to be involved within the mountain god ruins. The group stepped through the lapis lazuli door in front of them and quickly disappeared within the mist. And it was not long after they went in. A huge figure descended from the sky. It was a two-headed giant whose body was surrounded by a large number of blood-stinged wasps. Only one of its arms had gone somewhere and was now missing. This demon is none other than Pride Worm. The scene returns to Yamagami Peak. At this moment, Shen Tian and the others had already climbed the last 10 green stone steps. But these last 10 green stone steps were as if they were heavenly ravines that could not be crossed. The pressure rose exponentially with every verdant step one ascended. The pressure was too much for him to breathe. Humph. The gravity here is simply not something you can fight against. No need to waste your efforts. Ahead, Qing Shan snorted out coldly. In the next second, under the puzzled gazes of Xuantian's few people, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and opened it. A strong smell of blood wafted out from inside. He poured it over his head. A large amount of blood splashed out, drenching him all over. After doing so, he tossed the jade bottle to the island dwarf on the side. Brother Hachuan, let's climb the mountain together and take what we need. Qing Shan opened his mouth. After saying that, it stride towards the top of the mountain. Under Xuantian's astonished gaze, he climbed the mountain without any problems. This should be some sort of secret method, through which he disguised his aura, fooled the green stone steps, and dispersed the gravity. Yun Zian wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and spoke softly. As they watched, Kenichi Wazumi climbed to the top of the mountain in the same way. Together with Aoyama, it disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. The demon god sect has actually colluded with the island alchemists. Shen Tian muttered. Without the secret method, I can equally climb to the top of the mountain. Suddenly, Xiang Ilan roared. A faint blue light emerged from its body, and a huge foreign beast emerged above its head, rang up to the sky and roared. Clank! The beast was shaped like a red leopard, with 5 tails behind it and a single horn on its head. The roar was like the sound of striking stones. This is the Fey Beast Predator. Yun Zian frowned slightly. Chapter 90, the 4th level of the Thousand June Realm. So the other half of Xiang Ilan's bloodline is hideous? Shen Tian raised his eyebrows. He had long since seen that Xiang Ilan was a half-demon. It had only been unable to determine exactly what kind of half-demon bloodline it had. Now it's finally confirmed. Surprisingly, it was the Fey Predator. Clang, clang. Behind Xiang Ilan, the beast predator kept struggling and roaring. Under Suantian's gaze, Xiang Ilan once again took a step onto the green stone steps, crossing 4 green stone steps in a row. It's just a step away from the top of the mountain. Xiang Ilan's muscles rippled all over his body, and his entire body seemed like it would explode at any moment. Boo! There was a muffled thud, and the skin and blood on its back cracked open. Wisps of blood floated out and converged on the Fey predator behind him, burning its figure into a pale red. Predator's eyes were bloodshot and he roared again. Clank! Xiang Ilan took this opportunity to take the final step. Finally made it to the top of the mountain. It flung itself violently to the ground and took half a day to get back on its feet. He turned his head toward the mountain and looked down, speaking faintly, "I'll wait for you at the top. Get lost." Shantian was speechless. "You're so tired. And you're still Angie pretending. There's no one else either." Xiang Ilan didn't open his mouth and directly turned around to leave. "Brother Su, we need to hurry up as well." Yun Xian's eyes gazed a bit more intensely. In the next second, under Su Antian's gaze, his hands pinched out countless complicated spells. A piercing white light surfaced around its body. Under Su Antian's gaze, he actually took one step at a time and smoothly stepped onto the mountaintop. "Cheer up, Brother Su. I'll wait for you here." Yun Xian stood at the top of the mountain, looking downward at Su Antian. "My turn," Shantian muttered. A faint golden light rose from its body, opening the Big Dipper, followed by a step up. Take 3 quick steps. But the massive gravity pressed down, once again making him feel a tremendous amount of pressure. At this point, it was hard for him to move a finger. Is it going to stop here? Shantian was unwilling. In the next second, the power of the pseudo-dragon erupted from its body as it took another step. Boom! An even greater gravity struck. At this point, he was 4 steps away from the top of the mountain. But these 4 steps are no less than crossing the heavenly philosophers. Rumble. Inside his body, the Killing Sutra was rapidly running. Bring on the massive power. But it's still not enough. However, under the immense pressure, the orifices within his body showed signs of continuing to fuse. "Kid, don't hold on if you can't. In case you hurt your Tao foundation, you won't be able to regret it." At the back, "Son," he loudly reminded. Although Shantian was full of lies, he still had to mention this junior. Couldn't bear the thought of a good seed being ruined like that. "Don't worry, old man. I can do it." Shantian gritted his teeth oozing blood. "Fuse me," Shantian shouted in his heart. The remaining 183 orifices in his body actually began to fuse at the same time. Only 2 breaths had passed, and there were only 92 orifices left within the chi veins. These orifices were fusing rapidly under the powerful gravity around them, but it would take time before they could be completely fused together. "Female Bodhisattva, you go first. I'll catch up with you later." He didn't want to delay Yun Xian's treasure hunt. "Good." Yun Xian didn't insist and turned to leave. "I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain. Kid, I know you don't want to lose face in front of the Holy Maiden, but there's no need to fight so hard." At the back, "Son," he continued to persuade. He obviously misunderstood something. "Old man, just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't either," Su Antian angrily shouted. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, the orifices in his body finally fused completely. It was with the help of the massive pressure as well as the orifice melting pill that he was able to fuse the orifices so quickly. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Of course, the risks of doing so are high. If they couldn't withstand the pressure and their orifices exploded, they would damage the foundation of the Tao. Rumble. Denser and purer spiritual energy raged within his chi veins, bringing him even more power. Boo! He took 2 steps again, and at this point he was only 2 steps away from the end of the greenstone steps. But his own power was still not enough. "If it's not enough, then melt it again," Shantian fumed. Once again, the orifices were controlled to move within the chakra. Only this time the movement of the orifices was significantly slower. If just now he was moving a stone the size of a finger, now he was moving a stone the size of a fist. There is more resistance from the orifices. But the good thing is, it's not a difficult situation to move into. Shantian spent another half an hour, finally moving the 92 orifices, 2 by 2. Then it took another half hour again to completely fuse the 92 orifices into 46. At this time, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Thousand June realm. The massive pressure on him suddenly lightened. Shantian easily stepped onto the stone steps and ascended to the top of the mountain. He really did it. Below, "Son," he muttered out, his heart shocked. A moment ago, he sensed the aura on Xuantian's body strengthen twice in succession. From the 2nd level of the Thousand June realm, he broke through 2 realms in a row and reached the 4th level of the Thousand June realm. In just over an hour's time, Shantian had unexpectedly broken through 2 realms. This kind of talent is simply heaven-defying. It has even surpassed the Holy Virgin. This kid couldn't have really killed Sun Yutong, who was at the 9th level of the Lien Pulse realm, with the 1st level of the Lien Pulse realm, could he? He thought back to this incident and perceived that it was probably true. And it didn't seem so hard to accept that Su Antian had broken through from the 1st level of the Linking Veins realm to the Thousand June realm in a short period of time. After all, Shen had used just over an hour to break 2 minor realms. Su Antian stood at the top of the mountain and looked at Sun He. Old man, why don't you try it as well? 50 years old is the time to fight. Sun He's face was stunned. He didn't know if anyone else could do it. He sure as hell couldn't. There was so much pressure on those last few steps. Even now, he's a little hard to hold on to, planning to turn around and head down the road. After saying that, Su Antian didn't care about Sun He's expression as he turned around and was about to leave. He had already been delayed for too long, and he didn't know if he would have time to hunt for the treasure. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chief! Shen Tian was surprised. Take off the mask. Not far below, the two of them, Zhang Herong and Song Xianshang, were walking towards the top of the mountain, one after the other. Zhang Herong was relieved to see that Su Antian was fine, while a hint of a smile appeared on his face. You boys are so alive. They saw many bodies along the way up the mountain. Apparently there was a fierce battle. He asked the Qi refiners who had descended the mountain, all of whom had only seen Xiang Yilan, and had not seen Su Antian's. I thought something had happened to Su Antian, but I didn't realize that the kid was alive and well. Hey, Chief, take your time climbing. I'll meet you at the top. Shen Tian hemmed and hawed and turned to leave. The smile on Zhang Hairong's face stalled and he shook his head helplessly. This kid really owes it to himself. Brother Hairong, you'd better leave him alone. The gravity under our feet is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid we won't be able to climb to the top of the mountain. Song Xiansheng voiced a reminder. Chapter 91 Seal of the Mountain God added for Fox Demon Little Red Queen. Shen Tian turned to look. Behind him was a verdant path. He followed the verdant path forward, and after a few moments, 2 forks in the road surfaced in front of him. Without hesitation, he took a direct step toward the left fork in the road. The 2 forks of the road didn't look very different, and to him it was the same whichever fork he took, so naturally there was no need to waste time on the matter. Continue forward at a brisk pace. At the end of the green stone path was a small green stone courtyard. The small yard has a fenced garden in front of it, which shows signs of having been excavated. Apparently someone had gotten here before him. The door to the small yard was also open. Some of the stuff in there is mostly decayed, and there are signs of someone turning it over. Shen Tian came to a bedroom on the side, attracted by a golden seal sitting on the table. The seal was only the size of a palm, with a square seal underneath and a large mountain inscribed on top. The large mountain was lifelike and bore a 9% resemblance to the mountain god peak. Shen Tian tried to touch it, and his hand was cold, without the slightest discomfort. He tried to pick it up, but realized that the square seal had not moved at all. Shen Tian was surprised. With his current strength, he couldn't even hold a square seal, and it's hard to even shake a sliver of it. This is definitely a treasure, Shen Tian muttered. No wonder this thing is still left here. It must be that the people who came over in front couldn't hold it and had to give it up helplessly. But by the looks of it, it would be hard for him to hold it is all. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Tian placed his hand on it, injecting spiritual energy into the square seal. But Feng Yin was like a stubborn stone, not absorbing his spiritual energy at all. Shen Tian frowned. In the next second, his mind moved. The square seal disappeared directly from the table. It actually worked. Shen Tian was a bit surprised. The 8 trigrams demon refining furnace can store items in addition to refining demons. For example, he would usually keep the demon chopper sword in it, or the demon binding rope and other items that contain spirituality. He was just trying it out, and he didn't expect the square seal to be taken in as well. Shen Tian was very satisfied in his heart. This square seal was not simple at first glance. He had definitely picked up a treasure this time, continued to wander around the small yard. After not finding anything else, Shen Tian turned around and left the small courtyard. He retraced his steps back to the fork in the road, this time heading for the right fork. It was still the same verdant path, only the scene at the end had changed. No more little greenstone courtyards. Instead, it was a huge circular pool of water, in the center of which was a large piece of lapis lazuli protruding from the surface of the pool. The lapis lazuli shone with a faint luster, differing greatly from ordinary lapis lazuli. Just as Shen was carefully surveying the area, movement emanated from below the waterhole. Immediately after that, Aoyama and Kenichi Wazumi scurried out from under the surface of the water and into mid-air. Just as he stood still, movement came from underwater again, and Xiang Ilan and Yun Zian also drilled out of the water one after another. They looked in very bad shape. Xiang Ilan's mouth spilled blood and his left arm shrugged, seemingly unable to move. The white bodice on Yun Zian's chest was also stained with a bit of blood. Ha 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 ha. Just with you 2000 June realms you want to stop me? How delusional. Qing Shan laughed loudly, in a very happy mood. After months of planning, today they were finally successful. On the opposite side, Xiang Ilan and Yun Zian did not look very good. Su Antian's feet pointed and he arrived beside Yun Zian as he opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on here?" The mountain god of this place was a stone demon that had cultivated into a fine spirit, but then I don't know what happened and fell silent here. And just a moment ago, the two Qingshans reawakened it with a blood sacrifice. Yun Zian explained. Just in the gap between their words, the lapis lazuli in the water pool suddenly trembled. Wow! The green stone rose upright from within the pool of water, revealing a huge humanoid figure. "This is the stone demon?" Su Antian muttered out as he looked at the behemoth in front of him that was hundreds of meters in height. The whole body was made up of huge lapis lazuli, and the whole resembled a humanoid shape, with what appeared to be a large mountain carried behind it. "Who woke me up?" The stone demon opened its green gem-like eyes and a deafening voice came out of its mouth. 1,000 years ago the aura dried up and he had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Now it was disturbed by outsiders who had awakened him. "It's me." Aoyama smiled and spoke. "How dare you, little reptile? How dare you look directly at me?" The stone demon spoke out angrily. In the next second, it actually raised its fist directly and smashed it against Qing Shan. Qing Shan showed a cold smile on his face, and in the next second, he struck out with his hands. A large amount of scarlet mist violently emerged from the stone demon's body, and the mist converged into chains. Wow! The chains tightened on its body, stalling its raised fist. "I've already placed the blood soul curse in your body. I advise you to obediently cooperate with us, or I'll extinguish your soul. Let you dissipate completely." Aoyama voiced a threat. Roar! The stone demon was furious. Thousands of years ago, humans were just his blood food, and now they dared to threaten him. How could this be tolerated? In the next second, it raised its other hand and held it falsely towards the top of the incline. Drumming, sial come. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing changed in mid-air. "The seal comes," the stone demon bellowed again. But there was still no movement. "Where is my mountain god seal? Who took my mountain god seal?" The stone demon realized that he couldn't even perceive his magic weapon anymore. He had wanted to use his own magic weapon to suppress the enemy in front of him. Xuantian's face showed surprise. Can it be that the square seal in his hand is the seal of the mountain god? Still a real coincidence. "Humph! Since you don't listen, it's not my fault." Qing Shan coldly snorted. In the next second, it once again pinched its hands, and on the stone demon's body, more blood-colored chains emerged. The body was completely immobilized. "We can't let him have his way." Xiang Ilan voiced a reminder. In a flash, the thunder lance came out and stabbed towards Qing Shan through the air. "Stay where you are." Wazumi Kenichi took a step forward, carrying his katana to stop the thunder gun. Yun Zian struck immediately afterward, once again offering a jade bottle and conjuring up spiritual water to roll towards Qing Shan. "Too late," Aoyama sneered. Refusing to do so, a wisp of false soul emerged from the top of his head and disappeared into the stone demon's skull in a flash. The stone demon's eyes instantly changed. The look under his eyes changed to be very similar to Aoyama. Looking at Qing Shan again, his body's eyes were tightly closed, and his body fell directly into the water pool below. He intends to take over the stone demon's physical body. Yun Zian opened her mouth to warn. "So what if I know? You're all going to die." The stone demon spoke. But the sound of what was happening was already turning out to be green mountains. The blood-colored chains on its body were hidden under the green stone. The huge lapis lazuli arm blasted towards Yun Zian. Boo! There was a loud bang. The jade bottle rolled up a large amount of spiritual water, which was exploded by a punch. Yun Zian stifled a grunt as her figure retreated uncontrollably. After standing his body, he couldn't help but spray blood from his mouth. Chapter 92 Terrifying Mountain God's Body. As he watched, the stone demon once again raised his fist and blasted towards Yoon Zian. The Big Dipper surfaced around Su Antian, dodging to stop in the middle of the two. He chopped out with the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Above the tip of the sword, a bit of white aura emerged, followed by the white aura exploding and countless milky white sword chi chopped towards Qing Shan's arm. Boo! Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi looked like it had chopped on top of a solid stone and could not be shaken at all. Boom! The tremendous force blasted against the demon chopper sword, sending Shen Tian flying directly out. Pest! Still in midair, Shen Tian sprayed blood from his mouth. With just one blow, he was injured. The power of the stone demon was too strong. There was no way to fight it head-on. If the Big Dipper hadn't weakened some of his power, he would have had to blow up straight away this time. Seeing the stone demon attacking again, he didn't hesitate for a second and took out a scarlet elixir from his pocket and swallowed it. It is the blood explosion pill. Rumble. The moment he ate it, the blood in his body began to flow faster. The heart was beating like a drum. The power is even more exponentially increased. Boom! But even so, he was still sent flying. But this time, he didn't get hurt again. He took the time to look to the side and realized that the injured Xiang Ilan was no match for Wazumi Kenichi and was being pressed. Su Antian frowned as he once again took out 2 pills and threw one each to both Yoon Zian, and explained, "It can temporarily boost battle power. No need." Xiang Ilan directly refused, and in the next second, the Clang's silhouette once again appeared on him. Each thrust of the thunder lance made a clanging, heaven-shaking sound. He was able to overpower Kenichi Wakazumi. Su Antian was surprised, not realizing that the Forced King still had the strength to deal with it. Beside him, Yoon Zian did not refuse, but directly consumed the blood-bursting pill. A piercing white light erupted from its body, completely concealing its figure within it. An arcane aura emanated from its circumference. She struck again with a pinch. The water within the pool below rolled backwards towards the sky, forming a dozen or so huge water snakes. The water snake twisted its body and wrapped itself around the stone demon's legs. The tremendous force caused the stone demon's body to stagger and almost fall down. But its reaction is not slow. A large number of green stones converged near its feet, actually directly fixed the double horns on the ground, once again stabilized its shape. Immediately after that, the stone demon exerted force with both feet. Boom! The water snake's body was crumbled right off. Once again, it dispersed into a splash of water that smashed down into the pool. "With you guys, you still want to fight against me?" Qing Shan sneered. He raised his hand and held it in vain, and the green stone on the ground converged upward, instantly condensing a green stone sword. The huge lapis lazuli sword was 100 meters long. Towards Shen Tian, the two intercepted. Shen Tian stepped forward to meet him on his own initiative. Raising the demon-slaying sword to parry, he immediately chopped out the Shen Chi Storm Slash. But the power of the lapis lazuli sword was too great. He couldn't resist at all. Just then, a white light landed on his body and wrapped him up. Boom! The lapis lazuli sword chopped at it, and the white light resisted for an instant before exploding. Immediately afterward, it chopped on top of the Big Dipper. Shen Tian took advantage of the situation and retreated, not choosing to fight hard. But spare a thought, he was still injured again. Just when he thought that the stone demon was going to continue attacking, he suddenly realized that the lapis lazuli sword had lurched, suddenly re-dispersing into a lapis lazuli smash. Its hands retracted, clutching its head as it let out a hiss of pain. The stone demon's soul is still there, fighting against the Green Mountain. This is an opportunity. Yoon Zian spoke in a deep voice as she offered up her precious bottle, in which spirit water shot out. A huge spear of spirit water condensed in midair, stabbing fiercely towards the stone demon's head. But at that moment, the stone demon's struggling movement stopped, and Qing Shan once again dominated. It raised its hand to cover its head. Boom! Popping sound. Its palm was directly pierced through by the water spear. Big holes appear, but it also exhausted its power, exploding and spilling out in midair. "Is that all the strength you have?" Oyama sneered. The lapis lazuli around the palm surged, filling the hole in the center of the palm in no time, restoring it to its original state. Immediately after that, it swung its fist again and smashed it. Xuantian's face was grave. The stone demon's body was too strong. You can still recover quickly from an injury. It's practically immortal. Seeing the stone demon's fist smashing in, he unclasped the demon binding rope at his waist and threw it forward. The demon binding rope quickly grew longer and thicker the moment it was thrown. Like a spiritual snake, it wrapped around the stone demon's arm. Following the arm backwards, it wrapped around the stone demon's neck again. Then strangle hard. Boo! In the next second, the demon binding rope was tensed by a tremendous force. The power from the stone demon's arm smashing out traveled through the demon binding rope to his neck. Boom! The lapis lazuli behind its neck cracked, and its entire body was torn off balance, falling towards the front. What is this? Aoyama's irritated voice rang out. With his powerful strength nowadays, he was actually unable to even tear this red rope off. Shintian didn't reply, taking this opportunity to approach the vicinity of the stone demon's head. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, he stabbed towards its heavenly inspiration. Ding! With a soft sound, although the demon-slaying sword pierced through its heavenly spirit, it only missed by a dozen centimeters. For the stone demon's massive size, it probably didn't even pierce his scalp, and it didn't hurt at all. However, his aura carried the power of Yin Fury and attached itself to the vicinity of the wound. Although the wounds were still recovering, the speed was obviously not as fast. To kill a stone demon, it's impossible to do so from the physical aspect, at least not with my strength. Su Antian mused, and with a little bit of footwork, he avoided the stone demon's smashing punch. The stone demon's physical body was too strong. Even if he stood there and let them slash it, it was impossible to slash it to death. We can start with its soul, Shintian muttered. Qing Shan was able to keep the stone demon's soul under control, and it was obvious that the stone demon's soul was not strong enough. At this moment, Qing Shan became more and more furious, because under the pull of the demon binding rope, his right hand was tightly attached to his neck, and he couldn't move at all. You can only attack with one left hand and your movement is very limited. Help me restrain the stone demon. Su Antian looked at Yun Zian behind him. Good. Yun Zian nodded her head, her face turning visibly pale. Continuously casting powerful spells was a huge drain on herself. She wouldn't last long. She struck the pool of water below her with another pinch. Within the pool of water, hundreds of thick water ropes emerged, wrapping around the stone demon's legs and climbing up the waist to the left arm that could still move. Restrain their actions briefly. I can only hold out for 3 breaths at most. Yun Zian weakly spoke. As soon as his words fell, Shintian had already arrived at the top of the stone demon's head once again. He fumbled a blackened thing from his arms. It was the very same coffin nails that he had obtained from the demon god sect's demons some time ago. At that time, that demon used this coffin nail to suppress the flying stiff. It is thought to have the effect of suppressing the soul. As things stood, he had no choice but to try. Otherwise, they would all die once the duration of the bloodstorming pill was up. Boo! He raised his hand and slapped the coffin nail into the crack he had just chopped out above the stone demon's head. The blackened coffin nails went in flush. Chapter 93 Shocking and Killing the Stone Demon. The moment the coffin nails hit, the stone demon immediately let out a painful hiss, and a large number of red chains emerged from its body. What are you doing? Stop it! Aoyama uttered angrily. The blow Su Antian had just dealt had actually caused his soul to tingle and his soul power to be suppressed. It caused the stone demon's soul to struggle once again. There was a tendency to break free of the blood spell. It works! Seeing the change in the stone demon's body, Xuantian's face was delighted. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again raised his fist and slammed it out. Smashing the coffin nails continued towards the depths of its heavenly spirit. The stone demon's struggles became even more violent. Damn it! Aoyama roared. He had no choice but to have his soul fly out of the stone demon's body and re-enter his own. The moment he took control of his body, he offered his flying sword and fiercely chopped at Shintian. Be careful! Yun Zian warned out loud. Her entire focus was now on controlling the stone demon, and she was powerless to rescue it. It looked like the flying sword was about to cut through Xuantian's body. Just then, Shintian pulled out a talisman from his pocket and slapped it violently on his body. The talisman burst open, transforming into a golden shroud of light that enveloped Shintian. Boo! A muffled sound. The flying sword chopped on it and was actually bounced off directly. He was using a Vajra talisman, which could withstand attacks up to the 5th level of the Severed Dipper realm 3 times. Obviously, Qing Shan's cultivation did not exceed the 5th level of the fierce deity realm. Unable to break the Vajra talisman, Shen Tian took this opportunity to smash out another punch. The coffin nails continued to drill deeper into the stone demon's heavenly spirit. Roar! The stone demon let out a painful hiss, and the red chains on his body were taut, as if they would collapse at any moment. The stone demon was very fearful in his heart. He felt the breath of death. However, his soul was suppressed and controlled by the blood soul mantra, and he was unable to utilize his strength at all. And that coffin nail has a tremendous oppressive power over the soul. It made his soul weaker. It has a tendency to fall asleep again. Boo! Qing Shan once again chopped out a sword and stabbed at the Vajra talisman. But it still doesn't work. Boom! Boom boom! Shen Tian threw punch after punch. The pothole at his feet was also getting bigger. In the end, he even drilled right in. Boo! With another loud bang, Aoyama flew directly above his head and chopped at him with his sword. The adamantine talisman on Su Antian's body directly dissipated after resisting 3 attacks. Just when Aoyama was about to make a move, Su Antian's feet were empty, and his entire body actually fell directly into an empty hole. This is the mind of a stone demon. Shen Tian scanned a frown, eventually looking towards a glowing orb wrapped in a large number of blood-colored chains at the center of the hollow. His eyes lit up, and with a little bit of footwork, his entire body rushed up. The palm coffin nails nonchalantly stabbed at the orb. No! Aoyama, who had just burrowed in, let out a furious roar when he saw this scene. Its imperial sword once again chopped at Shen Tian. Ding! Shen Tian imperialized the demon-slaying sword to fend it off, but was instantly knocked out. After Qing Shan's sword was blocked for a moment, he continued to stab at Shen Tian. Shen Tian grimaced. He directly took out a handful of bloodstorm pills from his bosom and swallowed them. Boom! Rumble! The blood in his body rushed like an angry dragon. Boo! The skin on his body surface burst open, and a large amount of blood spilled out, turning his entire body into a bloody man in an instant. Get the hell out of here! Golden light erupted around Su Antian's body, and he sent the flying sword flying with a punch. Pest! But the flying sword's immense power also made him spit out blood again. He used his strength to retreat, and the coffin nail stabbed directly at the orb. Pest! A muffled sound. The coffin nails went in flush, and a miserable roar of the stone demon was emitted from within the orb. But it's still not dead. Shen Tian frowned, pulling the coffin nail out and stabbing it again. Pest! He jabbed a dozen times in a row, finally the last one. The orb burst right open. Those red chains around them also dissipated one after another. But before he could be happy, the thoroughly enraged Aoyama chopped again with his sword. Boom! He held the demon-slaying sword to fend off, and relying on the power provided by the large amount of blood-bursting pills, he was not killed in the first place. But his own power was rapidly and continuously diminishing. The side effects of the blood-bursting pill are coming. But just then, an obese figure appeared in the hollow above. Roll! Zhang Herong was furious at the sight of the scene in front of him. He slapped his palm and directly sent Qing Shan flying. Then he snatched Shen Tian up. Seeing the injuries on Xuantian's body, his brows tightly furrowed together. Can you still hold on? Zhang Herong took out an elixir from his bosom and stuffed it into Su Antian's mouth. Can't die. Shen Tian grinned, only to feel his body's flesh and blood convulsing with intense pain. Zhang Herong's feet clicked and he drilled out of the stone demon's brain and came outside. Shen Tian looked around and spotted Song Xiansheng and Sun He. In addition to that, there was an additional 2-headed monster that he had seen last time. How did you guys get up here? Su Antian's weakness had lessened quite a bit after consuming the elixir, but it was still difficult to move his body. A few minutes ago, the pressure on Mountain God's peak suddenly disappeared and we came up, Zhang Herong explained. Shen Tian nodded thoughtfully. I think it should have something to do with the fact that I took that square seal. Leave the matters here to me, you just rest. Zhang Herong handed Su Antian over to Yun Zian behind him. Look after it for me. Beside Yun Zian, there was also Xiang Ilan who was already paralyzed. Of the 3, only Yun Zian's state was still intact. Zhang Hairong's feet stepped down and his body directly rushed towards the Green Mountain. It was entangled with it in no time at all. On the side, Song Xiansheng rushed towards the 2-headed monster. In the end, Sun He revealed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes after glancing at his own holy maiden. Turning his head, He rushed at Kenichi Wakazumi. 5 people and 1 demon once again battled together. Your strength is good. Can be my friend. I wonder what your name is. Xiang Ilan weakly looked at Su Antian. They're all such pussies, but Xiang Ilan is still pretending to be a pussy. Shantian lazily ignored him. Just don't look away. He looked inward at the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace. An additional orb figure appeared within the furnace body, and it was none other than the stone demon. Shantian grinned. The rewards for paying such a big price are huge. If the stone demon was so powerful, the effects of the pills it refined must also be extremely strong. He was incomparably looking forward to seeing the elixir after the stone demon had refined it. But according to the previous refining pattern, it should take more time to refine. It's not like there's any rush. He took the time to look at the other side of the battlefield. It was found that overall their side had the upper hand. This advantage has grown over time. Eventually, Kenichi Wakazumi was killed. Aoyama escapes with the 2-headed giant after his arm is chopped off. Zhang Herong and Song Xiansheng chased after him together. Sun He, on the other hand, stayed behind to take care of a few of Shantian. After a little more time passed, Wang He, Wu Lei, and 749 other investigators ascended to the summit. Take Su Antian and Xiang Ilan away. Su Antian was also completely unable to hold on by this point and fainted. Chapter 94 Tong Jingshu's disappearance added for book club member 272. When he woke up again, he found himself in a hospital bed. It was filled with all kinds of tubes. The whole arm hurt just from moving a finger. Team Wang. He woke up. To the side, a paramedic spoke out in surprise. Immediately after that, Wang He walked over quickly. You finally woke up? Or else when the director comes back, I don't know how I'm going to explain to him. Wang He had a trace of fatigue on his face. Team Wang, what is my current situation? Su Antian opened his mouth to inquire, his voice hoarse and dry, as if there were razor blades within his throat. After you came back from Xinganling, you have been sleeping for 5 days. I don't know what potion you took to stimulate your potential. Most of the blood vessels in your body burst open, and your chi veins have been affected with loopholes. Wang He said in a deep voice. At that time, Su Antian's condition was very bad, and after bringing him back to the base, it was only with the help of the pharmacist that Su Antian's injuries were stabilized. Now that Shantian had come to his senses, he was considered to be out of danger. However, according to the pill master, Shantian had used up a great deal of his own reserves this time. They're not sure if they'll be able to get back to what they were before. Has it been 5 days already? Shantian frowned. He didn't expect his injuries to be so severe this time. Brother Wang, when can I get out of here? Your injuries are very serious. Whether or not you can get out of here depends on your recovery state. Wang He said in a deep voice. You just need to recuperate here at ease. If you have other things, you can talk to me. Rather nothing in particular. Where's the director? Shantian inquired. The director is still chasing after the demon god sect's demons and has not returned outside. But he would be very happy if he knew you were awake. Aha! Shantian nodded gently. Just saying the words made him feel exhausted. A few moments later it was asleep again. When he woke up again, he realized that he was in a lot less pain. But it will take time before it is completely recovered. He picked up his bedside cell phone, intending to contact Tong Jingshu, so as not to worry about it not receiving their messages. After opening a cell phone chat app, a large number of messages surfaced on it. There was Bayushi's, and Tangya's and Shinchuyue's, mostly words of inquiry about his condition. Instead of replying immediately, he found Tong Jingshu. It was found that the latest news it sent to itself was 3 days old. Help me. Just 2 words. Xuantian's heart lifted. Tong Jingshu is in danger. No, I'm going to find little book. Shantian struggled to get up, but he was too injured to get off the ground. Suddenly, he looked inward at the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Among them, the orb that the stone demon had transformed into was still in the process of refining. However, the grass essence had disappeared, and in its place was a green elixir. Pure Yang Vitality Pill. After taking it, it can absorb a large amount of vitality, quickly repairing one's injuries, removing dark wounds, and restoring one's physical state to the best possible state. Xuantian's mind moved, and the Pure Yang Vitality Pill immediately appeared in his hand. It was shoved straight into his mouth and swallowed. The moment he entered the mouth, the rich vitality merged into his limbs and bones. His shattered flesh and blood recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. some of the scabbed wounds on his body. The scabs fell off, revealing intact skin. Inside the body, the holes in the chi veins were repaired and restored as before. After only 10 minutes had passed, the injuries on Xuantian's body were already fully recovered. In even better shape than before the injury. He unplugged the tubes from his body and got out of bed. Why did you get up on your own? Quickly lie back down. A young lady dressed as a nurse walked over quickly, trying to stop Shintian. Shintian raised his hand and flicked it aside. I'm already fine. After saying that, he put his foot down and accelerated his speed to rush out from the medical room. But just as he was getting on the elevator, Wang He got the message. When Shintian exited the base, he met Wang He, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the base. Brother Wang, I have important things to do. Besides, I'm really fine. Shintian said seriously. If there's anything, I'll go do it for you. You go back and rest. Wang He persuaded. Su Antian had been in a coma several times in a row, so how could he have gotten better so quickly? If the chief knew he didn't watch over Shintian, he's definitely going to eat his words. Therefore, he must not let Shintian leave. Little Book has disappeared. I'm going to Hacienda to look for her. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else going. Shintian shook his head. Tong Jingshu is missing? Wang He frowned. Then he said, you go back and recuperate. I'll have my colleagues in Hacienda investigate this matter immediately. Brother Wang, I said I'm going to go in person. Su Antian emphasized. Others were able to investigate, but his mind was always unsettled. After saying that, he took big strides towards Wang He and was about to leave the base. I said you can't leave. The moment Shintian approached Wang He made his move. Its one-handed punch slammed into Su Antian, wanting to subdue him and bring him back to the base. Boo! A muffled sound. Shintian easily caught Wang He's fist. Brother Wang, I'm sorry. In the next second, he raised his other fist and blasted Wang He in the abdomen. Wang He raised his palm to resist. However, a strong force penetrated his body from the palm of his hand, causing his body to move backward uncontrollably. He took a dozen steps in a row before he finally dislodged that force. As he looked at Shintian, he had already flown up into midair. This kid has really recovered? Wang He's face was stunned. A moment later, he took out his cell phone and dialed. There's an investigator named Tong Jingshu missing from the bureau, so contact Su Antian and cooperate fully with his operation. Yes, Team Wang. Shintian erupted into a rush and flew quickly towards the city of Ha. It took about 2 hours for him to finally arrive in Ha. After spending another half an hour, he arrived at the Tong family manor. Tong Jingshu is home to see his relatives. The first time is bound to return to the Tong family. He dropped from mid-air and pushed the villa door open. With his current strength, not to mention a door, even a wall was easily pushed open. Walking into the villa, he instantly saw Tong Lan sitting on the sofa in the living room. Dozens of empty beer cans lay in front of it. A hangover. Shintian frowned and came to his body, waking him up. Where's your sister? Brother-in-law. The moment he saw Su Antian clearly, Tong Lan's head instantly cleared. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. Tong Lan cried out as she hugged Su Antian's waist. Seeing Tong Lan so agitated, Su Antian realized that Tong Jingshu might be in danger. He was busy asking, tell me what happened. My sister and the old man were taken by the same people who came back with my mom. Within Tong Lan's eyes, there were tears flowing out. After all, he was only a high school student with limited mental resilience. It's been a few days of just hanging on for dear life. Seeing Su Antian, the main backbone, appear, he couldn't tense up any longer. Snap! Shintian raised his hand and slapped Tong Lan on the back of his head. Frowning, he said, what are you crying about? Hold it back for me and then tell me in detail what happened. Chapter 95, the 8 group extra for redemption. Tong Lan was blindsided by Su Antian's slap. I thought to myself, I'm so sad. Why are you still hitting me? But the slap also stabilized Tong Lan slightly. It looked toward Shintian and spoke after a moment of contemplation. Brother-in-law, you must save my sister and the girls. Originally everything was fine when my mother came back. We were happy as a family, and my sister was happy. But 3 days ago, my mother suddenly had a big fight with my father. That night, the 2 men who came back with my mother forcibly took my father and the 2 of them away, leaving me alone. My mother wouldn't let me call the police, saying that my sister and the others would become dangerous if I did. Tong Lan sobbed and told the story in general. The blow did hit him a little hard for a preteen high school student. Do you know where they went? Shen inquired with a frown. It seems that little book was only taken away and restricted in his freedom, and should not be in danger for the time being. I don't know. Tong Lan shook his head. I know the matter. I will find your sister. Shen nodded. He looked to his cell phone where there were several missed calls. And a text message. It is the information of the mayor of the fixed inspection district of Hacienda. He called back. Is this Investigator Su? On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came. It's me. I'm Zhang Buping, the director of the Ha City Fixed Patrol District, and it was Team Wang who told me to contact you. Our colleagues in the bureau have already located the location of Tong Jingshu's cell phone, and I'm here now. Where? 138, Longshan Avenue, Longshan District. I'll be right there. Shen hung up the phone. Stay well at home. Su Antian exhorted Tong Lan before walking out of the villa and flying towards the address provided by Zhang Buping. He exploded into extreme speed and arrived at the place in only 10 minutes. By now, a cordon had been drawn above the ground. Shen landed on the ground and looked at the dozen or so investigators in front of him. Investigator Su? One of the middle-aged men with a simple look and a dark face looked toward Su Antian and spoke tentatively. It's me. Hello? I'm Zhang Buping. I'm in charge here. I have identified this place as a car drove by 3 days ago, and the cell phone was thrown from the car and fell into the sewer. The faces of the people in the car have been photographed, and the bureau is now comparing the suspects through hawk eye. Also, I've notified some of the local groundlings, and they'll cooperate fully in the search for the guys. As long as the people are still in Hacienda, I will find them. Zhang Buping looked at Su Antian and informed him of the current situation in a deep voice. Team Wang said that he would cooperate with Shen to the fullest, and he did his best. Take what you can think of and do it. Tough luck, District Governor Zhang. Su Antian opened his mouth politely. In such a short period of time, Zhang Buping had done so much it could be said to be quite good. He took Tong Jingshu's cell phone from the investigator on the side. The phone as a whole is broken and soaked and no longer turns on. Stuffing his phone into his pants pocket, Shen stood still, quietly waiting for news. The city of Ha was too big, and it was simply impossible for him to find Tong Jingshu out by himself. Now we can only wait to hear from the bureau. Zhang Buping surveyed Shen from the side. As the district governor, he had also heard of Shen. Su Antian was a freshman from 749 University with good talent, and should have the realm of the Lien Pulse realm. He has completed several big cases in River City and has the reputation of being the Silver Sword Shura. After Team Wang called, he personally accessed Xuantian's information. But what he could see was limited. Xuantian's details actually required the director's approval before he could view them, and the level of secrecy was very high. This made him realize that Shen didn't seem to be that simple. He Zhang Buping can sit in this position now. One is his own strength. The second is that he is exquisite, and who can become friends in the city of Ha. There will be no one will not give him Zhang Buping's face. And Shen was clearly a friend he could make. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhang Buping's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Zhang Buping connected and listened to a few words on the other side before hanging up. There's news. Zhang Buping looked toward Su Antian with a joyful expression on his face. Where are the people? Su Antian's complexion twitched as he busily asked. Octagon Mansion. That's the headquarters of the 8 Square Group. I'll take you there. Zhang Buping replied while ordering his men to drive over. Good. Shen nodded. The two of them got into the car and headed towards the Octagon Mansion. On the way, Su Antian learned about the background of the 8 Directions Group from Zhang Buping. The Octagon Group is a foreign joint venture with a variety of entertainment industries in Harbin. KTV, bars, nightclubs, and hotels all have the shadow of the Octagon Group behind them, and their assets add up to more than $100 billion. I have a good relationship with the chairman of this Octagon Group. I'll come and communicate with them in a moment. As long as the person is still in the Octagon Mansion, nothing will happen. Zhang Buping smiled and spoke. Although the Octagon Group was powerful, it was still the same. In Ha City, no one would not give him Zhang Buping's face. Su Antian saw Zhang Buping's chest was very confident, coupled with its beginning to give him a good impression, sniffed and nodded. Then it will be a trouble for the Zhang district governor. What's the trouble? We both work in 749, and the relationship between Team Wang and I is also very good. Zhang Buping smiled kindly. As long as the matter at hand was accomplished, Shen would owe him a favor. The day he needed Su Antian's help, He thought Su Antian would help. One way or another, the fellowship thing works. Shantian nodded gently and stopped speaking. A few moments later, the car stopped in front of the Octagon Mansion. Zhang Buping and Su Antian, plus a dozen investigators, walked into the building. At the entrance of the building, a middle-aged man in a suit saw Zhang Buping and immediately brought someone to welcome him. District Governor Zhang, this small matter still needs you to personally make a trip. Tong Jingshu and his family are just guests here with us, and now they are all living well upstairs. The man in the suit spoke politely with a flattering face. Bo Hu, you know what kind of person I am. No need to say anything else. I want to see someone right away. Zhang Buban had a flat face and spoke without any politeness. Pak Fu's face stagnated, and the smile on his face diminished by a few points. In a low voice, he said, "What does District Governor Zhang mean by this? Could it be that he can't trust me? I naturally believe you, but there are some things that I want to see with my own eyes." Zhang Buping would not be fooled by a few words from Bo Hu. The smile on Pak Fu's face disappeared, but quickly resurfaced. Smiling, he said, "Since District Governor Zhang wants to have a look and see, then go upstairs and have a look." Saying that, he guided Zhang Buping and his party, boarding the elevator. Chapter 96 Face is not given by others. Zhang Buping had a smile on his face and was satisfied in his heart. He himself had opened the back door for the Octagon group many times, and his friendship with them was quite good. If someone else had come, there's no way they could have gotten up the stairs so easily. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the building. Follow Pak Fu to the door of a room. Pak Fu stood in the doorway and whispered towards the door. "Ms. Elisa, District Chief Zhang of the 749th Investigation Bureau has something for you." The door to the room opens from the inside, revealing the scene behind it. A tall, obviously Western-faced young woman stood in the doorway. It had long blonde hair, an unusually fair face with conspicuously red lips, and was wearing a set of black and red suspenders, and underneath its flat belly was a pair of black word pants. It outlines the firm curve of its buttocks. Such an exposed scene caused all of the 749 investigators present to furrow their brows, some looking the other way. Yes, Eliza sounded seductive. Zhang Buping's face did not change as he spoke softly. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but our bureau's investigator is out of contact, and we need to go in and confirm if Tong Jingshu is here." "Oh, are you guys looking for Jingshu? She and old boy are inside. Our family is just resting here. You guys can go in if you want to see, but it's best not to take too long." Eliza's face showed a surprised look, lightly covering her lips and then letting her body go. Shantian stepped on his feet and entered the house first. At a glance, he saw Tong Jingshu and the old boy sitting on the chair beside the bed. The moment he saw Tong Jingshu, Su Anxia consciously frowned. Although Tong Jingshu looked normal, not many mood swings surfaced on his face when he saw him. "What brings you here?" Tong Jingshu spoke in a light tone. "I'm here to save you." Xuantian's frown deepened. It was clearly Tong Jingshu who sent him the message. How come now it's like he has already forgotten and doesn't know anything? "I'm fine. Just here on vacation with my parents." Tong Jingshu shook her head. "Also, there's one thing I was planning on going back before I had to tell you, but since you're here, I'll say it in advance." Tong Jingshu's voice gave a beat, tightening her lips. "It might not be a good fit between us, break up." "What are you talking about?" Xuantian's eyes widened. It wasn't like something Tong Jingshu could say at all. He even wondered if Tong Jingshu had someone else's soul in his head. But the chi on Tong Jingshu's body in front of him was real, and there were no in souls or anything like that on his body. You're Jingshu's boyfriend, right? I've heard of you. Jingshu might have liked you before, but kids like your age, their minds are always changing." Elisa glanced at Shantian and laughed lightly. Shantian turned around and stared at Elisa. He didn't know what had happened to Tong Jingshu in the past few days, but he knew that there was no way that little book would ever mention breaking up with him, and the little book was clearly not in the right state. Otherwise, it's impossible to send him a save. "I know it may be hard for you to accept this for a while, and I sympathize with you. It's getting late, so go back and think about it on your own. We have some rest to do as a family." Elisa comforted Shantian, but her tone had the intention of kicking her out. Shantian stood still, his feet not moving at all. Outside the door, Baru saw this scene and showed a displeased expression. Opening his mouth, he said, "District Governor Zhang, I gave you face and personally brought you over to see the people, and now the people have been seen. Ms. Elisa is an important client that our group works with. So please don't continue to disturb or I'll have a hard time. This? Zhang Buping had hesitation in his eyes. They had originally thought that Tong Jingshu had disappeared, which was why they had come looking for him. Now that the man has been found and it looks like there's nothing wrong with him, it does make some sense to continue to stay. Little book is from 749. The bureau needs her to go back. Just as Zhang Buping hesitated, Su Antian spoke up. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Shizushu and his father are already planning to return to the beautiful country with me, and will be submitting their application to detach from 749 in a few days. Elixir replied with a soft smile. Su Antian frowned and looked at Zhang Buping. District Governor Zhang, people, I must take them away. Things were too fishy for him to leave so easily. Zhang Buping secretly clenched his teeth and looked towards Pak Fu. We'll take the people away first, and I'll talk to your chairman about this later. Pak Fu's face went directly cold. Laughing coldly, he said, District Governor Zhang, I've already given you enough face, and you're embarrassing me in front of the chairman when you want to take the person away. And even if the chairman were here, he wouldn't let you take Ms. Elisa's family. Don't forget, the chairman did you a big favor once. A stern color flashed in Zhang Buping's eyes as Bo who dared to threaten him. Shen saw everything in front of him in his eyes. He sighed softly in his heart and came to Zhang Buping's body. Speaking faintly, District Governor Zhang, thank you for your help today, and leave the next matter to me. Also, I don't think faces are given by others. After saying that, he drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and pressed it against Pak Fu's neck. Can I take someone with me? A look of disdain appeared on Pak Fu's face. Laughing coldly, he said, even if you're from 749, you can't kill people indiscriminately. If you have the ability, you can kill me now. Is it useless to threaten me? Pak Fu, am scared. Pest. Su Antian exerted force in his hand, and the demon-slaying sword slashed through the neck of Bo Hu. Bo Hu's head flew up, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You, how could you? His eyes went wide and blood spilled from his mouth, gagging him from what he was going to say afterward. Boo! His head fell to the ground, dead. Now, can I take the man away? Shen looked at the remaining people. Behind Bo Hu's corpse, a dozen or so people looked at each other and all retreated in silence. Zhang Buping smiled bitterly with a considerable headache. Although he was also a bit angry, he wasn't to the point of killing Pak Fu. This kid Su Antian has too much of a killing heart. Silver Sword Shura. That name is not wrong. Zhang Buping muttered in his heart. Behind it, a group of 749 investigators also looked surprised. They didn't expect this base to come to the investigators and cut off heads at the drop of a hat. See, now they're all giving me face. Shen turned around and grinned. Carrying his blood-stained sword, he walked into the house again. Pulling on Tong Jingshu's hand, he headed towards the door. Tong Jingshu, who had been grabbed by the hand, was trembling all over, and there were tears welling up in her eyes. Crying, "Why don't you go? Because I know that you're not going to break up with me." Tong Jingshu fiercely hugged Su Antian from behind. Warm tears soaked the back of Xuantian's shirt. Chapter 97 The Phantom Family? Hey, be careful. Don't get snot out of your nose. Shen Tian joked. Pissed. When Tong Jingshu heard Su Antian's joke, she broke into sobs and laughed. But the crying got worse immediately afterward. What a time. Shen Tian was still trying to find ways to make her happy. Just as she was planning to explain the circumstances of the matter to Shen Tian, Tong Hai, who was on the side, suddenly stood up from his chair and shouted, "Xiao Tian, quickly take Little Book out of here. The Phantom Demon Clan has come with many people and want to take Little Book away. Hee hee. Originally I wanted to let you guys go, but since you guys want to find death yourselves, it's not my fault." Elisa suddenly burst out laughing. She looked at Tong Jingshu with a cold expression on her face. "Jingshu, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it yourself. You belong to our Chimera clan. What's wrong with returning to your pack? Why don't you understand this?" Eliza murmured. In the next second, its pupils changed and a red peach heart replaced the entire pupil. Alyssa turned to look at Zhang Buping and the others. The moment he locked eyes with him, Zhang Buping, who was just about to make a move, immediately stopped. The light in his eyes faded. Standing still like a mummy, District Governor. Behind him, an investigator yelled, trying to wake up Zhang Buping. There were also people rushing towards Eliza with weapons. "Boo!" Just then, the door to the next room was slammed open from the inside. 7 or 8 tall girls with different looks, but extremely seductive in both figure and appearance, rushed out from it. But in the next second, their faces changed. Dark, curved twin horns sprouted from his head. The pale skin of his face turned pinker, and 4 cat teeth showed above and below the corners of his mouth. The fullness of her breasts bulged even more, bursting her dress. A tail as black as a whip with triangular spikes at the end was revealed behind him. Sharp, sharp claws also sprouted from the claws of his hands. They made a quick dash towards the investigators of 749. It was instantly dominant. Several investigators were injured by carelessness. Among these phantoms, there was another one that maintained its human form, with the same red peach heart emerging within its pupils as it looked towards Shen Tian. Su Anxia subconsciously tries to avoid it, but that gaze seemed to be everywhere, zooming rapidly before his eyes, until his mind was completely occupied with red peach hearts. "Get out!" Shen Tian shouted angrily in his heart. His soul emitted a rich blue light, collapsing the red peach heart from the impact. "Ah!" The phantom demon on its opposite side lost its voice and screamed, covering its head and falling to the ground in agony. His consciousness returned, and he violently raised his demon-slaying sword and chopped towards the neck of Elisa in front of him. Whether she was Little Book's mother or not, it was better not to have such a mother. How can that be? Elisa was horrified and quickly dodged from the room to the outside. A strand of blonde hair slipped down the side of her neck. Elisa was terrified afterward. Just now, if her reaction was even a little bit slower, she would be dead. Immediately afterward, a violent rage welled up in her heart. It's amazing that she was almost killed by a little kid. "You seek death." A sharp cone-like tail drilled out from behind Elisa, stabbing towards Su Antian, who was charging toward her. "What a lot of nonsense." Shen Tian spoke indifferently. A faint golden light rose from his body, and his palm violently gripped Elisa's tail. The palm of the hand was like an iron vice, preventing it from advancing an inch. Tightening his hand with a hard tug, Elisa only felt a strong force coming from her tail, and her body rushed uncontrollably towards Shen Tian. Its hand reached out and sharp, thin claws emerged, taking the opportunity to quickly slash at Xuantian's neck. Boo! A muffled sound erupted as the claws clawed atop the vajra. Shock appeared on Elisa's face. She couldn't even break Su Antian's defense. Boom! Shen Tian raised his foot and kicked it upwards, hitting Elisa squarely in the abdomen. With great force, it kicked Eliza into mid-air, knocking the ceiling out of the way. Elisa's mouth spilled blood, and her gaze toward Shen Tian was as if she was looking at a monster. But without waiting for her to react otherwise, Su Antian's sword had already arrived at her neck. "Xiao Tian, leave her alive." Below, Tong Hai hurriedly shouted out. Shen Tian frowned as the blade of his sword changed to the face of the sword. The bang slapped Eliza unconscious. At the doorway, Zhang Buping, who had just returned to his senses, was shocked to see Su Antian subduing Elisa. He had just been caught in Eliza's mental charm without noticing. He didn't realize that it was Shen Tian who saved him. Shen Tian wasn't bothering about Eliza as he put his foot down and rushed towards the outside of the house. The demon-slaying sword in his hand was violently thrown into midair. The demon-slaying sword turned into a thin silver line that flashed through the many phantoms one by one. Pust! A series of loud sounds came out, and by the time the demon-slaying sword returned to Xuantian's hand, all of the phantom demons' bodies all came to a halt. Immediately afterward, lines of blood surfaced near their necks. The head above it gurgled to the ground. The entire corridor was filled with spattered blood. Su Antian turned around and lifted the unconscious Elisa inside the house, then looked at Tong Jingshu's father and daughter and smiled. "Let's go." Tong Hai looked at his future son-in-law. Another look at the hallway, which looked like it had been bloodied, sent shivers down his spine. "Look at the handsome little boy. How come he strikes so hard?" All those chimeras' heads moved. If he hadn't shouted quickly, Shen Tian came to his mother-in-law to cut. "District Governor Zhang, I'll leave you to it. Is it okay to leave this place to you?" Shen Tian spoke softly as he passed by Zhang Buping. "Nope, no problem. Little Wang, send Brother Su out of here first." Zhang Buping felt the aura radiating from Su Antian's body and nodded his head busily. "Yes, Director." The investigator who had been called by name immediately responded and led Su Antian and the others downstairs. Looking at Su Antian's departing back, Zhang Buping touched the beads of sweat on his forehead, murmuring, Are all young people like this nowadays? Saying hands off. He's more used to moving his mouth now. However, after glancing at the head of Bo Hu on the ground, Zhang Buping's face immediately turned cold. He hadn't made a move in many years, and it seemed that some people in Harbin had forgotten how ruthless he had once been. As it turns out, these Harbor City groundhogs need to be knocked around a few times when nothing is going on. Being too nice to them will just be a stomping ground. Xuantian's few people got into the car and returned towards the Tong family's manor. On the way, Su Antian asked Tong Jingshu why. "I'll do the talking." Tong Hai stopped Tong Jingshu from opening his mouth, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. "Over a decade ago, I attended graduate school at Harvard University and met Elisa, who was studying abroad at that time. Elisa was generous, kind, and outgoing, and we quickly became acquainted and confirmed a romantic relationship." Su Antian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Old husband, you're horny, just say horny. Where is Elisa kind? Open personality is more like it." 3 years, Elisa gave birth to little Book and little Lan one after another, and after that, due to the end of the study abroad, it's also returned to the beautiful country. Originally this was all well and good, and Elisa came back every few years to see the 2 little Books as well. But Elisa, who came back this year, after hearing that little Book had become an alchemist and had detected the awakening of the charmed demon bloodline from him, her whole personality changed. Chapter 98, The Great Melon Extra for Bookworm 272. Shantian listened patiently without interrupting. "I thought to myself that I had enjoyed this old man when he was young. Elisa and I talked about her chimera status, and she thought that little Book with her chimera bloodline had to go back to the chimera clan in the beautiful kingdom. We had a big fight about it. It was also at this time that I learned everything, and it turned out that all of it was a huge conspiracy." Speaking of this, anger surfaced under Tong Hai's eyes. In order to reproduce heirs, the Phantom clan will have the purebred phantoms of the clan disguise themselves as humans and seek out suitable seeds to sow in human society in order to give birth to heirs. After these heirs naturally awaken their bloodlines, they snatch the heirs back into the clan to fill it up. Xuantian's eyes revealed a look of surprise, never expecting that the entire incident would be so explosive. "Uncle Tong, then what did they arrest you for?" A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Tong Hai's face. "Not all human seeds are effective against chimera. They grabbed me back because they want me to act as a seed bank." Blown up. Too blown up. Shantian no longer knew what to say. This Phantom clan really knows how to play. But immediately afterward, doubts rose in the bottom of his heart. "Uncle Tong, that's not right. Why don't they look for them locally in the beautiful country? Why do they have to come to us?" Tong Hai shook his head. "I don't know much. It seems that our bloodline is a bit stronger." Shantian didn't expect there to be this kind of talk and nodded at the words. He once again looked at Tong Jingshu and opened his mouth to inquire, "Little Book, why didn't you tell me the truth just now? Did you want to go to the beautiful country yourself?" "No." Tong Jingshu's emotions had stabilized by now. "Rather, is..." Her eyes showed hesitation and shyness. "What is it?" Shantian became even more curious. Tong Jingshu bit her lips tightly, came close to Su Antian's ear, and whispered, "1. I don't want you to be in danger and be killed by my mother, and 2. My mother said that the chimera's desires will get stronger and stronger when they reach adulthood, and they have to cultivate in that way, and that if I were to stay with you, it would harm you and damage your lifespan, and it would also make your talent decline." Shintian was stunned. "Your mom is just farting. It's not like I'm an ordinary guy like your dad. It's not like you don't know how strong I am." "Ah, damn it." Tong Jingshu's cheeks instantly reddened to her ears. "What a shame." Tong Jingshu lowered her head, not daring to look at Shantian. The investigator Wang, who was driving in the front row, had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He thought of his own daughter who hung out with yellow hair all day. How similar to Tong Jingshu. A few moments later, the car came to a stop and managed to arrive at the Tong family manor. "It's been hard on you. You're not needed here for the time being. Go back first." Su Antian instructed the investigator surnamed Wang. "Okay." Investigator Wang nodded and drove off. Su Antian walked into the villa with Elisa in one hand and Tong Jingshu in the other. Tong Lan, the kid with a red, swollen eye, immediately rushed out when he heard the commotion at the door. Hugging Su Antian's waist at once, he cried, "Brother-in-law, it's a good thing there's you or else I'd be an orphan." Tong Hai originally looked at his son so miserable, and there was some relief in his heart. Thought Tong Lan knew what he was doing. But what an orphan this kid is talking about. It's cursing him to death. Xiaolan, what's it like to cry and cry? You're not composed at all. Tong Hai chided. Tong Lan was unimpressed and muttered. Didn't you cry the day mother took you away by force? What did you say? Tong Hai glared. Tong Lan scrunched his neck and no longer dared to speak out of turn. The group walked into the house and sat down on the couch. Su Antian looked towards the unconscious Elisa on the side and asked with a frown. Elisa came here with a purpose to begin with an impure mind. What is your method of dealing with him? Tong Jingshu lowered her head. I don't know, even though she's bad. She gave birth to me after all. Tong Hai nodded. Little Book is right, even though Elisa is bad and had bad intentions to begin with. She is after all Little Book's mother to them. Father, in my eyes, you and my sister are the only family I have. And I grew up without a mother. Elisa would only show up once every few years. Not nearly as much as the nanny at home who took care of me. Tong Lan suddenly spoke with a straight face. The face was full of seriousness. All his classmates had mothers, and while he did, it was as good as nothing. Only his mother came back occasionally when she remembered him. And he couldn't feel the slightest bit of emotion from Eliza. This mother he disowned. Tong Hai frowned, but this time he rarely rebuked Tong Lan. Because what Tong Lan said was the truth. Xiao Tian, you 749 have 749's rules. Just follow your 749's rules. I only ask that I can try to keep her alive. Tong Hai eventually sighed and spoke. For a moment it was as if he had aged several years. Tong Jingshu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Tian nodded. I understand. He could understand the emotions of the Tong Hai few. He then looked at Tong Jingshu. Little Book, do you want to continue staying at home for a few more days? Tong Jingshu shook her head. No, I want to go back to the base. Little Book, it's a bit late tonight. You guys can leave tomorrow. Tong Hai looked at the time and suggested. Xiao Tian will stay here too. That's fine. Tian nodded. He didn't have anything tight either. It's not so bad for one night. He pulled out the demon binding rope and bound Eliza. Then he went upstairs with Tong Jingshu. The next day, early morning, Su Antian opened his eyes, pulled his arm from behind Tong Jingshu's neck, and got up to get out of bed. Tong Jingshu sneaked into his room last night and cried again. Obviously, its mood was still affected by Eliza. I was just pretending to be strong downstairs yesterday too. He briefly washed up and went downstairs to eat breakfast while waiting for Tong Jingshu. Xiao Tian. This child Xiao Shu is very understanding. And you are also very good. I hope you guys can get along well. Tong Hai took a sip of milk and spoke softly. Don't worry, Uncle Tong. I understand everything you said. Tian gently nodded his head. Well, it's good that you understand, as long as you're good to Little Book. Nothing else is a problem. Besides, when are you planning to get married? Ah? Tian didn't realize that he was actually being urged to marry by his girlfriend's father. This is too. He'd never thought about that one before. Uncle Tong, this also depends on what Little Book thinks. Su Antian could only temporarily throw the question to Tong Jingshu, who had yet to come downstairs, because he really didn't know how to answer. I'm just asking, no other meaning. The specifics have to be discussed by you young people yourselves. Tong Hai gently smiled and uncovered the matter. Although he wasn't a chi refiner, he still had an eye for people. Su Antian was a very good person for coming to the rescue of their father and daughter. And it seems to have a lot of potential. Chapter 99 Innate Goldstone Pill added for the mature empress. At noon, Zhang Buping sent someone to pick up Su Antian and the two of them. Incidentally, the only living member of the Phantoms, Elisa, was brought back to Bureau 749 in Hacienda. Things happened to him and people are naturally handed over to him. Su Antian had also informed Zhang Buping of the general nature of the matter, and as for how he was going to deal with Eliza in the aftermath, it was up to Zhang Buping. Towards the afternoon, he and Tong Jingshu were already successfully returning to the base. Inside the dormitory, Tian looked into his mind internally. The stone demon within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace had disappeared, while a fist-sized golden elixir had appeared inside the furnace. A faint silver-gray glow emanated from the top of the elixir. Innate Goldstone Elixir. Obtained by refining 1,000 years of stubborn stone essence. Take it to obtain the body of goldstone and the strength of goldstone. That stone demon is 1,000-year-old stubborn stone cultivated into essence? Xuantian's heart stirred. Immediately afterward, he moved his mind and the innate goldstone Dan immediately appeared in his palm. Looking at the elixir that was as big as a fist, Shen had a bit of a headache. This thing is a little too big. He looked and finally bit into the potion. Click, click. Shen ate the entire elixir into his stomach in a few bites as if he were eating an apple. The medicinal power spread rapidly towards his limbs and meridians. The blood turned hot, and a tearing pain came from the flesh and blood. In just a moment, a fine cold sweat broke out on Shuantian's forehead. Pain. It hurts too much. It was as if there were countless knives within his flesh and blood, scraping his flesh. Shen clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain. But the pain was too intense to be resisted by humans. He lasted only a few minutes before he couldn't hold on any longer. The eyes went black and consciousness faded. In a daze, Shen felt as if he had returned to his warm swaddling clothes. When he opened his eyes again, they were met with a flash of snowy white. "You're finally awake." Tong Jingshu looked at Su Antian, who had come to his senses in his arms, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. "So it's little book." Su Antian's face was next to the very soft spot of Tong Jingshu. "Well, something went wrong with the cultivation. It's fine now," he comforted. "Is it really all right?" When Tong Jingshu heard that the cultivation had gone wrong, a flash of worry rose in her heart. "There might be something, but if I lie down for a little while longer, I should be fine." Shen smiled. Tong Jingshu's cheeks blushed. "Hate it. People's entire being is already yours." Looking at the shy Tong Jingshu, Shuantian's heart beat faster. He rolled onto his back, Princess hugged Tong Jingshu, and walked briskly toward the bedroom. "I'm kind of hungry." Tong Jingshu shyly pounded Su Antian's chest. "I forbid you to talk like that." "So what am I going to say?" "Don't talk. Just do what you like." Tong Jingshu moved to Su Antian's ear and murmured softly. The next day, early morning, Shen woke up early. As his realm rose, his energy increased. "Even after being up all night yesterday, I'm still energized during the day." Glancing at Tong Jingshu, who was still asleep, he got up and left the bedroom and went to the living room. Yesterday, he had eaten the innate goldstone dan and had yet to try its exact effects. Today he wanted to test it. With a thought, the flesh and blood skin of his body immediately changed. In just less than a breath's effort, his entire body completed this change. He looked toward himself within the mirror. No change in height or appearance, but his skin turned a golden color. Dang! Reaching out and tapping his arm, he even made a crisp sound of gold and stone. "Is this the body of golden stone?" Shen curiously surveyed himself. It was finally confirmed that not only his skin, but his body's flesh and blood had changed to be similar to gold and stone. He drew the demon chopper sword from his waist and fiercely chopped towards his arm. Boo! With a muffled sound, the demon chopper sword was actually directly bounced off. It merely left a white mark on his arm. A flash of joy appeared in Shuantian's eyes. Then he increased his efforts in testing. It was finally confirmed that with his current defense, there was no way for an ordinary Thousand June realm to break through even if they were holding a weapon. He looked to a gash in his arm that had just been cut out. There was no blood coming out of the wound at all, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment's work, it was already as good as new. This reminded Shen of the stone demon's ability. At first, Yun Xian had pierced Shi Yao's palm, and it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The body of golden stone not only increased his defense, but even his recovery power had increased a lot. In addition, his strength had become much greater. No, it's super duper. This is all due to the power of the golden stone. After testing, he realized that even if he didn't stimulate the golden stone body, he could still explode the power of the golden stone. "I wonder if I can pick up that golden square seal with my current strength," Shen muttered, having the presence of mind to try. The square seal within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, called the mountain god seal, should once have been a stone demon's magic weapon. Now it's his. After thinking carefully for a moment, Shen finally pressed down on his curiosity and decided to try again later. The weight of the mountain god seal was too high, and even if he could pick it up, he was afraid that the floor of the base wouldn't be able to withstand it. In case he caves in by stepping on it, make him pay for it. That would be bad luck. It's not too late to try it later when you're out and about and have a chance outside. He walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the gravity cultivation room. With his current strength, he didn't know how many times he could withstand gravity. Yes, he was going to get the gravity cultivation ranking reward again. After all, it's a reward that comes with the territory, so there's no reason not to want it. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the reward for the third level of the Thousand June realm. At the entrance of the gravity cultivation room, the staff took the initiative to greet Shintian. Investigator Su, how many times the gravity would you like to train in today? Su Antian was a student of the 749th University of Ha City, breaking the record of the gravity cultivation room, and the entire Ha City investigators followed with pride. When you go on a business trip to another city, even if the people there don't ask, they'll take the initiative to mention it. For no other reason than to pretend. I've recently improved my strength, and now that I'm at the 4th level of the Thousand June realm, I need to retest the gravity suitable for cultivation. Su Antian spoke in a deep voice. He didn't know how strong he was now. All right, I'll arrange it for you right away. The staff member was very enthusiastic and guided Shintian into the gravity cultivation field. After Shintian entered the gravity cultivation field, the staff quickly adjusted the gravity to 21 times. Shintian frowned. This bit of gravity added to him merely had some pressure. It was still a lot short of his limit. Plus, okay. The staff obliged and adjusted the gravity to 22 times. Continue. Shintian continued to speak. Not enough. Still not enough. Keep adding. The staff member's forehead was sweating. It's already 27 times gravity. Investigator Su even wants to increase it. The record for the first of the 4th level of the Thousand Juniper realm is only 25 times gravity. Chapter 100 The limit of gravity cultivation field. Not my limit. In other words, Su Antian had now broken the record of the 4th level of the Thousand June realm. Investigator Su, the record for the 4th gravity cultivation of the Thousand June realm is 25 times. Now that you've broken the record, do you want to continue? The staff member inquired. And the commotion here attracted other investigators who were practicing. They came together curiously. So it's Investigator Su. He was able to withstand 21 times the gravity last time. Yeah, right now the records for the 1st and 2nd level of the Thousand June realm are both held by him. Has he made another breakthrough in his cultivation recently, to the point where he can already withstand 27 times gravity? Hiss, that's horrible. I just heard the staff say the 4th level of the Thousand June realm. It's only been less than 2 weeks since Su Antian broke the record last time. Right? Silence. Deadly silence. The entire cultivation field had once again turned into a library. The investigators in the room knew what that meant. In less than 2 weeks, he had broken through from the 2nd level of the Thousand June realm to the 4th level. This kind of talent, they didn't even believe that it was something that people could possess. The eyes of the investigators present varied in color. In some eyes is the color of adoration. Some are jealous, and some are shocked and puzzled. Keep adding. Su Antian's voice, which came out within the cultivation field, broke the silence. The staff nodded and adjusted the gravity to 28 times. Shintian frowned. 28 times the gravity merely made him feel some pressure. The power of the golden stone he had just gained was too much of a boost for him. This kind of gravity was not yet able to achieve the desired effect of his cultivation. He hadn't even opened his golden stone body. Keep adding, Shintian urged. 29 times. 30 times. Shintian finally felt a hint of pressure. Without turning on the body of Goldstone, 30 times gravity was pretty much what his body could just about handle. However, cultivating in this gravity still had little effect on him. It was still not enough pressure. The gravity needed to reach a critical point that he could withstand in order to speed up the fusion of the orifices. Keep adding. Shintian still wasn't satisfied with this gravity. And add. It's already 30 times. This is already a record for the 7th level of the Thousand June realm. Hearing Su Antian's words, the investigators present were already somewhat numb. I'm sorry, Investigator Su. The maximum gravity our base's gravity cultivation field can provide is 30 times that, and it can no longer be raised. The staff member's face was apologetic. Like this. Shintian frowned. He didn't realize that he hadn't reached his limit yet, but the cultivation field was at its limit. Where is a stronger gravity training ground? He inquired. There are stronger gravity training rooms at the 749 headquarters in Kyoto, Haidu, Hiroto, and Fukuto. The staff replied. I know. Shintian nodded gently. He then walked out of the gravity cultivation field. There was little point in him practicing in this gravity, so not going to keep wasting time here. Is it registered? He looked aside to the staff. It has been registered. and investigator Su can subsequently claim his reward on the app. Good. Shen nodded in satisfaction. Under the gaze of the crowd, he left the gravity cultivation room. On the way back, he tapped on the 749 app and claimed the reward in passing. In the evening, Shen once again looked within his mind. Inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the 8 chimera figures had disappeared. 8 more pale pink-colored pills appeared in the furnace. Erotic lust pill. After taking it, it can enhance one's own eroticism and has a supplementary effect on love affairs, which can enhance the effect of double cultivation. The elixirs these chimera refine are all related to love affairs. They really are natural lust demons. Shen murmured in his heart. Of course, small books are excluded. Everyone said the chimera was bad, but only Shen and his future father-in-law knew how good the chimera was. These pills should be able to help Little Book raise his realm some more. Su Antian thought so as he looked towards Tong Jingshu, who was washing up in the bathroom. With his help, Tong Jingshu had now broken through to the 4th level of the connected pulse realm. This is already pretty fast. Mainly thanks to the fact that Su Antian's realm was too high right now. The gap between him and Tong Jingshu was a full major realm. The little bit of favor he casually flowed out was of great benefit to Tong Jingshu. Shen got up and removed the clothes from his body. With the potion in his hand, he laughed softly and dug into the bathroom. This elixir is effective for dual cultivation, so it is natural for Little Book to take it. He eats this stuff and it's completely useless. After all, it wasn't like he knew any dual cultivation techniques. Inside the bathroom, the fog was hazy. Shen reached out his hand to feel for it, and soon touched something soft. Speaking softly, "Little Book, I have an elixir here that is good for your cultivation, so eat it." Tong Jingshu emerged from the mist, and after seeing that it was really Su Antian, she reached out and picked up the elixir and ate it. For Shen she had absolute faith. But just after swallowing the elixir, she sensed something was wrong. Body temperature is rising rapidly. The skin begins to redden. The moment Shen touched its body, he felt the scorching heat. Aha! Tong Jingshu's teeth clenched and a muffled grunt came out from the cracks of her mouth. Its eyes were disoriented and its legs were trembling so much that it could hardly stand still, like it was suppressing some kind of pain. She reached out and gripped hard on Xuantian's arm. The entire upper half of his body pounced on Shen Shen felt like he was hugging a large fireplace. Phew! Tong Jingshu exhaled hot air from his mouth, and a red light emerged from his pupils. Is the medicinal power that strong? Shen was surprised. Hubby, help me. Tong Jingshu's suppressed, agonized voice rang in Su Antian's ears. The corner of Xuantian's mouth hooked up, not immediately helping. Tong Jingshu became even more agonized. What little will remained collapsed at this point. Its pair of small hands were groping around Xuantian's body carelessly. Please! The fluffy sound made Xuantian's heart beat faster, and he was also a bit pressed. He stopped teasing Tong Jingshu and began to focus on helping him cultivate. The next day, early morning, Shen came to his senses inside the bathroom. A flashback appeared on his face at the thought of yesterday's madness. Yesterday, Little Book looked like a completely different person, and he, too, was given enjoyment that had never been given before. I kind of understand Uncle Tong, Shen muttered. Elisa may have a bad heart, but back then it's a foreign student, and it's good to live abroad. It was no wonder that Tong Hai had sunk under Elisa's thong. At that time, Tong Hai was still just an ordinary person, and he couldn't even be compared to him now. Lying on the sofa, Su Antian clicked on the 749 app to check some of the major events that had happened in the bureau recently. Ha! Suddenly, he let out a gasp of surprise. His cell phone was actually full of requests to add friends. There were a few other acquaintances among them. For example, Xiang Ilan and Shi Ming, Qin Lang. What's the king of forces adding me for? Shen was puzzled and clicked agree. Just added on just under a minute ago. King Pussy then sent a message. Kyoto 4 Provinces Martial Arts? I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 101 4 Provinces Martial Arts. 4 Provinces Martial Arts? What's the situation? Shen was a little puzzled. But King Pussy is still as loaded as ever. It just didn't know what kind of expression it would have when it saw that it was Shen. At first, Xiang Ilan was in a coma just like him, and Xiang Ilan was sent directly back to Kyoto in 5, so he didn't know that he was Su Antian. He searched for information on the app. It was easy to find the 4 Provinces meeting, Simply put, it was a 4-province Qi refiner competition held by the Kyoto 749 Bureau. Qi refiners under the age of 22 from the 3 provinces of Heiji and Liao plus Kyoto were allowed to participate, while the cultivation level was not much limited. In addition to the investigators from Bureau 749, Kyoto Bureau 749 will also invite some Qi refiner clans and Qi practitioner families in the 4 provinces. The rewards of the martial arts meeting are also very generous. Not only are there rewards for elixirs, heavenly materials and treasures, but also various top-level techniques and magic weapons. The time is then at the end of the month. Still about half a month away. Rather, we can also go and take a look, Shantian secretly said. The gravity cultivation room in the base could not satisfy his cultivation. But Kyoto's can. When he got there, he could borrow Kyoto's gravity cultivation room to fuse the orifices. By the way, it would be nice to participate in the 4 provinces martial arts and get some rewards. However, he did not rush to sign up. After all, there was still half a month to go, in case there was some other unexpected thing delayed in the middle could be said. For the next 10 days, Shantian was helping Tong Jingshu cultivate every day in addition to practicing. With the addition of the lust pill, Tong Jingshu's cultivation level also increased rapidly. By today, it had already reached the 8th level of the linking veins realm. It was almost like breaking through a realm a day. It's really possible to cultivate while lying down, Shantian envied in real name. No! Immediately afterward he reacted. One that can be practiced standing, lying down, or bucking, not exactly lying down. In addition, his reward for breaking the gravity cultivation record was also received. It's a secret technique that allows you to move quickly over short distances. The name is Phantom Step. It was much stronger than the Thunder Steps he had learned before. Now he has learned. In addition to that, on the killing scripture, there were 2 techniques that could be performed by the Thousand June realm, and he also spent some time mastering them. A discipline called the Imperial Spirit Technique, which allows one to manipulate magic weapons with aura for a long period of time. It was considered an upgraded version of the Heavenly Chopper Flying Sword technique. The current him could already stand on the Demon Chopper Sword and fly with his sword. Of course, standing on a demon binding rope is fine, it's just not as handsome as a royal sword. The other discipline was called the Blood Fury Chi Drawing Decree, which could enhance one's own Fury Chi through killing, and the more Fury Chi the target had, the more Fury Chi he could obtain after killing the target. Not only could the Blood Fury increase the power of his spells like the Yin Fury, it is also useful for shocking others' minds and condensing the Fury Gang. The Fury Dipper, however, was the signature ability of the Fury Dipper realm. In other words, as long as he obtained enough Blood Fiends, he could even obtain the ability of the Fiendish Deity realm at the Thousand June realm. This also allowed Shantian to truly feel the terror of the killing scripture. It was actually necessary to keep killing to increase the power of the spell. However, he liked this simple, rough, and straightforward way of cultivation is all. On this day, while he was practicing, he suddenly received a phone call. It was actually Zhang Hairong who asked him to come over. With doubts, Su Antian came to Zhang Hairong's office. "Uncle Zhang, you're looking for me?" Shantian greeted with a smile. Zhang Hairong sat behind the wide wooden table, and behind him stood Wang He. Hearing the voice, he raised his head to look at Shantian, his face still smiling. "In a few days, Kyoto will be hosting the 4 provinces martial arts, and we in Ha City will need to send people there as well. Uncle Zhang is trying to get me to go?" Su Antian raised an eyebrow. He had thought of enrolling himself. "Well, each university base has a few exemptions from the preliminary exams, and I'm going to let you go over there on the hacienda side. The only thing I ask of you is to do your best to get into the top 10. Zhang Hairong looked much more serious. Top 10. Shantian frowned. His strength, Zhang Hairong should be more or less clear a little bit, but even so, its requirement for himself was surprisingly only the top 10. This shows how high the gold content of this meeting is. Qi refiners who enter the top 10 can choose to join the 749 National University Kyoto Main School to study. There are more and better resources in there. It will be better for your future development. Zhang Hairong said in a deep voice. As the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually recovers and the aura becomes more and more dense, many folk alchemist groups have seen their strength skyrocket as a result, and have even become restless. This time, for the 4 provinces martial arts, the Kyoto 749 Directorate also has the idea of deterring other Qi refiner forces within the 4 provinces other than the 749, so don't lose my face when you go over there. Zhang Hairong reveals the hidden secrets behind the 4 provinces martial arts. Su Antian was startled in his heart. the seemingly simple 4 provinces martial arts actually had a deeper impact. In addition, it was true that the cultivation facilities in Harbin could no longer continue to provide him with more help. That's something that can be seen on the Gravity Cultivation Room. Going to Kyoto and joining 749 University Kyoto main campus is really a better choice. Uncle Zhang, don't worry, with my strength taking a top 10 is still a breeze. Su Antian was very confident in himself. This is based on his current strength. Well, in Kyoto is not like Ha City, there are many chi refiner families over there, and the strength of the sects is much beyond us, try not to cause trouble. Zhang Herong exhorted. Ahem, ahem. Suddenly, Zhang Herong coughed violently. Director, you! Wang He, who was standing at its back, frowned and wanted to go forward to check. However, Zhang Herong raised his hand to block it. He gently shook his head. It's just a small injury. It's not a problem. Across the room, Shen Tian frowned. After pondering for a split second, he took the grass essence from his waist. Uncle Zhang, this is the corpse of the grass essence. Take it and refine it to treat your injuries. Zhang Herong glanced at the grass spirit. Pissed off, he coughed violently again. You kid wastes things. How can you kill a grass spirit? You're going to piss me off. Zhang Herong almost lost his breath. Shen Tian thought to himself. If I knew that I'd have to be scolded by you for taking out the grass essence, I wouldn't have given it to you. Director, Xiao Tian is also well-intentioned. Wang He whispered. Zhang Herong glared at Wang He. I still don't know he's being kind. I'll take the grass essence. Go back and get ready. I'll have someone send you there the day after tomorrow. Okay. I'm off then, Uncle Zhang. Shen Tian nodded, but his feet did not move. Uncle Zhang, I'm really leaving. Shen Tian blinked. He's going to be there on behalf of the city of Harbin, and the bureau should have some indication of that anyhow. Scram! Zhang Herong glared. The not-so-large eyes were glaring at this point. Uncle Zhang, I represent the face of Ha City. Su Antian was unwilling. You brat. Zhang Herong was all laughed out of anger. Shen Tian was really cheeky. The main idea is hitting him. And you can't even shoo it away. But the kid has some good points. After contemplating for a split second, he looked at Wang He and ordered, take this kid to choose an item within the base warehouse. Yes, Chief. Wang He answered and led Su Antian away. Chapter 102 Mysterious Egg Plus for Shea. The chief, he just came back a few days ago, and the Aoyama who hurt you was killed by the chief. On the way to the warehouse, Wang He, who was walking ahead, spoke softly. Su Antian's heart fluttered, realizing that it was probably Zhang Herong who had been injured in order to kill Qin Shan, and most likely for themselves. It brought a touch of emotion to his heart. Uncle Zhang is still quite sexual. He opened his mouth to respond. Wang He stopped and glanced at Shen Tian. Is this a sexual or not sexual thing? He didn't mean it that way when he spoke out about it. Brother Wang, where's that two-headed monster? Did it run away? Shen Tian inquired. You mean the pride worm, right? That thing is also a demon, but it's too strong, and the director and Song Xian Sheng didn't leave it behind even when they teamed up. Prideful insects? Xuantian's heart stirred. It was the first time he had heard of such a demon. As they spoke, they also arrived at the lowest level of the base. Rumble. As the huge electric gate iron door rose, the scene of the warehouse in the back was also reflected in Xuantian's eyes. The wide steel passage was flanked by huge metal rooms. Through the transparent glass outside, demons of various forms could be seen inside. Shen Tian was attracted to a large, long-haired demon that was huge and shaped like a giant dog. The information plate on the door of the room contained information about this great demon. Pioneer Beast, 1943, captured in the Mossy Mountains in the eastern part of the Xing-Enling Mountains. Characteristics: thick skin, great strength, roars like thunder, can release earth spells. As Shen Tian went deeper, he also saw more demons. There were huge insect demons shaped like dragonflies. There are also cute-looking bird demons. Some of the rat demons and tiger demons he had seen were among them, and there were even more varieties. He even saw a large snake with 4 wings. In the entire underground, the forest added up to at least hundreds of demons. If I kill them all here, won't I be rich? Xuantian's eyes glowed with some excitement. All of these demons were captured after Bureau 749 was established and went through hundreds of years of time. Wang He spoke out. He was also quite shocked when he first came here. Wang He once again opened an electric gate in front of him. Behind the electric gate were rows of safe-like boxes. These safes come with clear glass in the front, allowing one to see what's inside. This is the warehouse. There are all sorts of spirit materials, spirit pills, as well as magic weapons and demonic beast materials. What do you want? Wang He pointed at the numerous transparent boxes in front of him and asked out loud. Shen didn't answer immediately. To be honest, he didn't know what he needed. Spirit pills he could obtain by killing demons, and magic weapons he had the demon-slaying sword, demon binding rope, as well as the mountain god seal. Brother Wang, can I just take a look? Shen inquired. Yes. I'll give you 15 minutes. Tell me what you see. Wang He nodded. Good. Shen nodded. The next second, he took a step toward the warehouse. There was a hint of golden light flashing under his eyes as he swept towards the many treasures in front of him. In his eyes, all of these treasures exuded a treasure aura that didn't need to be of any degree. Since I don't know what I need, then he would just pick the thing with the thickest treasure aura. That must be the best in the whole warehouse. Even if you take it out and sell it, it's not a loss. With that thought in mind, he moved quickly through the warehouse. Sift out the treasures with the strongest treasure aura. Not to mention, he did eventually find a treasure. It was different from the treasure aura emanating from other treasures. This item in front of him gave off an incomparably dense treasure aura, unique within the entire treasure trove. To say that the treasure chi of other treasures was a glowing fire, then the one in front of him was a white moon. But after taking a good look at the object in front of him, he hesitated a bit. The thing turned out to be a huge oval stone that looked like an egg. Shen looked at the item description on the box. 1832. Undersea volcano eruption near Haidu. Unknown item found within the volcanic lava afterward. Name unknown. Use unknown. Material unknown. Everything is unknown except when and where it was found. Shen was a bit confused, even though this thing looked precious. But it doesn't seem like he's doing much good when he gets his hands on it. He once again looked carefully toward what was in front of him. It was discovered that there was actually a faint trace of white chi inside. This thing is really an egg with a living demon inside. Shen was startled by his own demolition guess. But if there's really a demon in here, it's impossible for 749 to have researched it for so many years without finding anything, right? This thing isn't much use. It's just a rock that erupted from a volcano. Wang He, who was on the side, casually spoke after seeing Su Antian standing still and walking over to look at the egg in the box. A rock? How did you know? Shen was puzzled. What the chief said, this thing has been studied before. There's nothing special about it except that it's hard, but it's not just stone. The researchers at the base were too lazy to move it. Brother Wang, I'll take this stone. Su Antian pointed at the box in front of him. Are you sure? This thing really isn't much use. Wang He was surprised. I advise you to take the elixir that can enhance your talent. It will increase your potential. Let you go farther. No need, Brother Wang. I'll take this. Shen shook his head. After determining that it was a demon inside, a great curiosity was already rising in his heart. Desperate to know what the demon inside this egg was. Eggs that are hundreds of years old still have air in them. With this strong survivability, no matter what kind of demon it was, it couldn't be too bad. Seeing Su Antian's insistence, Wang He also stopped persuading him. He took out his cell phone and opened the 749 app, then scanned the QR code on it and clicked OK within the page that popped up. The box in front of him also opened in response. Shen hugged the giant red egg that was as big as the upper half of his body and left the warehouse. Back to the dormitory a few moments later. He set the giant egg on the ground and came closer to examine it. The surface of the giant egg was very smooth and delicate, and there was a hint of warmth when you touched it with your hands. But he was also confused about how to hatch a demon egg. Try dripping blood? With a try-and-see attitude, Shen cut his arm and let his blood drip onto the eggshell. But after half a minute of dripping, the eggshells didn't change much. It was found in a volcano. Is it going to be burned? Shen planned to change his approach. He picked up the giant egg and placed it on the gas stove. Turn on the gas heat. 10 minutes later, the dome remained unchanged. It really wasn't that easy to hatch. Shen wasn't discouraged. If the stuff was that easy, it wouldn't have waited for him. This thing does make it look like it's just a rock though. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see the chi of various creatures, he wouldn't have realized that the demon inside was still alive. Later on, you can look for books related to demons and learn how all the other demons hatch. There might be gains. Shen secretly planned. In the next second, he reached out and put his hand on the giant egg, and with a thought, the giant egg directly disappeared in place. It had already been collected by him inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Chapter 103 Xiang Ilan is stupid added for Fugue. 2 days later, outside the base of Longsho Mountain, Su Antian and the other 9 Ha City Chi alchemists who were participating in the 4 provinces martial arts conference boarded the airplane and flew towards Kyoto. After spending half a day, they managed to arrive within a huge mountain range near Kyoto near noon. This place is called Spirit Mountain, with an altitude of more than 4,000 meters with perennial snow and rarely visited by people. This is where Kyoto's 749th General Bureau is located. After showing their papers, they were also arranged to stay here temporarily. According to the flow arrangement of the 4 provinces meeting martial arts, the Kaiwu would begin in 2 days, with the first 10 days being the preliminary exams, through which most of the contestants would be screened down. Those who have passed the preliminary exams will compete again with them who are exempted from the preliminary exams and will be ranked in the final ranking. That means he still has almost half a month of free time. Inside his residence, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tong Jingshu, informing him that he had arrived safely in Kyoto. Just then, a knock sounded outside his dormitory door. Is Shen Tian in there? Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Xuantian's face turned a little odd. Is Xiang Ilan staring at him? He had just arrived at Spirit Mountain not long ago, and it's actually looking for the door. Shen Tian got up and opened the door. How come it's you? Where's Su Antian? Outside the door, Xiang Ilan subconsciously frowned when he saw Su Antian, his gaze skipping over Su Antian and looking towards the depths of the dormitory behind him, attempting to find the real Shen Tian. This feeling of being unrecognizable is very strange. Hasn't Xiang Ilan seen his picture? Do I look like that to you? Shen Tian spoke with a calm face. You? Aren't you Xuantian's friend? I'm a person who doesn't like to joke around. Xiang Ilan frowned, thinking Su Antian was joking with him. After all, he had always treated the person in front of him as Xuantian's friends. Then do you know my name? Shen Tian was speechless. Why should I know? Only Su Antian's name in your Ha city is worthy of letting me know. Xiang Ilan angled his head. Su Antian looked at Xiang Ilan's sightless appearance. I wanted to hammer him on the spot. Shen Tian is not here. You can come back another time. Boo! Shen Tian slammed the dormitory door shut with force. He didn't bother to continue explaining with King Push. If you have this time, you might as well talk to the little book about love. Toweling down the sentimentality. Early the next morning, after asking the staff, he arrived at the gravity cultivation room located within the belly of Spirit Mountain. There are still 10 days before he enters the race. It was a time he didn't want to waste. The intention was to borrow Kyoto's gravity cultivation room to continue fusing the orifices. Worthy of being the headquarters, the gravity training room here was incredibly large. The entire cultivation room was as big as 4 or 5 foot fields. Because he had come earlier, there weren't many people in the cultivation room at this time. He had just walked into the cultivation room when a staff member took the initiative to usher him up. Smiling, he inquired, "Hello. May I ask how many times gravity you would like to train in? 30 times or more?" Shen Tian spoke softly. A look of surprise appeared on the staff member's face. "Have you ever practiced under 30 times gravity?" The staff member was surprised in his heart. There aren't many investigators in their Kyoto headquarters who can withstand 30 times gravity. And the man in front of him he obviously hadn't seen before, should have come from somewhere else. "Well, I've practiced at the Longsho Mountain base in Hasai City, but the gravity cultivation room there is a maximum of 30 times gravity, which can't fulfill my cultivation requirements." Su Antian nodded his head. "By the way, my name is Su Antian, and I'm the one who broke the record for 4th gravity cultivation in the 1000 June realm. You're Shen Tian?" The staff member's eyes widened. He worked in the gravity cultivation room, so naturally, he paid immense attention to the gravity cultivation list. The name Su Antian, who had broken gravity cultivation records one after another some time ago, was naturally no stranger. "I'm sorry, I was a bit excited just now. Can I see your credentials if it's convenient?" The staff member realized his outburst and hurriedly apologized. Shen Tian nodded his head and held out his credentials for display. The staff was now completely confirmed. No longer suspicious, he led Su Antian towards the depths of the cultivation room. Our gravity cultivation room is divided into a beginner's zone and an advanced zone. The beginner's zone can only provide gravity up to 30 times, and the advanced zone can provide gravity from 30 times to 50 times. On the road, staff presentations. A moment later, Shintian arrived at the advanced cultivation area. The gravity practice field here is very different from the one in the primary area. There is nothing above the practice field in the primary area. The cultivation room in the advanced area was instead encased in a huge metal pod. It looks more technological. The staff member opened the cultivation room hatch after registering his information at the operation desk. Shintian stepped into it. The hatch also closed automatically after he entered. Investigator Su, next I'll start with 30 times gravity and gradually raise the gravity. If you can't bear it, just say hello in advance. The staff member admonished. Good. Let's begin. Shintian nodded his head. The mind also wondered how much gravity it could withstand. It's 31 times gravity, the staff reminded. Not enough, add more. Shintian opened his mouth. 32 times. 34 times. 36 times. What kind of monster is this? 36 times gravity. It's already a record for the 8th level of the 1000 June realm. The staff's eyes widened. He had actually witnessed the birth of a new record today. Right at this moment, two voices came over not far away. One of them was wearing a black practicing uniform with a red tasseled lance with a silver-colored barrel tied behind his back. It was none other than Xiang Ilan. Beside him, there was a man about the same age as him, a man with a slender body, wearing a blue short-sleeved sportswear, walking with his chin slightly raised, with a kind of arrogance between his eyebrows. Why is he here? Xiang Ilan stopped his steps and looked at Su Antian inside the cultivation room through the various windows. He recognized Shintian. There was some surprise in his heart. The minimum cultivation gravity in the advanced cultivation area was 30 times. I didn't expect Shintian, his friend, to be able to hold out in there. Think it's only just reached 30x gravity though. This person. Just as he was planning to continue walking, the man in blue beside him suddenly frowned. You know him? Xiang Ilan inquired. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Su Antian from Ha City. Zhang Waoxie spoke in a deep voice. His younger brother Zhang Kan was once beaten up in the city of Harbin, and the man who beat up his brother was Su Antian. He had seen Xuantian's picture and could not be mistaken. What? A clear surprise appeared on Xiang Ilan's icy face. Those who are familiar with him know that it's always been an icy, expressionless face. Something that could cause its face to change, that would definitely be a huge shock to it. Chapter 104 I didn't say it, you didn't ask it begging for golden votes. Xiang Ilan was surprised in his heart, and at the same time he was also quite puzzled. He himself had met with the Shintian in front of him several times, and it seemed that he hadn't said his name once. No! Xiang Ilan frowned. Yesterday Su Antian did mention it implicitly, and he thought it's a joke at the time. Is it really Shintian? He walked over to the staff and looked at the operating screen. The name in the upper left corner was none other than the 3 words Shintian. And below its name was the gravity within the gravity cultivation room at this time. 36 times. Xiang Ilan's pupils crinkled. 36 times gravity. He was now at the 7th level of the 1000 June realm, but the maximum gravity he could withstand was only a mere 32 times. Su Antian, at the 4th level of the 1000 June realm, had already surpassed him. Right at this moment, Zhang Wuxi, who was on the side, also walked over and saw Xuantian's message. He frowned, and in the next second, his brows stretched, and a powerful battle intent emanated from his eyes. Gravity cultivation merely indicates that his physique is strong, and the key to determining victory or defeat can be determined by more than just his physique. Brother Xiang, go cultivate himself. I'll wait here for him to come out. He beat up my own brother when he was in Harbin, and today I, as an older brother, will help my brother get back the favor. Xiang Ilan nodded gently, but did not leave. Speaking faintly, I'm going to spar with him as well. Beside the two men, the staff's foreheads were sweaty. He was now both expecting Su Antian to continue to increase the gravity, but was also afraid that Su Antian wouldn't be able to hold on and accidentally die inside. Within the cultivation room, Shintian himself was enduring a considerable amount of gravity. He's basically at his limit now. That is, of course, without turning on the golden stone. Since I'm here, let's see where my limits are, Shintian muttered. Then he spoke softly. Keep adding. Investigator Su, are you sure? The staff was a little worried, fearing an accident. If Shintian died here, he couldn't afford the consequences. Okay. After receiving an affirmative answer, the staff took a deep breath and, against great psychological pressure, raised the gravity again. After adjusting, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his upgrade. He thought it was better to call the director over so that even if something happened to Shen Tian, then there's the director to cover that too. It's nothing to do with him. 37 times now. Xiang Ilan himself didn't even realize that he was secretly clenching his teeth. Jiang Wuxi was still arrogant. He wasn't good at strength in the first place. This wasn't his track, so he didn't feel much. It just feels like Shen Tian is a rival. Inside the cultivation room, above Su Antian's forehead, fine beads of sweat overflowed, bearing a tremendous amount of pressure. The bones in his body made an unbearable sound. It's as if it's going to break in the next second. Although the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were protected by spiritual power, they were also vaguely on the verge of rupture. Seeing this, he no longer insisted, and with a thought, he opened the golden stone body. In just a split second, the color of his body changed and turned golden. The moment the golden stone body completed this side, the gravity on its body suddenly lightened. All kinds of organs and bones in the body are back to normal again. Continue, Shen Tian spoke again, but the staff is apparently afraid to keep adding to it. Well, at that moment his superior, Director Sun Shan, arrived. Sun Shan's brow furrowed as he understood the entire situation. But a few moments later it was back to normal. A genius like this can't be guessed by an unusual person's thoughts, and it's unlikely that he would joke with his own life. Add it to him, I want to see where his limits are, Sun Shan commanded. The scene before him was nothing to him. Shen Tian was an adult and could cultivate to his current realm. There was no way he could be a cutie. Their fears were apparently redundant. The staff took a long breath. He was waiting for the director to say that. Winking without further hesitation, he raised the gravity to 38 times. Then 39 times. 40 times. 42 times. Director, are we still adding? The staff member's back was wet without realizing it. Sun Shan's brow furrowed again, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke in a deep voice. Wait for 3 minutes. Although he wasn't worried that Shen Tian would joke with his life. But it's 42 times gravity. What if, in case of an accident, he's probably going to be a director for the rest of his life? To say that there is no pressure at all is non-existent. Xiang Ilan's tightly furrowed brows on the side never loosened, and they were getting deeper and deeper. If he remembered correctly, the gravity record for the 9th level of the Thousand June realm was only 40 times the gravity. This record is over 40 years old. It's a record held by their Kyoto General Director. In other words, the potential Su Antian displayed today, but in terms of physical toughness, already exceeded that of their Kyoto General Bureau Chief. And their director was one of several leading figures of their time. That said, Shen Tian also has the potential to become a leader. Xiang Ilan's teeth were about to be clenched. He has the director as his goal and is always keeping up with him. And his talent is really good, cultivation can be diligent. The front was able to catch up with the director. But now, the Shen Tian in front of him was beyond the director. At only the 4th level of the Thousand June realm, he had broken the chief's record at the 9th level of the Thousand June realm. Xiang Ilan took several deep breaths, trying to calm his mind. But instead, he realized that his heart was in complete disarray. Within the cultivation room, Shen Tian was under tremendous pressure. 42 times the gravity was too much. If he didn't have a body of gold and stone, he would have been crushed by the immense gravity in an instant. My limit should be around 44 times gravity, Shen Tian predicted in his mind. He hadn't reached his limit yet, but he was getting close. As the gravity rose, it validated his thoughts. 44 times gravity was as far as he could go at this point. He didn't try to be brave, and after learning his limits, he decisively asked the staff to drop the gravity. It was eventually adjusted to 36 times the level that was suitable for his cultivation. Afterward, he sat cross-legged within the cultivation chamber and began to sink his mind into fusing the orifices. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was getting dark. Shen Tian walked out of the cultivation room. After seeing Xiang Ilan outside, there was a hint of surprise on his face. But there was no offer to say hello. Under Xiang Ilan's gaze, he walked up to the staff and spoke. How many points are needed? 36 times gravity. Cultivated for 10 hours, totaling 150 million points. The staff replied. Su Antian frowned. Although he had prepared for it, the price was still beyond his mental expectations. Luckily, he had killed quite a few people from the demon god sect within the mountain god ruins, so he did still have more than 400,000 points on hand. After paying his points, he turned around and was about to leave. However, he was suddenly stopped by Xiang Ilan. "So you're Su Antian. Why did you never take the initiative to say your name?" Xiang Ilan gritted his teeth. He also sent a message to Shen Tian, and it's also not replied. "I didn't say, and you didn't ask, huh?" Shen Tian turned around, smiling and winking. "Besides, you don't deserve to know my name." After saying that, he continued to walk outward. Pretend? He can do that. Have the strength is called pretending, no strength still pretending, that is. Chapter 105, The Three Great Geniuses Appointment Seeking Golden Tickets. Xiang Ilan stood in place, trembling with anger. Xuantian's words he had once said to him as well. Now, Shen Tian had actually returned it to him. But at that time, he didn't know that Shen Tian was Shen Tian. Jiang Waoxie glanced at Xiang Ilan with disdain in his heart. With a movement of his feet, his body moved to stop in front of Shen Tian. Staring into Su Antian's eyes, his tone was arrogant. "I'm Jiang Wuji from G City's Bureau 749, and I want to spar with you." Su Antian frowned. He didn't recognize the Jiang Wuxi in front of him at all. This guy popped up out of nowhere and tried to challenge him. It's just kind of presumptuous. Therefore, he merely glanced at it and walked right past it. If a random person came out and stopped in front of him wanting to challenge, doesn't that keep him busy? Jiang Waoxie froze, and his face went green and white. What's going on here? Was he outright ignored by Shen Tian? A wave of irritation surged through his brain as he stopped in front of Shen Tian once again. "My brother Jiang Ken was beaten by you in haha. I'm his own brother." "Oh!" Shen Tian stopped in his tracks. Turns out it's the brother of the defeated man. He had let Jiang Ken go in the first place, and Jiang Waoxie, who was his brother, didn't know how to be thankful but even wanted to challenge him in public. "So, you're trying to stand up for your brother?" Jiang Wuxi shook his head. "No. It's only right that my brother's lack of strength was defeated by you. One must always lose. But I haven't lost a single match among my peers since I joined Yoshi City 749 University and started training. You're strong enough to maybe give me a taste of defeat." Dokoroku, another king of pussy? Shen Tian was helpless in his heart. Fighting with these people would not benefit him in the slightest and would just be a waste of time. "You go and fight with the king of forces." Su Antian pointed at Xiang Ilan and was about to continue forward. "He fought me to a draw." Jiang Wuxi did not get out of the way. "What do you mean? Do you have to fight me today before you'll get out of the way?" Su Antian frowned, some impatience in his heart. "You've just finished practicing. You're not at your peak. We can make an appointment to fight some other time." Jiang Wuxi spoke confidently. He didn't like to take advantage, and didn't want the people around him to say that he was taking advantage of people after he won against Shen Tian. Since we want to win, it's natural to win fair and square. He wanted to defeat Su Antian completely and utterly in front of everyone. His words had just fallen, and behind it, Xiang Ilan also caught up. "Shen Tian, I want to spar with you too." At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and there were many investigators within the cultivation room. Hearing the commotion over here, some came over. "Shen Tian? That name is so familiar. Xiang Ilan and Jiang Wuxi? The two of them are actually going to challenge someone at the same time." Su Antian seems to be from Ha City. He just broke the gravity cultivation record again, while Xiang Ilan is the #1 in Kyoto, and Jiang Wujian is the #1 in G City. If the three of them fought, it'd be big news. Is he Shen Tian? So handsome. "Shen Tian, I want to prepare you for pregnancy." The people around them were talking, and the number of people who had gathered around was increasing. Hearing that very sudden shout from within the crowd, Su Anxia subconsciously looked over. "I ended up seeing a girl with 2 ponytails in a black practice outfit. Don't tell me it's pretty good looking. Just not reserved enough. He already has little book, he doesn't need another woman." He then looked at the 2 Xiang Ilan in front of him and frowned as he spoke. "Neither of you are worthy of challenging me, step aside. Whether it's worthy or not, we'll have to fight to find out." Jiang Wuxi opened his mouth, his feet unmoving. Xiang Ilan did the same. "When you guys break my record in gravity cultivation, I can fight you anytime," Shen Tian said indifferently. When these words came out, Xiang Ilan's face immediately turned ugly. "Strength isn't what I'm good at. Speed is what I'm good at. The only martial art under the sun is speed. You won't be my opponent." Jiang Wuxi, however, was not amused. "What will it take for you to fight us?" Xiang Ilan spoke after him. Su Antian was too arrogant, and he wanted to defeat Su Antian to prove that he had no capital to be arrogant. Tian sighed in his heart. These two people were like cowhide. Looks like it's not going to happen without a fight. He mused for a split second. You can fight me if you want to, but you have to follow my rules. Yes, yes. The two men across the street immediately agreed. A powerful battle intent emanated from his eyes. They all wanted to defeat Tian. He. Then fine. We'll fight tomorrow at noon outside the Spirit Mountain base. And the bet is 500,000 points. Tian laughed lightly. With the points he had on hand, he would only be able to cultivate in the gravity cultivation ground for 4 or 5 days at most. Was worried there was no place to earn points. Now Xiang Yilan too took the initiative to send him to the door, begging for a match. Then he won't be polite. 500,000 points? Xiang Yilan's gaze condensed slightly. Those points were almost all he had on hand. Good. I promise. Xiang Yilan finally nodded his head. He didn't think he was going to lose. Hearing 500,000 points, Zhang Wuxia was not only not afraid, but his face showed excitement instead. In his mind, there was no way he could lose. 500,000 points were practically delivered to him. I promise too. Zhang Wuxi spoke immediately afterward. Hiss, they're really going to fight. Senior brother Xiang is the strongest freshman in our Kyoto 749 University. Even among the old investigators, no one within the 1000 June is his opponent. Su Antian shouldn't be able to either. Zhang Wuxia isn't bad either. The first two fought Xiang Yilan to a draw. Neither one could help the other. Tian, I'm going to get pregnant for you. The people around them got excited when they heard Xuantian's 3 appointments. Hearing the shouts from within the crowd once more, the corners of Xuantian's mouth twitched out several times. I thought to myself that people in Kyoto are so open. Himself though he did look a bit more handsome. But aren't girls supposed to be reserved? What does it mean to confess in public? Ignoring the crowd around him, he stepped through the crowd and walked out of the cultivation room. After eating something inside the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory. He was not at all concerned about tomorrow's bout. To him, whether it was Xiang Yilan or Zhang Wuxi, neither could be his match. He had a golden stone body in place, and his own defense couldn't even break through a magic weapon. It could be said that he was innately invincible. He couldn't figure out how Xiang Yilan too were going to beat him. Opening his cell phone, as usual, Tian sent a video to Little Book. Informed it of his 2 appointments with Xiang Yilan today. In the video, Tong Jingshu is wearing cool short sleeves and shorts. It's eating yogurt with a small spoon. As he spoke, Tian could from time to time see the milky white warm milk remaining on his tongue. Xuantian's eyelids fluttered. Little Book, this time when I leave for a few days, you colorfully seduce me. When I go back, I will punish you so hard. Tong Jingshu looked at himself and didn't see where he was lusting. Just think of it as Tian teasing her. At that, she reached out one finger and dug inside the yogurt carton for warm milk. Put it in your mouth. Yogurt tastes pretty good. She shivered her fingers, a look of enjoyment on her face. He then looked provocatively at Tian. Chapter 106 Top of the Spirit Mountain Extra for the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. The next day, Tian didn't leave the house until close to noon. Tong Jingshu was very hateful, ruffling his heart, and he couldn't wait to fly back to Ha City immediately. Not surprisingly, he lost sleep. Walking out of the dormitory, Tian arrived at the top of Spirit Mountain after simply eating something. There was a huge green stone square here, usually used as a place for Kyoto 749 investigators to compete. In the past, there wouldn't have been many people here at all. But today, even though it hadn't yet arrived at the time agreed upon by both Su Antian and Zhang Wuxi, the square was already filled with people all around. These people were murmuring in anticipation of Su Antian and the 3 of them's bout. I've heard that Su Antian's nickname is Silver Sword Cultivator, a superb hand with the sword, and he treats his enemies very viciously. Su Antian is nothing. Our senior brother Xiang's nickname is Cold-Faced Yama. He once slaughtered a cult alone. Zhang Wuxia is also very powerful. He is now at the 5th level of the 1000 June realm, and I heard that he is very fast, nicknamed the 1000-handed judge. It's open. It's open. Come on. Place your bets. Hearing the murmurs around him, Tian smiled. He then looked curiously to the side of the plate and patted over. Can I buy myself a win? Yes, of course. The fat man who opened the handicap nodded happily. Whoever it is, just spare the points. You're against Zhang Wuhu, odds 1.1. Against Xiang Yilan, odds 1.2. Looks like none of them think highly of me. Shen Tian laughed. Don't get me wrong. Our odds are all predicted by AI according to the player's past record of fame. There is no discrimination against you, Fatty said smilingly. Shen Tian shook his head. Not that he cared. This way instead he can make more money. Shen Tian looked at the points in his hand and finally pressed 300,000 points. Fatty gulped. This was a big order. Looking at the expression on the fat man's face, Shen Tian suddenly felt a little bottomless in his heart. What if he won and the kid in front of him ran away? If you lose, you won't run away, right? Su Antian inquired as he stared at Fatty. Hee, you probably just came and don't recognize me. My name is Fatty Li. My father's name is Li Anbong, the biggest official here. The fat man in front of him smiled and opened his mouth. That's okay. Shen Tian nodded. The biggest official here, isn't that the director of the Kyoto General Bureau? Shouldn't be too bad for him to get this many points. After getting his handicap credentials, he walked into the square. The two, Jiang Wuxi and Xiang Ilan, were already here waiting for him. You should be ready, right? Ready to fight one of us first. Xiang Ilan spoke in a cold voice. You get a 2-hour break after you fight one of us. Jiang Wuxi added. There's no need to be so troublesome. The two of you can go together. Shen Tian gently shook his head. You're insulting me. Xiang Ilan grimaced. Su Antian, although you have some strength, it's too much to think of defeating the two of us joining forces. Jiang Wuxi shook his head. Besides, I won't team up with Xiang Ilan. I'm sufficient on my own. I'll be damned. Su Antian is too crazy to want to fight one against two. Senior brother Xiang is so strong that he can completely abuse Su Antian all by himself. This is an insult to our Kyoto 749th Bureau genius. Oh, this Su Antian is also too overconfident, right? He came out from the city of Harbin, after all. He has not seen much of the world, thinking that he has some strength in the city of Harbin, and then there is no one else in his sight. But this is Kyoto, where tigers and dragons hide. Even if it is a river dragon, in Kyoto also have to disk. Xuantian's words angered some of the investigators from Kyoto's Bureau 749, who thought he was disrespectful. And in the crowd, a lowly girl wearing a JK group looked to the slender, fair-skinned teenager beside her. Senior Wang, who do you think they'll win? All three are geniuses of their respective provinces. It's hard to tell until they make a move. But if Su Antian were to fight 2-on-1, the odds are that he would lose. Wang Yen replied softly. Then what if senior brother Wang compares with them? Let's split it 60-40, 6 for me and 4 for them. The teenager replied confidently. Shen Tian frowned slightly as he listened to the surrounding chatter. He thought about ending the fight quickly and then going to cultivate yet. But it looks like the two Xiang Ilans don't seem to want to. Then there was nothing to be done. He would have to take them both out one by one. He reached out and pointed at Jiang Wuxi. You go first. A smile appeared on Jiang Wuxi's face. You'll regret picking me first. Although Xiang Ilan was upset, he didn't continue to say anything more and took the initiative to step aside to watch. Shen Tian and Jiang Wuxi pulled away. Begin. Yes. Jiang Wuxi nodded his head. The moment the word good fell, his figure abruptly disappeared in the square. Ding. A crunch. Jiang Wuxi's figure emerged in front of Xuantian's body. The dagger in its hand was blocked by the demon-slaying sword in Xuantian's hand with a crisp ringing sound. A look of surprise appeared on Jiang Wuxi's face, and in the next second, he disappeared in place once again. It was so fast, I didn't even see it. If it was me, I would have lost the first second I started. Shen Tian actually blocked it. How did he find out? At least it's a genius from haha. You think it's the same as you? A murmur went up from the people around them. Jiang Wuxi's speed is indeed very fast, but his attacks seem to be insufficient and his power is too weak. Wang Yen gently shook his head. So that means Shen Tian is even more powerful? The JK lowly girl beside him blinked. Not necessarily. Wang Yen replied with a frown. Su Antian's speed was inferior to Wang Yan's, and he was inherently at a disadvantage. It was hard to hit Jiang Wuxi. And at this moment in the square, Shen Tian was staring at a certain part of the square. Jiang Wuxi's speed was so fast though that he would even disappear out of thin air. But the aura on its body would not disappear. In his eyes, Jiang Wuxi's figure was unobstructed. He can see through my stealth? Jiang Wuxi was surprised and showed his figure. No matter which side he moved to, he could feel Shen Tian staring at him. Humph. So what if I can see through it, as long as I'm fast enough? You won't even be able to react. Zhang Wuxie snorted coldly in his heart. He simply stopped being invisible. A large amount of spiritual energy surged towards his feet, and a whirlwind surfaced at his calves. With a point of its feet, it disappeared in place with a swish. This time he was faster. Boo! With a muffled sound, its figure was blocked by the Big Dipper on Xuantian's body. It shook violently and flew out. With this amount of attack power, it won't be able to break through my defense. Xiantian glanced at the marks on the Big Dipper and said indifferently. You'll see in a moment. Zhang Wuxie responded. Boo! Boom, boom, boom. Its figure moved quickly through the field, the dagger in its hand bombarding the Big Dipper again and again. Cracks surfaced on the Big Dipper from the shock. Eventually, it shattered with a bang. In my eyes, you are a target that doesn't know how to move. Only qualified to be beaten by me. Zhang Wuxie sneered. He had the upper hand completely. In front of him, Xuantian's full strength had no place to go. Chapter 1: The Imperial System. A bunch of group actors are hiding from the sun under a roof in the Hollywood movie city. On August days, the pavement is oiled from the sun, and even when one is in the cool shade, one is still vaporized. Just as the crowd was waiting in agonizing anticipation, a man with a trumpet finally approached them. Hey, the theater group is accepting groupies to play eunuchs, and there's a line? Who wants to come? With a swish, the flapper was immediately surrounded. Me, director. I've loved playing eunuchs since I was a kid. Director. I broke a basket when I was a kid. Cast me. I'm in character. The director and me. I don't blame the actors for being crazy. But for them, it's not bad if they can get 1 or 2 corpses a day. Now the role not only gets a face, but a line. And it's definitely one that the drag queens are fighting for with all their might. You, and you. Come with me. Everyone else go back. The crowd dispersed quickly as the flapper settled on a candidate. The road, which had been noisy for a few moments, returned to calm, except for an extra man covered in footprints lying motionless on the ground. It took a few more seconds before the man crawled up cursing. What kind of bird world is this? No quality at all. The man's name is Lin Xiao, from another world. Before he crossed over, he had also been doing the run-of-the-mill camp. It was a difficult time, but he always believed that a big director would come to his doorstep and pick him up, and from then on, he started a life of great success. Nay, time passes year by year. The expected director did not come to the door, but the king of Hades came to the door first. Once he opened his eyes again, he was in the present world. Relying on his identity as a traveler, Lin Xiao had thought that he could mix and mingle with the experience of his previous life. As a result of coming here, he realized that his so-called experience was as worthless as it had been in his previous life. What's even more annoying is that after being reborn, not only does he have to continue to run the show, not to mention that the original owner of this body has also been cheated out of his savings by the introducer of a certain theater group. He has been evicted by his landlord because he can't pay his rent. If I don't get any more work today, I'm afraid I'll have to go under a bridge to drink the northwest wind. This crossing experience is like claiming that the imminent formation of a bull market of a certain A, such as eggs after the flock of pike into the field, only to find that, where there is what bull market, there is only the capital swung high scythe. What a Thai world! And no system for me. What a disgrace to the other world. After Lin Xiao complained, he listened sideways for a few more seconds, and the expected system tone still didn't appear. He was too late to be disappointed, however, when a sudden crushing sensation came from his belly. It's over, it's over. It's 80% that the food from that crew yesterday wasn't clean. Lin Xiao rushed into the toilet cubicle in one breath, and only after a burst of wild bombardment did he feel a hint of relief. Soon enough, the sound next door caught his attention. The lead character of the new movie, Han Wu Da Di, has defaulted on his contract and we need to find someone to replace him? Where am I going to find someone? Why does that sound familiar? However, compared to the sound, Lin Xiao was more concerned about the content of the conversation. The main character is missing. This crucial piece of information made his heart beat wildly. Strongly suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Xiao continued to keep his ears open to eavesdrop on the speech next door. No, it's not hard to find someone, but that's Director Who, and the demands are already high. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao's little heart beat even faster. Director Who, full name Hu Mei, is the most famous female director in the whole of Xia. All the works directed by her have not grossed less than $10 billion, so she is also nicknamed Hu Bai. Not only that, but any character portrayed by her hand, Even the supporting role with the least amount of drama can also usher in a big hit. This time, the new drama Han Wu Da Di is even before the shooting has begun. The internet has already been rumored. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luck came too suddenly, causing Lin Xiao to feel a wave of dizziness. Unable to care about the discomfort in his stomach, he hurriedly lifted up his pants. But as he was about to go out, his whole being suddenly became sober. How could such a good thing be his turn? What was he, Lin Xiao, a bad boy who was no good in his first life and still no good after being reborn? Even those small directors couldn't look at themselves, let alone a big director like Hu Mei. But people are strange creatures after all, and many things are known to be impossible, but ultimately hold a hint of luck. What if you're being looked at yourself? What if? So Lin Xiao, who had lifted up his pants, didn't leave, but just stood still and continued to listen. Yes, that's Emperor Wu of Han. That kind of momentum. How can an ordinary person act it? Once these words came out, Lin Xiao completely dispelled the last trace of fluke. Art comes from life, and he'd still be confident if he played a eunuch or something. But playing emperors, especially the famous Han Wu Da Di, Lin Xiao bitterly smiled and shook his head. Unless there was really something that changed his temperament, then it would really be a grass chicken pretending to be a phoenix, and he would soon have to reveal himself. Forget it, let's just be honest and go play the corpse. However, right at this moment, a system tone rang out. Ding, the host is close to the Emperor's script, awakening the Emperor's system. What? The system? Can it be that I've been hallucinating about the system lately? As if to prove that this was not an illusion, the system tone in his head sounded again. Ding! The system awakens successfully, rewarding an initial gift pack, a 100% fusion experience card, and a copy of Dragon Chi when the host successfully acquires the role of Emperor Wu of Han. Immediately afterward, a large amount of data poured into Lin Xiao's mind, instantly making him understand the system's functions. Simply put, one can access the personalities of historical emperors through the system. The more Dragon Chi one possessed, the more integrated one was with the emperor. Not only that, but Dragon Chi is also able to improve the host's temperament, appearance, physique, and intelligence, among other things. In other words, the more dragon energy you have, the better it is for you. With this system, he had to try it anyway. The moment Lin Xiao pushed open the door, the man next door also happened to push open the door. The two men looked at each other in all directions. With just one glance, the man's appearance overlapped with the face of the man who had cheated him out of his money. "Ayu Wang de Fa? Give back my money." Without saying a word, Lin Xiao directly choked the opposite side. The other party likewise recognized him at that moment and struggled his body to escape. Nay, although Lin Xiao had a mediocre physique, Wang Defa's body was even thinner and weaker, so no matter how much he resisted, he was never able to break free. The diminishing air in his lungs made Wang Defa feel that death was slowly approaching. Ever cunning, he decisively chose to concede. "There's money. Rich. Have mercy." Lin Xiao ignored the pleas for mercy until the other party's eyeballs rolled over to the point where they could barely see black before he violently kicked them into the cubicle. The last time the other party had begged for mercy in the same way, only to have the other party escape with a shove as soon as he let go of his hand. But today, damn liar, I'll see where you can run this time. Besides, Wang Defa, just as his entire body's eyes continued to blacken and he was on the verge of losing consciousness, his neck suddenly felt loose. A strong shock from his abdomen immediately afterward sent him back to the cubicle again. Ahem. Cough. Cough. As the air rushed back into his lungs, Wang de Fa regained his thoughts once again. Martyr, this dead runner actually really dared to kill. See how I later... The thought of revenge had just risen when his gaze once again met with that dead runner across the sky. I only saw the other man's grim face, and he also locked the partition by hand. Listening to the click sound of the door lock falling, Wang Defa immediately felt the sky falling. No, brother. Calm down, I just said money. Chapter 2. The dragons are actors too. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Defa, who had retreated to the wall, and slightly moved the corner of his mouth. This old fox, with his mouth shouting for mercy, but his eyes kept on the door lock. The lock on the door of the partition can be unlocked with a simple lift. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he got a little careless, the other side would do a trick. So Lin Xiao was unmoved and swung his fist again. There was a loud, murderous squeal from the cubicle. After another unknown amount of time had passed, Lin Xiao was a bit tired from playing, and only then did he open the collection code and said, "Money! Wang Defa's eyes had lost their luster at this moment, leaving only endless fear. Faced with a collection code sticking out of his face, he pulled out his cell phone without hesitation. PayPal arrives, $70,000. How come it's only 70,000? Lin Xiao frowned in dissatisfaction. Wang Defa shrunk his body tighter at the sight and carefully explained. No, brother. I gave the rest of the money to the crew. That crew took the money and didn't do anything. It's not my fault? The response was a nesting kick. I gave you $100,000, and you embezzled 70,000? Once again, the cubicle let out a murderous squeal. Ah, brother, you're wrong about me. I don't kick it, brother. I gave the crew $80,000, and 50,000 of that 70,000 just now was the moral damages I gave, brother. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xiao put away his nesting feet and took out the collection code again. Turn, 80,000. Ha! Wang Defa looked uncertain. What? I gave you $100,000. You return me $20,000. This is not appropriate, right? It doesn't fit. But brother, I just transferred you $70,000 to it. So 50,000 isn't moral damages? And the 80,000 in principle. In the face of Lin Xiao's questioning, Wang Defa could not cry, but looking at the other party's fist raised high, and had to honestly scan the code to pay. PayPal arrives, 80,000 yen. Listening to the pleasant beep, Lin Xiao's face eased a lot, and the one who had been cowering in the corner, keenly catching the change in his mood, carefully rose to his feet. So once again, the cubicle was filled with killer squeals. Ow, brother, I gave you all my money. Why? Wang Defa was aggrieved like an aggravated daughter-in-law. Obviously, he had been very cooperative. Why did you get beatings after beatings in return? Lin Xiao rewarded him with 2 more punches before explaining without any delay. First, did I just tell you to get up? Secondly, who told you that $50,000 can compensate me for my mental damage? According to the rules, you have to compensate me for another role. What the hell kind of rules are these? Wang Defa felt a wave of helplessness. However, helpless as he was, at this moment, he did not intend to resist Lin Xiao. Okay, brother, what role do you want? Brother, help you out. Humph. Promise first, as long as I can run out, the sky is still the limit. It was a pity that Lin Xiao had prejudged him, and his next words directly caused his eyes to go black. After so many years of being a groupie, I want to play an emperor. Today, until the problem is solved, I'll go wherever you go. When the words came to this point, Wang Defa also understood what the other party really wanted. You didn't hear anything, did you? I'm telling you, that's Director Who, and I can't set you up even if you kill me. Lin Xiao didn't say a word. Only his eyes grew colder. All the acting skills that he has learned from all these years of running around are bursting out at this moment. Wang Defa was stared at in his heart and couldn't help but start to convince himself. Anyway, the crew is in a hurry now, so it shouldn't matter if we pull one more person over to try. It's better than explaining here. Listen, I can take you there, but whether we get picked or not, we're done with this. Hearing Wang Defa agree to his request, Lin Xiao's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. Unlike before the system awakened, he now had full confidence in taking the role. Everyone else needs to figure out the substitution, and all he had to do was understand the script a little bit and then pick a suitable emperor personality. With the presence of the experience card, he's bound to crush everyone. After the two reached an agreement, Wang Defa called 2 more 18-line actors, which led them to the theater together. Shooting scene. Hume was looking at the sweeping cast standing in rows with an annoyed look on his face. No, not this batch either. Over the course of the morning, the actors changed from one to the next, never finding the one he wanted. Except for a very small number of people who made it to the audition, the vast majority were just swept under the rug and sentenced to death. And the very few lucky ones, before they had time to rejoice, were soon eliminated miserably in the audition. There is no shortage of actors who have played some of the emperors in other movies and TV shows. Despite this, not a single person on the scene had a single complaint. Because it is this almost fault-finding attitude of Who's director that has given rise to the gold standard of Who Bai. After watching a few more batches of actors, a physically and mentally exhausted Hummel recruited his assistant. Anyone else from the back? You sift through them before you let them in. With this order, that assistant didn't talk nonsense and directly transformed into a ruthless elimination machine. It quickly cleared out a large portion of the actors who had come to audition. As time passed, less than 1/10 of the actors on the scene remained, and Lin Xiao and his group finally arrived. Brother Chun, these guys are not bad. I brought them for you. A dozen meters away, Wang Defa greeted his assistant from afar. Well, they both have a good vibe, so we can try out the mirror later. The assistant swept his eyes over the line of people who had hurriedly arrived, automatically ignoring Lin Xiao, whose clothes still carried a few streaks of gray. But the latter apparently refused to be silenced. Brother Chun, can I go try? The assistants have seen a lot of this kind of furtive people, but they are often not very good at it. But in the way of Wang Defa's face, he decided to make a perfunctory remark. Have you played a similar role before? No, I've only played corpses and eunuchs. Dead runners. The assistant's eyes were a little surprised, and then he glared up at Wang Defa with a little bit of anger. What do you mean? How dare you use a drag queen as an excuse for Mr. Hu? Wang Defa felt the questioning in the other party's eyes and hurriedly explained. Childish talk, childish talk. He is my great-nephew. At first he just said that he came to take a look at the great director from afar, and just now it was all nonsense. The assistant's face eased up a bit and she was about to take the screened view to the audition. Lin Zhao's voice came through once again. Drag queens are actors too, so please don't bring the word dead with you, and please give me an audition. Pest! I don't know who started it, but there was an immediate chorus of jeers from around the room. A runner who dares to contradict director who's assistant. Do you think he counts as an actor with the corpse on the ground? Every time I act I like to intentionally step on them a few times just to prevent them from recognizing themselves. That's right, dead runners still want to audition. Think who director has a lot of time? I've seen a lot of people like this, they just want to be popular and crazy. I'm afraid that any director will wave his hand and let him sell his ass. As the other actors sneered, Wang Defa was in a cold sweat of fear. You're a real bastard. Don't take me with you when you're tired of living. Unfortunately, before he could remedy the situation, the assistant had already jumped the gun. Okay. Even if running the show counts as an actor, do you think you play the emperor well? The assistant might as well tell a storyline and I'll act it out for you. Lin Zhao's heart was also fuming, but there was no way around it. If the other party just left, the next opportunity would be somewhere unknown. So this time, he had to take advantage of the opportunity no matter what. The assistant narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xiao. Since the other party was so unaware of the high ground, it would be better to let him make a fool of himself. Other than that, just act out a simple court appearance. The emperor's visit to the court sounds simple but demands a lot from the actors. Acting too hard can make the courtroom look like a small company having a general meeting. Acting too casually will again make the courtroom look like a food market at the door. Just as the crowd was waiting for Lin Zhao's joke, the system tone suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to perform against the emperor. Please ask if you want to use the 100% fusion card. The emperor is in court, right? Let me just act it out for you. With the mood of certain victory, Lin Xiao decisively chose yes. Chapter 3. I am an actor. Ding! The 100% fusion card has been used. Please select the personality you want to use. A few thousand years upward counting in the previous life, there were indeed quite a few emperors in Huaxia. But since the supporting role of the script is Han Wu Di, he just needs to go along with the casting of Han Wu Di. Han Wu Da Di, it's decided that it's you. The moment Lin Xiao made his choice, a strong aura emanated from his body. Not only that, his appearance was also quietly changing at this moment. Everyone present was shocked by the change. In a trance, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth, and even more boundless dark clouds slowly gathered, between the clouds tumbling a golden dragon hidden among them looming. Suddenly, the golden dragon seemed to sense the sight of the crowd and roared as it charged towards the crowd. Do not look directly at the Son of Heaven. As soon as the thought rose, the crowd lowered their heads in fear, and a layer of cold sweat analyzed on their backs. The assistant was even breathing heavily, looked up again, but found that there are no clouds in the sky, not to mention what the so-called golden dragon. The sky is clear and bright, everything is just an illusion. Only Lin Xiao stood in place with his eyes up in the sky and closed, without a dragon robe but full of dragon chi. The assistant swallowed and asked shiveringly, You? What exactly are you? Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and his endless majesty shocked the crowd. What am I? I, the actor. Lin Xiao's words were like a royal seal that clasped heavily on everyone's heart. The assistant responded then. Nima, I am what I am and an actor is an actor. What the hell are you? I am an actor. And big brother, are you really an actor? This aura gives the impression that it's not acting at all. Just as the assistant was frantically spitting inside, Lin Xiao slowly spoke once again. You, something to play? The voice was like a question and a query, but uncharacteristically laced with a few hints of resentment. What seemed like a sparse sentence made it impossible to figure out what exactly he was thinking, and all that was left was endless speculation and fear. The ever-elusive and unrivaled dragons might. This, the Emperor. No, not. Icy chills surged through his heart, and the assistant instantly became incoherent. But he quickly reacted to the fact that this was an audition and immediately changed his tone. I mean, no need. You keep still. I'm going to find Director Who now. After saying that, he ran back with a face full of excitement. As for the actors who had just been chosen, they all had the very good sense not to follow. In this case, there's still no audition for the mirror, and it's no surprise that the role is mostly going to go to this drag queen. Instead of continuing to make a nuisance of himself, it would be better to observe Lin Xiao more and seize the opportunity to improve his own acting skills. That, Your Majesty, may I take some pictures of you? I want to go back and use them for my studies. Among the actors on the scene, one of the bolder ones took the initiative to apply for a photo with Lin Xiao, and since he didn't know the other party's name, coupled with the fact that Lin Xiao was in full swing at the moment, he had to refer to him as Your Majesty. The Emperor did not answer immediately, but looked at the actor with his eyes slightly closed. Only after staring until the other party's heart fluttered did he say, "May!" The bold actor was so relieved that he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and snapped a couple of shots. With him starting, the others were emboldened. After all, no matter how well he acts, this Han Wudi is still a fake. Can he really kill your 9 clans? The crowd, who gradually reacted, began to actively come over and learn acting skills from Lin Xiao. Some even asked for contact information. Unsurprisingly, the latter is about to become Director Who's supporting actor, and is bound to soar in the future. If they missed today, the 18-line small actors would never want to have half a chance to cross paths with him again. It was a pity that Lin Xiao was already in the theater at the moment, and didn't add anyone's WeChat at all, except for the most basic exchanges. As for the so-called wording of having a chance to eat together in private, Lin Xiao rejected it without even thinking about it. Private dinner? I'm sorry. The Son of Heaven has no private business. As the crowd gathered around Lin Xiao's kung fu, the assistant also panted and came to the director. Who? Director Who? Go outside and take a look. There's an emperor outside. I'm not kidding. Hearing this outrageous report, Hu Mei immediately frowned. What's going on? Talk properly. The assistant took a deep breath to calm down before she began to reorganize her words. It was just obvious that his brain was still in shock and his language system was still in disarray. There was a drag queen actor out there who said he wanted to come and audition for the emperor, and I thought to myself that's not bull, so I didn't say yes, and then he provoked me, and then I let him play, and then he really became the emperor. Hu Mei again by the assistant's incoherent whole face full of question marks. This kid is usually quite stable, ah? What the hell did he see that made him panic like that? So the heart was also stirred anxious. Hu Mei tone sank, signaling the assistant to hurry to explain clearly. What's all the gibberish about? Get to the point. Reporting to the director, there's a dragon set at the entrance. He plays the emperor really too much. I'd like to ask you to take a look. A drag queen can play the emperor? Isn't that a rip-off? After hearing the assistant's words, Hu Mei's voice suddenly became stern. Chen Xiang, the group should not give you a low salary, right? As for you to go and collect this kind of favor fee. For the group to charge a favor fee to recommend the actor thing, Hu Mei has been explicitly prohibited. Now this Chen Xiang actually so blatant, it seems that he has too spoiled him. Director Hu, you've wronged me. You'd have fired me by now if I charged him for favors. He's just too much of a likeness. I didn't even dare to let him move in order to keep him in shape. Please go and take a look. Chen Xiang's voice became more and more anxious, causing a hint of shaking in Hu Mei's heart. It was just a matter of time. The boy had been with him for so many years, and there really didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. Now that he's put it that way, let's go see if this dragonette is a real dragon or a setup. Thinking about this, Hu Mei immediately stood up, not forgetting the warning on her way out. I don't think it would work with this guy. I'll pack my bag and get the hell out of here in a minute. Chen Xiang swore again and backhandedly pulled Hu Mei away. It took about 2 or 3 minutes to get from the main hall to the main entrance. Before I got to the door, I saw a crowd of people surrounding me. There were even some female group performers who took the initiative to get closer to the crowd, warbling and saying flattering words in order to gain each other's favor before Lin Xiao became famous. The voice reached Hu Mei's ears and instantly made her frown. He's not even famous yet and he's hooking up with a female groupie. What kind of person can he be? How can a man with no talent play that 1,000-year-old emperor? Is this what you find people for? Hu Mei's eyes were a little disappointed. This time not at Lin Xiao, but at Chen Xiang. Never in a million years would I have thought that the assistant I brought up with my own hands would turn corrupt. Director, that's the group acting sticking it to him, but he didn't do anything? He's here now, just take a look. Chen Xiang explained while pulling the director, who turned around to leave, not forgetting to drive away the crowd. The director is here. Get out of my way. With a clamor, the crowd receded like a tidal wave. When Hu Mei turned around again, she happened to meet Lin Xiao at eye level. Just one look made her freeze right in place. Lin Xiao stood there like an emperor standing on top of a mountain. Beneath the mountain was an endless sea of corpses and blood soldiers who had died in battle. And behind the emperor are the generals who are about to die for him at any moment. Instead, his eyes gazed into the distance, with large Han flags fluttering everywhere he looked. The world is now unified, but he has to look farther and farther, all the way to the end of the sky. What's an emperor? This is the emperor. Director who? Director who? Just as Hu Mei was in shock, her assistant's voice drew her back. How about it, Director who? Why don't you say something? Hu Mei's pupils refocused and her heart thumped even more. Never thought that what Chen Xiang said was true, and there was really an emperor standing outside the door. Not only that, but this feeling is exactly like the presence of Emperor Han Wu himself. Right now what Lin Xiao was wearing was still just ordinary clothes. If he changed into a dragon robe, what would it look like? Thinking of this, Hu Mei actually looked forward to something after a long time. That's him. Take him to change. I want to see him in his full form. Chapter 4, Just a Drag Race. Hearing that the director asked to change clothes, Chen Xiang was immediately happy. Even more so, he pulled Lin Xiao straight to the crew's dressing room. Wang Defa stared blankly at the backs of the two men as they departed, only then realizing that the former dragon set had actually transformed into a dragon. It was too late to be sentimental, but there were things he cared more about at the moment. Director who? That Lin Xiao, I brought him here. Hu Mei was in the right mood and half joked. You mean that emperor just now? Yeah. Wang Defa nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Turn him $100,000. The director waved his hand, and the number in his mouth directly made Wang Defa almost scurry up to the sky in joy. $100,000. Normally speaking, the latter may not receive so much money even if he introduces dozens of actors. Right now the director is so generous, which naturally has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. Just as soon as he thought of Lin Xiao, Wang Defa's gorgeous mood was suddenly not beautiful. Mard, that just blackmailed me for $150,000 in the morning. No, I have to ask the director for some more color. Just as he rose to that thought, he realized that the director had long since returned to the main hall with impatience. In the dressing room, because of the 100% fusion experience card, Lin Xiao still gave people the feeling of a complete Han Wu emperor even without makeup. So for the first time, the makeup artist encountered the dilemma of not being able to do anything on his own because the actor was so much like his character's temperament. The embarrassed makeup artist had to put on a layer of powder and trace his eyebrows, and then he had the dragon robe brought over. Lin Xiao looked at the specific delicacy of the director's team and felt a surge in his heart. Although this dragon robe is just a costume, the workmanship is even more exquisite, cannot be called the true meaning of the dragon robe. But even so, it was still Lin Xiao's dream in the true sense of his past life and present life. Unlike common dragon robes, this one has a black background with gold stripes. After wearing it, in addition to the nobility, but also make the whole person enveloped in a layer of mystery and majesty. Lin Xiao, who had changed his clothes, carefully observed every single pattern on the clothes. When he looked up again, he realized that all the staff present had their heads bowed, not daring to utter a single breath. What's wrong? In itself, it was just a simple query, but coming from Lin Xiao's mouth, it was filled with endless majesty. The heads of the people were placed even lower, and their hands were even more unconsciously twisted together. It was fortunate that Chen Xiang had just undergone the baptism of Emperor's might, and his bearing capacity was much stronger than the others, which led to a bitter smile as he answered Lin Xiao's doubts. Your Majesty, it's too much of a resemblance for you to close the avatar now that the audition hasn't even begun. However, until the entire sentence was finished, Chen Xiang still did not dare to look directly at Lin Xiao. The latter had some helplessness in his heart. He was now completely fused with Han Wu Da Digu. Raising his hands and feet with an imperial aura makes it easy for him to unleash his acting skills. It's going to be really hard to get him to tighten up. In one's current state, one might only be best served by staying in front of the camera. So, he simply ignored his assistant's request and took the initiative. Now go meet the director. The words fell on the assistant's ears and instantly made him feel as if he were a eunuch. But right now he was not in the mood to dwell on this. He only wanted to hurry up and hand Lin Xiao over to the director. Couldn't be helped. The opposing party's oppression was just too strong. Chun Xiang is also the first time to understand that the original accompaniment of the king is like accompanying a tiger is such a feeling. The main hall of the palace. Hume was sitting in front of an airplane seat waiting impatiently. Director, Han Wu Di is here. The assistant's voice came from the doorway, and director who subconsciously looked up, finally seeing the emperor who had arrived. Only to see that outside the main hall, Lin Xiao stretched his chest and nodded his head as he stepped cleanly into the doorway. With the movement of his steps, a black robe seemed like dark clouds churning, brewing a thunderous wrath, like a deep pool flooding with waves, with a submerged dragon hibernating inside. The golden lines flickered and flashed, a dragon soaring between heaven and earth. A powerful oppression came over him, and in this instant, it gave Hume the urge to kneel down. Hold back, you must hold back, no matter how much you are a big director. If you really kneel down for the newcomer, how can you still mix in the circle in the future? Thanks to the blessing of the bench, director who was able to save face. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his body was already drenched in sweat. Good. Very good. Hume applauded as she got up, her mouth still praising. The reactive staff clapped along with them. I heard from the people you came with that your name is Lin Xiao, right? Let's sign the contract now. That who? You go and call Xiao Zhang here. Let them pair up later. Let's try a small cut first today. The contract has not yet been signed to shout to let the right scene. It is not difficult to see at this time the Hu director in a good mood. Chun Xiang naturally wouldn't spoil the fun at this time by telling the director that Lin Xiao hadn't read the script yet, but just very cooperatively took out the contract. And as Lin Xiao looked at the figures on the contract, even the personality of Emperor Han Wu could barely quell his leaping mood. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, totaling $20 million. Based on $100,000 to beat up Wang Defa, he could beat up Wang Defa for 200 times. And in the past, this $100,000, even with the savings and borrowing, it actually took him 5 years to come up with. Excited, he clutched the pen in his hand and hesitated to drop it. This, however, caused the director to misunderstand him. What? Not satisfied? It's okay, we can still talk. You name a number. How about $50 million? The increasingly outrageous numbers made Lin Xiao feel dizzy. However, he knew that now was not the time to be greedy, and hurriedly refused the director's salary increase. No, I just need the money on the contract. After saying that, he quickly wrote his name again in fear that the other party would continue to argue. Hume saw everything in her eyes, and a hint of goodwill was born in her heart. Not bad. For people not greedy long-sighted, later on their own may be able to shoot another emperor. The scene shifts. Inside a luxurious caravan, a small personal assistant was cursing with a look of indignation. Brother Zhang, that old woman who may bullied me too much, she actually found a drag queen to stage your movie. The pupils of the star called Brother Zhang flickered as he sat up violently and spoke sternly. Shut up, director who naturally has her own ideas for doing this. I won't allow you to disrespect director who in the future. Do you hear me? That little assistant heard the lesson, and although he was a bit unconvinced in his heart, he still agreed honestly. But while this Zhang said that he respected the director, his face crossed uncontrollably. He, Zhang Zhe, was a top-tier star no matter what, but Hume had found a drag queen to play the emperor and asked himself to play the minister, which was clearly a humiliation. If he hadn't been afraid of the other party's name, he was afraid that he would have just let the driver drive off directly. Tell me what that dead drag queen looks like. Since he was far away at that time and this little assistant was nearsighted, he really didn't know what Lin Xiao looked like. The only thing that made a difference was the oppressive feeling she tangibly felt from the moment the other stepped through the door. But despite the reality of the situation, where was the little assistant willing to recognize anyone other than her own brother? So then, she chose to tell a small lie. What else can a drag queen look like? It's just drag queen face. The kind you can't find in a pile of throwbacks. Oh, I knew it. It's just a dragon set. What can be so special about it? Listening to the little assistant's explanation, Zhang Zhe's face became even worse, only to see him casually balling up a ball of paper and throwing it out. He coldly grunted, "Humph, although I can't afford to mess with the director, I still have no problem teaching this dead dragon set a lesson. Let's go. I'll make this dragon set understand the gap between a professional actor and him. After saying that, Zhang Zhe rushed out of the caravan in a furious manner, and his heart was even more determined. Momentum. He must overwhelm his opponent with his aura in the theater. Chapter 5. Kneeling for the Emperor. Where is he? Where's that deadbeat who played Han Wudadi? As soon as Zhang Zhe entered the hall, he immediately vented his dissatisfaction by yelling loudly. The gaze was even more domineering as it swept across the room, rather like a sense of being the only one. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that he was establishing authority over Lin Xiao, and even more so, he was attempting to seize the role of emperor. It was a pity that for the staff who had already experienced the latter's imperial might, the person who was roaring chaotically in the great hall was like a sprawling punk. Don't look at him flaunting his power now, but once the real emperor appears, he will soon be revealed in his original form. Seemingly in response to the crowd's anticipation, Lin Xiao, who had finished reading the script of the trial part of the play, happened to walk out from the back of the temple. His mere standing there made the air of the scene a few moments heavier. Zhang Zhe also sensed something at this time, but still bluffed with his back to the dragon chair. Where's the dead drag queen? Are you nervous about your first movie? For this kind of no-garlic hard-wearing behavior, Lin Xiao directly chi-pulls full. What is the matter with calling me? The voice of this Dao was not high or low, like a casual question, but it was brewing with thunder. The imperial authority in his tone caused Zhang Zhe's back to go cold, and he subconsciously tried to escape. However, in the spirit of a first-tier actor's face, he still turned his head in a strong manner. As a result, it was fine if he didn't turn around, just turned around and the whole thing went completely soft. Only to see behind the side of the great hall, a black dragon robe man slowly paced out. Between his eyebrows there seemed to be a real dragon coiled, and his eyes contained thousands of stars. With this kind of dress and this kind of temperament, anyone who comes will be sweating. Because the one standing there now was completely Han Wudadi himself. When the star came together, the great emperor also began to step forward. Poof, poof. Zhang Zhe's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept slipping down, and his back had already become wet. However, what alarmed him even more was that while it was clear that the other party's pace was even, and his own heart rate had long been in disarray, every step of the great emperor happened to fall on the beat frequency of his heartbeat. For a moment, Zhang Zhe was somewhat confused as to whether this was reality or an illusion. The only thing that was certain was that as the footsteps got closer and closer, that aura unique to the emperor was getting stronger and stronger. When the two of them were still an arm's length away, the oppressive feeling that was like substance crushed the last shred of Chen Zhe's dignity. Only to hear a plopping sound, the latter's knees weakened, and he simply ambled to the ground with his entire body. Your Majesty! Zhang Zhe kneels for your Majesty. As soon as the words fell, the powerful aura receded like a tidal wave, and Zhang Zhe suddenly felt a sense of relief. Just then, Hu Mei's disgruntled voice came out from the back of the temple. Nope, it should be Tian who should see his Majesty. Also, you are at least a state uncle. How can you be so obscene? Seeing the arrival of the director, the site staff immediately took their positions, and Zhang Zhe stood up in response. In order to cover up his loss of composure, he had to force himself to calm down and say, "The director misunderstood. I was just fooling around." At this explanation, Hu Mei subconsciously nodded. After all, Zhang Zhe was also an actor she had hand-picked, and had even auditioned with the last lead actor already. He's probably the only first-tier star in a long line of actors who are both famous and qualified for the role. But filming is filming, and whoever is in this cast has to be fully committed to the new show. Thinking of this, Hu Mei's face became serious once again. Starting today, whenever you're in the group, you have to refer to your character in the movie whether shooting starts or not. Got it? The crowd rushed to say yes. Only Lin Xiao was influenced by the personality of Emperor Han Wu and stood still without saying a word. Being the son of heaven, you will naturally not answer such questions. However, with regards to this behavior, perhaps because of the tacit acceptance of Lin Xiao's emperor status in his heart, no one at the scene felt that there was anything wrong with this. Except for Zhang Zhe. Regarding the fatal mistake made by Lin Xiao at this moment, Zhang Zhe was full of joy. Damn dragon set, you've been asked to play an emperor temporarily, you really don't know who you are. Director who is the most serious about rules. Just wait, let's see how she scolds you later. Immediately afterward, in his expectant gaze, The director's fruity hand pointed over. Good. Scold him hard. Better kick him out of the crew. Seeing the director pointing at the dead dragon set, Zhang Zhe clenched his fists in excitement. Unfortunately, the pleasant spark in his heart had just ignited when it was immediately extinguished by the next words. It's called getting in the zone. This is the state I want. Zhang Zhe, you need to learn more from others. The director subconsciously raised her hand to pat Lin Zhao's shoulder as she spoke, and just as her palm was about to touch the latter, she gave a sharp lurch and eventually did not drop it. Couldn't be helped, the current Lin Zhao was too much like Han Wudi himself. Even if you know he's acting, you still can't help but cringe at some point. Although Hu Mei was able to speak normally beside Lin Zhao by relying on the director's status and her own aura, there was still some psychological barrier for her when it came to tapping on the emperor's shoulder, an unauthorized thing. Besides, from the perspective of protecting Lin Zhao's state of being in the movie, she really shouldn't have filmed it. Back to Zhang Zhe. At this moment, his face had completely sunk. It's not even if the director doesn't blame Lin Zhao for not knowing the rules, he actually asked himself to learn from him. Who am I, Zhang Zhe? A big cast of first-rate stars with a huge fan base. And what's that Lin Zhao? It's just a dead drag queen who rotted in the gutter and no one knows about it. You want me to learn from him? Don't I have to lose face? Even if you're Hu Mei, you can't humiliate me like that. Seemingly to express his dissatisfaction, for the latter half of the director's statement, Zhang Zhe directly made a perfunctory remark. Got it. The resistance and impatience in his tone caused some of the staff to cringe. Director who even gasped a big hashtag sign on his head. Zhang Zhe, what's your attitude? With these words, the temperature in the air dropped a few points. This is a complete pain in the ass for those staff members. Lin Zhao's aura already made people's nerves tense. But now there was an additional director with a full aura. The thinning air caused the crowd to transform into millennial dragons and act out corpses on the spot. If the bystanders were still like this, Zhang Zhe, who was the center of the incident, was even more needless to say. Not only did he feel a dry mouth, his body was sweating like crazy. He was reluctant to apologize for being in the way, so he had to find himself a way out of the situation. Director who you misunderstood. I was just substituting my role as you requested. The speaker had no intention of listening, and coupled with the fact that Zhang Zhe's step was not a good one to find. This statement was undoubtedly recognized by the director as a provocation. In the face of this repeated provocation, Hu Mei could no longer tense up and directly ripped off the opponent's cover. Acting the role? You're not playing the emperor, why are you putting up a stink here? It's just that Lin Zhao is a newcomer and you're not happy about it? I'm telling you, when it comes to playing the emperor, he's better than you just by standing there. Director whose words were like a slap in Zhang Zhe's face. And the latter, hearing that he was actually inferior to a dragon set in the director's heart, moreover, similarly erupted with fire. What kind of acting skills can he have as a dead dragon set? He's just wearing a tattered dragon robe, isn't he? Give me the robe and let's see which one of us looks like the emperor. When these words came out, the director's eyebrows were raised high, and the corners of his mouth were even tinged with a sneer. What kind of acting skills does Lin Zhao have? I'm afraid that Zhang Zhe himself didn't even notice that from the time he spoke until now, he didn't even dare to look at Lin Zhao. And the nerve to question each other's acting skills here. Although Hu Mei was very angry right now, she also understood that for the highly hierarchical entertainment industry, Lin Zhao's status as a dragon set was also really hard for such a first-tier star to accept. Having said that, why don't we arrange a role swap to kill Zhang Zhe's sharpness, or use it to make an example of him? Fine, if you want to try, I'll give you a chance, as long as you can hold steady, then this emperor role is yours. Chapter 6. You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Thank you, director. Hearing the director's answer, Zhang Zhe was immediately overjoyed, and the indignation in his heart dissipated. As long as he could drape the dragon robe over himself, with his years of acting skills, it wouldn't be easy to overwhelm a drag queen. With this thought, he immediately turned around and asked Lin Zhao to take off his dragon robe. It doesn't matter if you don't turn around as a result. Right at the moment when their gazes met, an intense dragon might directly crushed over. Ah! Zhang Zhe let out a cry of shock as his body retreated several steps uncontrollably. This scene was completely intentional on Lin Zhao's part. The other party had been calling dead dragon set, since they first entered the Great Hall, and now they were openly grabbing up roles. Do you really think I'm made of clay? You want to wear my robe? You're worthy of it. Lin Zhao's eyes contained lightning bolts, and together with Emperor Han Wu's personality, He crazily unleashed the wrath of the Son of Heaven into the field. It wasn't enough to just stare angrily. He stepped forward again, and his voice rose progressively. You want to wear a dragon robe? Tian, you want a rebel? When the Son of Heaven is angry, he is thunderstruck. Zhang Zai's entire body had been stunned. His feet went soft, and he actually fell to the ground on his butt. Just when the crowd thought that this would be the end, Lin Xiao took the initiative to take off his dragon robe again. He casually threw the dragon robe at his feet. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked down on the other party, as if he was looking down on a bugbear. The robe! I take it off. Take it away. Zhang Zai had the illusion that if he dared to reach out, he would be greeted with his head. But an illusion is an illusion, and there's no way he's going to give up on it, whether it's in the way of his face or his own dreams. It's just an act. There's nothing to be afraid of. Reassuring himself once again, Zhang Zai's hand trembled as he reached toward the dragon robe. The moment his fingers were about to make contact with the silky fabric, another thunderclap exploded in his ears. Take that! Lin Zhao's voice carried a few hints of impatience and urgency, as well as endless anger at the thieves for daring to covet imperial power. As these words came out, that son of a thief trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning, and his hand quickly retracted. What's worse, Zhang Zai clearly felt a wave of urination going down his belly to the back of his head, and his underwear was uncontrollably dampened by a few drops. Ka! Just as he was about to carry on completely, the director finally rescued him. Couldn't be helped, it was just too much of a resemblance, and if he didn't call out to stop, the latter was really afraid that some guards would rush in and cut down Tian in the next second. Along with this click, Lin Zhao's aura changed rapidly. The thunderous might of the party disappeared and was replaced by a blazing hot sun. The director's assistant also had the good sense to re-hand the dragon robe to Lin Xiao, not forgetting to say towards the person who was paralyzed on the ground. Introducing, this is Lin Xiao, but as per director whose request, since you're not wearing a dragon robe, you'll have to call him His Majesty on set from now on. Chen Xiang's tone carried a bit of snark, but the content of the second half of the sentence was undoubtedly rubbing salt into people's wounds. Roughly translated, people have taken off their clothes to you, but in the end you were given the opportunity to use it, but you did not use it. Just as he uttered these words, some staff members happened to gather around to help Lin Xiao put on his dragon robe. This visualization pulls the mockery effect right to the top. Zhang Zai's fists were pinched white, but he had to recognize Lin Xiao's acting skills. Although the entertainment industry is heavily ranked in terms of seniority, it is equally honored by strength. He is not as skillful as others, and of course, he has no face to rob any emperor again. But as a top-tier actor, his acting skills were actually tyrannized by a newcomer, which made it hard for him to accept for a while. Director, I'd like to adjust for a moment. Although Hu Mei strives for excellence in her work, she is not an unsympathetic person. Since Zhang Zai had already been honest after the beating, there was no need for her to catch someone in the act. Coupled with the fact that the former's current state was really hard to get into the scene, Hume decisively agreed to the request for an adjustment. After Zhang Zai left, no one in the scene ever sprouted the idea of grabbing the emperor's role again. The already somewhat familiar system tone resounded in Lin Zhao's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the role of Emperor Han Wu, rewarding Emperor Han Wu with 30 points of Dragon Qi. According to the system's previous introduction, 100 points of Dragon Qi were needed for each fully fused Emperor's personality. Now these 30 points of Dragon Qi could already allow him to fuse 30% of Han Wudi's personality. There was no time to experience the changes in himself in detail before the director handed a stack of tableaus in front of him. Zhang Zai is not in good shape, so we won't audition for the movie today, just in time for you to go through the lines first. Lin Xiao received the tableau, and immediately revealed an inquiring gaze looking directly at the director. The tableau was about as thick as 2 or 3 dictionaries, and obviously not something that could be read in a moment. If it was the dragon set version of Lin Xiao, this would have silently found an incisor to sit there and read. But now he also had the personality of Emperor Wu of Han fused within him. The Son of Heaven must be a man of honor. Hu Mei also thought of this, and immediately looked around the scene, and soon his eyes were locked on the dragon chair. It was a nice place to be, but there were just no lights. But it only took 2.5 seconds for her to come up with an idea. Shall we? You just make do there for a while, and I'll have my assistant hold the light for you. Lin Xiao nodded. And so it was that the large court hall. The staff was busy at His Highness, while Lin Xiao was sitting in a proper posture and looking at the tableau there. Beside him was Chen Xiang, who was holding up a portable lamp. In order to maintain the neatness of the dragon robe at this time, Lin Xiao was only wearing a plain coat, but his majesty was not reduced. Instead, it was a different kind of emperor. Just as he was absorbed in his perusal of the tableau, a wave of people gathered again at some point at his highness. In the center of the crowd, a gentle woman dressed in Chinese dress, a long hair tied behind her back, the age of looking at only the early 20s, but exudes a motherly atmosphere. Standing beside her was the great director Hu Mei. Surrounded by the crowd, the gentle woman spoke softly. "Sister Hu, I heard that you replaced the emperor with a drag queen this time?" According to the age difference between the two, this sister Hu wasn't really called properly. Even if we don't talk about the age issue, how many actors and actresses in the showbiz industry call Hu Mei Sister Hu? However, instead of being angry, the latter said with a smile on her face, "You girl, can't you trust your old sister's vision?" "Why yes. I'm just curious about what kind of drag queen could be chosen by Sister Hu." Saying that, the gentlewoman also looked around, but did not find an actor with an imperial aura. Seeing that she was genuinely curious, Hu Mei didn't bother to sell her story and pointed bluntly to the dragon chair. "Here, there it is." The gentlewoman followed her finger and looked, but she saw a man in plain clothes sitting on the temple. The man was holding a thick desk book in one hand and gently turning the pages with the other. A simple movement, a hard flip of the tableau into a sonata. Especially when his brow is slightly furrowed, the image of an emperor who labors over paperwork emerges. Unlike the domineering emperors commonly seen in movies and television, this moment on the dragon chair is the emperor who has a big heart and labors for the people. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties, but how could beauties not love heroes? The imperial aura on Lin Xiao at this moment was precisely the most remarkable heroic aura in the world. With just a hurried glance, the gentle woman's heart began to race. But she quickly retracted her gaze and said with her face as usual, "It has a bit of imperial aura. Sister Hu chose it really well." Hu Mei on the other side didn't notice any abnormality at all, and her voice carried a slight smugness. "More than a few points. When the shooting starts you'll know what it means to be as I am." The gentle woman didn't reply this time, only that there was clearly more anticipation in her bright eyes. Just when the atmosphere was cordial, Lin Xiao on the dragon chair suddenly opened his mouth. "Director Hu, I have a small suggestion about the script." Chapter 7. I can go where the ko can go. Hearing that Lin Xiao had an opinion on the script, the hint of swirling in the gentlewoman's heart suddenly calmed down. The former's temperament is really good as a character for this scene. But when it comes to scripts, that's a completely different area of expertise. What's more, this is still Hu Bai's script, and an actor who just came out from the dragon set dares to make presumptuous comments. What is the difference between those who say such things and the clowns who make a class act of it? And Hume felt an equal twinge of displeasure as a party. It's not unheard of for actors in the cast to suggest changes to the script during filming, and it's even resulted in a number of classic moments. But that's all based on a wealth of performance experience. Right now Lin Xiao's first official contact with acting and then proposes to revise the script is a bit too eager to perform. However, on second thought, in terms of the emperor's molding, there was really no one who could outshine him at the moment. Maybe there really is a good opinion. With this thought in mind, Hu Mei decided that it would be better to listen to the true emperor's thoughts. It was all a long story, but in reality it was only 2 or 3 seconds of work. In Lin Xiao's perspective, the director walked over personally after just a little contemplation. As for the girl beside the director, he didn't notice her at all. "Director Hu, look at this one. I'll start with one for you to feel." When Hu Mei approached, Lin Xiao immediately pointed out the line. The lines are a speech made by Emperor Wu of Han in the courtroom before he leaves for the Huns. It was also after this speech that the Han dynasty finally opened a crusade against the Huns. For 70 years, my Han dynasty has lost many battles against the Xiongnu. This situation must be completely reversed in the future. I am going to tell the world and the Xiongnu people plainly in this battle that whoever dares to fight my Han dynasty, I will definitely fight back. As soon as Lin Xiao finished reading, director Hu sensed that there was a hint of something wrong with the lines. With the imperial aura, this line does give you a rush of exuberance. But that's not nearly enough to have the effect that Hume wants. How can it be enough for a piece of dialogue by Han Wudadi that changed the fate of the Han dynasty to be merely exhilarating? Since the emperor's performance has been textbook, the problem must be with the lines. Hu Mei's forehead knitted into a ball as she quietly waited for Lin Xiao's answer. Luckily, the latter was not one who liked to sell out and pointed out the problem right away. The first half of this long sentence can be left untouched, but starting with this "I am this battle," I think there is room for refinement. Hume nodded in agreement. I didn't feel it when I wrote it before, but after Lin Xiao said that, I felt that the momentum of the two words before and after did connect a bit. Just understanding the problem and solving it are ultimately two different things. Hume doesn't really have any good ideas for modifications anytime soon. What do you have in mind? Tell me. Lin Xiao, who had prepared for this, smiled faintly, his entire body brimming with confidence. Immediately afterward, his aura changed violently, and his voice was flooded with a hint of majesty. My Han family for 70 years, against the Xiongnu repeatedly defeated. This situation must be completely reversed in the future. I am this battle is to clearly tell the world and the Xiongnu people, attack and defense is easy to form. Speaking of which, the director's blood had begun to boil. However, Lin Xiao did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, his aura rose once again and his voice was like the wrath of the dragon god. Ko can go. I can go too. If the enemy can go, I can go. 7 short words, but they contained endless dominance. Even after decades of repeated defeats, it has remained true to its belief that it will win. That's Han Wu the Great, the one who beat the unbeatable Huns into submission. With such an emperor, why worry that the country will not prosper and the national prestige will not be raised? Ear-shattering dragon sounds echoed through the air. A raging, murderous aura was climbing up in the knots. There was one person in the hall who counted, and at this moment, all of them felt their blood burning, and couldn't wait to go and slaughter a few Huns now to help the fun. Even Hu Mei, who had written countless scripts, was so shocked that she couldn't speak at this moment. If the enemy can go, I can go. If the enemy can go, I can go. The gentle woman on the stage repeatedly chewed on these words, and the more she tasted them, the more she felt that Lin Xiao was not ordinary. This small dragon set can say such impassioned words, its heart and mind in the end hidden how much brocade. It turns out that I was the real clown myself who just thought others were clowns. While blaming herself inwardly, she couldn't help but become curious about Lin Xiao. Just now, I heard from the staff that the one on the dragon chair has been a drag queen for several years. The other actor is so good and has his own interpretation of the script. It's obviously out of character for such a talent to remain nameless. Is it hard to believe that it is the so-called deliberate concealment of oneself in order to wait for the time of the day? No, it's just acting. Naturally, you catch the chance to be on it, and it's only when you have more chances to appear that you might be seen by a big director. Where would the cutie be? Is it true that you're deliberately hiding yourself? Thinking about it and not getting an answer, she decided to wait for her free time to find someone to investigate properly. But right now, she had more important things to do. Sister Hu, it's almost time for the movie. You haven't introduced me to our sire yet. It was only after she reminded him of this that the director got over his shock. A brief introduction. This is Lin Xiao, the actor of Emperor Wu of Han in the play Lin Xiao. The big beauty offstage is called Su Ning. She plays Wei Zifu in the play. You can pair the script together later. Su Ning, this name Lin Xiao remembered. The former was already a popular actress before the latter even came to this world. The generous and gentle character coupled with the stunning beauty can be said to be the dream of 5 billion men in Blue Star. Fate is a strange thing. The day before, he was still worried about sleeping in a bridge hole. But today he was actually able to get a role with this top-stream actress. And the other party's role was also her own favorite concubine. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. But he couldn't see any abnormality on his face. Just as he was lamenting, Su Ning had long ago approached the dragon chair and took the initiative to extend her delicate hand. Hello Lin Xiao. It's an honor to be paired up with you. More exchanges in the future. A simple sentence directly caused the heartbeat of the person in the dragon chair to speed up once again. However, under the augmentation of Han Wu de Di's personality, he remained steady and fell back to shake the other's fingertips. Hello. Well, it's nice to get into a Q-tip and it's nice and cold. Lin Xiao wanted to say some more polite words, but the moment he raised his head, thoroughly mesmerized by the person in front of him, only to see Su Ning that a pair of willow leaf eyebrows under the black lake rippling with autumn waves reflecting the moon. A nose straight but not stiff, just the right reflecting the moon lake divided into two. Slightly curved under the tip of the nose, the two flaps of red lips gentle and not lose dignity. Lin Xiao could swear to the heavens that Su Ning's real life was 1,000 times more beautiful than on screen. Oh no, 10,000 times. If you don't believe me, even the personality of Han Wu.D froze. But U.D are still U.D. A mere instant caused Lin Xiao to recover from his disorientation, and his tone became more composed. The exchange is not daring. It's better for me to learn more in the future. Su Ning drew back her hand and smiled without a trace. Before she met this drag queen, any male actor she had been in a scene with had looked at himself with lewd desire. This time, however, the other party's gaze was clear and his expression was even very calm. It made her feel a slight sense of loss at the same time that she felt a twinge of goodwill towards this drag queen partner. It's hard to meet a normal male, but the other person doesn't seem to be interested. However, just in the moment she caught Lin Xiao frozen in thought, this loss suddenly turned into a hint of joy. So, it's not like I'm not interested. This running man is quite interesting. Chapter 8. The two leads greeted each other, and it was logical to move on to the shoot now. Hu Mei's face, however, rarely became a little difficult. At the moment, she felt that the script still had a lot of room for improvement, but if she revised the script, it would mean that Su Ning's time today was all for naught. With the other party's curiosity, the schedule is naturally full, every minute and every second is very precious. If you accidentally offend Su Ning, the one behind her, thinking about it, Hu Mei, who has always pursued excellence, had to try hard. Ms. Su, Lin Xiao, can we change the script first today? Although the words were addressed to two people, she always kept a close eye on Su Ning's expression. The address to the latter also changed from sister at the beginning to Miss Su. Su Ning curiosity but frame is not big, for the director's compulsion also expressed understanding. So she nodded without a moment's hesitation. With her nodding, Hu Mei was then willing to offer Lin Xiao an invitation. Lin Xiao, this time the script I want you to help me revise the plot part of Han Wu.D. Of course, I'll give you another extra salary. How about taking 30% from my share of the profits and giving it to you? This salary can definitely be described as sincere. 30% of whose share of the profits is perfectly adequate to make a class leap. Even if it's not good enough, you can easily break a small goal. 100 million soft sister coins. This is a number that he once dared not dream of. Although Lin Xiao was excited, his mind always remained calm. As a newcomer, taking a cut right off the bat is clearly breaking the rules of the ring. However, if you reject it outright, it is rather like selling the director a favor, which is even more undesirable. Thinking about it, he decisively came up with a compromise. Director Hu, I'm running short of money right now. I'll have to wait too long for my dividend. Why don't you advance me some of my salary for the movie first? Now? Hu Mei was a little surprised at Lin Xiao's request. No more short of money than to let go of so many dividends just to get a paycheck right away. Fortunately, Hu Mei was also a smart person and quickly understood Lin Xiao's thoughts. Looking at the eyes in front of him towards this young man added a few more moments of praise. So she decided to offer to take out a check. Okay, the cruise accounts don't have that much money right now. This $10 million counts as my personal extra commission for you. As for the salary, I'll settle it for you after the shooting is over. 10 million. Lin Xiao's face did not look abnormal, but his heart was pounding. According to his previous calculations of running a dragon set with no food, this amount of money was enough for him to earn more than 100 years. But excitement was excitement, and with the added weight of the personality of Emperor Han Wu, the check was accepted graciously. Thank you, Director Hu. Since you said so, then I won't excuse myself anymore. This pampered attitude caused the appreciation in Hu Mei's eyes to thicken a few more points, so she couldn't help but open her mouth. You and Su Ning look about the same age. She usually calls me Sister Hu. Halfway through his words, the director had a pensive look on his face, but his remaining light swept towards Su Ning, confirming that the other party's face was as normal before continuing. From now on, you can just call me Sister Hu as well. Okay, Sister Hu. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Lin from now on. The big director took the initiative to draw close, so Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't rebuff it. However, he didn't choose to refer to himself as a sibling, but rather as Kobayashi, calling himself Kobayashi. It creates an effect that this Sister Hu is not the other Sister Hu. Doing so would not only keep a suitable distance from the big director, but also avoid Su Ning's dislike. Putting aside the curiosity of the two, just based on Sister Hu's attitude towards the latter, she knew that this Su Ning was definitely not ordinary. So as a newcomer, Lin Xiao decided to keep a low profile if he could. After the polite conversation, Director Hu rearranged a room for Lin Xiao to revise the script. Su Ning had planned to leave directly, but because there was still some time before the airplane flight, She simply nagged Director Who about her understanding of the role. The only sound in the quiet room was the rustling of pens. The general direction of the script is the same in both lives, with only a few details that are better or worse. What Lin Xiao had to do was to combine the advantages of both sides and incidentally modify some Emperor-related lines. With the added weight of Han Wudi's personality, there was no one who understood the Emperor better than he did. With the two major buffs of crossing over plus system, the entire script revision went very smoothly. It was just over an hour's work, and Lin Xiao came to the director with the newly released script. Sister Who, this is the line I just changed. You have a look. Looking at the thick pile in Lin Xiao's hand, Hu Mei immediately had the feeling of being duped. What can be changed in so little time? Resisting the urge to return her money, she took the script with a grain of salt. With just one glance, she was shocked by the red annotations. Both the handwriting and the markings are neat to a fault. Not only that, but as she read it in depth, she realized that the new script not only accurately controlled the Emperor's tone, but also had invaluable suggestions for changes to parts of the plot. Hu Mei turned the pages faster and faster, and her hand holding the script was trembling. In less than 2 hours, Lin Xiao had actually finished roughly rewriting the entire script, and it's amazing that you can't pick out a single thing that's wrong with it from start to finish. The script can definitely be taken up a notch if one follows these suggestions with a little modification. This quality, this efficiency, no, it's got to be a raise. Gotta raise it hard. Good, good, good. I guess I'll have to call you Mr. Lin from now on. The more Hu Mei looked, the more excited she became, and her mouth was full of praise. Lin Xiao humbly smiled, but in his heart, he was happy. Seeing that the director's tone was so excited, Su Ning also curiously put her head together, but was instantly shocked by the annotations on the script. It wasn't the content she cared about though, it was the font itself. Besides filming, her daily favorite is calligraphy. Coupled with her family's connections, Su Ning has also made friends with many calligraphy experts. Among these great calligraphers, some have bold strokes, some have thick strokes, and some have beautiful strokes. However, it was the first time she had seen a brush and ink that could reveal such a strong imperial aura. The word is as good as it gets. While a person's aura may be camouflaged by costume props, handwriting can never be camouflaged. Is someone who can write such handwriting really just a drag queen? At the thought, she couldn't help but glance again at the man beside her. The other party sensed something and happened to look over. Su Ning's cheeks heated up and she swished her head around again. This operation caused Lin Xiao to be puzzled for a while. Could it be that he had done something wrong and pissed off the big man? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with questions. However, under the influence of the Han Wudadi personality, this kind of eyes seemed to have the ability to penetrate everything. In an instant, Su Ning's heart rate steeply accelerated. To prevent being seen for anything and just in time to catch her flight, she rushed to take the opportunity to say, "Sister Hu, I have to go or I won't be able to catch my flight." After saying that, she left without looking back. Hu Mei, who was immersed in the script, didn't notice any abnormality at all, and just greeted her assistant, Chan Xiong, to see off the guests. After Su Ning left, Director Hu looked at Lin Xiao again. "Mr. Lin, I'm going to change the script first. It might take a few days. Why don't you take a couple of days off as well?" Hu Mei wants to change the script and Lin Xiao wants to cash the check. The latter said a brief goodbye and quickly jumped into a cab. $10 million of my old man's money. Here I come. Chapter 9. Outsourcing is to blame. Lin Xiao sat in the car and looked at the ever-changing scenery outside the window, always having a dreamy feeling. A few hours ago, he was a deadbeat drag queen who lived in dire straits and had no name. After just half a day, he already had $10 million in assets. What's more, now that he has become the lead actor of the cast, and the director is the famous Hu Mei, the future is bright. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao once again inserted his hand into his pocket and gently rubbed the check. This small check holds a small dream from his previous life. At that time, he had just stepped into the film and television industry, and was even poorer as ever, but was fortunate enough to meet a lovely girl. The day the two confirmed their relationship, Lin Xiao vowed to her that he would give everything he had to make a good life for the other. Yet the girl's response was this: "Cutie, what is the point of my existence if the effort is only on your own?" At that moment, Lin Xiao, who had never shed a tear, cried, crying like a 300-month-old child. And then the two of them follow their dreams while fantasizing about having their own little nest. It was such a small dream, but it took until this life to realize it. A faint sadness rose from the bottom of his heart. Immediately afterward, this grief was expanding, rapidly taking over the limbs and bones. Between the loss of concentration, the imperial aura that had originally been suppressed by his utmost efforts began to climb higher and higher. This time Lin Xiao didn't cry again, but looked out the window very quietly, like a solemn statue. The grief of that sculpture was so strong, like angry waves, like a raging river, like a lonely emperor. The driver didn't dare to breathe a word on the side for fear of disturbing this emperor who had entered the world. Lin Zhao's emotions were like a blistering wind and rain, coming violently but dissipating quickly. You can't go back to your past life, so you might as well make the most of the present. If they could make a career here, it would be the fulfillment of both of their wishes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately changed his mood again. There were no words on the way, and the cab pulled up in front of the bank where the check had been made payable. Outside the door of the two high alabaster stone lions, all show people the bank's heritage. In order to prevent the Emperor Han Wu personality from bringing unnecessary trouble, Lin Xiao once again suppressed his aura and walked into the hall in a low-profile manner. "Hello. What kind of business do you want?" As soon as they entered, the staff member in charge of guidance flashed a professional fake smile. Lin Xiao returned the same smile and said in a flat tone, "Hello? I'd like to cash a check." Hearing that someone was going to cash a check, the guide couldn't help but size up the man in front of him. In the age of electronic payments, it is rare to see even cash on the market, let alone any checks. The man was no more than $300 altogether, and his pupils revealed clear stupidity. If I'm not mistaken, it's 80% that I've been fooled by being cheap. But speculation being speculation, he didn't have the slightest intention of reminding the other party, and just casually pointed to a counter. "Window 3 is empty, so you can just go ahead and do it." When he finished, he shouted with a wink at window number 3. "Hubin, someone wants to cash a check." The teller man named Hubin understood. After taking the check, he threw it back coldly with only a glance at the amount on it. "Can't use it." "Can't use it? Why?" Lin Xiao was confused by the whole thing. It couldn't be that the check Hume gave was fake. The tone of the person in the window was still cold, only this time there was a little more impatience. "The money's not right." Lin Xiao ignored the other party's attitude and checked the amount on the check again. Only the Arabic and capitalized numerals in the amount field have the exact same value. After confirming that there was no mistake, he fed the check back into the window. "I see the same amount in both cases. Do you want to check again?" Unexpectedly, the other party did not even answer, but even directly opened his mouth to ridicule. "I know the amount is the same, but with your shabby look, is it your turn for a good thing of $10 million? Hubin's loud voice, coupled with the loudspeaker amplification, instantly drew half of the people's eyes over. Even the manager on duty came over. "What's going on?" "Manager Wang. I said the check was fake. But it turned out that this stupid 13 wanted to make trouble." Instead of restraining himself, Hubin continued to snap at Lin Xiao. The latter raised an eyebrow and waited quietly for the manager's response. Who knew that the manager was also a dog-eared thing? He simply scanned the troublemaker's attire and pulled his neck in an arrogant voice. "Fake I've seen a lot. Get out of here or security will fork you out." Lin Xiao sniffed. His face remained unflustered and he just glanced over lightly. The manager was immediately shocked. His back rose a burst of coldness, and his breathing became rapid. In all his years in the business, he could count on a handful of people who could give him that kind of oppression. The young man in front of me is definitely a hidden big client. Maybe it's still a successor being groomed by one of the big families. Just as he was still shocked, Lin Xiao had already stood up with the intention of leaving. This time can let the manager Wang anxious not light. Good in his brain turned quite fast. Once again raised the tone of voice scolded. "Hu Bin, Laozi told you to get lost, didn't you understand? This VIP's check is obviously real. Yet you dare to lie and fake it in front of Laozi. Do you really think Laozi is blind?" After saying that, he looked at the counter again with a vicious expression, but he kept glancing at Lin Xiao out of the corner of his eye. The other party really stopped and looked over with a smirk. Seeing the big customer turn back, Manager Wang immediately changed into a fawning expression and licked up like a teddy. This emotional transition is not to say that it is a natural one, but it can definitely crush some of the up-and-coming actors in Hollywood. The world is the biggest theater. As Lin Xiao sighed, Teddy had already taken the lead. "Dare I ask this honored guest your name?" That person just now is my company's outsourced staff. Tomorrow we will terminate the labor contract. I hope you can give us a chance to make up for our mistakes. Lin Xiao had been immune to this kind of official tone in his last life. So instead of responding directly, he pulled out the check and a somewhat faded card. My name is Lin. Mention the money from the check to this card. Manager Wang carefully took the check, looked at the drawers drop, and his entire pupil shook. Hu Mei, is that the big director Hu Mei? The young man in front of him was average looking, but had a personal check from Hume in his hand. Shocked, he had to once again re-examine the young man in front of him. Obviously, his body was full of cheap ground goods, but his whole body was permeated with a different kind of temperament. Like an emperor who fell to earth. A character like this is either a new movie star that Hu Bai has scouted for, or a newly befriended everyone on the other side. But either way, it was not for him, the lobby manager, to be offended. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he might have offended even the famous Hu Bai just now. Thinking of this, Manager Wang's pressure multiplied, and the eyes glancing at Hu Bin also gained a touch of grimness. Dogs, you wait for me. In less than a minute's work, he had confirmed the authenticity of the check, and his attitude became even more respectful. Mr. Lin, your check is real and valid. I'll handle the transfer for you now. The business will take a while. Please move to the second floor. We've prepared tea for you. The second floor of the bank, although Lin Xiao had never been there, he had heard a little about it. It's nothing more than getting a couple of pretty girls to make you a cup of tea and incidentally talk about money management in order to get rich people to keep their money in their home bank for a few more years. But right now he didn't care about that, he just wanted to be done and go home. No, I'm in a hurry. The speaker has no intention of listening. Seeing that his invitation was rejected, Manager Wang inwardly thumped. The mood fell straight to the bottom. It's over, it's over. The little lord won't hold a grudge, will he? Chapter 10. The Black Gold Centurion. Manager Wang muttered in his heart, but refused to let go of the opportunity for progress so easily and tried again. Mr. Lin, check transfers usually take 1 to 2 business days. You're a VIP, we can expedite the process. But it's still a 2 to 3 hour wait, and it's clean upstairs, so take a look. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Just now he refused to go upstairs because he thought the transfer would be done quickly. Since it's going to be a while anyway, there's no harm in going up there and having a seat. With his mind made up, he subconsciously glanced at the elevator. Manager Wang immediately showed joy and respectfully led the way in front. He was on his way into the elevator and gave a wink to his minders. The room on the second floor wasn't that big, about the size of an average family's living room. The crystal coffee table and black leather sofa in the center of the room fit the stereotype of a bank perfectly. Instead, it was the 2 gray and blue short-skirted female staff members who guarded the doorway and called out sweetly just as they entered. Hello, boss. The tall figure and delicate face were in sharp contrast to the voice that entered the door. This made Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the other party one more time, but it was really just a glance. Even putting aside the Emperor's might plus, ordinary beauties would hardly pose an attraction to him. After all, the last thing you need in a movie town is a beautiful woman. Lin Xiao gave a light as a greeting, and then very naturally sat in the main seat. Seeing this scene, Manager Wang's eyes once again shook slightly. The greeters on the second floor have been handpicked. A rough estimate of the client's identity can be made from the client's first attitude towards them. If the customer omits his facial features or inferiority complex to the greeter, then this is usually a thug. This kind of person, money comes and goes quickly. The bank wants to seize the other side of the maximum benefit in a short period of time. If a customer shows interest in a greeter's eyes, then it could be a newborn aristocrat, and the bank will have to give up short-term benefits for long-term ones. And Lin Xiao belonged to neither the former nor the latter, but rather an aura that was only unique to some great nobles. Older aristocrats tend to be rich in assets, experience, and connections, and it's hard enough for anything in the world to impress them. That's why the old nobles are the most difficult to deal with, but they are also the ones that the banks have to pull in even if they have to give up more benefits. This young man is not one to entertain. Luckily, he had hinted to his minders to notify the governor before he went upstairs, and all he had to do was stall for time. Thinking of this, Manager Wang was much lighter inside and personally poured the tea and then handed it to Lin Xiao with both hands. Mr. Lin, our bank president will be right over. You can use the tea first. The latter kept silent, merely taking a sip from the cup before leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes. By the looks of it, it really was just coming upstairs to rest, with no intention of communicating in the slightest. It really wasn't that Lin Xiao was posing, but he really didn't know what to say. Manager Wang was not the least bit annoyed by this, and stood naturally behind the sofa waiting to be deployed. If the conjecture was true, it was true that one's status did not qualify one to talk to the other side. As for the two greeters, they even retreated with great eyesight. After another moment, a knowing female voice came from outside the house. "Sorry I'm late." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young girl with short hair walked in. She had a slightly rounded face and looked harmless, but a glint shot out of her eyes. This refined light is the kind of self-confidence that is only characteristic of long hours of grinding in the workplace. However, when that sparkle landed on the couch, it immediately laxed into a panic. Only Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and an emperor's might poured out without reservation. Time stood still for a moment. The sofa underneath him turned into a dragon chair. A section of steps sprouted out of thin air underneath the dragon chair, and the room that was originally the size of a living room stretched infinitely. As the space continued to expand, the short-haired girl felt more and more small, like a mole cricket that had mistakenly entered the imperial palace. Who the hell is this man? Surprisingly, he has such a powerful aura. As soon as the thought rose, it was immediately crushed by the endless pressure. Even though she had long ago gotten her head underneath, she was still crushed. Just as she was about to lose support, the pressure on her body abruptly lightened. "Hello." Following the voice, the young girl raised her head again. The room was found to be as good as new, and a clean young man on the sofa greeted him with slight formality. If it wasn't for the still undissolved dragon aura between his eyebrows, it would be hard to believe that the emperor's might just now was emitted from him. Unable to think much, the young woman responded as she wiped her sweat away. "Hello. My name is Suya. I'm the president of our Black Flag Bank." After listening to Suya's self-introduction, Lin Xiao inwardly laughed bitterly. If he wasn't wrong, the other party must have misunderstood something, or else he obviously wouldn't be able to meet the president of such a big bank with just a $10 million check. However, without waiting for him to explain, Suya had already sat down on the side sofa and spoke softly. "Mr. Lin, I've come over to facilitate your service, and any request you may have will be met by our bank as soon as possible. Is there anything I can do for you?" As she spoke, Suya's gaze looked straight at Lin Xiao, as if she was a little girl facing Santa Claus making a wish. This little trick does make a little bit of a difference. For a while, Lin Xiao's mind flashed through countless requests. Those had been desires buried in the bottom of his heart. But he knew very well that all those demands must be labeled with a price behind them that he couldn't afford to pay. The only free and never-before-experienced requirement at the moment was, I'm afraid, only one.
Pour the tea.
Suya's eyes couldn't help but brighten a few points when she sniffed. In the past, clients would either ask more troublesome questions or simply say no. As the first one to ask for pouring tea so far today, she reached out to stop the lobby manager, who was trying to make a move, and personally poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Lin Xiao took the tea and tasted it. I don't know if it was because this cup of tea was poured by the governor, the flavor tasted much stronger than the last cup. Just as he was savoring the aroma of the tea spreading between his lips, Suya tried again. "Mr. Lin, I've fulfilled your request. In exchange, can I ask you to fulfill one of my requests?" The moment these words came out, Lin Xiao's body steeply sat up a few points straighter. Good lord, they say capitalists are black, but I've never seen one this black. Just pouring a cup of tea is all it took to turn around and make demands. However, he has already taken a good idea in his mind. He is determined not to do the thing that suffers. The big deal is that he returned a cup of tea. Lin Xiao's vigilant appearance drew a guffaw from Suya, who hurriedly explained. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. It's not an excessive request. I just hope you can accept this gift." Saying that, she took out another metallic card with a black and gold color throughout from nowhere. The head of a soldier wearing a Roman helmet is depicted within an oval circled by a golden olive in the center of the card. Centurion. Lin Xiao's voice was somewhat agitated. Although he had not seen the card, he had heard about it countless times. The Centurion black and gold card is made of titanium and other precious metals throughout. Not only do you have an unlimited credit limit, but you also have access to a wide range of top-notch services. For example, if you have a sudden urge to travel to Antarctica, all it takes is a phone call and the next day you can be on a ship filled with a team of professionals traveling to Antarctica. The fee is deducted from the card. Or if you're halfway across the world and suddenly want to go to a spa, all it takes is a phone call and a helicopter will pick you up and take you to one of the world's most famous spa charters. The fee is deducted from the card. When you are bored with your bath and want to be entertained by your favorite singer, all you need to do is make a phone call and he or she will show up at your spa to sing for you. The fee is still charged to the card. All in all, with this card, there is nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't do. Chapter 11. Lin Xiao stared at the black card, and although his face didn't change much, he couldn't hide his excitement inside. Realistically, it's much harder to have this card than it is to have $10 million. However, just as he was about to take the card over, Suya's face was slightly embarrassed as he said, "Mr. Lin, this card is actually not exactly a centurion card." Lin Xiao retracted his hand and frowned slightly. "What do you mean by not exactly?" Lin Xiao has always abhorred such word games as incomplete and basically. Of course, the other party's explanation was slightly less than favorable, and he firmly refused the black card. Suya seemed to feel the pressure as well and carefully explained. "You should not be angry because the centurion is a cooperative issue in our country, so the credit limit is only $10 million, as for other aspects are the same as the original card." "How come it's only 10 million? It's just a matter of using it up and paying it back anyway, so it doesn't matter to you if the cap is high or low. What's more important are the other attributes that this card can bring to the table. It's a big drop in the quota, but overall it's much better than the starch-free chutney." Flirting inwardly, Lin Xiao decisively took the card. As soon as the card was in his hand, he felt the difference of the centurion. Unlike the cheap plastic texture of other credit cards, there is a heavy weight and subtle metallic touch coming from your hand. Under the light, you can also see the hidden dark lines and relief effects. The exquisite workmanship made him sigh. "Not bad." Suya, who was slightly relieved to hear the praise, took out another stamped sheet. "Mr. Lin, I still need your help to sign here." Lin Xiao lightly swept a glance and found that it was a confirmation of authorization from the centurion, and signed his name with a big wave of his hand. After doing so, a feeling of hesitation welled up inside him. Not only does he now hold $10 million in his hand, he has also acquired the key to the upper class. The formerly stagnant life has finally begun to move towards the magnificence of "the great wind rises and the clouds fly." Now it's just a matter of getting the check into the books. Drip, drip. As if hearing Lin Xiao's heart, a text message popped up at the right time. "You received a transfer of $10 million by check transfer." The money arrived. Looking at the unprecedented account balance, his back straightened a few points again. With this amount of money, even if he didn't rely on the system, he would dare to speak up outside. The check had been cashed. Lin Xiao no longer had any thoughts of continuing to stay and stood up with a prancing movement. "Mr. Lin." The other two were startled by the sudden movement and couldn't help but ask in the same breath. Lin Xiao also realized that he was a bit out of line, but he could not help the fact that his own compulsion had been baked for so long. Confessing everything now would obviously mess up and embarrass all three together. He had no choice but to play 13 to the end, only to see him slightly leaking out a hint of imperial aura. His tone was even more unrefusable and said, "I'm done with my business and I'm leaving now. Worthy of being the son of a family, things are just clean." Suya secretly sighed in admiration, but she stopped talking nonsense and directly gave the lobby manager a wink. The latter immediately jogged all the way to the front to lead the way for the two. Arriving at the elevator again, Manager Wang pressed open the door with a good eye. Suya, on the other hand, made a pleased gesture on the side. Only after Lin Xiao stepped into the elevator did the other two follow together. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over the screen and the number on the screen changed from 2 to 1. Just as several people walked out of the elevator, Manager Wang, who was standing in the doorway, suddenly let out a strange cry. "What the hell?" Lin Xiao inclined his head to look and found a swollen, pig-headed face in a bank uniform outside the elevator kneeling in the doorway. The bizarre scene made his heart go thump. Is it possible that the bank has been robbed? Suya seemed to have thought of this as well, and her body involuntarily leaned towards Lin Xiao. However, without waiting for more reaction from the crowd, that pig-headed face even opened his hands left and right and slapped himself fiercely. While pumping, he also cried, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't fire me." Manager Wang was once again shocked by this crazy action, but also recognized the pig head by his voice. This pig head is not someone else. It is the arrogant who been just now. The manager who figured everything out was anxious and angry, and immediately shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? Get out of the way now." As a result, instead of leaving, Hubin hugged his thigh. "Manager." My wife is unemployed and I have a family of children. If you fire me, how will our family live? Manager Wang doesn't care how the family lives. All he knew was that if the other party kept this up, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to live. Thinking of this, he directly and vigorously stomped him off and stormed out. Roll! You had it coming. Where's the guard? Get him out of here. Hearing the other party call for security, Hubin once again rolled and hugged up, and was still caught by the closing elevator door. At the moment he couldn't care less about the pain and continued to beg for mercy. Manager, my daughter is the same age as your daughter and is in kindergarten. I really can't lose my job. Hearing the word daughter, Manager Wang was really moved with compassion. At the time, he would not have uttered the words of dismissal if it were not for self-preservation. In fact, even if it is said, in the end, the probability is only to transfer Hubin to a remote branch. But right now, this is such a mess. Manager Wang subconsciously looked back at Lin Xiao. As long as the latter loosened his lips, then everything could still be salvaged. Hubin saw this and looked over together. Lin Xiao felt the sight focus and looked at the doorway with his face as normal. Obviously not intending to get involved with this kind of minion anymore, his voice faded. Out of the way. Hubin's eyes lit up, thinking that this was considered a pardon. And with 1,000 thanks he got out of the way. Manager Wang, who was on the side, had his eyes closed. Hubin's professional outfit was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wear it until tomorrow. The group stepped out of the elevator and soon arrived outside the bank. Just out of the gate, the unknown Suya solemnly bowed. Mr. Lin, I've made you laugh today. I'll promise to strengthen my management in the future. Lin Xiao stood on his feet and opened his mouth majestically, but he spoke in front of Suya. I'm taking a cab, no need for a ride. The undeniable tone of voice caused the latter's heart to tighten. She wanted to try to explain something, but was stopped by Lin Xiao's eyes. After the cab walked away, her originally sunny expression immediately turned cloudy. Manager Wang, the employee just now, top handle. Although she didn't know why Hubin was kneeling there, just based on Lin Xiao's phrase, blocking the road, this employee couldn't stay in her eyes. The manager on the sidelines was about to nod, but then he heard her add again. Your performance for the last 6 months is fully deducted. Manager Wang let out a bitter laugh, but silently accepted the result. In his eyes, that was the lightest punishment. The scene shifts. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette with a trembling hand on one of the stone benches in the park. Because of his previous rent arrears, this has led to the bizarre phenomenon of being homeless despite being worth millions of dollars now. Due to the fact that the host is an orphan, coupled with an extremely withdrawn personality on weekdays, there isn't even an acquaintance in the address book. Not to mention finding someone to share the joy with. The only people he could reach on his cell phone were his aunt's family, who had barely raised him after swallowing his parents' compensation. Thinking back to all the favorable treatment he suffered when he was a child, Lin Xiao felt that it was better not to make this call. For a while, the multimillionaire actually feels some rare loneliness. Thinking about it, he was going to pay off his rent arrears first. To apologize, he also transferred an extra month's rent and left a message. Thank you for taking care of me for a year. I've gotten rich, so I'll take the extra money as a thank you gift. After doing this, Lin Xiao's inner loneliness lessened a lot. Since there's no place to stay to go to, it's a 5-star experience, begrudgingly. A 5-star hotel, what would it really be like? A hint of anticipation rose within him at the thought. Chapter 12 Old Aunt Grumpy. Lin Xiao did what he said he would do and directly jumped up from the stone bench. It didn't take long to get to the city's best 5-star hotel, the Kalai Hotel. The hotel is not only equipped with a variety of entertainment facilities, the top floor of the sky pool is one of the most popular spots in the city. Lodging business aside, this hotel definitely counts as a top-notch indoor casino. Looking at the various luxury big brands coming and going in front of the hotel, and then looking at the ground-level goods on his body, Lin Xiao decisively released a small half of his emperor might. Clothing is not enough to make up for temperament. It's better than being stopped at the door by a porter. It does work like a charm. When he approached the gate, the porter not only didn't dare to stop him, but even respectfully palmed the door for him. A few beautiful young women are even behind her husband's back, making secret glances at him. But all of them were ignored by him. He only saw Lin Xiao come to the front desk without looking at him, and rightfully stood at the front of the line. It wasn't that he wasn't speaking of quality, but as the personality fusion got deeper, the more Lin Xiao was influenced. Where is the emperor's old man in line? Book a room. Lin Xiao pulled out the centurion, with a strong bottom, and his tone was even more confident. The imperial air in his hands and feet, plus the very persuasive black and gold color of the card, making everyone surprisingly tolerant of the strange little emperor. The attendant was even stealing glances at this emperor while doing his business. "Dear Mr. Lin, we've arranged a presidential suite for you. Have a nice day." Lin Xiao took the room card and subconsciously asked, "Presidential suite? How much for one night?" "Mr. Lin, you're our VIP. The charge is only 1.8 W per night. Take less." Hearing the cost per night, Lin Xiao nearly broke his defenses. This night's consumption was enough for him to run half a year's worth of dragon sets before. Accustomed to living in poverty, he felt his heart dripping blood and did not realize that he had lost his temper. It was a good thing the waiter's voice brought him back. "What about 1.8 W per night, sir? Is there anything I can do for you?" "It's okay. I was trying to say why it's so cheap." "That's right, sir. You're a respected Centurion member, and the company is routinely giving you a 10% discount. Since the 1.8 W is still discounted. It's just that I have a lot of money in my hand anyway, and besides, I only come here occasionally for the experience, so a little bit more expensive is fine." Inwardly comforting himself for a few moments, Lin Xiao quickly arrived at the door of the suite with the hotel attendant's guidance. The moment he pushed open the door, he suddenly understood why it would cost tens of thousands of dollars a night. Unlike the fancy hotels he had stayed in before, the first thing that caught his eye wasn't the familiar queen-sized bed, but a parlor that was larger than his rented room. The living room is outfitted with a sofa coffee table that at first glance is 1,000 times more expensive than the junk in the bank. The walls were even inlaid with countless shells, yet that was only the beginning of the shock. Following the entourage's introduction, Lin Xiao finally understood how luxurious the rich people's lives were. The entire suite is roughly 400 square feet and comes with 3 bedrooms, a master bedroom, a princess room, and an attendant room. In addition to this, there is a study, bar, kitchen, dining room, and gym. The dense shells on the walls of such a large room turned out to be all deep-sea pearl mussels. Even the bedspread is a Thai silk bedspread woven with 22 grams of pure gold silk. And these are still just the tip of luxury. There are other messy things Lin Xiao can't remember at all anymore. The only thing I remembered was that the entourage that had just been there was my own 24-hour butler at the hotel. If there's anything you're not sure about, just ask him and be done with it. The butler was driven out by Lin Xiao after introducing the room. Unaccustomed to having people wait on him, he personally filled the landscaped bathtub with water and then lay his whole body beautifully in it. Looking out the window at the small river of traffic, the fatigue of the day was soothed. It's nice to have money. After taking a bath, Lin Xiao put on a bathrobe and headed to the hotel restaurant. On his way out, he didn't forget to instruct the housekeeper to help him get some clothes. This is certainly not in the service of the hotel, but is within the privileges of the Centurion. Lin Xiao arrived at the restaurant and was immediately attracted by the wide array of meals. In addition to a variety of expensive seafood, there are actually stir-fries with specialties from every province in the country. This kind of specification is definitely comparable to some high-end restaurants. Naturally, he had no qualms about tearing half the meat off a lobster the size of his small arm and tossing it directly onto his dinner plate after a day of starving the band. By the time he had wandered through the entire restaurant, his plate had long since been piled down with a full meal. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao had to choose a remote location to feast. After the meat is over 30, it's time for the whole drink next. However, Lin Xiao had just gotten up when a loud noise came from not far to the side. "On what grounds? Why should I pay you back? Can't you wash your dirty clothes?" Following the voice, I saw an obese woman with a red neck jumping 3 feet in the air. And across from the woman, a blond man was looking at the other with an incredulous expression. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao, who had already gotten up, sat back down again. Instead, his ears perked up straighter than a fox's. "You dead thing with no XX in childbirth. I X you X the X's. Dare to blackmail my mother's money, and don't go out and ask around. What kind of person is my son?" The woman cursed more and more aggressively, while the blond man was defenseless. It was just a mumble of, "How could there be such a person?" The poor thing was that every time he mumbled, he got double the insults from the woman. Even the hotel staff who came to dissuade them were given a piggyback greeting to their ancestors. Lin Xiao as a whole looked on with joy in his heart. This stupid foreigner really messed with a hard case when he messed with this kind of woman. Women with such swashbuckling combat prowess have always existed only in the memories of the host's childhood. That person was no one else but Lin Zhao's aunt in this world. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that there was something familiar about the woman's voice. The raised corners of his mouth froze, replaced by a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, this world is all about fear. The moment his sense of foreboding rose, another familiar voice rang out. "Mom, don't be angry. This kind of minion wants to blackmail money, just give it to him. In the future our family has plenty of money." The voice was no one else but Lin Zhao's cousin, Lin Jie. After confirming the identities of the two people, Lin Zhao immediately felt his scalp tingle and instantly mourned for the foreigner. Anyone who gets involved with this family will have to shed their skin if they don't die. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. While the other party has not found himself, Lin Zhao intends to run away now immediately end plate. However, just as he stood up, perhaps because the movement was too great, the chair made a long dragging sound. LOL. The sound instantly drew the attention of both sides of the quarrel. "Hi!" Seeing that he had already been exposed, Lin Zhao had no choice but to greet him stiffly. "Who did I think it was? So it's a parasite in the family. What are you doing there? Can't you see your brother being bullied? Just know to eat and eat and eat there. Useless trash." In a matter of seconds, he was physically attacked no less than 3 times by this ant. Even Lin Zhao's good temper couldn't help but darken his face. But in order to prevent the twins from continuing to be humiliated, he had to walk stiffly towards the foreigner. "Hello, what happened? Please, Chinese, would you say?" Chapter 13. The Unknown King Broker. The blonde man didn't take kindly to hearing bulk English. "I'm Chinese, of course I speak Chinese." Upon hearing the blonde's reply, the ant on the side looked even more offended. Skittishly, he muttered, "So it's a fake foreigner. Not too loud, but just loud enough for a circle of people to hear." The blonde man's face was unchanged. Only his neck, which was about to be stained with blood, declared the suppressed anger. But having already seen the fat woman in front of him act crazy, he decided to hold off. Turning to Lin Zhao, he showed the shirt with half a palm-sized oil stain. "Your family soiled my clothes, and I need you to pay for them at the original price, which totals $80,000. $80,000 for a shirt. Is this shirt made of gold?" Although the price sounded outrageous, Lin Zhao believed that the other party was not lying. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't heard before on the set that some of the stars' pairs of socks cost $20,000. Nonetheless, he still had no intention of shelling out the money outright, but instead made his own offer. "Clothes, we can clean them for you. Money, I can only give you $10,000 for moral damages." Such a condition can be said to take perfect account of the decency of both sides. Yet the goose guy shook his head. "It's not that I'm giving you a hard time. My clothes are made of a special material that melts when it meets water." With that said, he also pointed to the oil-stained area where the fabric had begun to show a noticeable distortion. Lin Zhao, who saw this scene, inwardly exclaimed, "Awesome. Material special or not is put aside for now." The clothes, which melted in water, reminded him of some kind of underwear in an unmanned store. However, bellyaching aside, Lin Zhao had no intention of continuing to argue. Who let people have a brand name for their Love X shirts? So he nodded without hesitation. "In that case, let's pay for it at the original price, and I'll reimburse you an additional $10,000 for moral damages." At these words, the goose boy's face immediately became much sunnier. Actually, $80,000 is really nothing to him. All he needs is a respect. Instead, I met a middle-aged female scoundrel. Right now, Lin Zhao had not only made him feel respected, but had also helped him out of a big situation. "No need for moral damages, and your help with my clothes is much appreciated." He finished with a heartfelt glance at his aunt behind him. After Lin Zhao transferred the money, the goose man left with a hurried step, obviously afraid of the shrew next to him. Just as things were coming to an end, however, the ant on the sidelines was having none of it. "Waste. Not useful at all. I tell you, I won't give you a single penny of this $80,000. After saying this, she even pulled Lin Jie back a few steps, as if she was drawing a line in the sand. Lin Zhao felt disgusted at this face from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't bother to argue. Originally, if the other party hadn't recognized him, he wouldn't have even thought of stepping forward. Now that the matter was settled, he naturally had to leave. Just as she turned around, the humongous woman behind her seemed to have remembered something and opened her mouth again to call out to Lin Zhao. "Wait!" Lin Xiao turned back and saw a hint of greed shoot out from his aunt's tiny triangular eyes. The plump body pressed a few inches closer and his already small eyes narrowed to slits. Where did you get the money? Lin Xiao frowned and moved a little distance away, lying very naturally. Got lucky a while back and picked up a couple of supporting roles in the cast. The fat woman raised an eyebrow as she sniffed, one hand reaching out in front of Lin Xiao. Bring it. Lin Xiao hugged his arms and played dumb. What? You've been eating and living at home for so many years. Don't you know how to give back to your family? Giving back to the family? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. I don't know how the other party had the face to say such words. However, right now there are many people considering the bad influence after becoming famous. He smiled and said, Auntie, it's not safe here with all the people. Let's go upstairs and talk. Looking at the never-before-seen smile in front of her, the fat woman suddenly felt that there was something strange about the nephew who had always gone against the grain. But the thought of the imminent increase in incomings later quickly put it all behind them. The screen turned and Lin Xiao and his group arrived in the presidential suite. The butler was away, and a young man with a trainee badge was standing in for duty at the door. Seeing a line of people approaching, the youth had the good sense to push the door open. Lin Jie had just entered the room with an expression of having never seen the world. For her part, the aunt froze for a few seconds, then switched to a fierce look as she sat on the couch. The first thing that comes out of his mouth is the golden words of a demon. Do I deserve a cup of tea? The air was quiet for a few seconds. Lin Xiao glanced at the intern with slight dissatisfaction. The latter then hurriedly poured a cup of tea as an afterthought. The fat woman, however, just glanced at it and pushed the cup away. Let you pour a glass of water, you still instruct others. This is only a supporting role and already so big frame. Really, if you do the main role, that's not going to be good. You don't know who you are when you have $2. Immediately after that, she turned her words around, showing a look of doting to the point of nausea as she looked at her son and said, To tell you the truth, we actually don't really care about your little bit of money. Your brother Lin Jie has already been chosen by a big director to play the lead role. It won't be long before he's making money you've never seen in your life. As she spoke, she pushed the collection code over again. Lin Xiao didn't say a word, just staring silently at the other party's spittle-filled lips that opened and closed. Suddenly it struck him that the man in front of him resembled a creature, a porcupine. Until the collection code is pushed into view, he couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, like he'd met something ridiculous. It's amazing that there are people in the world who can actually reach for money while denigrating the other side. If it was the old Lin Xiao might have been obedient to turn in all his possessions. It was just a pity that the one sitting here now was another Lin Xiao. The fat aunt likewise sensed the change in the other party once again, and felt a wave of panic within her. Conscious that her majesty was being challenged, she immediately offered up her magic treasure. What? You don't believe it? Lin Jie, quickly tell your ungrateful brother how you were chosen by the director. Lin Jie, who was gawking at the shells, immediately ran over at the sound, his eyebrows filled with bragging rights. I met an agent online who thinks highly of me, and for $100,000, he can set me up with a starring role. $100,000. Such a familiar number made Lin Xiao vaguely think of someone. That agent of yours is named Wang? Huh? How do you know, cousin? Is it hard for you to know broker Wang as well? It seems like 9 times out of 10 that's it. Lin Xiao knew the situation but didn't mean to tell the other party and just changed the topic. $100,000 has been given to him? $100,000 has been given to him, and I hear the character is still an emperor. The mother and son were not aware of the fact that they had been deceived. The fat woman even took over with a smug look on her face. Hear that, Lin Xiao? Now you know the gap. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand towards Lin Xiao with a victorious demeanor. Quickly take out your bit of money for your brother to use first. Later, when he is developed, to arrange a few dragon sets for you to act. Oh yes, this room of yours is good. We will stay here. You find a new place to stay. Lin Jie sniffed and chimed in together. My mom has given the word, brother. Get out of here. Here it is again. The memories of the past slowly opened up, and the other consciousness of Lin Zhao's body seemed to be trembling slightly. When the original owner of the body was small, this aunt always liked to snatch things that belonged to him and give them to his brother. Until the day his parents had an accident and she grabbed the pension that belonged to the original owner. In order to be able to keep the money all to themselves, the aunt's family again had to take on the obligation of supporting the original owner. And the original owner's treatment in the other's house was not even as good as that of a dog picked up. Upon recalling this, Lin Xiao had long since ignited a blazing fire of rage within him. Chapter 14. The Two Han Wu Emperors. Lin Xiao's face was as gloomy as water, and his voice became even lower, as if thunder was brewing. I thank you. The fat woman did not seem to hear the words, full of care and drive away. No need to thank you. Transfer the money and hurry up. You can't say I'm stingy, ah? Lin Jia and I have too much luggage in our room, that's why we won't let you stay. You can't blame Auntie. Lin Xiao was already unable to suppress his anger, but didn't want to lash out in front of outsiders, and turned to look at the intern on the side. See them off. The interns shared a dumbfounded look with the mother and son. The aunt was the first to react, and after a brief moment of incredulity, a surge of spunk came back. Against all odds. It's against God. I've raised you for so many years. You've turned your back on me. Good. If you don't recognize me, don't blame me for disowning you. Don't ever come back to our house again. It was a tactic that had worked almost 100 times in the old days, and often ended in a compromising plea for mercy from the latter. However, this time, Lin Xiao just looked at the woman in front of him with cold eyes as she spilled her guts there. Glancing at the still dazed intern, his tone had been filled with impatience. See them off. But, the intern seemed to hear the relationship between a few people and was hesitant. I'll let you send the guests away. Lin Xiao could no longer hold down his inner rage. The emperor's might that had been suppressed erupted with it. The mother-daughter duo was so shocked by the sudden change in their aura that they sat on their asses. The intern's brain was even more blank, but his body couldn't help but act. With one hand, he dragged Lin Jia out the door. When he turned back and started dragging the woman then started flailing her fists and feet around on the ground like a kingpin that had been toppled. The intern subconsciously looked at Lin Xiao, but realized that those eyes had become colder than a 10,000-year-old iceberg. He knew this was the last chance the other man had given himself. In a flash, the intern didn't know where the strength came from, like dragging a sandbag to the door in 3 or 2 steps. The aunt was struggling and crying, but the intern could no longer care less. With another sharp backward yank, the woman hit her head right on the edge of the door and passed out. The door to the room was closed by the intern. Lin Jia's cries came faintly from outside the door, followed by the sound of the interns calling for security. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and listened to the subtle noises coming from outside. I don't know if it was because I was too tired, but I actually just leaned against the couch and vaguely fell asleep. Ding! Your 100% fusion experience card has expired. Please use Dragon Breath for your next fusion. Accompanied by a somewhat familiar system beep, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. I'm going? That's where I'm going. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and the blankets he had never seen on him before, his mind began to run wild. It had been several seconds before I recalled yesterday's events. I think I've awakened the system and made $10 million? Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and confirmed his account balance. Looking at the unfamiliar yet friendly string of numbers on the text message, Lin Xiao immediately felt a sense of peace. This peace of mind lasted only 2.5 seconds, however, before a strong sense of unreality struck again. So then he slapped himself hard on the leg again. Ow! The intense pain directly caused him to stifle a strange cry. Within moments, there was a rush of footsteps in the room. The steward who was in charge of the purchases yesterday has returned. Mr. Lin, may I help you? No. Lin Xiao subconsciously refused, then remembered about the clothes. By the way, did you buy all the clothes I asked you to buy yesterday? The butler nodded, then pushed a coat rack from somewhere. There were 5 outfits hanging on it along with the shoes. Mr. Lin, a total of 2 sets of formal wear and 3 sets of regular clothes were purchased for you, costing a total of 358,000 yuan. Raider Xiao. Lin Xiao lifted the quilt and bounced straight up from the sofa. According to the way it was built, the $10 million in his hand would have to be spent in less than a month. The butler, however, apparently misunderstood him and turned to self-condemnation. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, because the time is too rushed to adopt high definition for you. So the grade of the clothing is not very high. If you need it, I'll contact the company for you now. Nima, an average of $70,000 a suit isn't upscale enough? Just as soon as this thought had risen, Lin Xiao remembered the 80,000 a piece Love X shirt from yesterday. It struck me that the butler had a point. Holding on to the hunt, he asked tentatively. The best suit store you can contact? Roughly what grade? A look of pride rose on the butler's face at these words. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Our company can connect you to Suitart's designers to customize it for you. Their last design items not only used 880 black diamonds of the same size as decoration, but the cufflinks are. The butler rattled off a long list of introductions. Lin Xiao only heard 3 words. In the end, couldn't afford it. That's right, even though $10 million was already a huge sum of money to him, yet a suit in the butler's mouth would cost more than $300. Roughly converted, it actually amounted to more than 20 million soft currency. Hoping that even if he finished the entire TV series, it would only be enough to buy a suit. However, Lin Xiao wasn't frustrated. Just because he couldn't afford it now didn't mean he couldn't afford it later. Even if you can't afford it later, different assets have different ways of living with different assets. Those who are satisfied are always happy. Lin Xiao waves off the housekeeper, only to receive an apology from the other party in place of the intern. The former nodded slightly in acceptance. Both parties were extremely taciturn in not mentioning last night's incident again. Lin Xiao regrouped his mood. After a brief wash, he changed into his regular clothes and put them on. Coming to the mirror, he once again marveled at the power of money. The new clothes were expensive, but they set his whole person in great spirits. Even more so, there was a vague feeling of confidence emanating from the inside out. The only thing I have to worry about now is the acting after the experience card expires. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decisively summoned Han Wu Da Di personality and made a brainwave of 30 points of dragon chi into it. Soon, a strong imperial might erupted from the man's body in the mirror, and his eyes were shining with the sun, moon, and stars. However, when this emperor's might was fully unleashed, it was only about 30% of its previous peak level. If it was 100 points of dragon chi, then one should be able to fully fuse the personality of Han Wu Da Di even without relying on the experience card. Just now, although the aura has already surpassed most movie stars, but there is still a small distance from the effect of his audition. No, I have to think of a way to make my aura more realistic. Since the system can't be relied on in its entirety, let's try to incorporate acting. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and began to substitute the emotions of Emperor Han Wu. Because he had once used a 100% fusion card, he could be said to be the person in the current world who knew the most about Han Wu Da Di. When he opened his eyes again, a strong imperial might erupted out. In the mirror, the sun, moon, and stars in Lin Xiao's eyes became more spiritual. A true dragon's chi emanated from his forehead. If there was a third person present at this moment, it would have been an overwhelming scene of two Han Wu Da Dis looking at each other. "Who are you?" It was accompanied by an incomparably majestic voice. The two Han Wu Dis faced each other across the room. The stony atmosphere lasted for a few seconds. Suddenly, the corners of the two Han Wu Dis' mouths curled up at the same time, once again degenerating into two springy young men. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with his performance just now. Under the double effect of the system plus acting, the Han Wu Da Di just now did not dare to say that it was exactly the same, but there was definitely an 8-point resemblance. In the next few moments, he began to repeat the state workout he had just done over and over again. Strive to be able to instantly get into the scene when you need to. After a morning's training, Lin Xiao not only went from needing to brew for about a minute to get into the scene to only needing 3 or 4 seconds, but he also reached a godlike degree of 90%. If you want to accomplish a 100% similarity, I'm afraid you'll have to acquire more dragon chi. The acting training came to an end and Lin Xiao decided to go out for a rest. It's not easy to come here once, so you have to experience the open air pool high and low. The thought of all the different kinds of swimsuits that were coming up dissipated most of my fatigue. Chapter 15. Let go of the man. Saying that he would do it, Lin Xiao once again summoned the butler to fetch the swimming suit for himself. After a brief shower, he changed into his gear and wrapped in a towel and headed straight for the rooftop. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a warbling sound managed to attract his attention. Just one of the several rows of beach lounge chairs was clustered with a large group of girls holding up their cell phones to take selfies. In the center of their camera, a blonde man was entertaining them in not very fluent Chinese. "Oh, this young lady. You department is the cutest girl I've ever seen." The girl who was complimented giggled while the other girls made a scene. "She's the cutest, what about us?" "That's right. Since she's the cutest, you can play with her by herself." "That's right. That's right. Tonight's Mandarin cramming is cancelled though?" In the face of such a difficult question, the blonde man was not the least bit flustered. While laughing brightly, he raised his voice. "You're all really just as cute, but she's the one who just got the closest to me, and therefore the cutest." At these words, the girls flung themselves into the man's arms. There was a burst of happy laughter in the room. Lin Xiao stood in front of the elevator, and in his heart, he called out, "Good guy." The image of the scumbag materializes in this moment. Moving forward a little closer, Lin Xiao realized that the blonde man in front of him looked incomparably familiar. Isn't that the goose man in the Love X shirt from yesterday? Lin Xiao wanted to go and greet him, but at this time, the other party had already been surrounded by the girls in 3 layers. Coupled with the fact that it was midday, there weren't many people in the entire sky pool. The bored Lin Xiao decided to entertain himself. He was seen stripping off his bathrobe and sprinting to the edge of the pool in 3 steps. There was a loud plop into the water. He swam the butterfly in the pool wide open. Under the change brought about by the 30 points of Dragon Chi, a perfect muscular line appeared and disappeared in the water. Arms set off loud waves with each wave. The sound of swimming soon drew attention from the crowd, and the girls around the goose man couldn't help but look sideways. Look, look, look. That guy in the water has a great pose. That wave was so high and wild, I loved it. See the muscles on his back? I want to sit on it so bad. I don't know who took the lead immediately afterward. One by one, the girls around the goose man plopped into the water. Lin Xiao was oblivious to this and just kept his mind integrated into every action. The distractions in his head were thrown away with the waves. Poolside, the goose man looked at the few remaining female companions around him and finally realized the severity of the problem. Already thinking of the man in the pool as a rival, he decisively took off his bathrobe, revealing a snow-white muscle mass. 2 seconds later, there was another plop. Once again, there was a huge wave in the pool. By now, Lin Xiao had already swum to the end of the line, and with a glance he noticed the waves that were significantly higher than the surrounding area. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that old acquaintance who came down. But he didn't have the heart to pay attention to the other side right now. Instead, he picks his way to the edge of the pool, looks out at the magnificent view in the distance, and can't help but let out a high-pitched cry. Turning back again, the biggest wave had rushed to the forefront and came in front of him in 3 or 2 strokes. Hello again. Perhaps it was because he had just exercised. Lin Xiao was in an extremely good mood at this moment. Took the initiative to say hello to each other. The Goose Clan man wiped his face when he realized that the person in front of him was actually Lin Xiao. So he hurriedly scanned his surroundings to make sure someone wasn't there afterward. It was then as relieved as if he had just dodged something. Hello again. After a brief greeting, the Goose man began to chat about the girls. You and I are kind of destined to be together, so how about we split the girls later 50-50? Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He just glanced behind the other party, which ghosted him. 80,000. The Goose man was a bit baffled by the numbers that came out of nowhere. Puzzled face looked at Lin Xiao. The latter, on the other hand, nudged forward and said, I don't think they know the advantage of your very fluent Chinese language yet, do they? After he reminded him of this, the Goose Clan man immediately revealed an expression of sudden realization. Immediately afterward, he slammed himself in the head and looked behind him in panic, protesting heartily. You're taking advantage of the situation, and it's totally villainous. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was prepared for this and laughed with a leisurely face. Villain or not villain or whatever, we can wait for the girls to arrive before we comment. This move clearly pinched the opponent's 7 inches. Only the Goose Clan man's face suddenly turned red as he repeatedly looked at Lin Xiao and the advancing waves. He had to grit his teeth in order to prevent the night's cramming from fizzling out. 80,000 is 80,000, but you'll have to cooperate with me later. However, Lin Xiao only laughed without saying anything and continued to look at the waves in the back with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the Goose man looked back again and spoke in an anxious tone. 80,000 soft currency, you said. Now that I've agreed, why don't you say something? Lin Xiao remained silent until the girls were very close to the 2 of them. Then he suddenly opened his mouth. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about Knifeel. The Goose guy was about to say something else, but a couple of the girls had managed to pick up the platform. The situation has become very critical. He had to pretend to be very familiar and put his arm around Lin Xiao. Knife music is knife music. Don't you dare pit me later. As soon as the words left his mouth, a girl had slowly leaned over. Looking at the 2 men who were hooking up, she tried to put on a look of a lotus flower daintily and asked, Vladimir, do you know this little brother? The Goose man smiled with a bright expression at his words. Oh, that's right. This is my best buddy I met studying abroad. Speaking here, he frantically glared at Lin Xiao. The latter understood and took the initiative to pick up the conversation. My name is Lin Jie. I went to college with Vladimir. The humility of his tone contrasted sharply with his toned muscle mass. The girl's eyes were about to strain. One hand reached out even more involuntarily. Hello, Ringer. Your abs are beautiful. Although the girl had tried to make herself look delicate, Lin Xiao was clearly not interested in such goods. With a flick of the wrist, he switched places perfectly with Vladimir. The girl was also not at all disappointed by Lin Xiao's change of position, and very naturally climbed onto the new abs. Feeling the warmth and softness of the jade that crashed into his arms, Vladimir instantly felt that the 80,000 knife music was worth every penny. Yet he had not had time to rejoice, only to see a few more girls swim in to surround Lin Xiao in a circle around. Little brother, you swam so fast just now. My sister I was chasing straight all the way. That's right, your butterfly swim looks great. Can you teach me later? Little brother, can I play slide on your abs? The revealing words directly caused Lin Xiao to instantly dye his face red. Although he had long since ceased to be an untutored virgin, he still wasn't used to being surrounded and molested by so many girls. However, he forgets that even more roguish than rogues are female rogues. The more coy he appeared, the more excited the female hooligans became. Not only did the words become more explicit, but they were all up and down on the man in the center. Even though Lin Xiao was already dodging with all his might, he still couldn't stop the female hooligans from harassing him. Vladimir, who was watching from the sidelines, was anxious. Inside, he couldn't help but cry out, "Beast! Let go of that man! Come at me!" Chapter 16, Zhang Fugui. Unfortunately, girls don't hear his heart, and if they do, they don't care. Because at this moment, Lin Zhao's attraction to them was far greater than the so-called foreign handsome man. There were more and more girls around Lin Xiao, and at the same time their guts were getting bigger and bigger. Some people, in addition to bringing their hands to their abs, are more intentional about trying to slide them downward, seeing her virginity in jeopardy. The party in question, in the spirit of resolutely not accepting the principle of white whoring, plunged into the water. When he reappeared, he was already behind Vladimir. Don't just round me up. This little brother has a better texture. After saying that, Lin Xiao stomped Vladimir towards the pile of girls. Feel the strong pushback and the growing white buns in front of you. The Goose Clan man felt that he really wasn't a person who was jealous of Lin Xiao just now. Not only that, he also turned back to look at Lin Xiao as he smoothly wrapped his arms around a girl. The gratitude in his eyes was far deeper than the water in the pool. However, this happiness did not last long, as Vladimir began to lose girls again. More and more people gathered around Lin Xiao once again. A feeling of having seen a ghost surged in the heart of the Goose Clan man who had never suffered such cold treatment in front of a girl. Deeply shocked, he came to Lin Zhao's side with a dive and opened his hands to block the surrounding girls. Guys, my friend and I are going to swim in a race, so be a witness. Okay? The girls couldn't help but scream out in excitement at this statement. The Goose Clan man then took the opportunity to whisper, "Didn't we agree to cooperate with me? What was that all about just now?" Lin Xiao, on the other hand, spread his hands and his expression was even more innocent. "As you can see, I've been hiding. They're the ones actively clinging to me." The tone of his indebtedness directly reaped him an international hand gesture. The Goose man then continued to lower his voice. "They're too crazy right now. It's not good for your mental and physical health to keep playing. So we'll both leave together when we reach the end of the swim." Lin Xiao was very contemptuous of this lame excuse. Why don't you say it's unhealthy for the body and mind when the girls were surrounding you just now? However, considering that the current situation was not good for his reputation after his debut, he nodded painfully. The two of them posed as they picked their way to the edge of the pool. A girl designated as a signaler counted down the numbers in a loud voice. 5, 4, 3. Just as the clock comes to 3, the Goose man suddenly remembered something in general. "Isn't Lin Jie your cousin's name? What's your name?" Lin Xiao slightly adjusted his posture and responded with the same size voice. "Vladimir doesn't seem like it should be a Chinese name either. And I'm not a big girl, so why are you asking me my name?" Meanwhile, the girl had counted to 2. The Goose Clan man glanced at Lin Xiao with a rare expression that was a bit serious. "It's basic etiquette to know your opponent's name before a match. My name is Zhang Fugui. How about you?" Just as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the seriousness had been replaced by embarrassment. Lin Zhao's mouth even pursed directly into a slit, forcing himself not to laugh. Blonde hair and white skin with a name like that gives the impression of pizza smeared with bean dip. By the time he forced down his laughter, the countdown had finally come to 1. My name is Lin Xiao. As soon as the words fell, only a plop sound was heard, and Lin Xiao directly disappeared into the water. When it reappeared, it was already a dozen meters away from the starting point. Zhang Fuguei reacted half a beat slower, and hurriedly followed his example by directly drilling into the water. The field was soon filled with two fast-moving waves. The intense competition between the two males filled the air with hormones. The girls on the shore couldn't help but shout out straight away. Cheer up! I'll tutor biology with whoever comes first tonight. There was a loud whistle from the crowd at this bold declaration. Once Zhang Fuguei heard that the Chinese language course had turned into biology, his limbs became even more filled with power. Yet even so, the distance between the two did not close. With the gain of 30 points of Dragon Qi, Lin Zhao's physique was already very close to the level of a professional athlete. Not only that, but in his previous life he was a swimmer himself. With the double buff, no matter how hard Zhang Fuguei tried, he was always pulled half a body length away from him. What made the latter even more furious was that Lin Xiao utilized the gaps between his breath changes to sprout some mocking words out of his mouth from time to time. Do you want me to let you? Don't swim if you can't swim. Fuguei. Have you not eaten yet today? How had Zhang Fuguei, who had never suffered a loss in sports since he was a child, ever suffered such humiliation? The whole face was suddenly pissed off like a stoned Rice Krispies man. Nay, and he was partial to not having the power to talk back. Just maintaining his current speed had taken all of his lung capacity. He had no choice but to turn his anger into motivation, holding his breath and accelerating frantically. Yet the more he did so, the more the original rhythm was disrupted and the distance was drawn further and further away. Just about to reach the finish line, Lin Xiao, who was originally a length ahead of his opponent, suddenly slowed down. The agreement of 80,000 blade music could not be forgotten. Zhang Fuguei unexpectedly got his wish to get first place. What did you mean at the end? Looking down on me? The desire to win had taken over his mind and he had forgotten the previous agreement. Right now, I just want to have a serious match. Lin Xiao, however, nudged towards the crowd of women who were swimming towards the two of them. What? You're not going to biology class? Zhang Fuguei instantly turned his anger into joy. Oops, brother Lin. You'll be my blood brother from now on. I've just heard out that the one who mends creatures and the one who mends Chinese language are not the same person. So why don't I introduce the other one to you? Don't. And I advise you to do the same. Lin Xiao waved his hand in disgust. After a short time of contact just now, he was able to confirm it. These girls are supposed to be the so-called fake celebrities of the previous life, and it would be an old sin to be pestered by them. After all, a proper rich white girl wouldn't stick it to someone like that in public. The last dude who got set up by a fake celebrity even had his own company taken away from him. The word color is a knife in the head. No matter what, you should be cautious and prudent. Just as Lin Xiao was introspecting, the girl who had just cried out for remedial lessons had already jumped into the arms of the victor. Zhang Fuguei held the girl in one hand while his eyes looked deeply at Lin Xiao with gratitude. The latter was made uncomfortable for a moment by the look. Plus, it was already apparent that there were a few more waves in the water that were quite literally coming at them. To prevent being surrounded again, he chose to part with Zhang Fuguei on this. The moment before the elevator door closed, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that the other party still owed himself 80,000 knives and music that he hadn't paid. It's just a matter of time, just so we have a reason to charge more next time we meet. But perhaps Zhang Fuguei had prejudged his prediction, or perhaps he was interrupted while making up. When Lin Xiao returned to his room, a 560,000 soft currency transfer message happened to pop up on his cell phone. Converted to Knifeal is exactly $80,000. The transfer instructions were accompanied by a message. I'm going to class first. I hope I can fight with you some other time. The message was followed by a string of cell phone numbers. Needless to say, the money was naturally transferred from Zhang Fuguei. Lin Xiao saved his cell phone number. Although the other party was a bit immodest, he was considered to have his first friend in this world. Chapter 17. The Official Shooting. For the next few days, Lin Xiao continued to maintain the rhythm of life of working on his acting skills in the morning and going out to relax in the afternoon. During that time, he also asked Zhang Fuguei to have a few drinks together at the bar inside the presidential suite. But the other party clearly hadn't inherited the goose's ability to drink. Lin Xiao had only just gotten his drink on, when Zhang Fugui's entire body had already fallen asleep with his arms around the table legs. He had no choice but to summon the butler to carry the other to his room. When Zhang Fugui woke up, he immediately used his cell phone to tell Lin Xiao that he was leaving for another city that day. It ended with a special explanation that yesterday was just a bad state of affairs. Lin Xiao replied, "Have a safe trip," and treated the words that followed as farts. On the same day that Zhang Fugui left, the director also sent over the new script. The new script changes little in its overall structure, but drastically changes many of the storylines. So for the rest of the day, Lin Xiao had been scrambling to familiarize himself with the script. Finally, 7 days later, the time came for the crew to officially start shooting. Crews were coming and going in the venue where director Hu Mei was working. The scene to be filmed today is the scene in which Emperor Han Wu first ascended to the throne to regulate the dynasty. Lin Xiao was wearing a dragon robe at the moment, sitting straight on top of the main hall. A group of ministers from His Highness likewise took their places. Aside from Zhang Zhe, who had suffered a defeat, the slightly senior actors looked at the unfamiliar faces in the hall and couldn't help but mutter in whispers. How come this emperor has changed? Didn't he say before that he wanted Mr. Tang to come? A middle-aged man with a high reputation in the entertainment industry was the first to speak up. This was followed by a murmur. Mr. Tang defaulted on his contract, and it's rumored that director Hu simply chose a dragon set to be the emperor in a fit of pique. You mean the one in the dragon chair right now is a drag queen? Isn't that so? I don't know what director Hu thinks. Even if it's for the sake of disgusting Mr. Tang, it's not so bad as to make fun of his own work. Unlike those who preceded us who judged people by their status. An older actor who was slightly too old for his age narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "That's not necessarily true. Look at this newcomer. Even though he sits there and doesn't say a word, he already has some of the aura of an emperor." This claim was quickly met with a group of rebuttals. "It's hard to say. You said that once this dragon robe is worn, it's just putting a monkey there must also have a few points of the emperor's aura." That's right, the more silent the emperor is, the better he is at acting. As long as his expression is frozen and he sits there, it's the same as anyone else. I'm afraid that once the emperor opens his mouth, he'll turn into an eunuch, and I don't know how many times we'll be stuck in this scene today. The old actor sniffed and said no more, only shaking his head gently. His intuition from years of acting told him that the young man on the temple was clearly not as ordinary as these people's mouths. After the old actors withdrew from the discussion, these few seemed to feel a bit bored and suddenly looked at Zhang Zidao together. "Big actor Zhang, I heard the other day that you weren't at the scene too. How did this dragon set perform? Reveal no one's shortcomings, hit no one in the face." Although these few people were unintentional, they inevitably caused Zhang Zhe to recall bad images. However, he was not in a good position to snap, and only responded with a cold face. Whether his performance is good or not, it's up to director Hu to judge. Let's just act our part. What's the point of talking so much? The unflinching words directly caused the few people who had come to seek recognition to touch a brick wall. On weekdays, although we are considered to be in infrequent contact, we are definitely not strangers to each other. Right now, Zhang Zhe's attitude caused a few middle-aged men to be puzzled and at the same time feel a burst of annoyance. However, due to the fact that the other party's curiosity was far higher than their own, they had to silently swallow this breath again. The voice of the temple's discussion was not loud, but all of it reached the ears of Hu Guide. It was just that she didn't have the slightest intention of speaking up for Lin Xiao. For one thing, respect in show business is earned. Secondly, the scene at hand was exactly what she wanted. After all, this scene is the episode in which Emperor Wu of Han makes his first court appearance. The mentality of these old actors looking down on Lin Xiao happens to be extremely relevant to the mentality of the minister in the play. The skillful use of emotions from outside the play within the play is just what Hume does so well. The various camera positions were debugged, and the assistant Chun Xiong gave an okay gesture from afar. Hume picked up the horn with a sense of intent at the sight. "Attention all units." Everyone in the audience was energized as the speakers sounded. The body of the photographic sound collection was also suddenly tense and straight, afraid of making a little noise. The ministers who were still talking couldn't help but hold their breath. The scene was so quiet that you could hear the leaves fall to the ground. The only thing that hadn't changed between the scenes were the crooked sitting positions of the ministers, and that's exactly the kind of sitting position the director specifically asked for before filming began. Action. With the director's order, Lin Xiao instantly entered the state. Ding, the host chooses to integrate the personality of Han Wu Da Di. The familiar system tone sounded again. Under the dual effects of the system and acting skills, although only 30% of his personality had been fused, he had exploded with 90% of Han Wu Di's imperial might. In just a blink of an eye, the entire hall seemed to be much more spacious. The original dragon pillar, which had been carefully imitated by craftsmen, seemed to have been infused with a soul. Above the great hall, Lin Zhao's aura of youthfulness had long since washed away. A pair of dragon eyes was like the blazing sun, and the moment he opened his mouth, he made several ministers sit up straight. I'm going to do a couple of new things to change the rules and set them up. What I mean is that my Han dynasty has been an unruly dynasty since its founding. Isn't it? Minutes long lines are read-only. Lyndhurst used just the right amount of words in each tone. His Majesty's ministers were even more immersed in the scene, and were pressed by the strong imperial might, and a cold sweat broke out. However, he was only halfway through his lines when one of the group actors had already collapsed under the pressure. Hume immediately raised his horn. Cut! Pull away, get the crew doctor. Stand by groupies ready. Lin Xiao hurriedly collected his breath when he saw this. There was a long hush from the other ministers at the palace. Obviously, they also took a lot of pressure in the short 2 minutes just now. The scene immediately drew the director's ire. What's going on? What are you all doing? I was talking about you guys in the play just now. Why are you resting on now? A couple of actors, unaware of the situation and relying on a bit of fame of their own, boldly backtracked and said, "What happened to us? We didn't even have any lines in the scene just now. We didn't do anything except for a groupie falling down." Hume sneered, her words instantly sharpening a few times. You guys are also famous actors now, and you can't even remember the most basic requirements of the script. I think you'd better go and start all over again from running the show. Being humiliated in front of so many people, the person who had just talked back became even more enraged. Script requirements? What script requirements? Didn't we just have to sit through the script earlier? It's nice to sit, but how do I ask for it? Being reminded by Hume like this, the few remaining people rushed to look at their scripts. Just see a bolded paragraph over the section of the scripted scenario requirements. The group of ministers did not submit to the new emperor's discipline, but only sat crookedly under the stage, exchanging words from time to time, and even chewing their tongues in front of the emperor. Chapter 18, why don't you just keep it in check? A few people looked at the bolded words and their faces turned white. Really see a living ghost obviously remembered the script before the start of shooting, but once the emperor spoke their brains turned blank. Not to mention the chewing the cud that the scenario calls for, they don't even have the most basic cross your fingers and ears action. Hume saw the aura of several people go down, and hurriedly took the opportunity to teach a lesson. Is it right that a new emperor who ascends to the throne has to make rules for you? And besides, you are his elders, and you react by sitting up straight like students? The director's voice was like a thunderbolt that sent a chill down the spines of all the slightly more accomplished actors in the room. This time it wasn't because the director was angry, but if Hume hadn't reminded him. They don't even realize themselves that they are straightening up without realizing it. Especially the actors who had just been there to mock Lin Xiao were looking at the young man in the hall with unbelievable faces. Who would have thought that a scene that was supposed to be simple would allow itself to be crushed by the aura of a drag queen? How can they, as veteran actors, accept this so easily? So immediately volunteered to the director. Director, we were wrong. Let's do it again. After someone took the lead, the rest of the cast joined in urging for another. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, director who once again picked up the loudspeaker. Attention all units. Action. Lin Xiao was immediately in the movie for a second. I'm going to do a couple of new things to change the rules and set them up. What I mean is that my Han dynasty has been a dynasty without rules since its founding. Same line, same scene, the same ministers. The only difference is that with the addition of live effects, Lin Zhao's character generation becomes more profound. And once again, it has produced the same result. After only 2 minutes of a 5-minute line, Hume once again picked up the horn. Cut! It was only then that the ministers woke up. Damn! I just forgot the little move again without realizing it. There were even some acting skills that were not very skillful this time actually did not even have the courage to look up at Lin Xiao. The emperor in the Great Hall was a drag queen actor a week ago. Can't you guys even overpower a newcomer's aura? Hume's words were still sharp, but her eyes cast an apologetic gaze at Lin Xiao. The latter nodded his understanding from a distance. Hume was not exposing Lin Zhao's shortcomings, but rather using the facts to irritate Her Highness's actors. It's easy to see by the two performances just now, and I'm afraid I don't know how many times I'll have to shoot this scene if I don't. Thinking of this, the director looked at one of the actors who had been talking about Lin Xiao earlier and said, "Didn't you say that you don't know how many times you're going to get stuck in this scene today? Let me tell you, in your current state, I don't know how many times I'm going to get stuck either. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword." The cheeks of the actor who was pointed out turned red. Hu Mei's taunt was like a sharp knife thrust into the other side, but it also rekindled a trace of the man's desire to win. As good as the single-point blasts were, there was no way she was going to mock each actor individually. So she let the crowd reminisce about how it felt both times before starting again. Attention all units. This time, the ministers in the arena have been rubbing their fists, and they have obviously made sufficient preparations. Action. The director gave the order and the familiar lines once again drifted through the air. "I'm going to do a couple of new things to change the rules and set them up. What I mean is that my Han dynasty has been a dynasty without rules since its founding." This time, the ministers on the floor finally made a move. Not only are they sitting in a twisted position, but many of them are actively making a show of mingling. It sounds like it's a no-brainer. But behind the camera, Hummel had already blacked out again. The camera does show the minister moving crookedly, but his movements are stiff as hell. It looks like you're playing a game of woodchucks and suddenly get immobilized. Not only that, but a couple of the actors who took on close-up roles there. Although the two men's heads were touching, their gazes were looking at the emperor with great fear. There was not the slightest hint of the disorganized and accustomed old ministers disobeying the new emperor, rather like a student who whispers in class for fear of being caught by the teacher. It's safe to say that there's not a single thing that can be said about the entire few minutes of footage that makes it watchable. Only Zhang Zhe, who had previously defied Lin Xiao, acted with barely a few flavors. At the thought, the distraught Hu Mei picked up the horn again. "Cut!" Looking at the bewildered actors, Hu Mei said with impatience, "Why are your movements so stiff?" It was the actors' turn to commiserate. The previous two times they were indignant because they didn't recognize the facts. But only after savoring it just now did he realize that the emperor's might in Lin Zhao's body was just too strong. Sitting in the great hall there is what actor, completely a Han Wu Di reincarnation. I couldn't stop the cold sweat from breaking out on my back just by looking at it. Not to mention making a big disrespectful gesture in his courtroom. Think so though, but it's harder to get them to admit that they're being pulled off by the newcomers acting than it is to kill them. An eerie silence fell over the field for a moment. The atmosphere was maintained for about a few seconds before the veteran actor who had originally favored Lin Xiao took the initiative to step forward. "Director, our Emperor's Majesty's acting is so good that we get all hairy just looking at him." However, Hu Mei obviously didn't eat this and her voice remained impatient. "Then tell me, facing the same emperor, why is Zhang Zhe able to be so much more natural than you?" Speaking of this, Hu Mei suddenly tapped his head. "Zhang Zhe, come and share your experience with everyone." Zhang Zhe, who was suddenly QD, stepped forward with a reluctant face. "Don't you have any idea why I look so natural? Trying to get them to have a natural expression, just get peed on once like I did. But can I say that?" Zhang Zhe stood still, looking at Hu Mei with a sultry look in his eyes. It was only then that the latter realized afterward that the image of the other party kneeling in front of Lin Xiao a few days ago appeared in his mind. Forgot about this. Thinking of this, Hume had to crowd signal the crowd to disperse. He personally walked towards Lin Xiao, who was on top of the main hall. "Lin Xiao, about the matter of Emperor Han Wu, I want to discuss it with you." Lin Xiao's heart thumped. Could it be that director who felt he wasn't acting realistically enough and wanted to be the way he was a few days ago? That can be really hard to get. The 100% redemption card has been used, and no new dragon energy has been credited for a while. We can't wait for the system to enact a new mission before we start shooting, can we? However, just as his inner thoughts continued to change, Hu Mei's next words threw him for a loop. "It's not your problem, but when you start shooting later, how about you tighten up?" A wave of regret welled up in Hu Mei's heart as soon as the words left her mouth. Engaged in the movie industry in so many years, there are a lot of actors who can portray the role of the emperor perfectly. However, Lin Xiao was definitely the first one to be able to achieve such an imperial soul bone from the inside out. If she could, she would 100% want to be able to bring the image of Han Wu Dadi to the camera in its entirety. Nay, the crew has already been delayed too much from the start of filming due to various accidents, and it's just too late for the following actors to slowly get used to it. However, having said that, Deep inside her heart, she actually vaguely expected Lin Xiao to reject herself. After the party in question heard Hu Mei's words, a trace of oddness could not help but spread across his face. Tighten up? If I had said that I didn't have to ask for so much, I wouldn't have had to spend so many days in the hotel. But eccentricity being eccentricity, Lin Xiao didn't go against the director's intention in the slightest. For one thing, one's acting is supposed to be about making money, as long as the other person is satisfied. Secondly, he's a newcomer himself, so there's absolutely no need to be pretentious with the director about the role. However, just as he was about to nod his head in agreement, a familiar system tone sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host's Imperial Might is not protected. Opening the mission Imperial Might. The mission rewards 30 points of Dragon Chi. Imperial Might. Rejecting Hu Mei's request in an imperial manner. Chapter 19. The outrageous mission requirements directly caused Lin Xiao to freeze in his flax. Turning down a director's request is hard, but not impossible to try. But what the hell is refusing as an emperor, giving orders directly to the director? A newcomer going up against a director, that kind of assignment is a dead giveaway. Okay. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Then don't blame me for not being able to afford to play. Just as Lin Xiao was planning to give up on the mission, the death-defying system tone sounded again. Mission reward revised. Award 30 points of Dragon's Chi and open the mystery lucky draw. Mystery sweepstakes? Dragon Chi can be earned next time if you miss it. But what the hell is this mystery lucky draw? The new rewards added by the system made Lin Xiao scratch his head and had to start thinking about whether or not to take the mission. It's like people meeting promotions on the street. If the solicitor yelling is talking about coming into the store and receiving a gift, then I'm sure there are plenty of people who can resist the temptation. But if the solicitor is shouting about a raffle for entering the store, far fewer people will be able to resist the temptation. If the word mysterious is added in front of the lucky draw, then I am afraid that it will be a total loss. It was this kind of temptation that Lin Xiao was facing right now. And the temptation is still gifts plus mystery sweepstakes. After a few struggles, he finally failed to resist the temptation and accepted the mission with gritted teeth. You can pick up the play again if it's gone, but the award is really gone if it's gone. Even if Hume kicked himself out in a fit of pique, that $10 million script fee would be totally enough for him to dash around for a long time. Considering all of this, Lin Xiao's heart was slightly stronger. He was only slightly sideways, his eyes staring straight at his opponent. In order to be able to suppress the other party in terms of aura, he even didn't hesitate to turn on the fusion of Han Wudi's soul to its current maximum. Before I answer you, you will call me your majesty. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, but it was filled with a strong anger, like a divine dragon offended by mortals. For a moment, the staff between the fields looked sideways. The person in question, Hu Mei, was even more shocked, and her brain turned blank. Although she had long since learned about Lin Xiao's acting skills, it was the first time she had faced the emperor's wrath so directly. After a brief moment of disorientation, Hu Mei huffed backward and said, "Your Majesty." His eyes were even subconsciously cast aside, not daring to look at the emperor in front of him. Lin Xiao's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he was slightly relieved. Everyone on the set has to refer to each other as their characters in the play, a rule made by Hu Mei herself. Even if it is its own person who has to carry it out. All Lin Xiao had to do was to use Hu Mei's rules to overwhelm his opponent bit by bit. Now that the other party was willing to call him Your Majesty, then the rest of the matter was still in play. However, I'm afraid that only the person concerned could know how much of that Your Majesty was due to the rules and how much was due to Lin Xiao's power. In any case, when Hu Mei shouted this Your Majesty, the situation on the field had imperceptibly and subtly changed. In the next questioning, Lin Xiao completely evolved into the superior. When you say tighten up a bit, is it because I'm not acting well? Lin Xiao's voice sounded like an inquiry, but also like a question, and his address changed from sister Hu to you. The so-called elusiveness of the emperor's will was once again revealed in all its splendor. It's just that this time the object of the offense has changed from Zhang Zhe to Hu Mei. It was fortunate that Lin Xiao had only fused 30% of his emperor soul, plus the latter himself lingered in high-pressure places from time to time. So it wasn't as wretched as Zhang Zhe had shown at first. Even so, a fine bead of sweat precipitated on her back. Your Majesty acted well, only they... Hu Mei wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao waving his hand. Since the act was well done, what do you want me to restrain? Remember, this is my great hall. The moment the words fell, Lin Xiao instantly substituted himself wholeheartedly into the role of Emperor Han Wu. Although there was only a 30% soul fusion, the Emperor's might displayed at this point was already not much worse than when there was 100% soul fusion. It was only at this point that Hume managed to realize the pressure that the ministers had just assumed. The feeling is like facing the sky of an impending storm directly over a vast expanse of land, awe-inspiring and desperate. Unlike the ministers, though, a wave of joy and pride welled up inside her in spite of her despair. This was how it should be. This was the emperor she had chosen with her own hands. This was the Han Wu Dadi she wanted to show to the world. When Hu Mei flooded with such thoughts, Lin Xiao had actually succeeded for the most part. The latter keenly caught the other party's change of mood and immediately delivered a fatal blow. However, this time he didn't continue to apply pressure. Instead, he put away all of his imperial might, and his address changed back to Sister Hu once again. Sister Hu, what's wrong with you today? Isn't extreme characterization your pursuit? A soft yet majestic tone, like an emperor talking to his close ministers. Hu Mei's eyes lit up, as if some kind of obsession had been awakened. When he looked at the emperor in front of him again, he had the illusion of meeting his soulmate in a flowing river. Immediately after that, she suddenly bowed violently, as if she had awakened to something. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Please pretend I didn't say what I said just now. You just perform with all your might. This scene not only dumbfounded the actors on stage, but also Lin Xiao. Who would have thought that such a big director would bow towards him, a newcomer minion? More than complacency, Lin Xiao's heart was fearful of the aftermath, although he had spoken lightly before. But to lose $30 million because of offending Hu Mei was a bit too much for him to take. What's more, if the other side mobilizes their contacts to start a blockade against them. Even with the system's support, Lin Xiao didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to turn over again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been sent to the system backpack. The familiar system tone sounded once again. Only then did Lin Xiao react and hurriedly got up and bowed back humbly. I've always been a fan of yours. Just now I was just too deep into the movie. I hope director Hu won't be offended. Hu Mei smiled and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder to show that he was fine, his eyes full of appreciation. She prefers a good actor with both skills and ideas to the average actor who is subservient. With Lin Xiao's support, she was confident that her new drama could break records. What's the big deal about a late shooting date? The big deal is a little more liquidated damages. You can earn money again if it's gone, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hu Mei figured everything out, and her heart couldn't help but surge with a sense of heroine's bravado. As Lin Xiao said just now, since he has no problem acting, it's just a matter of hammering the others hard. She only saw her and assistant Chun make a wink, and then she shouted towards the field. All units in position. No stopping the cameraman's film this time. We'll keep starting over until this section passes. Chapter 20. Recruitment of group actors who want to be bold. Hu Mei quickly returned to the director's chair after giving the order. The rest of the ministers had a very ugly look on their faces. It's easy to say that the film won't stop, but it's they who are really in jail. In the play, it was necessary to withstand Lin Xiao's intense imperial might. Outside of the theater, it is necessary to endure the cynicism of Hu Mei. The simple words, "the film won't stop," became torture in their ears. However, just as the crowd was entering, Zhang Zhe, who had been silent a moment ago, spoke up. Don't worry, guys. Acting is acting. No matter how realistic it is, it's still fake after all. As the character with the most natural demeanor after several performances, Zhang Zhe's speech was clearly very convincing. Several actors gathered at the sound and lowered their voices to offer advice. Big star Zhang. Just teach us how to look as natural as you do. Zhang Zhe's face changed once again at the words, but this time he quickly recovered his natural way. You guys just need to remember two things. First, the person in the temple is nothing more than a dragon set, and second, his aura is at its highest level just now. After saying that, he added as his gaze swept over a few more people. We've just shot it 3 times. Aren't you guys used to it yet? Those actors were as happy as can be to hear it. Looking at the man on the temple once again, it instantly felt as if the so-called imperial might was just that. Zhang Zhe was very satisfied with this, and his eyes glanced at Lin Xiao in a shadowy manner. Although his own acting skills were indeed inferior to the other parties, he still couldn't accept a drag queen making a big show in front of him, especially after seeing the famous director who actually bowing towards a dragon set. The jealousy within him went straight to the top. After recalling his feelings about acting with Lin Xiao, Zhang Zhe quickly summarized a rule. That is, the sense of oppression that the other party brings to himself is getting weaker and weaker. Or rather, with enough exposure, then one can quickly get used to the feeling. Now all he had to do was to first help more and more actors get used to Lin Xiao's imperial might and slowly pull the focus of the crowd back to himself. Just as Zhang Zhe was caught up in YY, the director raised his horn once again. Action! Accompanied by the familiar commands, Lin Xiao once again quickly entered his state. I'm going to do a couple of new things to change the rules and set them up. What I mean is that my Han dynasty has been a dynasty without rules since its founding. It was still a 2-minute-long dialogue, but with the experience of many times plus Zhang Zhe's brainwashing. The actor's performance obviously got a lot better under this venue. A few actors who had previously held resentment towards the dragon set as acting as the emperor, but even more so, they showed contemptuous eyes in a personal vendetta. Among them, Zhang Zhe, who was sitting at the very front. The contempt and provocation in his eyes had even reached its peak. Lin Xiao could see these people's little plans in the hall and didn't spoil them in the slightest. He was seen getting up from his position while saying his lines. Even more so, he did not hesitate to incorporate the 30 points of dragon chi that he had just arrived with. What I can't tolerate is those vassal kings. Every day they want this and that. What is the purpose of building this hall? It's for the lords and princes to come here to worship me. Speaking here, Lin Xiao's tone lurched, like a volcano whose internal pressure had come to a critical point. A few of the slightly less daring actors had already involuntarily lowered their heads. However, when the Son of Heaven is angry, like the earth cracking and mountains crashing, how can it be avoided by the bottom of the head? In just half a blink of an eye, the volcano that had been building up for so long erupted. Don't give me Uncle Grandpa's argument, and don't care if you're 70 years old and 80. This king and that king all have to come here and kowtow to me. A slightly trembling sound, like the trembling of the earth crushed by the might of the heavens. Imperial might that was several times more intense than before swept across the entire arena. The ministers on the floor had an illusion. The entire hall seemed to be collapsing, and the floor was even opening up a crack more than one person wide. Everyone fell uncontrollably. Some of the less courageous ministers were already trembling and crouching on the ground. Even though the ministers were even more frightened than in the first take, the director had no intention of calling a halt to the movie, and there was even some excitement in his eyes. Because the way the plot is going, the attitude of the ministers is supposed to go from disdain to awe. Now is exactly when they should be cringing, and it's working far better than Hume expected. Although the plot had previously progressed with difficulty due to Lin Xiao's realistic acting, it had contributed to perfect scenes like the current one as a result. Next, as long as Zhang Zhe, the uncle of the state, to appear on the list of hard against the emperor, this scene is even a perfect ending. However, the director waited left and right and never waited for the picture he was expecting. Where are the people? Hume looked around, but saw that the state uncle master, who was originally supposed to step out to provoke the situation, was currently lying on the ground with his buttocks facing the sky in fear. The credit goes to the basket. Hume at the moment could no longer tense up, and immediately picked up the speaker and cursed. Zhang Zhe, what are you doing? Do you know how long we've been waiting for this shot? Zhang Zhe was still in shock and hadn't slowed down. Because he was sitting at the very front, coupled with the fact that he had received special care from Lin Xiao, it directly awakened the fear he had felt that day when he had faced the imperial might directly. So even though the director was on fire, he didn't look like he was slowing down at all. Zhang Zhe, speak. Do you realize how long you've been waiting for this shot? Seeing Zhang Zhe's soulful appearance, the director's fire intensified, and his voice could not help but increase a few points. The man in question then came back to his senses, apologizing with a tremor in his words. No, sorry director, I just remembered the wrong script. What did you say? Hearing this ridiculous excuse, Hume was almost so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Just as she was about to have a fit, however, a strange cry came from the group of ministers. Whose hot water spilled? Hume looked furiously, only to see that a group actor had actually jumped straight up, with some water stains on his butt. Follow the water stains to their source, only to see another groupie sitting on a soaked mat with a red face. The group actor felt the stare and stammered, Director. The triple accident had worn Hume down to the point of losing his temper, so he had to wave his hand to signal the other party to leave. The group of performers were instantly relieved and quickly left the hall with their heads bowed. The floor manager quickly cleaned up the scene after the group show left. The cushions have been rebuilt with new ones as well. Just when Hume thought things were about to get back on track. The next shot, however, was another hard slap in the face. This time, not only the new spare groupies fainted, but also the old groupies who had survived a few rounds started to lose support. Along with the last of the backup groupies being scared to the point of breaking their defenses, filming was forced to come to a halt. Hume reached out and beckoned her assistant. Go and ask for a couple more groupies. Make sure they're bold enough. It's easy to recruit groupies, but how do you make sure the guts are big enough? Chun Seong touched his head, and an idea sprang up in his heart. A few minutes later, a message popped up in various large groups of group actors. The Hanwoo.D theater group is looking for group actors who are bold enough to have experience in horror movies. Chapter 21. The self-cultivation of the actor. The odd recruiting conditions soon led to heated discussions. Hanwoo.D? Shouldn't this be a historical drama? What does recruiting groupies have to do with being bold? A historical drama but wanting actors to have horror movie experience. All I can say is that we can't guess what a big director is thinking. Although Chun Seong's recruitment information is odd, the effect is quite remarkable. Within a short while, a group of group actors whose ghost costumes had not yet been removed were gathered outside the theater. The group is in position and the scene can finally resume filming. With the previous cast having acclimatized so many times, and the new groupies being really bold, this test shoot was much better than the previous one. Other than that, at least no one passed out anymore. Hume was slightly relieved in her heart. As long as she was able to maintain the stability of the personnel, then the rest was her area of expertise. With a cycle of action and card over and over again, the director was surprised to find the whole cast getting better and better. Not only are some of the professional actors becoming more and more evocative in their portrayal of their characters, but even the newcomers to the dragon set are beginning to have an official aura floating around them, if at all. All these changes were all brought about by Lin Xiao. Although the imperial aura he displayed brought a lot of pressure to the crowd and even caused some of the group actors to faint. However, once you get used to the pressure, then the immersive feeling greatly increases the sense of immersion for the entire crew. By this time, Hume had long since ceased to be satisfied with the original standard. She now has plenty of patience and confidence to create a movie and television extravaganza like no other. So she began to give instructions to each person personally. A few lucky groupies were also given an unprecedented mention by the man himself. This is definitely a valuable asset in life for them. Finally, after I don't know how many more repetitions, Hume raised the horn once more. Cut! This time, she didn't point out a mistake somewhere, as she had done before. Instead, he stared at the monitor with a stony face. The atmosphere in the great hall became tense once again. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but slow down his breathing. It was obviously only a few minutes, but it seemed like centuries had passed. With a grimace, Hume raised the horn and said in a low voice, "It's past." The crowd was a bit unresponsive, looking at each other with confused faces. Just then, the director's voice came again, but with an undisguised joy. "What are you waiting for? Celebrating?" The crowd at the temple then reacted to what had happened and could not help but cheer loudly. It's not that they're overreacting, it's that the scene was just so hard to film. Not only do you have to bear the pressure of the director outside the theater, but you also have to suffer from the pressure of the emperor inside the theater. Even some of the tried and true actors had to feel how tough the scene was. Lin Xiao sat on the temple, his joy overflowing in words. This is his first play as a lead actor and it has a remarkable significance for him. Despite having the system's enchantment, the NG at one time still made him feel a pang of anxiety inside. Now that I finally got the results I wanted, there was a sense of relief. Hume looked at Lin Xiao, who was still sitting squarely on the dragon chair, and beckoned from afar. "Come on down and eat with us." Lin Xiao looked at the sun outside the hall and it turned out that the time was long past mealtime. Meals for small crews are very simple. Often a box of rice with a box of veggies and the occasional chicken thigh had to be a good meal. Running a dragon set for a while, Lin Xiao always jokingly referred to it as a meat and two veggies. Actors who are slightly more popular will choose to eat bento made by their assistants or go elsewhere to a restaurant. Hume, as the director of a large theater group, provides meals that are much better than those of a small theater group. Although it is the same boxed lunch, it is truly a meat and 3 vegetables, and the selling looks much stronger than before. After filming all morning, Lin Xiao had long been hungry in the front and back. Chun Zhe had his own caravan, so naturally he wouldn't eat the crew's food. As for the other actors, They each followed their respective cliques down to the pavilion in 2s and 3s. And Lin Xiao neither had a small circle nor the habit of going down to the restaurant on the set. So he grabbed a boxed lunch and began to devour it. Just as he was eating, a groupie came up to him. "Hello, big guy. Can I have your autograph or not?" Lin Xiao looked up. The other man was seen wearing a white t-shirt, a pair of jeans that were washed out, and clutching in his hand a blue book that was blue and worn out from being turned over. It had 7 big words written on it: the actor's self-mastery. Lin Xiao was somewhat moved, and a certain deceased person suddenly appeared in his mind. So he took the book without hesitation and signed the word Lin Xiao in the blank space. A smile immediately appeared on that dragonet's face. However, Lin Xiao didn't mean to give the book back to him immediately and instead opened his mouth to ask, "Of all the actors, why did you pick me to sign?" The question is not surprising. Although in the cast, Lin Xiao was a lead actor. But the fame is nowhere near that of some of the actors who play ministers. Zhang Zhe in particular is a top-tier actor with a huge fan base. But the dragonet in front of him had found himself. After hearing Lin Xiao's question, that dragon set smiled somewhat embarrassed. "Because I heard that you were and are from the dead dragons, so I..." Halfway through his words, the group actor seemed to suddenly realize something and hurriedly panicked. "I'm sorry. I'm a dead dragonet. I'm a dead dragonet." He was seen apologizing as he tentatively reached his hand towards the blue book. However, Lin Xiao put the book back and said with a straight face, "A dragon set is a dragon set. Please don't add the word dead. We are dragon sets. We are just actors who have fewer opportunities than others." The moment these words came out, the eyes of that group of performers suddenly became a few points brighter. He then bowed violently again and respectfully received the book back. After the group actors left, Lin Xiao once again served the rice. This time, before he could hold his chopsticks steady, another gentle voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations. You've already gained your first fan." Lin Xiao raised his head violently. A girl in a white tee with a broad-brimmed hat was smiling at herself in the sunlight. This girl was no other than Su Ning, who had had a meeting at the theater a few days ago. There are just so many people who wear white tees in the summer. Lin Xiao secretly spat out a sentence and humbly replied, "Fans don't count. They should be considered comrades in common." This answer caused a few more points of interest to appear in Su Ning's eyes once again. She still wanted to say something to Lin Xiao, but was interrupted by Hu Mei's voice. "Sister Su, you can actually come back at night so you can rest for a while." I saw a director who carrying a clear plastic bag in his left hand, which contained open white cartons. Apparently she eats the same lunch as the groupies. Su Ning glanced at the other party's empty box, and then he lifted up a cute cake box and said, "I'm afraid I'm late and won't make it in time for Sister Hu's after-dinner snack." The crew burst into harmonious laughter. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't know that in the next period of time, his life would once again undergo incredible changes. Chapter 22 Playing Su Ning. After lunchtime, the crew got busy quickly. The equipment in the Great Hall was quickly dismantled by the staff and moved together toward another room. All the scheduled scenes were stopped, and most of the actors who had just played the minister were even given a direct leave of absence by the director. Until Su Ning leaves the set, all of the next episode schedules will be dominated by her. The other actors dare not complain about this very overbearing behavior. For no other reason than Su Ning was the only Super Tier 1 top streamer in the entire arena. Even Zhang Zhe, who was a first-rate actor, did not dare to have any complaints about this. Tier 1 and Super Tier may first seem like a difference in words, but they are actually very different. In terms of comparing the number of followers alone, there were perhaps 3 out of 10 people who didn't recognize Zhang Zhe, and 4 who couldn't name him. However, if the object was changed to Su Ning, then I'm afraid that every one of these 10 people would be able to accurately shout out Su Ning's name. From the slot, although Zhang Zhe had quite a few schedules, he was able to spare large chunks of time to stay on the set. Su Ning, on the other hand, had to see her way between sets. Of course, this was why the entire Hanwu Dadi crew had to circle around Su Ning once she arrived. The scene shifts. Inside the small room where Lin Xiao used to revise the script, Su Ning and he are looking at the script face to face. This section of the script is exactly the plot of Wei Zifu's first meeting with Emperor Wu of Han. However, after only looking at it for a short while, Su Ning suddenly raised her head and asked, "Doesn't it feel too fast for Hanwu Dadi to be with Wei Zifu right after they meet? I feel like I can't substitute it somewhat." To such doubts, Lin Xiao didn't answer directly, but took the initiative to ask, So how do you think it should go? I think. Su Ning's eyes looked at the ceiling, her mind trying to build the scene she imagined. It should be Zifu playing the zither, Emperor Han drinking wine, and then Emperor Han spilling out his heart's depression, followed by the two falling in love with each other. At first glance, Su Ning's concept is actually very reasonable, though it's limited to a few courtroom romances. Putting it in the historical drama of Han Wu Da-di would never work. Let's not talk about whether the status of the emperor and the songstress were equal. That man is Han Wu Da-di. His life has always been as fiery as a flame. Think others do not dare to think, do others do not dare to do, brave wisdom and determination. And how would such an emperor confide his heart's depressions to anyone? He would just keep on using his wits and guts to swat away all that stood in his way. As a man who has fused the soul of Han Wu Da-di, Lin Xiao knew much more about Han Wu Da-di than anyone else. Although most people are full of admiration and worship for the emperor who forged the soul of the nation, their understanding is far less than adequate. The more you learn about him, the more you realize his greatness. For the ordinary ones, watching the great emperor is like a frog in a well watching the moon in the sky. As for Lin Xiao, the great Emperor Guan was like a mayfly seeing the sky. So for Su Ning's question, 1,000 words only converged into one sentence in his case. But that's the soul of the nation, Han Wu Da-di. The words were tinged with adoring sighs, which instantly made Su Ning understand something as well. Yeah, that's Han Wu Da-di. Even if he had more likes in his heart, how could he, as a bright ruler of a generation, indulge in childish love? Even if you meet someone you like, I'm afraid that you will only choose to use the most direct and fast method to conquer each other. I probably understand it, but I have a feeling it's still going to be NG many times. Understanding is understanding, trying to do it right is indeed another thing. This Han Wu Da-di is the first historical drama Su Ning has filmed, and it's kind of a major transition for her. Looking at the other party's serious expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but joke. Then can you finish fast before you NG, so I can hold the double a couple more times? The response was a big blank stare. Not only that, Su Ning silently moved a little further away from him. Obviously believed was taking Lin Xiao's words seriously. He had no choice but to change his story again. Don't worry. As long as you don't get nervous, you'll never be NG if you play along with me behind you. This time Su Ning's white eyes rolled even higher, obviously not believing any of his words. Not believing in the truth and believing in falsehoods was essentially a distrust of Lin Xiao. This hurt the latter. Che dog bites Lu Dongbin. With an inward grumble, he took the script and walked out. The time came to evening and all the staff were once again in place. This time the location was changed to a side hall. Unlike the grandeur of the main hall, the side hall as a whole was molded into a soft and relaxing atmosphere. Lin Xiao was dressed in a dark red dragon robe, wearing a crown pin on his head, lazily and casually half reclining on a chair. All units in position. Action. The director's voice carried through the speakers all over the set. 12 groupies dressed in little green embroidered silk dresses walked in clutching their instruments. The women were all born dainty. After paying homage to the emperor, they automatically split into two lines to play the bamboo instruments. No wonder so many people want to be the emperor. Who wouldn't be confused when they come to such a happy day? However, Lin Xiao didn't let this cause him to forget about business. Only to see that he quickly fused 30 points of dragon chi, and a faint imperial might immediately enveloped the entire scene. The camera shows the emperor with a look of impatience and exhaustion on his face, and his eyes sweeping the room in an unobtrusive, haphazard manner. The dynasty is troubled and the borders are uneasy. How could he, as the king of a country, have the heart to appreciate this? Seeing the growing boredom on his face, Rapunzel suddenly clapped her hands gently. Only two pia-pia sounds were heard. The sound of piping continued, but there was a woman holding a guqin at the door. The woman covered half of her face behind the zither and walked to the center of the hall with gentle lotus steps. Elegant embroidered long skirt following the footsteps slowly bloom, hair beads slightly shaking, like a fairy out of the painting. By the time it put the guqin down, a flawless face was exposed in the air. The beauty and warmth of the sensation instantly made the males outside the arena not be able to help but breathe faster. The woman is no other than Su Ning, who plays Wei Zifu. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and silently fused the remaining dragon chi into his body. Although he had experienced Su Ning's beauty before, he didn't expect the other party to be this beautiful. Even though he had now fused and realized 60% of Han Wudi's soul, His body still instinctively sat halfway straight. The sound of the piano. Su Ning's green onion-like fingers kept jumping between the strings of the zither, and the heavenly voice brought a sense of calm. Lin Zhao's body, which was sitting straight, slowly relaxed, and a candle flame flickered in his eyes. When the song was over, Su Ning raised her head slightly, and their gazes met in the air. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Zhao's heartbeat accelerated, and a feeling he kind of once had surged in his chest, only to see him violently get up from his seat, his gaze staring straight at Su Ning as he walked away. The latter's cheeks burned at the blazing gaze, and also at this moment too, he was completely absorbed in the drama. It now appears that previous concerns were completely unfounded. Where's the need for extra dialogue, and where's the need to simmer with emotion? It turned out that the Emperor's uniquely intense feelings were already enough to devour a person with just one look. Lin Zhao's footsteps were getting closer. Finally, at a distance of only one table, he reached out a hand to gently pick Su Ning's chin up. You play well. This is both a line and a heartfelt statement. Su Ning's eyes flashed with a pool of autumn water, and when her eyelashes curved, the entire hall lost its color. For a while, the world was left with this view. Lin Zhao's heart moved slightly as he leaned over and asked softly, "What's your name?" Chapter 23 First Kiss on the screen. My name is Wei Zifu. In the face of the Emperor approach, Su Ning was fearless, and even began to look at each other carefully. Through those pupils, she could clearly feel the other's intense emotions. Like a rushing stream, like a swift and wild wind, like the red sun of summer. Several sensations were combined in a single wave, transforming into a dear thumping against the heart. The lake in Su Ning's eyes became brighter and brighter by the red sun, and vaguely began to expect something. Lin Zhao sniffed the aroma that filled the air between the two of them and knew that the atmosphere had reached its peak at this moment. So he grabbed the other party's waist and directly picked Su Ning up. However, accomplishing all of this was not enough. Lin Zhao kissed the lovely girl in his arms with another fierce kiss. The feeling of warmth and watery smoothness made him pry up the tightly closed jade door in one smooth motion. Su Ning's body stiffened, but she quickly lowered her defense again, allowing the other party to take it by force. Upon seeing this scene, Hume, who was sitting in front of the screen, almost ejected from his position. Although Su Ning had done some emotional scenes, often the kissing sequences were in borrowed positions or stunt doubles. Right now, this kid who had just popped up for a few days actually dared to A up without any fear. The most unbelievable thing was that Su Ning actually just accepted it. The historic scene made Hu Mei's eyes glaze over. There was even a sound of heartbreak in the arena. Lin Zhao and his duo were completely immersed in this deep kiss at this moment. Between breath exchanges, the heartbeats gradually became synchronized. Whether this relationship is in the theater or out of the theater, the two can no longer distinguish. The only thing to do is to keep intertwining and chasing in that small space. By the time their lips parted, the two had long since come behind the curtain without realizing it. This also happens to complete the scene at this point. Cut! Hu Mei raised her horn, her entire body trembling with excitement. First on-screen kiss. Just now that was Su Ning's first on-screen kiss in one shot. Even if you put aside the two's transcendent acting skills, this movie and TV show will be a smash hit just based on this one gimmick alone. Equally excited was Lin Zhao. With the order to terminate the shooting ringing out, he realized what had just happened. I've got beans. The one who is now in his arms is Su Ning, who is the goddess of all the people. I can't believe I just sashayed up and kissed all the way up. If memory serves, the one just now would have been the other's first kiss, right? While Lin Zhao was shocked, he quickly remembered the other party's background, followed by a wave of fear rising within him. If the other party holds a grudge, even with the system's bonus, he who is still in his infancy will face a snowball's nest. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao put Su Ning down as soon as he could and carefully observed the other party's face. The latter obviously realized what had happened and turned his back to Lin Zhao without a word. The skin all over her body was tinted a light pink color, and the tips of her ears were a delicate red. What's that supposed to mean? Shy? Angry? Or overpowered by my brother's aura? Hiss, I don't think she's mad, right? She just stuck her tongue out. Seeing that the other party was hesitant to speak, Lin Zhao tried apprehensively. Are you okay? It was the first kiss of my life, you earned it. Once these words came out, the other party really turned around to look at Lin Zhao with a hateful face. Who cares about your first kiss? Why did you not say hello? Just. Su Ning was shy and angry, and her speech became half and half. This adorable appearance immediately caused Lin Zhao's heart to itch slightly, and his guts became bigger and bigger instead. Who says I didn't say hello? I said hello and you agreed. You're bolting me. You were straight up forcing a kiss on me. Not even saying hello. Su Ning recalled briefly and quickly pierced through the other party's lies. However, Lin Xiao was planning to argue strongly and refused to let the charge of forcing a kiss fall on his head no matter what. I swear I hid it. My tongue was in your incisor knocking on the door you opened it. Such a roguish statement directly caused Su Ning's face to redden from slightly behind her ears to the roots of her ears. Take advantage of its shock. Lin Xiao continued to ride the wave of victory again. And not only did I not force a kiss on you, but you forced a kiss on me. I forced a kiss on you? To hear that there are actually such shameless people in the world. Su Ning's voice was shocked to the point of sounding like Columbus who had discovered a new continent. Yet the person in question clearly didn't feel shameless and was still saying with a straight face. Nice. You're the one who forcibly kissed me because you didn't knock when your tongue came to my place. Didn't knock. Although she was annoyed in her heart, Su Ning still couldn't help but recall the charming scene just now. Feeling the other's lingering scent in her nostrils, her mind once again became flustered for no apparent reason. So she averted her gaze from Lin Xiao and lifted the curtain as soon as she had calmed down a little. Sister Hu, how was the effect of that scene just now? Su Ning's voice was as normal as usual, so normal that it made it seem as if the kissing scene just now never existed. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao who was following behind, people would not even be able to recall what had just happened. This normal look, instead, seemed extremely counterintuitive. As per the past, the actor staged his first on-screen kiss. It tends to usher in the feeling of a group of people coming to gossip about each other. Right now, this gesture of Su Ning's was obviously not wanting things to be discussed in the theater group. So instead of getting to the bottom of it, Hu Mei took up the conversation very naturally. It was very effective just now, and I haven't shot a one-off episode like that in a long time. When she finished, she asked tentatively, "There's an awful lot of time now. Want to do some other night shots?" The words were obviously meant to take care of Su Ning's mood. Because there are many actors who have staged their first on-screen kisses, it's often a little awkward to face their co-stars again for a short period of time. As is customary for the crew, filming is on hold, at least for tonight. But considering that the other party wanted to keep the incident just now under wraps for the time being in the theater group, that's why she purposely asked that. Su Ning understood the director's care and nodded decisively. Shoot! So the whole crew became busy once again. It didn't take long for the new scene to be rearranged. A different night scene for a different plot, but the same need for Lin Zhao's involvement. However, this shoot turned out to be extremely uneventful. Su Ning, who has always been used to the screen, surprisingly began to make repeated mistakes. Either he made a mistake when matching words with Lin Xiao, or his body stiffened in some close encounters. The worst time, she even launched herself into a long daze while conversing with Lin Xiao. Obviously couldn't quite sub in the play. I'm afraid that such a poor performance has nothing to do with the drama of the last scene. Hume was well aware that continuing to film tonight was just a waste of film. So after a few re-NGs, she forced the termination of the shoot on the grounds that it was getting too late. The actors dispersed individually. Lin Xiao followed Chun Suk to the hotel arranged by the crew. While not quite 5-star, the rooms are spacious enough. After briefly thanking Chun Suk, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to close the door to his room. I haven't had a chance to use the mystery sweepstakes offered by the system yet. Based on the principle of not spending the night in a raffle, Lin Xiao summoned the raffle grand roulette with a wave of his hand. Chapter 24. 100% styling spray. Only with a clatter, an incomparably huge turntable appeared out of nowhere in the void. The carousel was floridly divided into a million little compartments. Lin Xiao didn't have time to see the prizes on it before the entire carousel began to spin rapidly. A dozen seconds passed and the dial pointer stopped on a green grid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the mystery lucky draw and obtaining the item. 100% styling spray. Along with the disappearance of the system tone, a palm-sized vial appeared out of thin air on the small table. Lin Xiao looked at the bottle dumbfounded and had a feeling of being duped. You risked your own hard-on to the director, and all you got in return was a tiny bottle of styling spray? No? Do you really think I'm that close to a couple bucks in this stupid system? Mentally, he greeted the system fiercely. Lin Xiao was still undeterred and looked at the bottle's introduction again. Styling spray, after use can maintain the form 8 hours, The wind does not blow. The rain does not fall. The 10th grade typhoon to come also have to stand aside. Net capacity. Unlimited. What's with the big mouth? If this vial is really that awesome, then it's somewhat of a consolation. After all, you can't get a spray that works this well on the market anyway. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's mind moved and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom with the vial. After a quick wash, Lin Xiao used the spray to get a fairly satisfactory hairstyle. To test the effect, he took out a hair dryer and blew it coolly directly into his head. As a result, the entire hair was motionless, as if it had been firmly fixed there with steel bars. Lin Xiao's heart thumped. He was hoping that the styling spray would set it firmly, but isn't that an outrageous level of hold? At that thought, he subconsciously tried to return his hair to its normal state again. It turned out that just as soon as I got my hands on it, I realized that my hair, which had been soft and smooth, had to be strong and sturdy. No matter how hard he tried, surprisingly, he couldn't even move a single strand of hair. It was as if the whole hair was held there by some magical force. Unbelieving, Lin Xiao found a comb. The results until the comb was broken hair still maintains the look of his final styling. If I had to use any words to describe it, Lin Xiao now felt like he had a solid bunker over his head. No matter what means you use, you will never be able to shake it in the slightest. What kind of crappy styling spray is this? The pressure just doesn't work a bit. It's a good thing the statute of limitations is only 8 hours, or I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to put my wig on tomorrow. Just as Lin Xiao was planning to throw this garbage away, another strange thought was born in his mind. What if it's not a person I'm spraying with my styling spray? Saying yes, Lin Xiao took off a leaf of the hotel potted plant and carefully sprayed it twice. Then the magic happened. The originally soft blades had now become harder than steel. Lin Xiao looked incredulously at the vial in his hand. This thing is not a styling spray, it's an ultimate hardener. After figuring this out, Lin Xiao seemed to have discovered the continent of a new world. He sprayed the spray onto the glass, and a glass that wouldn't break no matter how hard he dropped it was born. He sprayed the spray onto the piece of paper, and a piece of paper that couldn't be cut in any way was born. He then had the bright idea of pouring a cup full of warm water and then spraying the spray on the surface. And then an even more amazing scene unfolded. As the spray spread through the water in the glass quickly froze into ice. Maybe it's because there wasn't much spray water, but the water in the cup only ended up solidifying halfway through. Lin Xiao fished the ice cube out of the cup to play with it. Only the ice was translucent and vaguely emitting warmth. The marvelous experience straight away made him playful, and he experimented in the house without regard to time. The one after that made all sorts of weird and wacky attempts. But in the end, everything that is sprayed with the spray is somehow made strong. I just don't know what the effect will be when sprayed on special areas. Lin Xiao's mind moved and he looked down at himself. But in the end, he didn't put his thoughts into action. It was a matter of life's happiness, and this kind of dangerous thing would be better to snub Zhang Fugui to do it in the future. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned the spray back on the captured spider. Just as Lin Xiao stayed up most of the night having fun, there was likewise one person who did not sleep. Su Ning lay on the bed, her mind full of fragments of memories from the set. The touch from the nighttime kiss remained on his lips. She put one hand gently on her lips as she whimpered, "Sister Yuan, Sister Yuan?" A short while later, a soft, just awakening cry came from the crib next to her. The woman called Sister Yuan sat up straight. "What is it, miss?" This reply incurred Su Ning's displeasure, only to see her sit up as well. With a somewhat disgruntled expression, she said, "Sister Yuan, didn't you say that in private you'd still call me Ng'er like you used to?" Sister Yuan's name was Yuan Shui, and she was Su Ning's bodyguard and part-time personal assistant. On top of that, she was Su Ning's childhood big sister next door. This sister had been by her side for as long as Su Ning could remember, until one day the other party suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, it was in the capacity of a bodyguard arranged by that cheap old man to his side. Yuan Shui smiled faintly, and her voice became somewhat helpless. "Little Gel, it's still on official business. I'd better call you Miss is more convenient." A trace of despondency flashed on Su Ning's face, but she didn't continue to dwell on the issue, but asked tentatively, "Sister Yuan, can you tell me more about the previous investigation about Lin Xiao?" The air was silent for a brief second. Yuan Shui's voice erupted into a somewhat desperate cry. "My missy, you've asked me that question hundreds of times." Although there was an element of exaggeration, she, Yuan Shui, could have sworn that Su Ning had been discussing this issue almost all night. So much so that even the very patient woman was starting to get cranky. Su Ning also felt that she seemed to have gone a bit overboard, and immediately changed to a begging tone. Sister Yuan, just tell me again. Please, please. Yuan Shui looked at the glittering eyes in the dark night, and a hint of pampering flooded her face after a long time. Okay. Then I'm going to tell you again. But this time you're going to be a good boy and go to bed when I'm done. Su Ning nodded in agreement without hesitation. The air soon drifted with stories about Lin Xiao's exploits over the last 2 years. However, since the Lin Xiao of that time was not the Lin Xiao of now. Plus, the original owner herself was a bit of a loner, so most of her deeds weren't exactly glamorous. Most of those things were things that he was cold-shouldered and ostracized for on various productions. When she heard this, Su Ning's expression flushed with a hint of heartache. As the timeline gradually came to after Lin Xiao crossed over, the story then gradually turns into something about him greasing the skids between the various crews and incidentally teaching a lesson to the people who bullied him before. Especially when it came to the matter of Wang Dafe, Su Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this point, the investigation about Lin Xiao came to an end. Yuan Shui looked at the lingering smile on the other party's face. As a person who had been there, she obviously knew what was going on. The voice suddenly became ambiguous. I say, Miss, you're asking me so many times a day. You're not falling for him, are you? Chapter 25. Nightly Talks at the Boudoir. The sudden question hit Su Ning's heart like a sharp arrow. She'd seen a lot of men of all shapes and sizes in her long time on the set, but all of them unsurprisingly struggled to get into her sights. Other things aside, just that leering look was enough to disgust her. And Lin Xiao was far different from those people. Not only were his eyes clear, but his entire person also exuded an air of sunshine. The most important thing was the hidden imperial aura that tugged at her heartstrings from time to time. Although the other person has not entered the permission to kiss herself in the scene, but she did not have any resistance to this. Besides, she herself stuck out her tongue. Su Ning's cheeks turned blood red at the thought. Just as she remembered the events of the night, a voice began to echo in her head. You didn't knock when your tongue came to my place. The ripples that had just been created were instantly broken. Su Ning retorted in annoyance. Just a little curious about him. Who would like a denizen like that? The corner of Yuan Shui's mouth skimmed, and if she hadn't seen the other party's red earlobes through the moonlight, she would have almost believed it herself. She ended up saying nothing, though, and fell straight back. The main focus is a see-through, don't tell. Seeing that the only person who could speak was asleep again, Su Ning hurriedly spoke. Don't go to sleep, Sister Yuan. We haven't finished nagging. You don't like him. What else is there to say? Yuan Shui's tone was full of concern. The body, however, couldn't help but sit up, and gossip was written all over his eyes. Su Ning's face was once again hot, and she continued to mouth off. Who said I want to talk about him? Can't we two sisters chat? Fine, fine. Let's two sisters talk. What do you want to talk about? Yuan Shui's mouth agreed, but her voice carried a bit of, I've long seen through you meaning. Su Ning was silent for a few seconds, tentatively speaking again. Sister Yuan, what exactly do you think of him? Yuan Shui asked knowingly. Who? Lin Xiao. Su Ning's voice was a little embarrassed. Yuan Shui's mouth suddenly pursed and 2 round balls bulged on her face. Immediately after hearing a poof sound, the 2 orbs quickly deflated. The room remembered the sound of clear laughter. Su Ning had the feeling of being poked and prodded, and chided with a frown. Sister Yuan. Only then did Yuan Shui do her best to control herself, and accidentally choked on spit a couple times. Cough, cough, cough. A light cough passed before she regrouped her expression and said, in fact, more than what kind of person he is, you should ask yourself if you really like him. Drama couples are not uncommon in the entertainment industry, but often they don't turn out well. Yuan Shui's words were very sincere, which caused Su Ning to start reflecting as well. Her contact with Lin Xiao wasn't really much. Just the occasional conversation and eye contact felt as if the other person was a nice person. How much of the emotion in that kiss tonight was in the theater and how much was out of the theater? Plus, there really aren't that many cast couples that turn out well. Su Ning's frown grew tighter and tighter as she suddenly became worried. Yuan Shui netted these expressions and took the initiative to start offering advice. If you must ask me how Lin Xiao is as a person, I can only say that from experience, he is considered an up-and-comer, and from the theater he is a good actor, but if you really want to know him thoroughly, you must take him outside the theater. Take it off screen? Su Ning's voice was full of questions, and it was clear that this question was clearly over the top for her. Faced with this kind of inquisitive novice, Yuan Shui was kind enough to give tips. Didn't you say before that his handwriting looked good? Ask him to write calligraphy together. Su Ning came to a sudden realization, and then he switched to a troubled look. But what if he doesn't like calligraphy? Yuan Shui rolled her eyes. A normal person would go to the invitation of such a big, beautiful woman, no matter if they are interested or not, right? If Lin Xiao is still unwilling to go under these circumstances, he must not be interested in you. Such a simple truth. The always resourceful Su Ning actually couldn't think of it. It's true that women in love have zero IQ. Yuan Shui didn't have the good sense to say, "Don't worry, he's definitely interested in calligraphy." Huh? How do you know? Guessed. But what if he really isn't interested? Yuan Shui suddenly felt that this sister of hers was hopeless. That means he doesn't deserve you. With a hateful indignation, she took it upon herself to end the conversation. Su Ning was puzzled for a while and silently lay down to take stock. Long night. In a haze, Su Ning had a long dream. In the dream, she traveled to a different world. In that world, Lin Xiao was still a dragon set. It's just that in this life, he doesn't get the big directors like he does now. Every day, you're competing with a bunch of groupies for the few opportunities you get. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was resourceful enough to have more or less relationships with all the major group heads. So the days were hard, but they were barely lived. And then he met a very beautiful girl. The relationship between the two is also heating up. Then, on a certain peaceful night, Lin Xiao expressed his feelings to the girl. Vow to make a good life for each other through your own efforts. Instead, the girl smiled and said, "We're in this together, so of course we're going to work together." The two hugged each other tightly. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was crying like a 100-pound child. Su Ning observed everything from the emperor's perspective and felt a trace of strangeness within. It was clear that he had a good feeling towards Lin Xiao, but he couldn't afford a trace of jealousy within his heart. Su Ning continued to watch in silence. Lin Xiao in the other world then began a busy daily life with the girl. The days are still hard, but there is a sweetness to life. Suddenly the scene shifted and Lin Xiao was suddenly lying on the hospital bed. The girl came to the hospital bed with red eyes at the end of her life. At this point, Lin Xiao no longer even had the strength to shake hands. At the end of the day, the dream began to gradually collapse as the two men looked on in disbelief. The next morning, Su Ning slowly opened her eyes, and there was a tear trail hanging on the corner of her eyes. Last night's dream was all too real. Although she had woken up at the moment, that deep regret and reluctance was still projected in her heart. For no apparent reason, she had an inexplicable intuition. The dream just now was not a commonplace dream, but a certain similar experience of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, what kind of past have you been through? Are you suffering inside right now like in a dream? Su Ning quietly looked out the window, and as the sense of reality hit her, her heart began to gradually calm down. Achoo! A dozen kilometers away from Su Ning's hotel, Lin Xiao sneezed heavily. Now he wasn't exactly sorry, but inside he was in absolute agony. Shouldn't have sprayed the system last night wrapped in a blanket. Originally he had wanted to use the spray to create a comforter similar to a bug chrysalis. As a result, the exit was left too small, causing one to be unable to get out. He had no choice but to stay trapped under the covers for 8 hours. It has caused myself to now hold a swollen bladder. Chapter 26. When Lin Xiao had just woken up, the effect of the spray on the bedding had not yet dissipated. So he held it hard for another half-hour before he finally waited for the covers to soften bit by bit. By the time he came out of the restroom, there wasn't enough time for another breakfast to be able to arrive at the theater on time. Lin Xiao decided to buy some on the way to take away. He didn't just buy his share, though, but in one gulp, he simply packed up the entire stand straight away. According to the unspoken rules of the crew, the newcomers always have to be the first to arrive. Right now, since I'm already going to be late, it's natural to bring something over. For him now, the money is but a small fortune, but it was able to enlist some slight favor for him. This favor may not seem like much in normal times, but it can have an unexpected effect when it counts. In his previous life, he relied on these little tricks to navigate between the various group heads. That's what keeps him from being like the other groupies who usually eat their way to the top. Under the care of the major group heads, he barely has a strained but steady source of income. Upon arriving at the set, I was less than a minute short of the director's required arrival time. There were really quite a few people on the scene who couldn't make it to dinner. After Lin Xiao asked who may, he distributed the breakfast to the people at the scene in the name of the latter. Then again, he stood guard at the door with the vendors, handing out a breakfast to each person who came. A single morning had gained him the favor of many. It was getting closer and closer to the assembly time set by the crew. The crew has already started setting up the set for the shoot. Lin Xiao also planned to close up and go backstage to put on his makeup. Just then, but there was a cacophony of noise in the distance, and a man ran through the palace gates with small steps. From a distance, it looks like a blooming lily. Su Ning. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that with the level of the other party, they would actually care so much about the time set by the director. Speaking from his past experience as a dragon set, it was common for such big players to be late for half a day. In addition to the previous two, Su Ning is also suddenly airborne. Such a perverse scene made him wary. This master came so early. It can't be that he's not angry enough to take revenge in the night. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao hurriedly revealed a sunny smile. The hand passed the breakfast very naturally. Good morning, would you like some breakfast? Reach for the stars. I've been so attentive. Whether you eat breakfast or not, you won't lose your temper for a while, will you? Su Ning looked at the breakfast handed over and subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when she saw that the person handing it out was Lin Xiao, yet again he raised his hand and took it. Thanks. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. The other side showed a much flatter attitude than expected. Even more unexpected was Hume. Su Ning has always been strictly controlling her weight and will firmly refuse high-calorie foods no matter how hungry she is. As it turned out, not only did she take the donuts and sugar cookies today in an unprecedented manner, but she actually took small bites of them. But this is just a hiccup for the live shoot. Filming started normally, still with clips about Su Ning. There were 3 acts to be filmed in the morning, all daytime-related scenes. The first act is Wei Zifu being suppressed by the Empress. The second act is the birth of Wei Zifu. The third act is when Han Wudi installs Wei Zifu as his queen. Since the filming crosses the timeline of the normal plot, the scenes of the deposed old queen are missing. Hume raised her horn. All units in position. The entire crew and cast took their places. Action. With the familiar order to start filming, the crew is once again in a rush. Act 1. The actress playing the rival role was a bit put out because of Su Ning's curiosity, but it still passed perfectly after a few tweaks from the director. Act 2. It was also the scene that the crowd was most worried about. According to the plot, His Majesty the Emperor is to sit by his bedside and offer his condolences to Wei Zifu, who has just given birth to an imperial son. Thinking back to the two who frequently NG'd after the first scene last night, even Hu Mei began to worry about Su Ning's state. Yet again, the result was unexpected by all. It was as if Su Ning had completely forgotten about last night's events. Not only did she have just the right expression when she was playing against Lin Xiao, more than anything else, the weakness of a woman who has just finished giving birth is captured. Spare a thought for Hummel's pickiness to find anything wrong with it. So again, Act 2 went through very smoothly all at once. Act 3. Because the first 2 acts were shot so well, and because the setup for the sealing ceremony was relatively complicated. So much so that the crew hadn't finished setting up the scene when the camera equipment was transferred over. Just as the crowd waited for a break in the scene setup, Hume quietly approached Lin Xiao. The Queen's sealing ceremony is a joyous event, so don't be so serious when you get there. The latter smiled helplessly. Apparently the director is afraid of a repeat of yesterday's start of filming, when a large number of group actors were sent to be carried into the hospital. But this worry of the other side was superfluous. There was no need for her to remind Lin Xiao that he knew to control his expression. After all, he was performing as a flesh and blood, joyful and angry emperor, not a superhero who only threw tantrums. Soon, the crew set the scene. Action. Only a familiar start signal was heard. The actors walked into the Great Hall according to the order program. The crowd stood in the Great Hall. Only then did Lin Xiao pace out from the side. He was seen gently shaking his dragon robe to sit on the dragon chair. Endless imperial might instantly filled the entire arena. Without any prompting, the crowd involuntarily knelt in unison. Long live the emperor! Level off! Perhaps it is the reason of touching the scene. Today's body of Han Wu de Di's soul also rare show a trace of lightness. Lin Zhao's majestic voice carried a hint of joy as a result. The people rose respectfully and sat on their knees on either side according to the dynastic system. The dragoon playing the eunuch immediately pinched his throat and pulled. Perform the ceremony of the enrollment of the Empress, and play the music. The sound of solemn and elegant music resounded in the great hall. Wei Zifu, played by Su Ning, walked in unhurriedly from outside the hall with a coat of red makeup. Behind her, a bunch of palace maids and eunuchs followed not far behind. The Empress walked to the center of the hall and kneeled down in style towards the Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Su Ning's voice was warm and elegant, filled with a motherly air. Being able to achieve this without relying on the system. I'm afraid there's no one else in the world. Lin Xiao inwardly sighed in admiration and flicked his head towards the position beside him. An air of springtime complacency unique to emperors then spread out. Empress. With the Emperor's invitation, the Empress slowly rose. Maintaining a dignified posture step by step, he approached the dragon chair. The eye is on the last step of the ladder. The two favored the moment and looked at each other. The emotionally rich gaze made Su Ning instantly recall last night's scene. The original dignified pace was violently disorganized. The entire poop man fell straight toward the pointed feet of the dragon chair. Oops! Su Ning was shocked. The field crew also had their hearts in their throats. If Su Ning was allowed to fall down like this, I'm afraid that her whole face would be broken. Although it's not life-threatening as a screen actress, I'm afraid that all the next scenes related to her will be forced to be postponed. Right at that close call, Lin Zhao's body suddenly moved. Chapter 27, Hu Mei's Invitation. In fact, Lin Zhao's body had already moved before Su Ning fell. Since the dragon chi came to 60 points, he found that his observation and judgment had become much stronger than before. As early as his opponent's step fell, he suddenly had a premonition that the foot would be stepped on. Immediately afterward, his body moved on its own.
Blue Su Ning.
Originally, after the chat with Sister Yuan, coupled with the strange dream, her nervousness about meeting Lin Xiao again because of last night's incident had decreased quite a bit. But when Fang's eyes met, that strong emotion then overwhelmed itself once again. She then felt an empty space under her feet, and her entire body fell uncontrollably towards the dragon chair. Seeing his face uncontrollably getting closer and closer to the dragon chair, another calm, strong arm suddenly appeared on her chest to take her up again. The director's heart finally sighed with relief at the sight of this scene. Startled, she raised her horn and was about to yell, "Cut!" Lin Zhao's voice filled with favor and majesty once again spread throughout the great hall. You can't be so careful when you're the mother of the nation in the future. Hu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, and the card that had just reached her throat was swallowed back raw. Su Ning was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao with a baffled expression. The good thing is that at this point she is turning her back to the camera, so it doesn't hamper the effect. But it was clear that one more second of delay would mean that everything that had just happened would be undone. Thus, Lin Xiao took advantage of the blind spot in his field of vision to gently blink his right eye that the camera could not capture as well. At this moment, in Su Ning's eyes, the imperial aura on Lin Xiao was gone. Instead, it looks like the denizen who was dead in the water behind the curtain last night. This time, however, she didn't freeze again, but quickly reacted by slightly sidestepping. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Zhao's face immediately showed a smug expression. It's like an emperor showing off to the world, "Look, how about the queen I chose for you?" After the emperor and empress took their seats, the next episode is much simpler. When Su Ning picked up the eunuch holding the joyful award in the tray, the entire play was finally completed. Cut! The signal for the end went off. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao put away his dragon chi and turned to look at Su Ning. The words "thank me" were written on his face. As a result, the other party blushed and walked away without a word. Seeing this, Lin Xiao inwardly sked lightly in dissatisfaction. This woman is so petty. Though I took advantage of her a bit yesterday because I was too much into the scene, I guess. But he had allowed her to stick his tongue in his mouth, right? Why are you still angry even now? The big deal was that he allowed her to do it again. Of course, if the other party still wasn't satisfied, it wasn't like he, Lin Xiao, couldn't come back a few more times. Just as he was about to approach the other side to argue his case. Instead, Hume clapped to draw the crowd's attention to him. "Everyone, there were some minor mishaps just now, but it worked out very well. Let's applaud Mr. Lin for his randomness." A round of applause broke out. Then Hume waved her hand again and said, "Dismissed early today, continue in the afternoon." There was another round of applause, interspersed with cheers from a couple of groupies. After the applause fell, the crowd also went their separate ways toward the field. Lin Xiao froze for a few seconds as he looked at the crowd that had suddenly dispersed in all directions, suddenly somewhat at a loss. Others disbanded in threes and then either got picked up by their personal assistants and there didn't seem to be much of a place to go when you were alone. Forget it, let's just work on the tableau. Just as he got up with the intention of going backstage to get his clothes changed, Hu Mei, however, ran over with a happy face. Mr. Lin, today's dismissal is early. Let's go have a casual dinner together? Lin Zhao's brain reacted for a moment. Although Hu Mei had called out to him once before as Teacher Lin, he had never taken it to heart. And being called that many times today myself, it was suddenly quite uncomfortable. Seeing that Lin Xiao did not answer, Hu Mei thought that the other party was embarrassed and opened her mouth to persuade him. I haven't thanked you properly for the script before, and it just so happens that there's a new restaurant opening in the neighborhood. Assistant Chen joined in to help. Yes, Mr. Chen. This restaurant is said to be very hot in foreign countries, and has only recently opened to our area. Lin Xiao pondered slightly. Hume has already been paid for the script. Right now, he came to invite himself to dinner again, presumably for something. Just a blank slate from a drag queen himself. I don't know what it was that made the other side so vocal. But it doesn't matter. There's nothing wrong with myself anyway. It would be nice to go to dinner together. So then, Assistant Chun drove all the way to the hotel with Hu Mei, and the two of them walked into the box only to find out Su Ning actually sat there as well. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised by this, but it seems to make sense. After all, with the relationship Su Ning and Hu Mei had shown before, it was normal that the other party would appear here. After everyone was seated, Chen's assistant drove back to the set to take care of business. Only Lin Xiao, Su Ning, and Hu Mei were left in the private room. Although only one person was missing, the atmosphere of the scene turned a little awkward for no reason. Since the movie was to be filmed in the afternoon, there was no alcohol on the table, but a pot of green tea that was currently in season. As the person with the lowest status in the room, Lin Xiao very consciously picked up the water bottle. Oops, you're a guest. Put it down and let me do it. Hu Mei's mouth was polite, but her hands were self-conscious as she pushed out the cup. Lin Xiao laughed at this and said while pouring tea, "It doesn't matter. It's an honor to pour tea for Sister Hu." Hu Mei's eyes smiled into a slit, and the more she looked at this newcomer, the better she felt. Lin Xiao controlled the water level very well, pouring the tea not too much and not too little, just to 7 points full. Then he came back clockwise to Su Ning. "Su Big Star, some tea?" Su Ning didn't look at Lin Xiao, just a low voice saying thank you. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Again the tea was poured to 7 full. Only he was just about to leave. Su Ning then picked up the teacup and drank it in one go. Is this girl so thirsty? Lin Xiao, who was halfway there, turned back. Once again, he poured the other man a full cup of tea. At this point, he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Then, as he was about to lift his foot again and walk away, Su Ning took another drink from her teacup. Facing this kind of plum drive, Lin Xiao finally realized something. Is it possible that the director's invitation to dinner today is Su Ning's game? The purpose is to give me a hard time? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao also started to get a little nervous. So without a word, he poured another glass. Maybe it was because he had drunk his fill, or maybe it was because he felt his behavior was a bit unusual. Su Ning didn't finish the water again this time. Her hand, which had picked up the teacup, suddenly paused, and she put it back after just a quick sip. Make sure the young lady doesn't pike again. Lin Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief and carried the water bottle back to his seat. Hu Mei took everything in, and the corner of her mouth, which knew some insider information, was imperceptibly slightly raised. Couldn't help but smile and anti-smile. Chapter 28, The Birth of a Movie Star. Actually, Lin Xiao guessed half right. This meal today was really prepared for him by Su Ning, but not to get under his skin, but to have a chance to get to know him. Although Yuan Shue's opinion was to go to a calligraphy party, because of the filming, this kind of party would have to wait for a few months later. As the saying goes, a day of lovesickness is like a serious illness. Su Ning really couldn't hold it down for that long. Plus, she was really embarrassed to personally invite Lin Xiao. That's why Hu Mei stepped in to organize the game. The main reason for calling the two big stars here today is to thank you both. Perhaps it was just too much to look at the awkward atmosphere of the other two. Hu Mei took the initiative to open the box. First of all, I would like to thank our great beauty Su Ning for being willing to come to our theater group despite a very tight schedule. This statement comes from the heart. Generally speaking, celebrity artists tend to only take on one show in one slot. The reason why Su Ning was willing to participate in the cast filming when she was already in other programs. Completely unable to stand up to Hume's soft-spokenness. This also led to the former having to utilize the slot difference to travel back and forth between the two cities. Only after hearing the big director thanking himself by name did Su Ning, who had been hanging out, come back online. It's out of place for Sister Who to say that, if you want to put it that way, I still have to thank you for fulfilling my dream of being a queen. That's a half-truth. It's true that Su Ning has never played a queen, but that's not to say that she doesn't have the resources. Rather, most queen characters always miss out on her by mistake. Either there wasn't enough time or the role wasn't right. Even the current Wei Zifu was forced to squeeze in a slot to put it together. A big reason why she was willing to split her schedule to take part in the movie was to pay back the favor she received from Hume for taking care of her when she was new to showbiz. That care was not necessary for her, but it saved her a lot of little trouble. Hume nodded with a smile and took a sip of tea to look at Lin Xiao. And Mr. Lin, thanks to you, our script this time compared to the last time can be said to be transformed. I've seen a lot of screenwriters but not at your level. If it is not the acting talent is really too high, I want to recruit you to help me write the script. There is an absolute affirmation of the couple in the seemingly simple thank you. However, Lin Xiao didn't inflate because of this, but instead rose with a modest face with his teacup and said, Director Who, I'm just giving you some immature opinions, you're the one who really transformed the script. Besides, if it wasn't for you not minding my dragon set background, I'd be shrinking in a bridge hole right now. Hume sniffed and rose similarly. Mr. Lin, you're welcome, just based on that imperial might you had at the beginning. Living like Han Wu Dadi descended to the world. If I don't choose you, all these years of directing will be in vain. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Then he said with a serious face, Where, Sister Whose way of choosing people without asking about their origins is the true descent of Han Wu Dadi. This ass-kissing goes straight to the heart. Hume immediately let out a bright laugh, and even more so, she drank the tea in her cup. This look of bravado, the momentum of which is not half as much as the drinking fell. Lin Xiao was naturally not willing to lag behind and slightly turned on the Dragon Qi enhancement. This time, however, it didn't fuse any Emperor's souls, just used the Dragon Qi transportation for itself. Only after doing so did he finish his cup of tea. The simple movements actually had a bit of imperial grandeur under the Dragon Qi. Su Ning's eyes flooded with stars as she watched from the sidelines. It was this unique imperial aura that had endeared him to Lin Xiao in the first place. Only this time, the imperial aura was much weaker than before, but it was more like Lin Xiao. Once the two were seated, the polite conversation finally came to an end. The staff pushes in the meals. Perhaps the boss recognized Hume and Su Ning, and this time the meal came out surprisingly fast. All the dishes were surprisingly served at the same time in one go. The meal was served and a few people chatted as they ate. Hume continues to act as a conversation starter. Mr. Lin, your acting is so good. How come I haven't heard of you before? Su Ning lowered her head and ate her meal, but her ears were perked up. Apparently the question was one she let ask. After all, according to Yuan Shue's investigation, it was like Lin Xiao had suddenly changed his personality. This is a question that needs to be asked in order to have an in-depth engagement with the other person. However, this was a question Lin Xiao had long since figured out how to explain. He pretended to look pensive. When he looked up again, his eyes were already burning with an impassioned passion, and the fire was shooting off into the distance through the window. In fact, I made it my ambition a long time ago that if I were ever to mount the screen, it would be as the son of heaven. Hume became interested in this answer and immediately put down her chopsticks and asked, Why would you think that? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of Director Who's joke. Lin Xiao has wanted to be a hero since he was a child, and the most heroic in the world are naturally those emperors who have been immortalized throughout the ages. In order to be able to play them well, I can wait my whole life for a chance. Su Ning and Hume couldn't help but stand in awe. While this behavior is paranoid, how is it not an actor's quest for excellence? But that being said, there is something in between that is confusing. Su Ning couldn't help but interject. But if you start slowly with other roles, it won't hold you back from playing the emperor? In response, Lin Xiao laughed and continued to put on an inscrutable look. Acting those eunuchs, doctors will only corrupt the emperor's qi accumulated in one's body. A person if long-term speculation on the mentality of those people, really to play as the emperor when it is difficult to play 10% of the effect. So I either don't play or I only play the emperor. If you don't make a sound, you'll be amazing. When he said the last sentence, he also silently fused all the dragon chi. Strive for the strongest persuasive power. It's a big deal if it doesn't ring true. The resounding and domineering words caused the hearts of the other two people in the field to shake. No wonder Lin Xiao could portray Han Wu Da Di so well. In a sense, this desperation is courageous and bold. It is the same as that of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty who, despite the opposition of his ministers, mobilized the whole nation to cross the desert to fight against the Xiongnu. As to whether the words he speaks are true or false, he himself is the best proof. Hume can pack his bags. In terms of shaping the emperor alone, if Lin Xiao said second, no one would be qualified to rank first. In a trance, she felt that it wasn't an actor sitting in front of her. Rather, it was a fledgling emperor. This emperor was not a projection of any of the emperors of the past generations, it was simply Lin Xiao himself. Hume couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. Perhaps this crew of his own is witnessing the birth of a movie star. This movie star is not just evaluated by some so-called award, but the real movie star in every sense of the word. Also feeling excited was Su Ning, but it had nothing to do with the crew. Originally, she thought that the imperial aura on Lin Xiao was tainted from the theater. Now it seems that the other side had this imperial aura first, and only then was the crew emperor portrayed perfectly. And the most fascinating heroic aura under the sky is this imperial aura. Thinking of this, Su Ning's heartbeat could not help but accelerate again, and her gaze toward Lin Xiao became evasive. Chapter 29. Are you seeing anyone? After Lin Xiao finished his declaration of dominance, he secretly observed the faces of the other two. Su Ning's gaze was still flickering, and she should still be embarrassed by last night's events. Instead, it was Humei's eyes that were full of appreciation, as if she was looking at a prodigy. With this reaction from the two, they should be considered barely fooled. The heart just sighed with relief. Humei's next words, however, caused him to feel a pang of flesh. It's a pity that you only play the emperor. Otherwise, I would have wanted to introduce you to another crew to try out later. When she finished, she shook her head with a regretful smile. No, sis, I was just pretending to you. You don't have to be so polite. You can't play anything, but you can play other roles from time to time. Lin Xiao regretted only wanting to slap his face. As the saying goes, play 13 to the end. Even if it was any more meaty, at this time, he had to pretend to look like a cloud of lightness and said, "Thanks to Director Hu for remembering. We can always meet the right opportunity in the future." Dash sounded like he'd missed a 3-minute subway ride. Hume nodded darkly once more. As a newcomer on the scene, it's the time to get exposure. Lin Xiao, who had missed the opportunity at this time, was acting unperturbed. This added to her heart's appreciation of talent. The conversation came to an end. The three at the table began to make small talk with Humei's guidance. There is no shortage of celebrity gossip in the entertainment industry. Some of the things that sound like fidelity online turn out to be complete falsehoods. Instead, some of the ones that sound outrageous actually turn out to be true here. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiao, the outsider, was there. Many topics are just on point. More talk was on some of life's everyday experiences. However, as they chatted, Lin Xiao realized that things seemed to be starting to go wrong. Seemingly an aimless chat, the content was cornered by Humei and directed towards herself. The content covers even more aspects. A meal is only halfway through. One's height, weight, date of birth, and even blood type were all set out. The more Lin Xiao talked, the more alarmed he became and the more cautious he spoke. This familiarity feels like a redneck matchmaking introduction. It wasn't possible that either of these two at the dinner table had a crush on them, was it? Just as he gradually sensed something was wrong, Humei also finally asked the crucial question. "Mr. Lin, after all these years on the set, have you ever found a suitable person?" Lin Zhao's chopsticks stopped. For most newcomers, the best answer is no. But right now, in the obvious realization that one of the two men on the scene could possibly be interested in him, answering yes or no really becomes something to think about. It wasn't like he couldn't agree if Su Ning. But what if it's the half-aged director who has a thing for you? It was during the half-second of Lin Zhao's silence. Su Ning also cast her eyes over, and there was actually some hidden tension in her gaze. Can't be that this girl has something in mind, can it? Holding this thought, Lin Xiao replied tentatively. Where's the heart for a date when your career is not ready? A flash of joy passed through the other party's eyes when these words came out. Hu Mei's eyes also subconsciously glanced in Su Ning's direction. By this time, Lin Xiao instantly guessed the cause and effect of the matter. Although he already had mental expectations, he still felt a wave of incredulity when he was sure of the results. How is that possible? What is she, Su Ning, a super top-stream explosive fire star? She was followed by a large group of various suitors. There is no shortage of various other celebrity rich kids, and maybe some son of the ultimate luxury family. What virtue and ability did he, Lin Xiao, have that he could actually provoke the other party's favor? Anyway, to be liked by such a great beauty. His heart was still more than a little happy, but with it came a faint sense of tension. It's like an ordinary person standing in front of a castle, and the most he can do in his heart is to exclaim how majestic the castle is. Leave a few photos and then never feel anything else. However, if someone comes along at this time and tells you, next, you have a certain probability of inheriting the castle, then I'm afraid that no one can remain as calm at this point as they were initially. This was exactly the situation Lin Xiao was facing right now. In the next conversation, he obviously became less natural, and his eyes were even uncontrollably glancing at Su Ning from time to time. The whole lot also began to get up frequently and pour water around the table, being operated by Lin Xiao for so many rounds. Su Ning seemed to understand something as well. She was already a bit of a thief's heart, and her whole body was even more nervous to no end. It's been non-stop tea drinking. Just the faster she drank, the faster Lin Xiao poured. Not a moment's effort. A pot of water froze all by Su Ning drank most of it. Finally, when Lin Xiao was about to pick up the teapot again, he was still interrupted by Hu Mei, who couldn't bear to exit. "Mr. Lin? Question mark. Sit down and take a break. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Xiao resumed his seat and placed the kettle in his hand. And Su Ning, who had eliminated most of the jug of water, took advantage of this to get up, somewhat sheepishly. "I'm going to go touch up my makeup." After saying that, he carried his bag and rushed out in a trot. After Su Ning left for a while, Hu Mei looked over with an angry face. "Look how much water you're filling her up with." Lin Xiao's old face reddened and he laughed kindly. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but mumble, "She's the one who wants to drink it." It was a good thing that Hume didn't mean to dwell on the question, and turned to ask in a low voice, "Lin Xiao, your performance as the emperor can be said to be out of this world. Have you ever signed with any company before?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "Before I met Director Hu, I had been running around from place to place with no chance of signing." Hu Mei saw this with a look of determination. After all, with Lin Xiao's talent, but whenever he signed up with an entertainment company, he was bound to be the object of focused attention. And how can you run the dragons in obscurity? The reason why it will be asked multiple times is purely as a sign of respect. Determining that Lin Xiao hadn't signed up with a company, Hu Mei didn't hide it anymore and said very dryly, "Then do you want to come to Fenghua Entertainment? I have a friend there, and it's easy to take care of anything." Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Fenghua Entertainment was one of the 5 major entertainment companies in China. It is also often divided into 5 regions represented by netizens with coordinates divided into Southeast, West, Northwest, and Central. It is said that in the east there is the multiplying dragon, in the north there is the Huayin, in the west there is the mountain and the river, in the south there is the Fenghua, and in the middle there is the world's entertainment. Compared to the other 4, Fenghua is a newcomer though, but in the subsequent development of the day, vaguely overshadowed the other 4. It's quite a late bloomer. And the main focus of Fenghua Entertainment is the cultivation of movie and TV stars. Many of the recent hit movies and TV shows, half of the main and supporting cast are from their family. Getting into Fenghua is like giving yourself a guarantee for your future acting career. However, Lin Xiao was in no hurry to agree, because there was something else in it that concerned him extremely. Chapter 30 Lin Xiao's words. Based on strength alone, Fenghua Entertainment is indeed an excellent choice. But what is best for others may not be best for Lin Xiao. Because the more powerful the company is, the more constraints there are on the artists, and the same amount of hooking up that goes on in there. And since Lin Xiao had awakened the system, he had a feeling in the dark. The odds are that all future system quests will be related to the Emperor. What if the company suddenly asks you to transform yourself, and what will you do when that time comes? But of course, no matter where he ends up, Lin Xiao is going to sign. Grassroots comeback stars are not rare in the entertainment industry, but they end up signing up with their respective entertainment companies. After all, most of the top resources tend to be in the hands of brokers. It's true that a drama that's a big hit can bring in a lot of traffic. But it's not uncommon for actors who are right for this play to be underwater in another. So every time we start shooting, the director still screens the actors from scratch based on their roles. For them, the easiest place to find suitable actors is naturally not the streets of Hollywood where drag queens gather. Rather, it's the trained regulars in the entertainment company. On top of that, some companies may even choose to invest in the crew in order to promote one of their own actors. In doing so, it leaves the solo actors with even fewer opportunities. This time, Lin Xiao was honored to be the lead actor of Hu Mei's cast. The biggest reason, other than because of the factors brought in by the system, is that the last actor defaulted. That's why, in a fit of pique, Hume insisted on looking for a grassroots punch to the face from the bottom. Otherwise, even if Lin Xiao's acting skills were as good as they were, I was afraid that he would be drowned in the tide of capitalization. Thinking about it, he gave Hu Mei an ambiguous answer. Sister Hu, this is something I would like to wait until we've finished filming this movie before I come to trouble you. That's true when our drama is released, then we'll sign with the company, and then the treatment will be more negotiable. Hu Mei nodded, again with no intention of rushing, but instead grew more and more fond of the young man in front of him. If another person was faced with a big director recommending a company, they would have signed on the dotted line a long time ago. This guy, however, was not the least bit flustered, always calculating how to maximize the benefits. There doesn't seem to be much of a time difference between signing before and after the release. The actual treatment is very different. After all, entertainment companies are not philanthropists, and the primary consideration for signing artists is whether or not they can make money. Artists with no track record sign up and get all the worst cuts and perks naturally. And the popping one will not only have the opportunity to negotiate a split with the company, can also be suitably broad on other bars. Of course, if an artist pulls their weight in a scene, it could also end their acting career outright. Lin Xiao dared to sign the contract after the TV series was released, which also sidesteps his confidence in himself. Thinking about it, Hu Mei couldn't help but flirt again. Maybe when it's on TV, you can start your own studio. Setting up a studio? Lin Xiao put down the chopsticks in his hand and shook his head slightly. Sister Hu, don't tease me. My current thought is to make this drama of ours well. He doesn't have the financial resources or the connections, and it's completely out of the question for him to set up his own business with just one TV series. But if there was a day when he had the right place and the right time, it wasn't like he couldn't try to start his own business. Hu Mei was not surprised by this answer and smiled non-committally, turning to popularize the knowledge of the circle to Lin Xiao. There is no shortage of pros and cons of each entertainment company. Even if the interactions would become fewer in the future, she genuinely wanted to help this junior. The two were talking to each other. Su Ning also finished fixing her makeup and walked in. Seeing this, Hu Mei immediately changed the topic and asked slightly abruptly, "Today's meal is not what you're used to." Lin Xiao was a bit confused by the question. Half of the dishes on the table were things he'd never seen before, let alone anything he was used to. But if something must be answered, all he could do was give a pertinent quip. "I thought it was quite tasty." Su Ning took her seat. A few more people chatted for a while. Hume suddenly excused himself to go out and make a phone call. Only Su Ning and Lin Xiao were left in the room. There's someone missing from the room. Two people who had vaguely understood each other's feelings turned squirmy with each other. Even though Lin Xiao already had his dragon chi fully open, he still couldn't resist the burst of nervousness within him. The spacious box suddenly became crowded. That! Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something random, Su Ning also spoke up together. You first. You first." The two men spoke in unison again. Ladies first. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who gave up the right to speak. Have you practiced your handwriting with any calligraphy experts? Word. Lin Xiao was a bit confused by this sudden question, but still answered truthfully. No, I've always just scribbled my handwriting. Never practiced with anyone. Su Ning had a surprised look on her face. I've seen a lot of people's handwriting, but yours is the most special I've ever seen. Special? Lin Xiao asked rhetorically while taking the back of his chopsticks and dipping them in the tea. He wrote Lin neatly on the table. No special features were found after some careful observation. Su Ning, who was still restrained a moment ago at the sight, also came over. As Lin Xiao used chopsticks and tea, so the fonts on the desktop are a bit intermittent. But between the strokes of the brush there is a hidden imperial aura. This time, however, the font feels a little slightly different than on the previous script. The previous sensation was far away, as if it was separated by an invisible barrier. Instead, this time the handwriting felt tactile, with a hint of plotting underneath the imperial aura. The strong contrast made Su Ning fall in love with the word at once. The green jade hand was even scratching vainly on it. Lin Xiao was even more puzzled by this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Is it that special?" "Of course." Su Ning sniffed and looked up at him, and again from taking the chopsticks to explain seriously. Generally speaking, a character has different writing styles depending on the style and faction of the font, but with a little understanding of these factions, or by observing them, you can imitate a general feeling. For example, this is the character of the Wang family, this is the Yen family, and this is the Lu family. Su Ning wrote as she spoke, and before long several styles of handwriting appeared on the desktop. Although the limitations of the tool prevented some of the strokes from showing perfectly, still, it can't hide the excellent penmanship. If you want to imitate the style of each of the great masters at your fingertips, you obviously can't do it without some real effort. And there's no telling how much work goes on behind the scenes to get to that level. However, just as Lin Xiao sighed in shock over it, Su Ning, however, erased all the fonts from earlier, leaving only the one at the very beginning. "But your writing, I've imitated it so many times, I just can't imitate the slightest feeling." After saying that, she imitated Lin Xiao's handwriting again with a serious face. It's clearly a plain regular script, and it's clearly a similar structure, but it's just missing some of the flavor. At this moment, Lin Xiao also finally realized the special nature of his handwriting. Chapter 31. Add a friend. Because of the stroke by stroke that he had just written, plus the fact that Lin Xiao hadn't deliberately trained in calligraphy. For Su Ning, who was often immersed in calligraphy, such handwriting was not difficult to imitate. What's weirder, however, is that the two handwriting comparisons look exactly the same. But with a little more observation, one will realize that the old handwriting is clearly more imperial than the new. This change was either a result of fusing the soul of Han Wudadi, causing himself to be impregnated without realizing it as well. Either that or the dragon chi point caused a subtle change in one's calligraphy. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly had a thought and recalled the font Su Ning had just left behind trying to imitate it. In a short while of work, several more Lin characters of different styles appeared on the tabletop. Su Ning brought her body closer, and their shoulders were already pressed together. The warmth of the touch came, causing Lin Xiao to go apoplectic. Yet another person involved is oblivious to this, just staring at the handwriting on the table with one eye, infinite surprise blossoming in his pupils. Although the penmanship of these words at best is considered to imitate a 30%, but the charm is considered to be a different flavor. Even the domineering and overpowering spirit mixed in it is such that no matter which calligraphy master sees it, he or she will have to tsk. And that's all with the premise that the other person has only glanced at it. If I had some more time to observe it in detail, I might have been able to write it better. You really haven't practiced writing? Su Ning was still a bit incredulous. No. I run around every day, how can I have time to practice writing? Lin Xiao's tone was flat, clearly not realizing where his talent lay. It was the faint smell of milk candy wafting in from the side that put him in a pleasant mood. Just as he was indulging in the flavor, one side of his arm suddenly went cold, only to see Su Ning pulling away from him a bit and looking at herself with a serious face. Would you be interested, then, in practicing calligraphy together? The eyes that were flooded with autumn waves flickered, and Lin Xiao was a little moved by the sight. While he wasn't interested in calligraphy, he was interested in the person in front of him. It was so hard to have a chance to get a deeper understanding, so he naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Seeing Lin Xiao nod his head in agreement, Su Ning's pool of autumn water completely blossomed into brightness. She was seen gently cupping her hands in excitement. I know a few calligraphy, everyone, then you can be introduced to you, and calligraphy exchanges, in which you can get acquainted with a lot of social celebrities. Then I will give you an invitation, you can come together and... Gushing like a little girl who's just fallen in love. This look is extremely unfamiliar compared to her big screen roles as a lady of the house. Instead, it was constantly overlapping with someone deep in Lin Zhao's memory. Seeing the memories about to be evoked, he forced them down again. A new world, a new beginning. No matter how much the person in the memory resembles the person in front of you. Su Ning is Su Ning, that person is that person, and no one should be a shadow of anyone. So burying the memories of the past life completely is a sign of respect for both the people who came before and the people who are now living. The moment he thought about these questions, it gave him a sudden feeling of being transformed. and it was a feeling that the system hadn't brought him either. Lin Zhao's consciousness gradually returned to reality. Su Ning, who looked at his face that kept changing color, was looking at himself with some worry. Am I talking a little fast? You don't really need to stress. The time for these events is actually spread out, and there are places you can skip if you don't want to. Lin Zhao slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth and said half-jokingly, I'm interested in all of these events. It's just that I can't remember if you say too much at once. So I'll just wait for you to send me an invitation when the time comes. When these words came out, Su Ning suddenly realized that she was a bit chatty today. Her cheeks couldn't help but be tinted with a flush, and her voice began to turn shy. Well, that's true. I'll just send you an invitation when the time comes. The air was quiet for 3 seconds. Lin Zhao took the initiative to take out his cell phone. Right in the middle of the phone screen was an image of a QR code. Question mark. Su Ning didn't react for a moment. What are you waiting for? Add a friend. Wow. How else are you going to send me an invite? Lin Zhao was a bit amused. I didn't realize that the big star, who I thought was pretty savvy before, actually looked a little dorky now. Speaking of which, it seems like there was a bit of an end to it last night during filming. There was a drop. Su Ning's friend invitation popped up. The avatar is Loopy, a large pink one-toothed mouse. Lin Zhao guffawed, but didn't say anything more. Silently wrote a note, Su Loopy. The two had friended each other, but the scene was once again awkward. Su Ning had a lot of questions in her stomach that she wanted to ask, but she felt that it wasn't the right time. Lin Zhao searched for quite a few topics, but it seemed difficult to resonate with the two because their previous class differences were too great. So the two on the scene surprisingly fell silent once again. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a while before Hu Mei, who was offline, finally returned. How's the food? It's getting late. Let's return to the theater. As she spoke, she surreptitiously watched the faces of the two men. Actually, Hu Mei doesn't have any phone. It was just a deliberate excuse to leave in order to make room for the two. But right now, looking at the expressions on these two's faces, it seems like there's not much progress. Lin Zhao had already gotten up and was ready to leave. Instead, Su Ning carefully raised her hand and said, and I'd like to go back and touch up my makeup. Hu Mei scraped Lin Zhao reproachfully. The latter, a little crestfallen, looked up at the ceiling without a word. It's a great day, a great flower, a great board. After the vignette, Chun Xiang drove back from the theater group to pull up Lin Zhao. Su Ning, on the other hand, was still in the car driven by her personal assistant. Back to the crew again. Su Ning's entire state looked qualitatively different from the morning. Not only have they become more aggressive in their pairings, even small mistakes in shooting can be remedied in time. This change became especially prominent when she played opposite Lin Zhao. Some of the original extremely slight dissonance and awkwardness was completely gone. The eyes that looked at Lin Zhao again, also from the very appropriate from the beginning, from the empress to see the emperor's worship, into the wife to see the husband's tenderness. If the previous Su Ning felt like a mother of a country that fit Wei Zifu's positioning, then now she is completely the motherly Wei Zifu herself. The same change also began to appear in Lin Zhao, though his performances of the emperor have been 10 out of 10. But there is a faint sense of defiance of walking in the sky. And by the end of the day, that slight weirdness was finally gone. The emperor has also finally returned to Earth. In this way, a scene that the director foresaw would take several passes became a one-time pass. The whole afternoon's shooting turned out to be much more rapid. What was originally planned as a 3-act play ended up being stiffened to 5 acts. Such an obvious change made Hume realize something. When the show dispersed, he couldn't help but pull Lin Zhao to the side. What did you two talk about while I was gone? The latter had a relaxed look on his face. Didn't talk much? Just some calligraphy, huh? Hu Mei wanted to ask something else, but Lin Zhao gave a slip and escaped. Chapter 32, The Attacking Lin Jia. At night, Lin Zhao couldn't wait to return to the hotel. After a quick wash, he lay down on his bed with his cell phone in his arms. This time, unlike in the past, for the first time he had news he could look forward to. Sure enough, just after he had swiped through a couple videos, pop-up box pops up on your phone. You have a crooked message? Lin Zhao excitedly clicked on it, only to find that it was a message from Zhang Fuguei. Good brother. The sea is so blue here. Let's swim together next time. The topic of conversation was swimming and the sea, but the accompanying picture below is a big white splash of thigh. Zhang Fuguei's head was leaning on a certain pair of legs. His head was covered with sunglasses, and he had a smug look on his face. The only thing you can see is a bit of blue border around the edge of the photo to show the background of the sea. The expectations in his heart fell through. Lin Zhao's expression darkened and he simply ignored the message. Zhang Fugui on the other side, however, seemed as if he must pass on the joy to Lin Zhao. Message after message was sent. Finally, after a certain message, the chat box popped up with a red exclamation point. Zhang Fugui sat up violently from his chair with an unbelievable look on his face. Lin Zhao pulled the plug on me. That cheap bastard. Back to Lin Zhao here. Originally, he was brushing the drama while waiting for news from Su Ning. Instead, he ended up being bombarded by Zhang Fugui in a frenzy. Distraught, he decided to leave the other man in the blacklist for the night. However, after waiting left and right, he never waited for news from Su Ning. Since you can't wait for news, you have to take the initiative as a man. Can you send me one? Seems like a bit of a dog licker. Send a hello? It is simply sick to send this message law when the two know each other. Although it wasn't like Lin Zhao hadn't been in love in his previous life. But at that point in time, the two were close and saw each other from time to time, and many of the topics were talked about offline. The current him, although Su Ning and each other were considered to be half a bright card, seemed to be really a bit bad at opening up the conversation. After thinking about it, Lin Zhao still put down his cell phone. Since I don't know what to say, I won't say anything. Sometimes going with the flow is much better than having no words. So unable to sleep, he began to stubbornly swipe through one short video after another. Just as Lin Zhao was struggling to sleep, a few dozen kilometers away in a 5-star hotel was also a sleepless night. Su Ning was in her room telling all the things that happened during the day. So you asked him to go and practice lettering together, and in one fell swoop invited him to various related events? Yuan Shui couldn't help but raise her voice 8 decibels when she heard the whole thing. However, the person in question clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and analyzed it with a serious face. I'm going to wait until later to get to know each other slowly, and then I'll find the right time to make my feelings known. What's the point of showing your feelings? You've been completely exposed by what you did today. Yuan Shui covered her face with a look of despair. Su Ning sniffed a little heartily and asked cautiously, "Exposed? I thought I was hiding it just fine." Huh. Yuan Shui felt that it was pointless to dwell on this issue with this love idiot. Had to choose to take the initiative to analyze the situation for him. There's good news and bad news for you right now. The good news is that Lin Zhao should have a crush on you as well. The bad news is that with the class difference between the two of you right now, confessing sooner rather than later might not be a good thing. Huh? How did you know he had a crush on me? And why is it not necessarily good to confess early? You don't need to know. At least he kind of likes you anyway, that's all. For the first question, Yuan Shui was completely lazy to explain and was about to analyze the second question. Instead, a message alert sounded on the cell phone across the room. Su Ning immediately interrupted the conversation and opened her cell phone with anticipation. What popped up instead was a public message. The anticipation on his face melted into disappointment. Su Ning dropped her cell phone aside with a slight feebleness. Yuan Shui, as a person who had been there before, naturally guessed what had happened and opened her mouth to comfort. I'm guessing it's not that he's not giving you a talking to, but that he simply doesn't know what to say. That's why I said that confessing early may not be a good thing. Did you not know what to say to him either? With a factual basis, Yuan Shui's words were full of credibility at this time. Su Ning nodded with a sad face. That's right, the cast and crew have been talked about in the cast and crew. The other things again, I'm afraid he hasn't been exposed to them. Then there's no need to chat. There's enough contact during the day. Just chat on your phone when you feel just the right thing to share with him. Yuan Shui's words made Su Ning a little uneasy. But the latter, who has always had zero experience in such matters, was again forced to choose to do as he did. Unmotivated to chat, she collapsed on her bed and began to ramble. I wonder what kind of environment Lin Zhao grew up in as a child. If only he was a bastard child of one of the big families like he was himself, there would definitely be more to talk about. But on second thought, bastard didn't seem like a very good name. And so it was that Su Ning had an even odder idea. It would be nice if Lin Zhao had a cousin or something with a similar status to his own as a bastard. Then the two will definitely have more to talk about. The more Su Ning thought about it, the more sleepy she became, and she unconsciously closed her eyes. What she doesn't know, however, is this. At this time, in an express hotel close to the Hollywood neighborhood, Lin Zhao's cousin is in his room, fuming. Can't get through, still can't get through, damn Wang Defa. Why hasn't he been answering the phone? Lin Jie had come to this express hotel for 2 days already. According to the previous agreement between himself and Wang Defa, he himself should have entered the theater 2 days ago and played the emperor in a fast and furious manner. Yet wait until he arrives in Hollywood to find out. It was as if the agent called Wang Defa had evaporated. Not only did he fail to come to the meeting place as promised, but his cell phone never got through no matter how many numbers he changed. Lin Jie, who had no choice but to go around the various crews to inquire about which crew was actually lacking an emperor. It turned out that the answer was that a few days ago there was a theater group that was short of emperors, but a suitable actor had already been found. This news was like a bolt from the blue that made Lin Jie completely break his great defense. So then he began to frantically inquire about Wang Defa's whereabouts again. The news was that no one had ever heard of Wang Defa as an agent. Instead, there's a group head with the same name. From time to time, they do a little bit of hustling on the pretext of introducing the lead actors of the cast. If a blind cat hits a dead rat and sets someone up, he would then make a big deal about it and label himself wildly. If the role isn't scheduled, then he suddenly disappears for a period of time, until the whole thing blows over. But since there are only a few movie theaters in the country, so it's not like Wang Defa hasn't been caught before. Even at this point, there's no way to get him to withdraw all of his money. Spill the beans, play hard to get, and pretend to be soft. Anyway, no matter what, he always has a way to swallow some money. Knowing this, Lin Jie's fragile little heart couldn't take it anymore. The entire group returned to the hotel on light feet and then began dialing like crazy. It was accompanied by an icy system tone over and over again. His eyes became progressively dull. Suddenly, he stood up again as if remembering something. Yes, it must have been his own role that was taken over. When he figures out exactly which crew it is, he'll be sure to give the imposter a hard time. No matter what, Lin Jie was going to steal back the role that belonged to him. Chapter 33. I Am Your Emperor. In the days that followed, Su Ning's shooting progress became surprisingly rapid. A play often only needs 1 or 2 solid passes. Even if sometimes, because of the field curtain, there are several different mood changes to go through in a morning, even several age transitions. Su Ning was also able to cope with it. It also surprised the actor who was originally prejudiced against her. Compared to her innate ability to surpass countless others, this ability to switch between performances in any scene is the main reason for her explosion. However, compared to Su Ning's performance, Lin Xiao had given everyone at the scene a billion-point shock. Although Lin Xiao had already proved to the crowd his ability to mold Han Wu Da Di perfectly before, but they had never imagined that this newcomer from the Dragon set was actually more demonic than Su Ning. Not only has there never been a single NG since the start of filming, it's even better in terms of mood switching as well as age shifting. No exaggeration. Lin Xiao also took a lot of credit for Su Ning being able to quickly switch between different situations. A few days down the line, many of the actors couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the latter. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that as long as Lin Xiao could maintain such a state, a big fire was only a matter of time. Plus, he's in the good habit of keeping a low profile and being humble off camera. He soon became acquainted with the young actors in the group. My lord, thank you for your favor. It was another early morning, and a young actor received the breakfast handed to him by Lin Xiao with a smile. Hurry up and get over yourself. Excuse me. The latter rolled his eyes and shooed the other in without a good grace. Though his reputation is becoming more and more established in the crew, but still maintained the habit of bringing breakfast to the crew every day. It's more of a constant daily change of variety. A few days down the line, some of the actors who were still eating on their own began to accept Lin Xiao's breakfast as well. It's not that the actors are cheap. Instead, eating on set means getting a few extra minutes in bed. The previous actor just left. The one following behind took it upon himself to raise his hands in the air again and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the food. Be excused." Lin Xiao was equally cooperative with this, slightly incorporating some dragon chi and handing over the food with a serious face. And the actor was equally in the moment. After receiving the breakfast, he performed a gentleman subject salute, and then walked into the gate with a proud face as if he had been authorized. Although it was a rule set down by who may to refer to each other as their characters within the drama on the set, at this moment people calling Lin Xiao Your Majesty had absolutely nothing to do with the rule. It was more for the sake of jokes and gestures of goodwill. Especially young actors who are open-minded and are trying to figure out a new word to come out every morning. It was getting close to the time set by the crew. Another familiar clamor. A familiar figure ran quickly towards the theater group under Yuan Shui's escort. The figure was no one else. It was none other than the #1 top streaming beauty in Huaxia Suning. Only to see her eyes curved into 2 moons as she came to Lin Xiao. "Your Majesty has worked hard. You're welcome, Empress." Lin Xiao smiled from the bottom of his heart. Taking out a breakfast that had been left in advance from the thermos box, he walked into the set with Su Ning with a smile on his face. After a few days of contact, the two can chat very naturally even when they're not filming. The content is still mostly in theater stuff, but it's ultimately an improvement. Again, it was customary to write the day's play on the road. Lin Xiao looked like he suddenly remembered something. "At that rate, aren't you going to kill the movie today?" "Really, yay. I finally don't have to go back and forth between the two." Su Ning pinched her fingers and immediately showed her excitement. But soon she remembered something else, and a hint of loss passed through her eyes. The shoot had gone so well that she had finished the script days ahead of schedule. Not surprisingly, we should be able to shoot the rest of the script today. This ended her schedule of traveling between the two productions. But the thought of killing it off meant that the next time you saw each other would be at least a couple months away. Su Ning again felt that the killing was not something to be happy about. If she could, at least for today, she hoped the shoot would have some mishaps. That way the two can see each other one more time. Yet this is ultimately impossible. With her current level of acting skills, she could definitely finish the rest of the script today unless she intentionally NG'd. But as a professional actor, Su Ning would naturally not violate professional ethics. So unless external factors arise, the two will have to say goodbye to this for a while. The time came quickly to shooting time. Thanks to the efforts of the makeup artist, a drooping Wei Zifu, with gray hair at her temples, was standing in front of the camera. Based on the plot setting, this scene is the one in which Wei Zifu mutinies with the crown prince and kills herself in a failed attempt to confront the sycophants. Hume raised his horn high. "All units in position. Action." With a command, Su Ning instantly got into character. However, she had just brewed up her lines. Only a boom was heard. One of the tiles on the Great Hall suddenly collapsed. It was followed by the fall of a rounded body. First, it smashed on the beams of the room, and then with a gentle flick it fell impartially into the middle of the main hall. It was a good thing that Su Ning and the Crown Prince were positioned some distance away from the center of the main hall. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Everyone was dumbfounded by such a sudden scene. Eyes focused in unison on the unidentified sphere in front of them. After about 2.5 seconds, the unidentified sphere let out a groan of pain. 2 more slight shakes followed. This revealed a fat face mixed with blood and dust. "What are you? Why are you on the roof?" Chun Xiang was surprised and angry. 3 or 2 steps rushed to that fat ball, as the person in charge of the whole scene arrangement. At this moment, when there was such a safety incident, of course he had to be the first to step forward. If this person was an avid fan of whomever was on the scene and suddenly started storming out and attacking, the responsibility would definitely not be his to bear. If he were to injure the queen behind him, I'm afraid the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Along with Chun Xiang's roar, the security guards at the scene also reacted, holding electric batons and surrounding the fat ball. Lin Xiao even took advantage of people's inattention to come between the fields early and silently blocked Su Ning behind him. Once that fat ball breaks through the security blockade, oneself would be the most powerful barrier. According to the attribute boost brought by the Dragon Qi, Lin Xiao was confident that he could crush the vast majority of ordinary people. Not to mention the fat S who don't have much training at first glance. However, just as the crowd was on the verge of an attack, the fat ball, however, suddenly snapped. "Don't be nervous, all of you. I'm your emperor." "What?" When these words came out, the crowd that was already dumbfounded became even more dumbfounded. The eyes also refocused on Lin Xiao. "If you're the emperor, then who is he?" Chapter 34. Cousin Save Me. Lin Xiao subconsciously took a step back when he heard the meatball's voice. This familiar voice, this rounded physique. There was no mistaking that it was none other than his own cousin, Lin Jie. If it wasn't for Su Ning standing behind him, Lin Xiao would really want to escape right now. But wherever aunts and cousins are present, they are often accompanied by a flurry. Now he could only secretly pray that Lin Jie wouldn't make another mess, much less recognize him here. He also secretly put the ducktail hat the security guard was pinning on his head for insurance purposes. After doing all of this, Lin Xiao, who was slightly more secure, couldn't help but start calculating. Wasn't this stupid cousin fooled by Wang Defa? How come he fell off the roof of the theater? Why Lin Jie appeared here would start a few days ago. Ever since that day when he made up his mind to look for the person who stole his chance. He then began to ask around about theater productions that were opening with supporting roles for the emperor. As a result, the theater group with supporting roles was not found, but instead, they inquired about a theater group with the emperor as the main character. And it's a big director who. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples in Lin Jie's heart. Convinced that this was destiny's guide, he arrived at the doors of the theater with a dream. However, instead of being greeted by the path to his dream, he was greeted by the cold stare of the gatekeeper. Where's the idiot? Get out of the way. Who director is also you can see. You want to audition for the emperor, but you don't have to take a piss to see if you're worthy of playing the eunuch on the emperor's side. The merciless mockery deeply stung Lin Jie's pride. Nay, always feeling good about himself, he had no intention of giving up on this. After secretly vowing to pay back twice as much in the future, his eyes relocked on a small opening under the fence. The dog hole design left behind by the last crew has become the path to the light in his mind. Lin Jie's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Brain is running fast. What crotch humiliation wu zishu over zhaoguan lying down to taste the courage a variety of related illusions all flashed once. A man who can stretch and bend, who will succeed if I don't. Lin Jie drew himself a big pie, and after double-checking that there was no one around, he plunged into the hole. With a strong tightness coming from his waist, Lin Jie finally managed to get stuck in the hole. No matter how it struggled, the fat body stuck it firmly motionless in the distance. If the patrolling security guards hadn't realized it in time, maybe the family could have had a banquet the next day. Didn't get to blend in with the scene and got fined some more. Even the self-confident like Lin Jie was also hit at the moment. But that doesn't mean he'll give up on it. Night fell quietly, the lights in the studio gradually went out, and a silence fell around them. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, Lin Jie sneaked back into the Shadow City with a long ladder he had gotten from somewhere and climbed over the fence. This time, he was more cautious, carefully avoiding all security personnel. Arriving at the crew's location in the dark, the roof above the Great Hall looked mysterious in the moonlight. If you want to succeed, go crazy first and move forward regardless. Sleeping on the roof today, doing top flow tomorrow. Lin Jie took a deep breath and drew himself up again. Righteousness set up the ladder. He climbed silently up to the eaves of the Great Hall, and then gathered the ladder up with him. From here, he could look down on half of Hollywood. A sense of grandeur arose, as if he had become the emperor of that dream. Wait until tomorrow. Lin Jie hid in the shadows and fell into a deep sleep of infinite fantasies. Dawn broke and the crew in the studio began a new day's work. Hume acted with a voice that carried through the loudspeakers. All units in position. With this command, the groggy Lin Jie suddenly woke up. Squeeze your hands and try to go on. However, the moment Hume shouted action, his calf couldn't help but shake. The weight of his entire body was instantly centered on the other foot. With just a clunk, the whole thing went completely off balance. Back to the present. After Lin Jie shouted out the phrase, "I am your emperor," everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. As the direct target of the culprit of the incident, the crowd was curious about the reaction of the person concerned. However, Lin Xiao just silently lowered the brim of his hat and protected Su Ning to his body without saying a word. Such a perverse scene caused the crowd to feel a wave of oddity. Zhang Zhe even cursed the injustice in his heart. Before, I tried to grab a role myself, and you scared the out of me with all your firepower. Now that a madman has fallen from the sky, why are you cowering behind a woman instead? Just before the crowd could figure out the situation, Lin Jie ignored the pain in his body, got up and started yelling. Director Hu? Where is Director Hu? I'm going to report an imposter. I'm the real emperor of the crew. When these words came out, a burst of laughter rang out around them. Lin Zhao's acting skills, this is obvious to everyone. That superb acting, that unrivaled prowess. Even some of the oldest actors have to be ashamed of themselves when they come. Turns out this little cutie from nowhere, too. It just fell from the sky, and it dares to empty its mouth in this unsupported wrongful accusation. Can't be that I didn't fall properly just now and broke my brain. Can it? Besides, with the physique of this fat ball in front of us, a young actor who was familiar with Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak. Impersonate you? Are you sure you went out and looked in the mirror today? Lin Jie seemed to be well versed in the way of the emperor. There was no intention of returning the favor, just a slight closing of the eyes. It's a familiar scene. Chen Xiang couldn't help but get a little excited. Lin Xiao at the time was so eyes closed and opened. A Han Wudidi was alive out of thin air. Could it be that the crew could have gotten another phoenix when they already had a crouching dragon? Equally nervous was Lin Xiao. This strong sense of vestigial vision, it couldn't be that Lin Jie had also awakened the system, could it? Of course, that's not even the most important thing. Judging by Lin Jie's indignant conversation just now. If the other side, if it does become, it's over. I've become a double. A familiar voice sounded in his head. Lin Xiao couldn't help but hold his breath as well. Just then, Ringer has also finished brewing. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. It seemed to enhance the aura, and threw his head violently. In an instant, the scene of the group of heroes' face suddenly changed, actually by the pouncing on the Wang Ba-chi shocked speechless. Only to see Lin Jie's two eyes glaring round, looking not like he was angry, but frightened. Plus the meat that keeps shaking because of the big shake. Where the hell did this sand sculptor get his confidence? Some of the ones with a little less stamina already couldn't help but let out bursts of snickers. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, secretly shrank back again when he saw this. He was afraid that he would be recognized as having something to do with this phoenix child. Chen Xiang was already furious at this time, originally thought that the other party was going to make a whole big one. Turns out the other guy pulled a big one. Security. Send this stupid 13 to the police station. All the damages. Make him pay for it. Chun Suk gave the order, and the security guards naturally didn't want to nag. However, Lin Jie is a big, fat piece of meat. Spare a few security guards to make a concerted effort to control it completely. Just as he was struggling and despairing, a familiar figure flashed across his pupils. Lin Jie shouted as if he were grabbing a lifesaver. "Cousin, help me." Chapter 35. A drink scatters the emperor's soul. Cousin, I'm my own man. Lin Xiao couldn't help but thump in his heart when he heard this cousin. Sighing as he took off his hat, he walked out. There's no way, even if this family is 1,000 times worse, they're still their own relatives out there. Right now, since he was recognized, he had to step in at this point in time as a matter of reason. Maybe by what happened at the last hotel, they can make a difference? When Chen Xiang saw Lin Xiao making a move, he moved his mind and signaled the security guard to release him. Lin Jie shook off the hands of a few security guards with extreme indignation before he came to Lin Xiao with a startled look on his face. Since the latter did not wear a dragon robe, he did not realize that his cousin was the emperor of the crew. Lin Xiao, when did you come to run the show here with director who you quickly helped me explain the explanation? That $100,000 to enter the group was paid by me. When I play the emperor, I will definitely arrange a supporting role for you. Lin Jie thought that the crisis had been lifted and once again dreamed of an unrealistic emperor. And his address to Lin Xiao changed from cousin to his name. Unbeknownst to him, just through the two words he had just spoken, Hu Mei would never have been able to pull someone like him into the crew in his lifetime. Bribery of the crew, nepotism, and an inability to tell the difference between young and old in terms of address, stepped on her thunderbolt 3 times in one sentence. If it wasn't for Lin Zhao's face, she would definitely immediately drive this little cutie in front of her, to be kicked out. Of course, what would also keep her patient was the so-called entry fee. Thinking of this, Hu Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. She'd like to see who dared to ply her name out in the open. Whoever's name comes out of this cutie pie will be thrown out of the theater without mercy. The crew observed the change in Hu Mei's expression and began to tense up. The actors didn't care about this, instead they looked at Lin Jie with interest. You have to play the emperor in front of the emperor, and you have to give the emperor a supporting role. It was really interesting that such a genius was actually Lin Zhao's relative. And Lin Xiao, as the person concerned, felt a pang of headache. Although it was true that Lin Jie's matter had nothing to do with him, after all, the blood relationship between the two was here. Plus the other guy asked him to help explain again. In this way, in other people's perspectives, Lin Xiao must have been involved in something. If it is not clear, he will fall into the trap of self-incrimination similar to proving the innocence of an innocent man. And the easiest way to circumvent it right now is to set yourself aside through the mouth of this silly cousin. So Lin Xiao decided to play dumb for the time being and wait for his cousin to explain things on his own. What was all that you said? Why don't I remember? Lin Jie looked anxious and frantically prompted up to him. The name has changed again from his first name to cousin. Cousin, have you forgotten? That day in the hotel I mentioned this to you. There was an agent named Wang, and you ended up getting angry? Lin Xiao had a black line on his face. How come you seem to have become the mastermind while talking about it? Since things were getting darker and darker, he had no choice but to continue to lose his memory, not to mention not allowing himself to show any signs of leading hints to Lin Jie. So he used the all-purpose phrase of a prisoner's arraignment. I don't remember. Lin Jie couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, his face filled with a look of disbelief. You don't remember? That's $100,000. How can you not remember? Lin Xiao continued with an amnesiac expression. I don't remember. 5 simple words directly ed Lin Jie's mind. Straight up and bouncing and venting. How could you not remember? I said at the time that I gave money to a man named Wang Defa to arrange a role for me as the emperor of the theater, and you said at the time that this man was quite famous. With the destination of the money clear, Lin Xiao could finally say something else. I did say that there was a man named Wang who was quite famous, but I didn't say if it was Wang Defa, did I? His name is what you said. When these words came out, Lin Jie's entire body couldn't help but freeze. The other party did seem to have said nothing about whether it was Wang Defa or not, and did mention the name of the agent himself. But it seems maybe as if Lin Xiao was saying something similar later, right? Thinking of this, Lin Jie immediately pursued, but didn't you say it was just one person back there? In response, Lin Xiao waved his hand in a very calm manner and completely lost the look of the amnesia he had just experienced. After you mentioned his name, I asked you if the money had already been given to someone, and then you said it had, and then we hadn't talked about it anymore. Both of Ringer's eyes stared straight into the hollow of the ceiling. It took a good while before the details of the day were finally thoroughly recalled. The content was generally the same as what Lin Xiao had described. It was only at this point that Lin Jie finally realized what was wrong. No? Don't you have a clear memory? What about the memory loss just now? Nay, his walnut-sized brain couldn't figure this out, so he simply brought up the fine tradition of his family. Instantly, he sat down on the ground and rolled around. I don't care. I've given Wang Defa $100,000 anyway. Today, you have to perform for me even if you're the emperor. If you don't, you'll have to. This kind of behavior wears half of the appearance of a big brother man, on the contrary, like a crazy big mom. Daring to play such a trick in front of Hu Mei, Chun Xiang had never seen one in his 8 lifetimes. When he saw it by chance today, it instantly made him want to kill it. Ein yet. However, just as he rolled up his sleeves, he was stopped by Hume. The cause and effect of the incident she had understood. It's nothing more than a dumbass getting ripped off by a con man for 100 grand. Since no one in the group was involved in taking bribes, it would be fine to leave the rest of the problem to Lin Xiao, who was of the same clan, to solve. In fact, at this moment, Lin Xiao wanted to shake his hand and leave. But then again, in the perspective of the Hu Mei crowd, he himself was a relative of Lin Jie. But once he did leave, not only would Lin Jie be sent to the station, but it would not be good for himself. Strike that and help them one last time. He had no choice but to be kind and persuasive. Stop it, the money has nothing to do with the crew. If you keep this up, we're going to do something official. The implication in the words was quite obvious. If you don't make a scene now, everything will be fine. If you keep it up, you'll really have to go to the station. However, where could Lin Jie, who was deeply influenced by his mother's true teachings, understand these words? Nonetheless, he didn't appreciate it in the slightest, but instead, he braced himself and pointed at Lin Zhao's nose and cursed. You a-eaten thing. Elbow actually turn outward. Back then, if not our family to take you in, you have long been. Such a classic line, it's almost like his mother. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of distraction. Again, won't this family change a little? Enough! With a low, angry voice, a strong imperial might swept across the entire field. Lin Zhao's eyes became colder than polar ice. A bone-chilling chill went straight to Lin Jie's medulla oblongata. Come to think of it, he did. It was such an aura that day that he knew fear for the first time. And right now Lin Zhao's eyes were even more biting than that day. Lin Jie gulped, his voice trembling as much as his legs were shaking. Brother, you. Don't be angry. I go now is not okay. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but his brows furrowed slightly, like seeing a disgusting fly. He then slowly cast his eyes outside the temple, and the fly was instantly relieved, rolling and running outside. The fly was about to fly out of the hall. The majestic voice sounded again. Stop! Chapter 36 Programs for Creativity. Lin Jie's body jolted at the sound of his voice, and he cautiously turned halfway back. Go back and tell your aunt that from today onwards neither of our families owes anyone anything. Lin Xiao was going to say this, but the words turned into two words, get lost. Lin Jie didn't dare to delay any longer, and rushed out of the gate with his hands and feet in one breath. Lin Xiao looked at the disappearing figure outside the door before he put away his imperial might and solemnly cupped his fist to Hu Mei. Sister Hu, I'll take care of all the damage at the scene. It's not your fault, it's security's fault. Let's split it 50-50. The latter shook his head. His tone was very flat, but in his heart, he admired Lin Xiao's temperament. The cost of the cruise extension, the cost of the palace's repairs, has added up to quite a bit of money. Yet he, as a newcomer whose hands were not considered generous, neither hesitated nor begged for mercy, but assumed it with great determination. That alone was beyond the vast majority of people, so Hume was more than willing to help share some of it. However, Lin Xiao did not accept this kindness and ended up bearing the entire cost. Settling this side, he turned to the nearby actor who was still staring at the hole in the roof. Trouble for you all. Tea is on me at lunch today. The crowd responded cooperatively with a couple of answers, which basically consisted of words like, it's fine, and thank you. It was clear in everyone's hearts that Lin Xiao was just wiping the ass of that idiot just now. Even if there was a grudge, it was not on his head. What's more, it's just one of many palaces, and most of the actors don't let that get in the way of filming. Except for the soon-to-be-killed Su Ning. Lin Xiao similarly thought of this and cast an apologetic gaze at him. Sorry about that. I'll try to get filming resumed today if I can. Su Ning said it was okay with a flat expression, but in her heart she was happy. In the morning she was thinking of ways to delay the shoot, striving to be able to see more of each other again. It didn't take long for the wish to actually be granted. While it wasn't as if she didn't have the means to get the Great Hall repaired today, why would she want to do that? The only one who would benefit from the delayed filming of the plays related to this Great Hall might be himself. As for Lin Zhao's comment about resuming filming today, she hadn't taken it to heart at all. It's not that Su Ning doesn't trust each other, but the tiles of the crew are specific. Either they are extremely well connected to the plant in question, or they are unleashing banknote power. Otherwise, it would be a complete nightmare to try to fix the Great Hall today. While she could have the Great Hall restored today, why would she do that? When Su Ning's storyline was forced to stop filming, the crew began preparing for the other scenes. Theater scene during a busy period. Lin Xiao followed Chun Xiang had already communicated with the studio. It only takes a couple minutes to fix the roof, but ordering shingles can take up to a month. Even if you unleash your superpowers, you can only pick up the goods 7 days in advance, because every single order in the factory is an expedited order. It's called everyone expediting, which equals no expediting. According to such a progress, even if Su Ning next time there is a gap still cannot shoot the scene. After listening to his account, the person in question pulled an idle face. Lin Xiao sighed a bit at the other party's good mentality and then began to ponder again. Even if he couldn't shoot today, he'd have to find a way to make sure the other side could make the next slot. Otherwise, the next time they met, he'd be a little embarrassed to face each other straight on. While thinking hard, Lin Xiao habitually intended to have a cigarette. However, when he stuck his hand in his pocket, he felt a metallic card. The delicate texture reminded him of something at once. It's so rich, it's so sudden that the thinking doesn't shift for a moment. Holding the centurion, all he had to do was ask the question. As for how to fix it, that's something the other side of this card should be thinking about. In front of Su Ning, Lin Xiao did not take the card out directly. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a slightly rusty number. 1 hour later, a new curtain had been set up, and once again Hume raised the trumpet high. All units in position. However, just as she was about to shout action out of habit, there was a strong noise coming from the sky. The dust outside the hall was blown into it, and a few of the doors creaked. Who is it? What's going on out there? 2 acts in one morning spoiled 3 times over. This caused Hu Mei, who was already in a bad mood, to directly transform into a powder keg and charge out with a puff of air. As a result, she was shocked by the scene in front of her just as soon as she left the house. Only 3 helicopters were seen hovering over the cruise set. Without waiting for her to react more, 3 ropes descended from the sky. Immediately afterward, a man with a black backpack appeared on each plane and slid down the rope. After the 3rd wave landed, a man who looked like the leader came to Hu Mei at a trot and said, "Miss Hu Mei, we were commissioned by Mr. Lin to come and repair the roof of the Great Hall for the crew. 9 people should be here but are actually here, Please give your instructions. The loud voice managed to draw the attention of everyone in the temple. Only the 9 men outside the door were flush with height, and a single muscle was bursting their clothes. For those who don't know, they think it's the airborne troops of some army. Mei was also frozen for a moment by the formation, but her mouth subconsciously asked, "Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin?" In fact, the first thing she thought of was Lin Xiao, but then she felt it was too ridiculous. After all, half a month ago, the latter was just a poor boy who had just made a fortune. Even with $10 million in cash in hand right now, it's impossible to make such a big deal out of it. Money may come quickly, at least in the perception of normal people, but connections definitely take time to run. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Xiao indeed didn't have any so-called connections and had only used Centurion. Report. The lead man, hearing the question, straightened his pompous pectoral muscles and answered seriously. Mr. Lin means Mr. Lin Xiao from your office. Mr. Lin, here's a slip that needs your confirmation signature. Lin Xiao's entire body couldn't help but freeze when he heard himself being named. When he called earlier, he gave the request that the sooner the better, but never thought that the other party would actually appear in such a drawn-out manner. How does the service charge go up to over $100,000 for those 3 helicopters? Inside, it was meaty, but in plain sight, the B game could never be lost. Lin Xiao secretly fused all of his dragon chi and pretended to stride over as if he was used to it. Mr. Lin, this is the bill for this operation. Please take a look. Taking the bill from the leader, he took a cursory glance at the 2 at the beginning and signed it with a flourish. $200,000, although more expensive than the heart expected, but not unacceptable. But just as he handed the list back, he was surprised to find a by following the 2. Wait a minute, how much did I get paid for this wave? As soon as Lin Xiao snatched back the list, and after confirming that he hadn't misread it, the whole person felt bad. Not buddy, you charge me $2 million for a few pieces of broken tiles. There's no such thing as robbing a rich man like this. A wave of dizziness went straight to his head, but luckily he quickly adjusted his mind. Calm down, calm down. The money's gone anyway. We definitely can't lose face now. Thinking about this, he forced another smile and said, "Very good. You guys were quicker than I expected." A smug smile immediately bloomed on the leader's face. That's not true, we tried contacting the factory, but the factory is just too slow to burn now, and then we went with a very creative solution. A very creative program? Lin Xiao subconsciously repeated, an ominous premonition surging in his heart. Chapter 37, Su Ning's Death. Nice! In fact, the suppliers of the materials used in several of the studios are basically the same, so we searched around in each one and finally found the tile house that has the exact same tiles as here. The leader was a little agitated, obviously reveling in his wit. Halfway through the sentence, there was a surprise for you look at pulling open the backpack. Just see each tile neatly wrapped in foam inside the bag. There was also something in a clear document bag on the side. The leader opened the bag of papers and took out a contract from it, his pride overflowing. 1 month. 7 large halls, we rented them outright for a month and then held the tiles over there. This way, it solves the problem of this side's urgent need for tiles. When the factory's tiles come out, we'll just make up for the tiles over there. Lin Xiao only felt a blackness in his eyes after hearing this. Good guys, what a bunch of good guys. Combined with the fact that it's not their money to spend. It's hard to spend millions of extra dollars for so few broken tiles. The thought of his hard-earned money being spoiled like this made his back teeth clench. However, his face was clouded and said, "Very thoughtful indeed. Go and mend the roof now." The leader gets compliments from his boss. The smile on his face was suddenly brighter than the sun, and he rushed off to fix the roof. Looking at the backs of the several people leaving, Lin Xiao decided to try not to use this centurion in the future if he could. For no other reason than the fact that this stuff is just too much money. It cost millions to get a few tiles today. If you ask for help with something else or something else yourself next time, it's still a toss-up as to whether or not you'll have enough credit on your card. The only thing that could give him comfort now was that Su Ning could finally kill the movie on time. What he didn't know, however, was that the latter was now very complicated inside. In the bottom of his heart, he cursed Lin Xiao for being a cutie, and at the same time felt happy because the other party had thrown away money for himself. While the money was something she could have easily taken as well, spending money on herself felt completely different than someone she liked spending money on herself. Su Ning's expression was one of melancholy and one of elation, looking at the little cutie, scratching his head straight. Women's minds are really confused. Since I can't figure it out, I simply don't do it. Once Su Ning is killed off, the next focus will be back on herself. Lin Xiao had to grab some time to familiarize himself with the tableau again. Just as he turned around with the intention of going to a corner of the temple to study the tableau, only to realize that several of the people around them were looking at themselves in a strange way. Even the way Hu Mei looked at herself became a little different. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiao was puzzled by the look and asked seriously while rubbing his face. Which is to say that once these words came out, those people hurriedly averted their gazes again and pretended to look like they had nothing to do. Instead, his body involuntarily moved further and further away from him. Hu Mei gave him an equally scornful look and cautiously tried. Mr. Lin is too polite, in fact. The roof crew could have found a way to overcome it, but it ended up making you use a centurion. Lin Xiao felt a pang of doubt. How do you know I used centurion? I clearly didn't have my card out. Hu Mei revealed a bitter smile. That leader just unzipped his zipper, and the dark pattern in his bag is the centurion's logo. Lin Xiao revealed an expression of sudden realization. The fist-sized dark pattern in that leader's bag did seem to look exactly like the avatar on the card. That seemed to explain why the actors looked at themselves differently. Centurions, as the standard for the top tier of the upper class, have a deeper understanding of this, even if some have never owned one. The person who can hold this card, in addition to having strong financial strength, has extraordinary power behind him. The world says that centurions are powerful, but they do not know that for those who hold these cards. Even without the card, the same mind-boggling things can be done. The reason for the existence of centurions is simply that they need a steward who externally consolidates resources to help them save time. Right now, Lin Zhao's sudden use of centurion was discovered, which naturally caused these actors to panic. It's like a social circle full of middle aristocrats suddenly having a bottom feeder who just made it in. When everyone had managed to remove their prejudices a little, they realized that the other party was actually wearing a yellow vest given by the emperor. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao secretly let out a bitter smile in his heart. If these people knew that their so-called yellow vests were picked up on the road, I wonder how it would feel. Since the misunderstanding had already arisen, he didn't bother to explain at the moment. Just thanked the director and then found a corner to read the tableau, as always. Hu Mei looked at Lin Xiao without the slightest change from his identity being discovered. A wave of self-deprecation welled up in his heart. It's amazing how ridiculous it is to think back now that I took care of and appreciated the other person as a newcomer. However, on second thought, putting aside her identity, what she had done before did not seem wrong. Plus, Lin Xiao was acting like everything was business as usual again. One just has to continue to be like he has been in the past as well. The Centurion's maintenance team just moves like a champ. Before one scene here was finished, the roof was fixed over there. Hu Mei followed Lin Xiao to personally accept the inspection, and from the inside, the entire roof could not see a trace of being repaired. Since there was no problem with the roof, the crew of course shifted their focus back to Su Ning. The scene that was still open immediately stopped. All the staff began to make preparations for Su Ning's play. Those actors who were interrupted halfway through the shoot didn't have the slightest complaint on their lips. Originally they were because the crew had long ago said at the start of filming that Su Ning, as a special guest actor, all the drama scenes would make way for her. And what happened today gives them one more reason not to complain. Lin Xiao, the centurion holder who had kept a low profile for so long, had already used his privileges in order for Su Ning to be able to kill normally. Wouldn't it be a bit too uninformed for them, these minions, to dare to be a bit opinionated again? Since Lin Xiao had just finished demonstrating his banknote ability, coupled with the assistance of the roof repair squad, the whole scene was quickly set up. Hume raised his horn with slight emotion. All units in position. Action. With the director's command to start shooting, Su Ning immediately entered the state. This scene is to be filmed with Wei Zifu, who assisted the crown prince in his failed mutiny. The emotion of being on the verge of parting with Lin Xiao was perfectly incorporated by her into the drama. Only Wei Zifu was seen gently holding the crown prince's shoulders. The eyes showed full of dismay. "Don't be afraid, son. I will give your father an explanation." At this time, Wei Zifu no longer had the beauty of her youth, but her eyes were still as clear as when she was young. She looked in the direction of the palace from afar and seemed to recall the joy she had with the emperor back then. With the sound of the prince's door closing, she slowly stretched her neck across the white silk. Chapter 38, Trusting the Emperor. Card. Very good. Hu Mei looked at the screen with satisfaction and instantly picked up the loudspeaker to announce the end of the shoot. 2 staff members rushed up to remove the queen from the white cloth. Just as Su Ning's feet hit the ground, Hu Mei had already walked over. "The acting is awesome. Congratulations, Sister Su. It's over." "Thanks, Sister Hu." Su Ning let out a light breath. Although there was some reluctance to let go of Lin Xiao, when it really came to the time to kill the greening, he still felt a sense of relief in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were talking, Chan Xiang led a group of staff to set off a salute. Confetti rained down on the scene. A group of actors surrounded Su Ning in the center, expressing their congratulations to her in unison. Lin Xiao didn't push into the crowd. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, which was considered a greeting. After all, if you have something to say, you can already say it on your cell phone. It's better not to show anything in front of so many people. Su Ning left the crew, and the center of gravity of filming returned to Lin Xiao once again. The latter, as the protagonist, has a lot of scripts to play off against the minister in advance. By all rights, there should have been a crowd gathered around him. Yet at this point, the actors were not only far away from him, but peering in with a bit of awe. It didn't take much thought to realize that, naturally, the Centurion's story had spread through the crew. Facing this situation, Lin Xiao didn't intend to explain anything. Since the people in the group chose to stay away from him, let them stay away. Really explaining it might complicate things even more. Having figured that out, he once again devoted his full attention to the script. Hu Mei is no less than a great director. Even though Lin Xiao thought that she didn't care, the smell of loneliness on her body was still keenly captured by her. In order to be able to utilize the actor's emotions to their fullest potential, she made an immediate decision to temporarily reshoot the final scene. Because it was Hu Mei's idea to shoot the last scene, after the scene was rearranged, the time had come to evening. Accompanied by the familiar action, Lin Xiao used all of his dragon chi to maximize the fusion of Han Wu de Di's soul. Under the skillful technique of the makeup artist, at this time, his face was withered and looked just like the blood-like residual sun on the sky. However, even in such a state, the Emperor's might on his body still enveloped the entire hall. Only it was no longer as domineering and sharp as it had been in the past, but with a faint sadness. "In the past, my faults were so many that heaven and earth did not allow me, so that my prayers could not move the ghosts and gods." The play begins with dialogue from Emperor Wu of Han, Hu Guang, Jin Riwei, and Sang Hongyang, several important ministers, did not say a word and respectfully knelt in front of the bed. The sound of footsteps came from outside the house. It should be Mrs. Hook Yi bringing Lu Fuling. "Ai," the emperor said, "for you to wait a bit." Hearing the eunuch's voice, Emperor Han Wu made a strong effort to sit up, his gaze fixed on the outside of the door curtain. "Before I leave this world, the Han dynasty Jiangshan, and the minor Fuling entrusted to the secretary and so on, you and so on to the orphan of the important ministers, incomparably careful, conscientious, not to make the Han dynasty kingdom severed." His voice was slow, with an infinite amount of dismay and concern. Even as powerful as Emperor Han Wu, he could not resist the erosion of age. At the end of his life, all he could do was to entrust his young heir to his closest minister. With that said, he waved his hand gently again. The child who played Lu Fuling then ran all the way to the bedside. "My son greets his father." In this instant, the sun that was about to dim seemed to burst into light once again. Emperor Wu of Han looked to the youngest son. The expression was one of grief, helplessness, and hope. Nonetheless, his voice was still full of majesty. "Hu Guang, I will henceforth entrust Furing and the affairs behind me to you. You are the Duke of Zhou of the Han dynasty." Although his words were earnest, the depths of his pupils were even hiding a thick temptation and killing chance. If Hu Guang shows the slightest hint of insubordination at this time, he will be greeted by a thunderous strike from the old dragon in his bed. Hawkwing felt a chill on his neck. Unable to think too much about it, the whole person involuntarily ambled and knelt down. "I wish I could die for your majesty, and I beg your majesty not to say such ominous words again." Han Wudi smiled, like a kindly old man, and much of the tentativeness in his eyes dissipated. He was only seen looking up to the sky and sighing. "Everything is determined by the will of God. How can it be changed by the words of a man?" After saying that, Emperor Wu of Han looked at Lu Fuling again, and his eyes couldn't help but start to redden. Immediately after that, he had a lingering voice, as if the young true dragon of that day had returned. "Hu Guang, you pick up little Fring." Huguang carefully picked up the young lord. Emperor Han Wu then commanded a few others. Come over here, all of you, and kneel before Lord Hua. Several others complied, neatly and meticulously inflicting prostrations on the young lord. Emperor Wu of Han stared everyone down throughout, refusing to let go of a single detail. After confirming that he had made the right choice, he then opened his mouth while slowly collapsing. With you and others assisting the young lord, be sure to make the barbarians not dare to look down on China. A rebellious son who dares not peek at the divine weapon. Emperor Han Wudi lay back comfortably and gently signaled for the crowd to retire. It was as if, for the first time in decades, I was able to take a real break. Just before this coziness could be enjoyed for a long time, another footstep came. Mrs. Hooker sat in front of the dragon couch, holding his hands tightly. Your Majesty, does your Majesty want Eagle to accompany you? Emperor Han Wu's originally dark eyes once again erupted with refined light. What's the year 20-something? Hooker smiled slightly. How could your Majesty even forget my age? Eagle will be 22 when she turns 6. Good, when I was 22 years old. It was the age when I was running with Wei Qing and the others into the South Mountain, shooting and hunting all night and not returning, the age of absurdity. Han Wu Didi's eyes carried a trace of reminiscence, but the corners of his mouth revealed a few moments of sarcasm at the end of his words. Hooker, apparently not realizing the gravity of the situation, responded in a whiny voice. When His Majesty is well, Eagle will accompany you to walk around those places again. There are no days like that. Han Wu Di sighed and sat up. Suddenly and without warning, he grabbed Hookie's hand in death, and his pupils even erupted into an endless killing machine. If I were to die today, would you be able to accompany me? The latter then realized that something bad had happened, and his face was filled with panic and uneasiness. She tried to retract her hand, but it was firmly clutched by the old man in front of her. In desperation, she had to confirm in despair. Does your Majesty want Eagle to be martyred? Han Wu Da-di, however, replied in the negative. What is Su Wan and Jiang Chong's relationship with you? Do you think I don't know? Once these words came out, Hook Eagle no longer had the strength. The whole person flopped on the bed, sounding petulant and begging for mercy. However, Lin Xiao refused to even look at her more than once and said in a cold voice, You're not willing to die with me, so you go ahead and die. Come on, people. Give Mrs. Hook Yi death. With the arrival of the guards, Hookie's voice became more and more alarmed. Listening to the increasingly distant sounds of sparring, Han Wudadi said to himself, Shut up. You can't live anymore. Being well aware of the dangers of harem interference, he could not allow Hookie to live no matter what. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos in the future, and the people will have no livelihood. Everyone says that it is the most merciless emperor's family, but it is this mercilessness that is merciful to the world. Finally, the pleas for mercy from outside the temple came to an abrupt end. At this time, Lin Xiao was already in hot tears. One hand clutched the hairpin, and the whole person collapsed completely powerless. Chapter 39. Meeting Wang Defa again. The camera shows Emperor Han Wu lying quietly on his bed, his locked brow slowly stretching. This time, he could finally rest completely. Just as the world fell into complete tranquility, the setting sun dispersed its last rays. Darkness slowly spread over the palace, adding to the secrecy of this great emperor. In such a lonely space, that body even appeared to be a bit lonely. Emperor Han Wu, the great emperor who breathed soul into China. It was such a great emperor who was actually so lonely at the end of his life. Hume sat frozen in front of the camera, having long forgotten that this was an act. At this moment, the overbearing echo of that great emperor rang out of thin air in her ears. A generation always has a generation's mission, but many things are to be accomplished in our generation, including the crusade against the Huns. Isn't it just men and horses making a wall of gold paving the way? I am going to do what others dare not think of, and dare not do even if they think of it. I am determined to fight this battle. I'm just going to tell the Huns plainly that the offense and defense have changed shape. If the Ko can go, I can go. So many dynasties through the ages, but it is only this dynasty that has given a name to an entire nation. What's more, countless people can't help but straighten their backs when they mention their own nation. The one who took the greatest and most important credit for this was naturally Han Wudadi. It can be said that Qin Shi Huang forged the shell of China, while Han Wudi injected the soul of China. Without Emperor Han Wu, there would be no China today. Hu Mei was still lost in her emotions. Lin Xiao on the other side felt like he was really close to breaking. For the sake of the realism of the performance, the whole man held his breath from the moment he shrugged his eyebrows. As a result, a few minutes had passed, and director Hu actually didn't yell click. If it wasn't for the fact that his body could become much longer lasting by holding his breath under the transformation of the dragon chi, I'm afraid that he would really have to start a big breath change regardless. Just as Lin Xiao was about to lose his hold, Chun Suk was the first to sense something. Director Hu, what do you think of this segment? Hu Mei then woke up as if in a dream. Ka! Lin Xiao sat up violently and breathed in a big gulp of fresh air. The acting was so good. Even I was completely caught up in the whole thing. Hume led the applause, and the crowd on the floor followed. This was the second shock brought by the crowd after they had already gotten used to Lin Xiao's acting skills. Pop, pop, snap. A couple of crew members took the lead, grabbed the buckets of fireworks, and aimed them into the sky. As if he remembered something, Chan Suk rushed to the dragon couch in 3 or 2 steps and shouted, "Congratulations on the killing!" Immediately after that, a wreath was placed around the old emperor's neck. No? How come it's been finalized? I haven't finished my play yet. Lin Xiao was confused by the sudden scene. Nay, the atmosphere was baked to this, and he could only laugh while mechanically drumming his hands. It's a good thing there's another person on the scene who understands. Kill what green? You guys killed off Mr. Lin, and you're going to cover the middle episodes. It was only after Hu Mei reminded them of this that the crowd reacted. Yeah, Lin Xiao shot the last scene of the script, not the last scene of the shoot. How can you kill it? This kind of early shooting of the ending due to venue issues is actually fairly common. But today, it gave the impression that the final curtain was a kill shot. Thinking about what they had just done, the crowd immediately wanted to find a crack in the wall. In particular, Chun Suk, who had personally put on the garland for Lin Xiao, had even snapped out 3 rooms with his toes at this time. Hu Mei saw this and took the initiative to round up again. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous. If you want to blame it, it's because Mr. Lin acted too much like him, giving people a feeling of being there. The emperor has collapsed, so it's not surprising that people are thinking about killing it. Although the statement was made with a few jokes in mind, it seemed to be true when the crowd thought about it more carefully. The gaze that looked at Lin Xiao gained a few more points of admiration. But playfulness is playfulness, and since we haven't killed the show, we still have to film the rest of the episode. Under Hu Mei's command, the crew soon resumed filming again. It was late at night when the show broke up again. After removing his makeup, Lin Xiao didn't rush back to the hotel this time. So much had happened today that he needed a good break. Hollywood may be big, but there's basically nothing new for longtime residents. Originally he thought so, but when he was actually relaxing and strolling around the studios, he was surprised to find a lot of different scenery. For example, the eaves of the house where he had often squatted for Dragon at work before, the carvings on it were actually more exquisite than those of Hu Mei's theater. Then there are the snacks bought from some roadside vendors that actually smell so tantalizing. Then again, when he passes by some of the casts, the blunders that would otherwise seem distasteful are surprisingly amusing. In fact, everything hadn't changed. Only Lin Xiao's identity had changed. In the old days, as a drag queen thinking every day about how to survive today, surely he was not in the mood to observe any eaves. As for those roadside snacks, the price of a few dollars outside is 5 or 6 times higher in the studio, so naturally they are even less appealing to the drag queens. Whenever the dragoons teased the boss always said with a look of displeasure, "Love to buy, do not love to buy, do not buy. Expensive nature has expensive reason. A penny goods." Thinking of this, Lin Xiao paid out for a $20 bamboo dumpling. After only tasting a mouthful, he instantly revealed an extremely ugly expression. If you really want to say what's the difference between a $3 tamale and this $20 one, then all he can say is that he took 3 bites at a $3 dumpling, and this $20 one was thrown to the dogs, who didn't even bother to sniff it. Force the dumplings to be eaten on the principle of not wasting food. Lin Xiao no longer dared to buy any of the snacks here and just wandered around aimlessly. Just as he was planning to go back, a familiar voice entered his eardrums. $100,000 is cheap enough for a supporting role, and a general with a line that goes out of the studio. Lin Xiao fixed his eyes on the speaker, who was no one else. It was Wang Defa, who had been away for half a month. This old fox, who just finished cheating his cousin, actually came back in a big way. We haven't gotten reimbursed for that $2 million today. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao squeezed the other party's shoulder without saying a word. What the? Wang Defa's shoulder hurt, and his entire body turned around angrily. As a result, he saw the smiling Lin Xiao, and his entire aura immediately weakened. Big Star Lin, why are you free to play with me today?" While saying that, he also twisted his body to try to get out of the other party's iron claws. "Saw an old friend and came to say hello? Couldn't I?" Lin Xiao continued to have a smiling face, but the strength in his hands grew. Wang Defa struggled a few more times and realized that the pain in his shoulder was getting heavier and heavier, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Gently, gently. I'm not going to run away yet. Big Star Lin, I don't seem to have messed with you lately, huh?" Chapter 40, Recruiting Wang Defa. Lin Xiao didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked around left and right and realized that there were still quite a few people around. So he put his arm around Wang Defa and went straight to the toilet. To an outsider, the two looked like good buddies hooking up. It seemed to Wang Defa that he was going to be beaten again. "Brother, why don't you give me some tips? Didn't we settle things last time?" Lin Xiao didn't say a word, just walked. It wasn't until they turned the corner into the restroom that they pushed the other into the cubicle as soon as they could, and their entire body immediately followed. Familiar places, familiar people, familiar memories echoing in the brain. Wang Defa immediately panicked. "Brother, don't be impulsive. Disciple first apologized to you." Seeing the other party in such a wimpy state, Lin Xiao also lost interest in continuing to scare the other party. "Do you recognize the name Lin Jie?" Cold sweat broke out on Wang Defa's head. There had been a bit too many scams lately, and the name didn't really ring a bell with him. But since the other party asked so, and both of them were surnamed Lin Cutie, one could also tell that the two were definitely related. Recognize, this Lin Jie is our own family, right? Ouch, the big water washed the Dragon King temple. I will go back and transfer the money to him." Wang Defa immediately put on a playful look, his eyes stealing glances at Lin Zhao's expression from time to time. The latter scoffed at such unnutritious words. It didn't take much thought to realize that, but if he let the other side go, the next time he wanted to meet up might be in his next life. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao raised his hand and was ready to reward him with a few sandbags. However, just at that moment, a familiar system sound once again sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest to integrate Wang Defa without the use of force. Mission reward: 40 points of Dragon Chi, 40 points of Dragon Energy. That's more than the reward for convincing Hu Mei last time. Only last time it came with an extra spray that was fun but didn't do much. Lin Zhao's half-raised fist retracted. It wasn't that he had abandoned martial arts, but the system gave just too much. However, when he rescanned Wang Defa, who was crouching in the corner, he immediately felt a sense of offense. Only to see that guy at this time hands holding his head. His head is even buried into the crotch of his pants. After a delayed fist drop, he peeked through the gap in his armpit at the four directions again. The whole look is as sleazy as it gets. What the hell can you do with such a pithy and lewd thing that you've taken into custody? Of course, what he was told to do was of course secondary. What will this Wang Defa do after he's been organized? When he thought of the other party's rotten as a street rat reputation, Lin Xiao immediately felt that the 40 points of Dragon Chi didn't seem to smell good anymore. Just as he stood to the side hesitating, Wang Defa hurriedly seized the opportunity. "Brother, I'll transfer the money to you now. Please let me go. Okay?" Hearing these words, Lin Xiao immediately detached himself from thinking. Let's put the intake aside for now and get the money first. So, without saying a word, he opened the QR code of the payment collection. Dropping. Z PayPal arrived at $100,000. Hearing the pleasant sound of money being deposited, Lin Zhao's expression looked slightly better, but soon he wrinkled his brow again. Wang Defa instantly understood. "I understand, brother. Your brother's moral damages. This is coming." He then scanned the QR code again just now with a look of pain. Dropping. Z PayPal arrived at $50,000. This money is actually for Lin Xiao, actually already belongs to the small money. But there's an old saying that a mosquito's leg is meat too. And so it was that, despite the fact that she had already been credited with 2 sums of soft money, her hand holding the cell phone did not have the slightest intention of retracting it. Now Wang Defa was really confused. "Brother, I've paid you back. Why don't you let me go? Where's my moral damages?" Lin Xiao said indifferently. Wang Defa froze for a moment. "Yours? That's my own cousin, like a brother. It'll cost you extra." Lin Xiao looked condescendingly at the other party. "All like I'll see if you dare not give it." Where has Wang Defa suffered such a stifling since his debut? Nay, the man in front of him was really striking out at the drop of a hat, and he was unable to beat him. In order to avoid the pain of flesh and blood, Wang Defa had to secretly bite his teeth, but still honestly transferred another sum of money. Dropping. Z PayPal arrived at $50,000. I've been so cooperative. There's always no reason for you to hit me. Accompanied by the cold cell phone tone, Wang Defa's hanging heart slightly relaxed a few points. The whole thing was even trying to stand up. Just as his entire body was about to stand completely straight, Lin Xiao suddenly let out a loud shout. Get down! Wang Defa's body trembled. But since he had already transferred a lot of money, plus the resentment of the party's heart, surprisingly, for the first time he chose to fight against Lin Xiao's orders. On what grounds? I've already paid back the money, and I've paid for the moral damages. So why don't you let me go? The unexpected situation caused a trace of surprise to flash through Lin Xiao's eyes, but the entire person was still full of energy. You don't think you're going to return the money and be done with this, do you? Or what? I'm warning you, you'd better stop showing off for me here, or we'll both die. Wang Defa became more and more agitated, and one hand even slowly reached into his pocket. Lin Xiao keenly caught this small action and his entire body became alert. With such close proximity, even if the other party was armed with a knife, he was sure that he would be able to control the person before the other party pulled the knife out. But once he made a move, it meant that the mission issued by the system had failed. As a precautionary measure, Lin Xiao directly melted the soul of Emperor Wu of Han and let out a bellowing cry on the spot. I told you to squat. The endless emperor's might carried through to the bone marrow. In just the blink of an eye, Wang Defa looked like he had been drained of all his strength. The whole thing stumbled and half leaned against the wall. His body was even permeated with a large amount of false sweat. This kind of strong aura he had seen once last time. It's just that the might of that time wasn't directed at him. Right now, enduring this thunderous momentum at such a close distance had caused his mental power to be greatly depleted. Just as his spirit was on the verge of breaking down, Lin Xiao slightly dispersed his dragon might and slowly said, I haven't finished my words, what are you talking too much about? Lin Jia broke the tiles of the theater group. It took more than $2 million to fix it. I won't bully you, the zero is wiped out for you, just pay back the $2 million. Wang Defa didn't be poor this time, but lowered his head to think quickly. With his understanding of Lin Xiao, though the other man had overfed on him both times, he never seemed to have lied like that. Plus, there had indeed been some rumors about the Hume crew today, so he was 7% convinced about the whole thing. But 2 million? Even after all these years, he didn't have this much savings. So then he had to harden his heart. It's not that I don't want to pay it back. This 2 million is too much, you just sell me can't afford to replace it. Besides, the one who broke the house is Lin Jia. With me seems to have little to do with it. Wang Defa said more and more hesitant, and then sounded more like asking for advice. When these words came out, Lin Xiao's gaze once again gazed over. A mighty force that could not be rejected was climbing up. It was only when Wang Defa intended to kneel down and beg for forgiveness that he then suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 41. Ordained by heaven, both longevity and eternal prosperity. Of course the matter has something to do with you. What do you think will happen to director, who if he knows that it's because you defrauded the actors that the crew was forced to stop filming? After Lin Xiao said this, Wang Defa suddenly felt a chill all over his body. If Lin Xiao was using his aura to bring mental pressure on him just now, then Hume definitely puts pressure on him to survive through realistic means. In addition to the name Hu Bai, Hu Mei is also the Independent Commission Against Corruption of the entertainment industry. Although she never meddled in the affairs of other crews, once this kind of buying and selling of roles affected her own crew, then what was ushered in was definitely her heavy-handed attack. In her position, all she had to do was casually click her name. He, Wang Defa, would be able to eat his way through several major studios. Some of the few minor directors who have befriended him are also afraid that they will completely draw a line in the sand with him. But if he had to pay for it, he really didn't have that kind of money. The only way out now was to beg Lin Xiao to be kind. Thinking of this, Wang Defa plopped down on his knees, not caring about the dirtiness of the floor, and begged bitterly. Brother Lin, Big Star Lin, I beg you to spare me. You're about to be on your way to the top, so why bother with a little minion like me? Lin Xiao had seen this demeanor of the other party a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't be easily fooled. Why don't you call yourself a little cluck when you're scamming money? $2 million is already my mercy to you. Unless what? Wang Defa's entire being would have been desperate. But when he heard the last two words, his eyes lit up again. Lin Xiao paused for 2 seconds before he said with a hint of hesitation on his face, "You'd like to be my assistant." Thinking about it, it seems that only the status of assistant is suitable for the other person. For one thing, this person must be very resourceful in the head, since he has been able to cheat for so long without going to the police station. Secondly, and most importantly, it's better to keep an eye on this kind of goods that go around poking and prodding. Yeah, no problem. Wang Defa heard that the debt can be offset, and quickly agreed, fearing that the other party to back out. But when he waited for him to finish nodding before realizing what had happened, a big question mark went up over his head. "Noer, you're asking me to be your assistant?" Joke, Wang Defa, even if he was down and out, would not go to work as an assistant for a newcomer. Though the other party's entire being was permeated with an air of nobility since the last time they met. Although the other party is the main actor of the Hu Mei theater group later on, the future is promising. But, it seemed like it wasn't impossible to work for Lin Xiao as an assistant. Judging by the other party's current aura, there was certainly no problem acting as an emperor. And there doesn't seem to be a single lead actor out of the Hume cast who has had a bad mix. When the time came to serve Lin Xiao comfortably, even if his fingers casually leaked some money, it would be enough for him to cheat for many years. Just as Wang Defa was frantically calculating in his mind. Lin Zhao's not too high, not too low voice once again came over leisurely. "What? You don't want to?" Wang Defa immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Willing. How could I not be willing? Mr. Lin, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. This look of looking extremely unreliable caused Lin Xiao to have some regrets, while at the same time a trace of doubt rose in the bottom of his heart. Can you really believe what this thing says? You're not going to run out the bathroom door, are you? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly had the idea of abandoning the mission to first give this person in front of him a beating before saying anything. Fortunately, the system alert sounded in time, which allowed Wang Defa to avoid suffering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for organizing Wang Defa. 40 points of Dragon Chi are awarded. There will be an additional reward after using the Dragon Breath to fuse the Great Emperor's soul 100%. Should I use it now? Bonus? Sooner or later, the soul of Han Wu Dadi was going to be fully fused anyway. So Lin Xiao decisively integrated 40 points of Dragon Chi into the soul of Emperor Han Wu. In an instant, a metaphysical feeling spread throughout his body. The soul of Emperor Han Wu was completely integrated into Lin Zhao's body. In addition to the memories of the great emperor himself, his lifelong learning also entered his mind intact. Now he was more like an inheritor of the great emperor himself. Even if he no longer deliberately invokes the personality of Han Wu Dadi, he himself can emanate the characteristic imperial authority of a great emperor. When Lin Zhao's consciousness returned to reality, an inexplicable and marvelous scroll appeared in his hand. Fixing his eyes, a message floated out of thin air in front of him. Emperor's Edict. Nothing is impossible for the Son of Heaven to obey. 8 simple words directly caused his pupils to dilate several times. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and opened the Imperial Edict, and what met his eyes was a blank page. Just then, a strange inspiration rose in his mind. Just write the order on the edict yourself before promulgating it to someone. Then the other side will have to comply with the orders from above. At the thought, he subconsciously glanced at the people around him. How about experimenting with this first? Wang Defa felt the gaze and his entire body suddenly trembled in fear. Since a moment ago, Lin Zhao's entire body had suddenly been motionless in place. Wang Defa didn't have time to probe what had happened when an extremely strong imperial might erupted from the other party's body immediately afterward. This caused him, who had planned to bolt, to shrink into a corner in fear. When this imperial might slowly dissipated, another jade bone gold scroll appeared out of thin air in Lin Zhao's hand. Such a magical and beyond reality scene to see. Wang Defa straight rubbed his eyes, all the way up to the point of double-checking that it wasn't a blink of an eye. A wave of shock surged through him. What the hell did this kid do to summon such a magical scroll from nowhere? Can't be that he's got superpowers, can it? Without being able to think about it, Lin Zhao's gaze swept over. This caused alarm bells to ring in the heart of Wang Defa, who was already fearful of it. You're not going to get killed if you see something you shouldn't, are you? Back to Lin Xiao. After watching the man cowering in the corner for a moment, he finally gave up on the idea of experimenting. The strength of this scroll's ability and the number of times it can be used are not known. In case there really was only one chance, he didn't want to waste it on someone like that. No sooner had the thought of experimentation dropped than another rose suddenly. Right now the mission had been accomplished, and this Wang Defa had witnessed his own changes throughout. I'm afraid this man can't keep him. The instant this thought rose, a substantial killing intent also instantly locked onto Wang Defa. A line slowly emerged on the scroll at that moment as well. Emperor Fengtian Qingyun's edict says, "Give death to Wang Defa." Immediately afterward, the imaginary pattern of a seal slowly emerged in the lower right corner of the scroll. 8 large words loom in the pattern. "By the mandate of heaven, both life and eternity." Seeing this, Lin Zhao's pupils suddenly shrunk. Heirloom Jade Seal. Is it hard to believe that this edict is meant to be used in conjunction with the Jade Seal of Transmission? If that was the case, then I'm afraid that this scroll's ability was even more powerful than he had imagined. Just as Lin Zhao was in shock, the familiar system tones sounded once again. And this time, the task enacted by the system directly caused Lin Zhao to go completely crazy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest. The First Emperor. The host perfectly fuses the souls of His Majesty the First Emperor with the souls of the 6 emperors. Mission reward: Jade Seal of State. Chapter 42, You're Exploiting. To fuse the souls of the First Emperor in the complete fusion of the 6 emperors' souls. If a soul is counted at 100 points of dragon energy, 7 emperor souls is 700 points. In addition to the already fully fused Han Wu de Di's soul, that meant that one had to gather another 600 dragon chi. 600 dragon chi. This I am afraid that it is not difficult to obtain so much dragon chi. However, once he thought of the transmission Jade Seal and the Imperial Edict, Lin Zhao instantly felt that everything became irrelevant. Even the $30 million that hadn't arrived yet didn't smell so good at the moment. However, compared to such distant matters, there were things in front of him that gave Lin Zhao a headache. Without the Jade Seal, this edict is just a piece of junk. Unlike the unassuming, plain look of a styling spray, this Imperial Edict is jasper and gold silk material. No matter where you go will certainly attract thieves. It would be nice for something so important to have a space appear to put it away like other systems. As soon as the thought rose, the edict disappeared with a whoosh. In its place, there was a golden dragon tattoo on the heart of his left hand. In another blink of an eye, the dragon pattern disappeared, looking as if nothing had happened. Lin Zhao stared blankly at his left hand. I didn't realize that this edict had just disappeared. Then, immediately afterward, he had another thought. The dragon tattoo was suddenly visible in the center of his hand, and after a burst of brightness, the Imperial Edict returned to his hand. Such a miraculous scene directly made Wang Defa completely nonplussed and couldn't help but marvel. WOC? Magic! The sudden strange cry caused Lin Zhao's expression to flinch, and his gaze immediately locked over. How did I forget about this? Such an important secret was exposed, which made him completely unable to think much about it. Since it's illegal to kill someone, let's just let him pass out first. It's too late to say that reality is just a pair of eyes. Lin Zhao directly flew up and kicked Wang Defa's heart heavily. The latter's body shook as he let out a muffled grunt, and his entire body fell down softly. When Wang Defa woke up again, he was already in a hotel bed. Tentatively, he moved his arms and legs, and a strong sense of restraint immediately came from his limbs. Looking down, the scene in front of him sent a chill down his spine. Just a thumb-thick rope wrapped him neatly from his shoulders to the soles of his feet. It's over. Kidnapped. This was Wang Defa's first reaction. After all, one has defrauded too many people. It's not out of the question that any real grumpy misses it. Thinking about this, Wang Defa tried his best to stay calm. After looking around and realizing there was no one around, his body then tries to squirm a little bit. Whatever the hell was going on, getting out of the trap was the first priority right now. However, just as he made it to the ground, the sound of a lock being unlocked came from the doorway. Wang Defa immediately shouted in panic. While shouting, he also leaned his body against the wall. "Hero, spare your life. Hero, spare your life. All about the money. Please don't get excited." Since his entire body was covered in rope, his movements looked a little funny, like fat maggots crawling across the floor, just as he was getting more and more alarmed inside. Lin Zhao, however, walked in with a file bag in one hand. "What's with the blind yelling?" Seeing this scene, Wang Defa's heart was only slightly relieved. Although Lin Zhao was really going to beat him up, at least it wouldn't harm his life. After all, the other party was now an actor under Humei's banner, and was guilty of not bothering with a minion like him. So he quickly changed to a playful look. "So it's you? Big brother? What are you doing tying up your younger brother? You really don't remember any of it?" Lin Xiao took the document and slapped it on Wang Defa's head. The latter's memory was quickly awakened. J. Lin, compensation $2 million, assistant. And the endless imperial might as well as the mysterious scroll. Where did you hide that scroll? Wang Defa was more curious about the picture he remembered than his current situation. In all his life, this was the first time he had seen such an expensive object. "What scroll? I think you're disoriented. I scared you in the restroom and you passed out." Lin Xiao pretended to look bashful as soon as he took out the contract and said, "Here, sign this and you can go home and pick me up on time for work tomorrow." Wang Defa would believe it, and then his body suddenly felt loose. It turned out that Lin Xiao had untied him. Still, it was the scroll that was on his mind. After all, the sense of shock in the beginning was so realistic. "No, you really haven't seen a scroll before? Jade bone with a golden face, and tattooed with a dragon pattern. If you keep talking crap, I'll beat you into a scroll. Sign it." Lin Zhao's expression sank and his impatience was directly written on his face. Wang Defa did not dare to bull at this situation, and hurriedly put his pen to sign his name. And very knowledgeable about getting fingerprinted. It was just that from the beginning to the end, the image of the restroom was still replaying in his head. "I think I was knocked out?" Thinking of this, Wang Defa, who had signed his name, put his hand on his chest. The left side of his chest was still aching. Lin Xiao took the contract and signed his name with his pen, while pretending as if nothing had happened. "Chest pain? You're too fat. I carried you back. Maybe a little on top." The reality was that Lin Xiao paid for 2 group actors to carry the other party into the hotel like a pig. Carried it back? When did this guy get so good? And how come the tone of voice has become so polite too? Wang Defa's heart was full of suspicion, but he didn't dare to show anything. Had to start subconsciously flipping through the contract. However, after just casually reading a few entries, his entire face suddenly turned ugly. The contract not only stipulated that Wang Defa would work for Lin Xiao without compensation, but also signed the number of years to as long as 100 years. Even more devastating are the various harsh treaties and penalty clauses that follow. What with being on call 24/7 year-round, what with room hygiene cleaning, shopping, laundry, cooking, and unspecified matters. All expenses incurred during the period are to be advanced by Wang Defa. The salary is not available, and reimbursement is at will. To put it bluntly, by signing this contract one is no different from an ancient slave. In particular, the last article is supposedly unspecified. This meant that Lin Xiao could always add whatever came to mind one day. If Wang Defa refuses to fulfill his obligations, he will be subject to default fines of $50,000 each. If the compensation cannot be paid on the same day, it will automatically be converted into arrears, and you will also have to pay out money at the standard bank interest rate. Wang Defa couldn't bear it and balled up the contract in one hand. "Exploitation, you're being utterly exploitative. This contract is null and void," Lin Xiao said leisurely in response. "Late, in duplicate, child's play. I've had it notarized by a lawyer. No way. It's against the law to refuse to pay paycheck to paycheck. You can't validate this contract." Wang Defa's brain was running at high speed and seemed to have found a breakthrough. Lin Xiao, however, had long been prepared for this. "Who says I don't pay my wages? Go check the last entry." Chapter 43 Fenghua Tang Xian. Wang Defa fixed his eyes on it, and the whole person almost doubled over in anger. Only the last clause of the contract reads, "Although Party B voluntarily forgoes wages, Party A will, for humanitarian reasons, pay Party B remuneration based on the minimum wage rate, which will be directly offset against Party B's arrears until the total amount owed is fully offset by 2 million yuan. The minimum wage is 1,800 a month, which means that working enough for a year is not enough to pay off the interest. According to this algorithm, I'm not going to work a day job for the rest of my life."
不行不行，今天无论如何也得把这个合同给改了。
Thinking of this, Wang Defa's face turned hard and he planned to have a hard fight with Lin Xiao. As a result, the latter spoke out as if he had expected it, and seduced. "Even though you don't get paid on the contract, it's not like I can't have the occasional bonus tip or something if I'm in a good mood." Saying that, he also took out $20,000 in cash from his pocket and handed it over very broadly. Wang Defa immediately smiled with joy and stuffed the money into his pocket. "Agu, thank you Ringo. Thank you so much." He'd actually fantasized about this scenario when he'd agreed to be an assistant earlier. Right now, just signed the contract is $20,000 in the bank. If you wait for Lin Xiao to burst into flames, you won't be able to take off by yourself. Rubbing the thick $20,000 in his pocket, Wang Defa suddenly felt that this contract is not impossible to sign. Do a good job, and you'll definitely get a lot of rewards and bonuses in the future. Lin Xiao saw that the atmosphere was baked to this point and immediately drew a big pie. Wang Defa ate the big cake, and his whole body was suddenly refreshed. No more chest pain, no more annoyance, and now I want to work for my boss. His hands were even more nimble as he carefully propped up the contract he had just balled up and folded it flat and put it in his pocket. But he quickly reacted again. It's not right, is it? The other guy gleaned $200,000 from him in one night. How come you're so grateful now that you've only given out 20,000 red packets? It was a good thing that Lin Xiao had predicted his opponent's prediction. After slapping and giving dates, they still don't forget to teach a few more lessons. Based on your recent performance, you shouldn't have had this bounty in the first place, but I think you're a talented person, so I made an exception for the commendation. Wang Defa's slightly clearer eyes were once again shrouded in confusion. According to the other side, was he not a bit insensitive just now? According to the other party, it seemed as if he had met a good person. He had wanted to say something else, but was driven out by Lin Xiao in a couple of sentences. So just like that, in a daze, Wang Defa became a personal assistant in the true sense of the word. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao had an extra follower in the theater group. Unlike other personal assistants, this follower didn't face his employer with admiration in his eyes like the other followers, but with a complete look of cunning fawning. So soon there was another rumor going around the crew that the assistant was actually a servant sent by the family. Of course, this is all beside the point. After 100% fusion of Han Wu to Dee's soul, Lin Xiao's acting skills had once again taken a qualitative leap. With his strong characterization, the actors who are partnered together become easier to get into the scene. What was going to be close to 2 months of filming was cut hard to 1 month. Not only that, but the quality of the entire shoot is beyond the level of any previous movie or TV drama. In other words, Hummel had never fought so richly in his life. With her intentionality, Lin Xiao's name was all over the circle even before the TV series was released. Agencies are even targeting the fledgling newcomer. On the day of the official killing, there were many business cars parked outside the set that had never been seen before in previous days. Ka! The final scene of the play was filmed in a slightly agitated tone from Hume. The sound of a ceremonial tube bursting was heard all around the site. The sky was even filled with ribbons and confetti of various colors. The crowd that Lin Xiao was looking at was a bit dazed for a moment. It's amazing that the first real movie drama of one's life has ended like this. Just as he was sitting alone in the dragon chair in a daze, Assistant Chun squeezed through the crowd. Teacher Lin, director who wants to see you for something. It's time for payday. Lin Xiao's entire body was energized. What was he doing bouncing around Hollywood for so many years? Money. The thought of the soft money that was about to be credited. He couldn't be bothered to go backstage to remove his makeup, so he simply wore his dragon robe and followed Chun Suk. Chun Xiang came to the small room where he had previously revised the script and waved his hand to signal Lin Xiao to go in. The latter couldn't wait to open the door of the room and found that besides Hu Mei, there was also a strange woman sitting in the room. The strange woman's pupils flashed a little incredulously when she saw Lin Xiao. Hu Mei, on the other hand, introduced herself to the woman with a smug look on her face. This is the lead actor of our cast, Lin Xiao, Mr. Lin. She then turned to the doorway. This is our Fenghua's youngest deputy general manager, Tang Zian. Lin Xiao carefully sized up the young deputy general manager. Unlike the impression of elite women in the workplace who dress differently, the manager was wearing a small floral dress and at first glance looked like a recent college graduate. A pair of peach blossom eyes hooked people by birthright. Such women are either naive or cannibalistic. It was just that Lin Xiao preferred the latter compared to the two situations. Joke, how can someone who can be an assistant manager in such a big company be simple? While thinking about this, he secretly raised his vigilance in his heart. Just then, Tang Zian took the initiative to extend her hand over. I've heard, sister, who talk about you for a long time, and today I've seen that you are indeed the reincarnation of an emperor. Thanks to Manager Tang for the compliment. I'll make sure to take the time to properly thank the makeup artist of the crew. Lin Xiao made a half-modest joke and graciously shook the other party's hand. However, just as he pulled his hand back, the other party intentionally tightened his hand slightly, but his expression was one of unconcern. After Lin Xiao was seated, Tang Zian directly opened the door. I've seen your footage, and I came here today to specifically invite you to join Manhwa. I don't know if Mr. Lin has this intention. The movie hasn't even started its rollout yet. This woman can see the footage and think nothing of the fact that it was given to her by Hu Mei. Lin Zhao's eyes slanted slightly, just in time to see the gaze passed by the latter. In that case, regardless of whether the contract is negotiated or not, at least in terms of willingness to give enough face to the Hu director. So he laughed very dryly. I'd be too willing to do that. A while ago I was worried with director Hu about not having an entertainment company to sign with. Lin Zhao's words just fell. Hume rushed to deliver the assist. Don't look at him as a newcomer, his acting skills are definitely not worse than those of big stars. So the contract? Ouch, sister Hu. How can you turn your elbow outward? Seeing that Hu Mei was going to talk about the contract, Tang Zian immediately changed the topic, and one hand even gently shook the other's shoulder. The former laughed without saying anything, while the latter took the opportunity to take the contract out of his bag and said, since it's someone introduced by my sister, I naturally won't treat him as an ordinary newcomer. Lin Xiao took the contract and realized the problem after just a cursory scan. Chapter 44 I said. Lin Xiao could be sure that this contract was definitely a very good one among all the inexperienced rookies. But that's where the problem lies all the same. Right now he was new, but definitely not inexperienced. Even more so, she had a leading role in a major director's TV series right out of the gate. Once the TV series is released, the price offered in this contract will be, at best, a fraction of what he'll be worth by then. It had to be said that this Tang Zian was indeed shrewd. If it were an ordinary person, in the way of Hummel's knowledge, might have just signed the losing contract. However, Lin Xiao was clearly not a master to be held at arm's length. Though he was too embarrassed to open his mouth and refuse, he trusted Hume's impartiality. So, with another innocent face, he handed the contract directly to Humedo. Sister Hu, I don't know much about contracts, how about you take a look for me? Tang Zian likewise left her backhanded. Hurrying, he held out the other contract in the center. Oops, got the wrong contract, that one's for the trainee. It seems that our teacher Lin is really outstanding. Even the big family manager Feng Hua is anxious about you. Hu Mei's mouth went along with the words to round off the conversation, but a trace of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. She would never believe anything about getting the wrong contract. Although she hadn't seen the contract just now, she knew it just from this operation at hand. Tang Zian's contract just now had been so excessive that she didn't dare to let her look at it. Well, at least Lin Xiao was recommended by her personally. Right now the other side is doing this and it's a total slap in the face to Hume. So Hu Mei turned over the contract and handed it to Lin Xiao after just a brief glance. I think you guys could talk more. When she finished speaking, she took the initiative to get up and leave, leaving the other party room to maneuver. The latter instantly understood, staring intently at the contract and studying it. Overall, this contract is much better than the last one. Not only has the monthly salary increased from $10,000 to $1 million a year, but the split has also changed from the beginning of 1/9 split to 2/8. If it was the previous Lin Xiao, this salary would definitely be something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. But for a man with tens of millions of dollars in cash in his hand, that measly half-cool annual salary isn't enough to stuff his teeth. Must get a pay raise, one day at a time. Having made up his mind, he spoke again tentatively. Manager Don, I would like a small change in the annual salary. How would you like it altered? Mr. Lin. Tang Zian revealed an interested look. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, revealed a smug expression. A year and a half of pleasure is too little. I want a pleasure a day. When these words came out, Tang Zian's exquisite pretty face revealed a great deal of doubt. Cool. Oh, that's 2.08 million. Lin Xiao explained. What does a cool one have to do with 2.08 million? Never mind, don't dwell on that. It's better to talk about the contract first. Tang Yan was still confused, but had no intention of continuing to dwell on it. 2,080,000 a day is too much. The most we can give is 10 million a year. We really can't give any more than that. After all, you haven't accomplished anything yet. $10 million a year. This figure had already made Lin Xiao, who had been a turd for so long, heartbroken. Although just now he shouted on his lips that it was one cool day, he actually pressed on. As for how much the other party would give, he was actually unsure in his mind. Right now he's just casually mentioning a full 10 times his annual salary. But he quickly calmed down again. On the opposite side, This master who had assassinated himself in the opening, how could he agree so quickly? As expected, Tang Xian soon revealed her fox's tail. Only her words changed, but the split is going from 8-2 to 9-1. There is no actor who is confident in himself who doesn't care about a high or low split. Lin Xiao was likewise in this category. So if I don't want a base salary, can the split become 37? Tang Xian shook her head dryly. But if Mr. Lin gives up his share, we can raise the base salary to 20 million a year. 20 million is definitely a lot of money. However, Lin Xiao was very clear that once the TV series was released, his value would definitely be much higher than that. Without even thinking about it, he planned to reject the other party's conditions outright. However, just at this time, Tang Xian's mouth swelled to emit a seductive sound. If Mr. Lin signs the contract now, we can transfer the money to you right away. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiao, who had originally planned to refuse, immediately became entangled again. It's like having a big guy tell you that you have two options for making money. One can immediately take 20 million and follow the other. The other is a way to make well over $20 million, but it's a long time coming. Plain old numerical comparisons for everyone who is anyone. But when some of that money becomes cash in front of you, I'm afraid everyone has to reweigh their options. Tang Xian's move could be considered quite venomous. If any other rookie was here, I'm afraid the odds are that they'd go for the 20 million in cash. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was burdened with Dragon Qi and Emperor Soul, so his gaze was naturally much longer. In just 2.5 seconds of work, the struggle in his eyes instantly dissipated. Right now it's still just a company. As long as he was willing to wait, he didn't believe the other 4 companies would sit still. Just as he was thinking about how to reject the other man without putting words in his mouth, there was a chorus of pleasantries from outside the door. Sister Hu, I heard that the group had killed off the movie, so I came back to see you on purpose. Are you done with your side of the catalog? It was wrapped up yesterday over there, and I even brought you a souvenir. Gee, you're really too polite. One of the voices was Hume's, while the other was a familiar voice that hadn't been heard again for a month. Lin Xiao pushed the door open with slight excitement. Sure enough, I saw the fairy like Su Ning. Behind her, besides Yuan Shui, there was also a woman she had never seen before. At this moment, the gazes of the line of people were looking over in unison. Hey, long time no see. Lin Xiao gently waved his hand. Su Ning's bright eyes flashed lightly for a moment, and she similarly gently waved her hand. Spinning around, he laughed as if remembering something. Sister Hu, this is Wine Entertainment's manager, Wang Fei. She wants to get in touch with Mr. Lin. You won't have a problem with that, right? A flash of embarrassment appeared on Hu Mei's face as soon as these words came out. If in normal times Su Ning's request she would naturally not refuse. But now the room was filled with the manager of another agency she'd hired. However, just as Hu Mei was debating how to answer, Tang Xian, however, took the initiative to walk out from the room and stuck beside Lin Xiao with a soft voice. I said, why does the voice sound so familiar? So it's our big beautiful Su. But you guys are too late. Lin Xiao has already signed the contract with us. While saying so, he also tried to climb on the ladder's arm. Unbeknownst to him, this move was already a complete act of death in Su Ning's eyes. It was good that Lin Xiao felt the increasingly icy gaze from the opposite side in time. Hurrying to shake off the other person coldly said, it's not signed. Once these words came out, Wang Fei was no longer polite and immediately delivered a sneer. Tang Xian, I haven't seen you in a few months. I didn't expect you to still be so shameless. Tang Xian, who had been poked and prodded in public, scraped Lin Xiao, then immediately aimed her gun at Wang Fei. Yo, isn't this the little crybaby Wang Fei? Haven't seen her in a few months, or is she still so impolite? Come on, call out school sister to me. Bah, you cheeky woman. I don't even care to recognize you. Woofy was like a cat that had its tail stepped on when she heard she was being outed. Tang Xian, on the other hand, looked generous and opened her arms. Tisk, it's just that I robbed you of a starlet. Why do you hold a grudge for so long? Come on, give school sister a hug. Wang Fei obviously didn't eat this and took 2 steps back with a disgusted look on her face. That is just graduated underestimated the viciousness of the human heart. By you with despicable means to snatch people. Today, this Lin Xiao Wei Huayin company to be sure. Buddha came also cannot snatch away, I said. Chapter 45. Such bidding. Pest. Not only Tang Xian, even Su Ning was made to laugh by the droll tone. Lin Xiao, who was the person involved, was even more confused. The girl with the wavy perm in front of her was more than a little brain dead. And I don't know how I became an agent for such a big company. As if to prove their determination, perhaps spurred on by those around them. Fei Wang just blew up her contract very dryly in full view of the public. $10 million a year plus a 28% split. How's that for a better offer than that bad woman? Envious glances were thrown around. Lin Xiao and Tang Zian, on the other hand, had black lines all over their heads. No, big sister, is this something that can be blown out of proportion like that? Shouldn't we find a private space to talk about this? Su Ning cast an apologetic glance toward Lin Xiao. Originally, she wanted to find a friend to offer Lin Xiao a better signing. I didn't expect the other party to just burst out with the condition so boldly. The good thing is that the scene is much less crowded at this point. Plus, this is not a final offer, so there is still room to salvage everything. Why don't we go in first and talk? Hume was the first to respond, signaling the crowd to enter the hut. Wang Feifei also realized that she had just made some slip of the tongue and was the first to drill in with a red face. So once again, 3 people were crammed into the tiny room. Tang Zian and Wang Feifei sat on one side. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, sat across from the two. Wang Feifei cleared her throat, perhaps to ease the embarrassment, and immediately challenged Tang Zian. Come on, fair bidding, that is to say, to decide the superiority as well as the life and death. The latter then said with a slight smile, "What are you thinking about? Such a lovely school sister. I can't afford to make her cry again. Why don't you call out school sister? How about I let you have Lin Xiao?" "What do you mean, you can't? I haven't agreed to go anywhere. Okay?" Lin Xiao protested slightly in his heart. However, the scene in front of him of one Makoto and one Ro was too eye-catching, so he decided to ignore this for the time being. Jokes aside, when it comes to contracts, Tang Zian is much more sophisticated than Wang Feifei. After molesting this silly schoolmate some more, she whirled around and stretched out a finger at Lin Xiao. "I can add the same split as her to the base salary that I just didn't split." Fifi Wang is similarly unimpressed. "Che, black-hearted woman. I actually didn't even want to give a share before I came here, little brother Lin. How much base salary did she offer? We Wine will add another 10 million. $30 million base salary plus a 28% split. Is this the benefit of someone bidding?" In just 2 sentences, not only was the split there, but the salary went up by another $10 million in place. Lin Xiao was now somewhat looking forward to Tang Zian's offer. However, the latter did not continue to follow the price, but instead asked Fei Wang, "Do you know what our base salary is? And you dare to raise it by $10 million. Once these words came out, Wang Feifei's stance, which was still imperative just a moment ago, suddenly weakened a lot. Unlike Tang Zian, who has a lot of pricing power as an assistant manager, Fifi Wang is just a regular agent. Before coming here, the GM was the one who had given her a maximum quota limit. If Tang Zian had offered a sky-high price, she really wouldn't have been able to rob the other party today. So it was that Wang Feifei's tone asked weakly, "What's your base salary offer?" Tang Zian said with a smug look on her face. "Trade secret. I might tell you if you call out to your schoolmates." A struggling look immediately appeared on Wang Feifei's delicate little face. Just as she hesitantly intended to speak, Lin Xiao really couldn't look at it anymore. "It's not much really. She's offering $20 million in base salary." Tang Zian was not happy on the spot. "Teacher Lin, you can't always try to help this schoolmate of mine just because she's stupid. I can be stupid if you're willing to help me." Lin Xiao didn't say anything and just gave the other party a contemptuous look. "Why do you think I helped her? If it wasn't for a third party interfering, you'd still be trying to sign me up for no cut." On the side, Wang Feifei heard Lin Xiao quoting Tang Zian's low price was originally a bit touched. But her expression became vicious again when she heard Tang Zian's words. "Humph. I know your base price now, so if you're sensible, quit quickly. So what if I know the reserve price? Can your price still be higher than mine?" Tang Zian looked provocatively at Wang Feifei and then began to test the waters. "If I raise it to 40 million, can you still call? What about 50 million, 60 million? With every increase in her price, Woofie's expression was tense for a few moments. By the time the price came to 60 million, her lovely eyes had begun to grow dull. Without a doubt, it is estimated that the highest price offered by the Wahini manager would have been $50 million. Seeing this scene, Tang Zian's heart immediately bottomed out. A very atmospheric burst of numbers that just about crushed Fifi Wang. "We, Fenghua. are offering an annual salary of $55 million. May I ask Wang Xiaomei if she's still with us? Wang Xiaomei was on the verge of crying, and teardrops began to well up in her eyes. Who would have thought that after a few months, I would have tripped over a rock twice? Lin Xiao helplessly held his forehead. I really can't figure out how such a cutie got into wine. But for the sake of his own paycheck, he decided to help the other guy out. What's more, he had long since grown disenchanted with this Tang Zian. Previously, the price increases were all in the order of $10 million. Now figuring out Fei Wang's highest opening bid, she's actually only willing to go $5 million more. How can this be? So he prompted as if he was pretending to negotiate a price with Tang Zian. Actually, $50 million and $55 million are about the same, and if $50 million is split 30-70, I'd prefer the latter. Wang Fei snapped her head up at this, as if she was grasping at some hope. $50 million split 37 I can do. Tang Zian immediately threw a pot of cold water on her behalf. Then it's $55 million 37%. Wahini 50 million 46%. Wang Fei clenched her teeth and looked completely determined. Fenghua, $55 million and 46%. Tang Zian still looked victorious. Tang Zian. Fei Wang stood up in exasperation, her skin covered in a pinkish red. Just being short didn't create much of a deterrent. Instead, Tang Zian couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks, but it was dodged, so she changed her mind and educated again. This is a business war. You need to figure out how to win with limited terms. Not get mad here. Wang Fei sniffed and sat back resentfully, a trace of determination rising in her eyes. $50 million, 50-50. This girl. Not only Tang Zian, even Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. The former has hinted so obviously that the other side should think of something other than bidding. Turns out the first thing this silly girl did when she sat down was to keep up the price. And by the looks of it, I guess it's a direct quote to the limit. Forget it. Help a man to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Again, for his own selfishness, Lin Xiao decided to help the other party again. There's actually one thing I care about more than the paycheck. Chapter 46. Excessive demands. Before the words left his mouth, Wang Fei looked over with a serious face. Tang Zian, on the other hand, had a somewhat odd expression on her face. What's up with this Lin Xiao? Your own put water is some heartache schoolmate also, even if, how do you also help? The party in question felt Tang Zian's gaze, and likewise felt that there was something odd about this negotiation. How did this somehow turn into a signing tutorial aimed at Fei Wang? But no matter which company you actually sign with, the next condition must be agreed to. So he continued. After signing the contract, I have the right to refuse to be in whatever play I want, and I have to be given at least one audition for the play I'm looking at. It wasn't that Lin Xiao was playing a big game, but for the sake of future system tasks. In case he was filming a certain drama later on when the system enacted a mission for another drama, wouldn't that be cool? So in order to avoid this as much as possible, he had to add this condition. For that never-before-seen heirloom seal, you can make less money, but you have to do the system tasks. When these words came out, Tang Zian and Wang Fei frowned in unison. It had to be said that Lin Xiao's condition was too much. Usually only some big celebrity names get these treats. With a base salary of $50 million a year, in case Lin Xiao kept refusing to act, wouldn't the company have to keep feeding him for nothing for a few years? Tang Zian, as the deputy general manager, had a lot of decision-making power, but still didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid this condition is a bit difficult for us. I have to go back and discuss it with the company. Even the deputy general manager was still like this, so Wang Fei was even more afraid to agree directly. I'm sorry, Lin Chan. I have to check in with the manager as well. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Is that too much to ask of a newcomer? In just a millisecond's effort, his gaze changed once again and his tone was firm. If I can fulfill this condition, I can also reduce the base salary appropriately, for example, 1,000 million. 10 million base salary. Wang Fei's eyes instantly lit up. The previous GMs always resented the fact that the base salaries of all the contracts she signed were too high. If we take Lin Shaw at $10 million base salary today, then later, thinking of this, she immediately grabbed her cell phone and squeezed out of the room to go call her leader. Tang Zian similarly felt a pang of heartbeat. With the qualifications that Lin Xiao has shown, it's really not impossible to give a base salary of 50 million. But she never thought that the other side actually gave up 50 million base salary for that previous condition. Based on 8 years of the initial contract, it could save the company a whole $320 million in budget. And, of course, the company could lose $80 million as a direct result. While this amount of money is but a drop in the bucket for large companies, other hidden losses are unacceptable to the company. For example, if you could have made billions of dollars through Lin Xiao, but the resources flowed into the hands of other companies because the other party refused to shoot, this kind of loss is the real big loss. In this way, the current Lin Xiao gave off a feeling of being a chicken rib. Thinking about it, slightly reluctant Tang Zian tentatively opened her mouth. In fact, the company has a targeted training program for every artist, and freely choosing a script might not be in your favor. It may even cause you to miss out on great opportunities while waiting. What Tang Zian said was true. The reality is that there are indeed a lot of artists who end up missing out on a big break because they are picky about their scripts. And sometimes in this aspect of acting it may not be you who knows best, but rather the company. So your favorite role may not be the right one for you. However, the root of the problem lay in the fact that Lin Xiao hadn't made those requests for that point at all. But there is no explanation for it. He couldn't just tell the other guy that he had the system, could he? Thinking about it, he had to explain as best he could. I understand the reasoning behind what you're saying, but please believe me, I won't turn down a script unless there are special circumstances. This made Tang Zian even more confused. If that's the case, surely the company won't give you a script that's bad for your development. So why do you insist on picking your own book? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and had to choose to remain silent. Time passes by. Wang Fei pushed open the door with a puffed-up face and walked in. Needless to say, Lin Zhao's request was definitely rejected. Well? Tang Zian asked knowingly. The innocent-faced Fei Wang didn't realize that it was a ruse. Just a look of displeasure on her face as she said, "What kind of stinking bull manager? Even if you don't give approval, how dare you curse?" What exactly did he curse? Tang Zian watched the fun and followed the advice. He called me an idiot and said that Mr. Lin, he is not very capable of demanding also. Halfway through her sentence, Wang Fei suddenly realized something. Hurrying to cover his mouth panicked. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't mean that. It's our manager who—" Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop the other party. With Fei Wang's brain circuitry, pointing and cursing is mostly out of the question. And the reason why Tang Zian was teasing the other party, odds were that she was also trying to pull some hate for Hua Yin. But in any case, I'm afraid it's hard to sign such a big company in your current situation. In that case, it's not too late to wait until the movie or TV show is released to find a company. The contract wasn't negotiated and the group quickly walked out of the room. Wang Fei's expression was a bit lost, and Tang Zian's brows were also vaguely thoughtful. Lin Xiao was the only one who had a breezy look on his face. Hu Mei sounded concerned. "Well, which one did you sign?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "None of them are signed." Hu Mei and Su Ning spoke in unison. None of them signed? Immediately, the two of them looked at the other master-sister duo. Wang Fei felt like she had wasted Su Ning's good intentions and was embarrassed to look up. Tang Zian, on the other hand, smiled hopelessly and said, "There are some conditions that still need to be studied and judged, so you guys interested should still ask Lin Xiao." Hu Mei and Su Ning didn't speak again. Although they were curious as to what exactly Lin Xiao had offered that he had to make it so that a deputy general manager couldn't even finalize it on the spot, it was indeed not a good place to talk at the moment. The contract thing came to an end. Hu Mei very generously left the heads of the two brokers. "Take up the contract, we are in competition. Put down the contract to make friends is not bad." Besides, the two were mentors and sisters. Tang Zian agreed graciously. Wang Fei wanted to refuse, but Su Ning pulled her arm. So along with Su Ning, the entire cast and crew's main staff headed to the killing banquet. Yet upon arriving at the doors of the theater, the scene was greeted with yet another interlude. Tang Zian was invited by Hu Mei and came in Hu Mei's car, so it was natural to go out to eat. Wang Fei, who was also invited, was in Su Ning's car. Even though it was only a short distance away, this pair of sisters did not want to miss the opportunity to communicate with Lin Xiao. One after another, they invited Lin Xiao to ride in the same car with them. Fortunately, Wang Defa arrived in time with a flattering face, which quickly calmed the storm. Chapter 47. Take a walk with me. Killing banquet. Hu Mei was very generous and chartered the entire restaurant. The actors each formed a table according to their cliques. The staff, on the other hand, is grouped around a table with the staff. With a low profile, Lin Xiao started out trying to squeeze in with a few lesser-known actors. However, before the words could leave his mouth, he was dragged to the main table by Hume. Thus, the main table was seated with Lin Xiao, Su Ning, Hu Mei, and the two brokerage division sisters. Obviously, there are still 3 empty seats, but no one on the scene dared to sit on this side without authorization. This also made Lin Xiao inwardly sigh once again at the strict hierarchy of the entertainment industry. But soon he put that behind him again. There are plenty of hierarchical places in the world, and the best you can do at the moment is to be left alone. The first round of drinks was served, and Hu Mei stood up and raised her glass in a very atmospheric manner. First of all, thank you all for your hard work, and secondly, good luck with our movie and TV show. The crowd on the floor rose. The movie and TV show are a big hit. The white wine went down and the scene was much more lively. In an instant, the various tables were mingling. It was the main table that seemed a little cold, but only relatively so. The table continued to have a chat about some circle gossip. Su Ning, on the other hand, chatted from time to time about some interesting things she had met on the set. Lin Xiao beside him heard the corners of his mouth rise slightly. These things the two have long known on the cell phone. The only thing is that today Su Ning's arrival is considered a surprise. After 3 rounds of drinks, the tables, which had been stationary, began to move around. It's basically a boring bridge like the little curmudgeon honoring the big curmudgeon. As for director Hu Mei, he was surrounded by wave after wave of people. Lin Xiao was not too comfortable with this kind of occasion and looked at his cell phone every now and then to calculate the time to retreat. Just then, a message popped up in the message box. It's boring. I want to go for a walk. Without much thought, the only person on the scene who could send him this message was Su Ning. Lin Xiao's gaze slanted slightly. Instead, he saw that the other party was chatting with Fei Wang about something with a smile on her face. Under the effect of alcohol, the originally fair face was colored with a layer of redness. As if she felt his gaze, Su Ning suddenly turned back and batted her eyelashes. Lin Xiao's heart was in turmoil. A random excuse was made and he came to the door. This restaurant is a 5-star hotel. Inside there are several single restaurants of various styles on about 2 or 3 floors. Hu Mei's so-called package was only one of the buildings. Obviously in the center of the city, where inches of land are at stake, the hotel doesn't have restaurants built in patches. Instead, each restaurant is spaced farther apart, and each is surrounded by different greenery depending on the style. The restaurants are connected to each other either by paths or by wooden bridges, except for the outermost main road. Artificial lakes and rockeries with carefully arranged lighting give the whole hotel a natural yet mysterious beauty. It's no exaggeration to say that the view from the hotel is no less than some of the top scenic so-called hit spots. However, Lin Xiao didn't have the heart to appreciate this at this moment, because the best view is still in the room at the moment. It was only after about 2 or 3 more minutes that Su Ning walked out from the unhurried. You've had a lot to drink today. As soon as the two of them met, Lin Xiao's voice carried some concern. This wine is nothing the first time I drank. I dunked 7 hansoms by myself. Su Ning said without a care in the world, lifting her feet and walking towards the lake. Lin Xiao followed closely behind while his eyes were tinged with suspicion. It's a well-known fact that people who say they're drunk are never drunk, and people who say they're not drunk are often drunk. Right now, the other party's face was flushed and his eyes contained light, so it was 80% that he was drunk and bragging. However, the other party seemed to have guessed his thoughts and whirled around to explain. I'm not bragging, I think I snuck out of a play for a role and followed an old guy with a couple of chaperones for a drink. They were trying to dunk me, but I kept drinking and drinking and drinking, and by the time I came back to my senses, the chaperones and the old guy had all slid under the table. When she said the latter, Su Ning's voice was even more complacent. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, refreshed his perception of the other party. Originally thought that Su Ning belonged to the mature and stable type, did not expect that actually so tiger. How dare a whole person go into a den of wolves when they know it's a den of wolves? He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at the thought. It's better to pay more attention to this kind in the future. The corners of Su Ning's mouth spread into a smile, but a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. In fact, since that time, I went to quite a lot of such occasions. At first I was afraid of the danger and still took Sister Yuan with me. Then later, after realizing that I drank all over the world, I didn't even bother to take Sister Yuan with me. The moment these words came out, Lin Xiao's expression, which was still quite relaxed, immediately became grave, standing still and carefully teaching. That's not good. What if someone really plots against you and secretly feeds you? Just because you're popular now doesn't mean that someone. Su Ning looked at the other party with this serious look, and a small sweetness welled up in her heart. More so, he hid the words he was going to continue teasing and asked about other topics instead. You've had a lot to drink today too. How do you feel now? Originally, Lin Xiao still felt that there was no problem. Upon the other's question, he suddenly felt as if his feet were drifting a bit. But at the moment he was adamant that he refused to lose face. So as calmly as possible, he said, "This little drink is far too much for me." Su Ning would believe it, but a black line suddenly appeared on her brain after looking at Lin Zhao's flimsy footsteps. Are all men so honorable? The two walked and talked all the way. Since Lin Xiao was already drunk, there weren't many words on his lips. This made Su Ning's words, which were originally dense when she was nervous, even denser. Along the way, Lin Xiao heard a lot of various trivia about Su Ning from childhood to adulthood. For example, when I was in school, I hated so-and-so's teacher. For example, I don't like carrots. Like how nice Yuan Shui is to her. Of course, one of the things that surprised Lin Xiao was that he didn't expect Su Ning, who was a national goddess, to actually have appearance anxiety. But after a few serious compliments from him, this anxiety on the other side was eased by the flesh. Without realizing it, the two had walked to the bridge. The arms of the two men were also unconsciously pressed together. Looking at the lotus lights floating in the hotel's artificial lake, Su Ning suddenly changed the topic. Actually, I've been meaning to say that, for some reason, it always feels as if you people aren't in this world. An evening breeze blew through. The unfamiliar and familiar milky candy smell dipped into his nostrils again. Only this time it sent a wave of panic through him. Lin Zhao's wine instantly sobered up 70%. Crossing over, his biggest secret in this world, actually allowed Su Ning to perceive it. Subconsciously, he began to change the subject. How can that be? I'm a born and bred local. Think about when I was little. Chapter 48. Dreams and Reality. Lin Xiao gabbled a bunch of stories about the original owner. Like how you were oppressed by your aunt when you were a kid. How he fooled Lin Jie in this world to earn pocket money, so on and so forth. However, no matter how much he said, Su Ning always looked distracted. These remarks are not far from the content of Yuan Shui's subsequent investigation. But for some reason, Su Ning always felt that something was wrong after hearing it. It wasn't that the content of the matter was false, but it was when Lin Xiao described this. It sounds more like a third party describing a side story. This feeling did not come from a certain tone of voice or expression, but Su Ning's sixth sense. Lin Xiao also sensed something and his speech gradually slowed down. What's wrong? Su Ning shook her head and spoke directly from her heart. I don't know why, but it always seems like what you're saying isn't quite true. What's not real? All my childhood experiences? Lin Xiao carried a bit of justification underneath his heart. In a sense, it does count as his real experience. But I always had the feeling that you were telling a story. Su Ning quietly looked at the distant traffic, her eyelashes lightly blinking as if she was thinking about something. Lin Xiao was speechless, except for the occasional sound of leaves being caressed by the wind. The whole world seemed to have become much more silent. Gradually, a strong urge began to well up in his heart. That urge finally converted into momentum at some point. Since you think I'm telling stories, I'll tell you one for real. Su Ning turned her head, her eyes filled with incredulity. Reflected in Lin Zhao's eyes were two full moons. After a few moments of frozen concentration, he then spoke slowly. That said, in a faraway place, there was this family. It didn't take long for the image of a lively boy to emerge in Su Ning's mind. In another short while, the boy grew up to become a spirited young man. Teenage Lang has a dream of becoming an actor at a young age. Once the teenager became a young man, he didn't hesitate to go into acting. However, in a place like showbiz, those without backgrounds can only obediently run up the drag queen. The youth at the beginning is full of enthusiasm and is convinced that he will always have his day to shine. It just didn't take long for a rich classmate to become the star of the show and shoot himself. Another year passes and a rich schoolboy becomes the star of the show, shooting himself. In another 2 years, when he is killed again by the protagonist, the former spirited teenage boy dies with him. Until that day, Lin Zhao's voice was cold and calm. It was really like he was telling a story. Just as the story was about to get to where Su Ning was most concerned, an obnoxious sissy voice came from the back. "Njek, why are you here?" The beautiful atmosphere was instantly broken, and a trace of disgust flashed in Su Ning's eyes. This voice she remembered. It was Zhang Mingrui. the rich young man who had once pestered her. This person not only eat, drink, whore and gamble all 5 drugs. Around the woman is one day a kind. What a coincidence, Mr. Zhang. I came out with a friend to get some air. Su Ning's voice was polite, but her person involuntarily shrunk behind Lin Xiao. Such a small action instantly aroused Zhang Mingrui's vigilance. Just friends. As he spoke, his eyes continued to look Lin Xiao up and down. The latter returned the same stare, without the slightest intention of making conversation. Now that the situation was unknown, he intended to remain silent so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Su Ning, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed by the question. When was it this dude's turn to worry about what relationship he had with what person? Most of all, she was afraid of being misunderstood by Lin Xiao for something, and her voice carried a few hints of sternness. Zhang Mingrui, what do you mean? Ninger, don't be angry. I'm just afraid that you'll be tricked by unsavory people. Instead of being afraid, Zhang Mingrui took a few steps forward to get closer and tried to hold Su Ning's hand, but the latter nimbly dodged it. Mr. Zhang, please respect yourself. We just know each other. This time Su Ning was really angry, and her tone couldn't help but get a few points heavier. As things stood, Lin Xiao also finally saw everything. Originally, listening to the tone of Zhang Mingrui's voice, he thought that it was another one of those doggerel dramas between a pretty actress and her fiancé. As a result of just a few words of work, he judged that this surname Zhang was a birth of pure shamelessness. Plus, although Su Ning didn't say anything with her mouth, the meaning of asking for help was already very obvious. Lin Xiao then took a step forward without hesitation. I don't know whether it was Zhang Mingrui who was colorful and bold, or whether the whole person had already drunk his head off. With his body slightly to the side, he intended to continue harassing Su Ning. However, this time, his hand was only halfway out before it was viciously clamped by the iron pincers. Zhang Mingrui ate the pain and sobered up 3 times. He first looked at Su Ning colorfully and then looked at Lin Xiao with a drunken breath, his words filled with arrogance. What are you dogs getting involved in? What's going on between me and Jack? Get lost. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and the force in his hand intensified violently. Ah! Zhang Mingrui immediately let out a miserable scream. The intense pain made him want to jerk his arm back against all odds. However, even if he used his hands and feet, Lin Xiao remained motionless. With the enhancement of the dragon qi, the latter's strength had long exceeded that of normal people. Now even if a professional boxer came, he could only take a beating in front of it. Not to mention a dude who's been hollowed out night after night. Seeing that resistance was useless, Zhang Mingrui turned to threats. Quickly let go. Otherwise this young man will definitely make your life worse than death later. As soon as these words came out, he felt a steep increase in the strength of his hands. There was intense pain coming from all the bones throughout the wrist, and even a hint of misalignment could be felt. Ah, it's really going to break. Dog thing, if you don't get me killed today, I will definitely make your life worse than death some other day. Zhang Mingrui jumped in place in pain, but his mouth refused to admit defeat in the slightest. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this dude to have some backbone. So his palm gently pressed down, and the force suddenly traveled from his wrist to his entire lower arm. Not only that, he had also silently incorporated a trace of dragon qi. Taking the pain, Zhang Mingrui obediently fell to his knees. Yet when he looked up again with the intent to threaten, his entire body froze. Only to see that the other party's eyes, which had been careless just a moment ago, had now been enveloped in the unique killing intent of an emperor. This kind of killing is different from the coldness of those soldiers who have been in the field for a long time. It's a condescending, absolute disregard for life. This kind of look Zhang Mingrui had only seen in his own grandfather, but it was even purer than his grandfather. A faint coolness covered his body, and his drowsy mind instantly became clear. With intense fear, the male finally showed himself. Unable to care about the pain, Zhang Mingrui shivered and asked, "You, what are you?" Only then did Lin Xiao open his golden mouth once in a while. "I am an actor." "I'm an actor? What's that supposed to mean?" Su Niang said that they seemed to be in the same crew? Is it hard to believe that this feeling just now was an act? Holding a bunch of questions, Zhang Mingrui tried again. "I meant to ask, which family are you from?" Chapter 49, First Acquaintance with the Superfamily. Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately, but silently added some force to his hands. While Zhang Mingrui let out a killer squeal, he took the opportunity to squint his eyes and think. The fact that this person dared to harass Su Ning meant that the background behind him must be very deep as well. This so-called which family should refer to those great families. He didn't know what all those great families were, or if he did, he wasn't going to impersonate them. Although he was only alone now, who could guarantee that he wouldn't be able to create a great lineage? Since his last name is Lin, Lin Xiao suddenly let go of the hand of the person kneeling on the ground, and a disdainful aura spread out. The voice was even more confident as he said, "Lin family." Zhang Mingrui felt a loosening in his hands and hurriedly rolled and crawled away from Lin Xiao. It wasn't until his body was leaning against the other side of the bridge railing that he murmured with shock on his face. The Lin family? There were many and not many great families in China, and the Lin family was one of them, and it was still the oldest one. It's just that, after so many years, it has declined to the point that it hasn't sent the younger generation into the world for years. But so what if it's the Lin family? Nowadays, among the superfamilies, their Zhang family was bigger than the Lin family. A wave of arrogance reappeared on his face at the thought. I thought it was something. So it's the Lin family with only one breath left. No wonder they're dressed so shabbily. It was just that although his mouth was rampant, his body was intentionally or unintentionally moving away from Lin Xiao. The latter sniffed and looked down at his attire, the clothes that the butler had helped him by the last time he was at the hotel. Although this was the most expensive clothes he had worn so far, it could be said to be completely inadequate compared to the one on Zhang Mingrui. Of course, none of this is the point. The only thing that surprised Lin Xiao was that he didn't expect that his own casual remarks would actually give him a match. It's like going to register a company with your own furious intentions, only to be told by the person in charge that the name is registered just as soon as you say it. But accidents were accidents, and since Zhang Mingrui had misunderstood his meaning, there was no need for him to explain. Solely following the other's words just like that, Lin Xiao raised his head once again, a touch of confidence rising from the corner of his mouth. People are expensive and don't need clothes to set them off. I'm not like some people who are all held together by a few pieces of cloth on the outside. When these words came out, Zhang Mingrui's face turned red. Something that came out of a half-dead family. How dare you mock me? Just wait. I'll see how long your Lin family can hold out. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in his heart. How long that Lin family lasts is none of my business. However, he still couldn't look at Zhang Mingrui's arrogant appearance and gently moved a step forward. Seeing this, the latter hurriedly took a few steps back. What are you doing? Civilized society, huh? No fighting or killing. While backing up, he also glanced at the hand that had just been clamped by Lin Xiao. 5 fingerprints there had turned purple. Seeing this, Lin Xiao instantly took 2 quick steps closer. When Zhang Mingrui looked up, he let out a strange cry of fright. The entire body catapulted in place and fled in panic. Almost under the bridge and a skid and rolled a couple times. Amused, Su Ning giggled out loud. Zhang Mingrui's body suddenly paused when he heard the jeering. When he cautiously turned back, he realized that Lin Xiao was standing at the end of the bridge with a smiling face. In an instant, all sorts of humiliation and resentment flooded his heart. He stared at the 2 men on the bridge sorrowfully for a moment before he turned away in a lumbering manner. Seeing Zhang Mingrui walk away, Su Ning spoke with a palpitating heart. Thanks. I only met him once before for drinks, and then he was like a fly on the... Lin Xiao heard that the other party was explaining this and half-joked. I think the little bee is more apt. Not only does it go with his rolled-up body, but it's more deserving of a bee to be pestering the flowers. The sudden tease left Su Ning completely unguarded. Just a few soft blinks of her eyelashes and a blush quickly attached to her face. But it was quickly put back on the straight and narrow. You need to grab a company to sign with before he retaliates. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was not impressed. Revenge on me? How is he going to get back at me when he doesn't even know what my name is? Su Ning was still a little worried. That's right. But you have to hurry and inform your Lin family that what you just said is considered stepping on the Zhang family's minefield. Lin Xiao hurriedly interrupted. The Lin family? What Lin family? Technically speaking, our Lin family is only myself. Huh. Su Ning's brain was a bit spinning. Lin Xiao said with an indifferent face. I just told you, I grew up boarding at my aunt's house. There's no such thing as the Lin family. But what do you mean I stepped on a minefield? Su Ning held her forehead. I almost forgot that this Lin Xiao was not a person from a super large family at all. But where did he get that centurion from? However, right now was not the time to dwell on these issues. Since the other party was not from a super family, the trouble was even greater. So she patiently explained. There are 7 superfamilies in China: Su, Tang, Lin, Zhao, Li, Zhang, and Zhang, and among them, the Zhang family is the newest superfamily in recent years. As if to give Lin Xiao time to digest, Su Ning paused before continuing. The Zhang family is now the strongest, but it is out of line in many things, and in the eyes of other families, it is a bumpkin, so it is often said that the Zhang family is just a bumpkin dressed in fancy clothes. Su Ning didn't continue, but Lin Xiao had already begun to understand. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of new money not melting into old money. Although the Zhang family, the new money, is rich and strong, it is not compatible with the old money in terms of both its style of work and its living habits. So it resulted in the Zhang family not being fully accepted by several other families despite their recognized status. And his own line, all held together by a few pieces of cloth on the outside, has a similar ring to that of a gaudily dressed bumpkin. If only deal with Zhang Mingrui, that idiot is not worth worrying about, but if you pull the entire Zhang family. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's brows frowned lightly, as if he also realized that the problem was not that simple. Su Ning sensed the change in his mood and opened her mouth to comfort him. You don't have to worry too much, although the Zhang family is indeed careful, but generally superfamilies won't arbitrarily meddle in the affairs of their juniors. So odds are that the score will be settled with the Lin family. You just have to watch out for Zhang Mingrui. As for the Lin family's retaliation, that will be at least a year or two later. Why is there another Lin family? Lin Xiao had been in a much more relaxed mood after listening to the explanation, but it turned out that a Lin family was pulled out later. One pull almost gave him a whole defense against his mind. Su Ning saw this and hurriedly continued to add. You posed as one of theirs and caused them to be retaliated against by the Zhang family. This debt will definitely be on you, but by that time you should have the strength to not fear their Lin family. Su Ning's face was once again covered with a touch of pink. If you want to not be afraid of the Lin family in a year or two, the natural thing to do is to become a son-in-law of the Su family. It was a pity that Lin Xiao would completely misunderstand and just take it as a simple comfort. Are you not afraid of the strength of the super family? Murmuring, a spark lit up in his eyes once more. If one could obtain the jade seal of transmission within this time, perhaps all 7 great clans would have to submit obediently. Chapter 50, Wang Defa's daughter. But 600 points of dragon chi, could it really be gathered in 2 years? Lin Xiao shook his head. It was useless to think so far ahead. It was better to grasp the moment. By this point, he wasn't interested in continuing the conversation. Coupled with the fact that the two had been out for some time, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he chose to return to the dining hall with Su Ning in a deliberate diversion. As for that story the latter cares about, it will have to wait until later. The killing banquet is over. Lin Xiao dizzily returned to the car. Wang Defa immediately came over with a flattering face. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? Earlier in the filming, the two had been staying at a hotel arranged by the crew. Now that the hotel has been checked out as the show wraps up, it's really not possible to enjoy the presidential suite again. As soon as this thought rose, it was quickly pressed down by Lin Xiao. I don't know when I'll be able to take the next movie, so it's better to be frugal. Let's just deal with a random place for the night today. Do you have extra rooms in your house? My house? Wang Defa's voice was a bit frail. What? We've been together for a month, and we can't spend a night at your house. For this old greaseball, the more he was afraid of something, the more Lin Xiao would have to do something, otherwise it would be hard to suppress it. Wang Defa stammered. Mostly, it's not very convenient. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that there must be some unseemly secret in this old oil man's house. I say, Wang Defa, is there something unseemly going on in your house? Wang Defa did not mellow as usual, but smiled bitterly and said, My wife and daughter are at home. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect this old oil man to actually have a wife and daughter. He hadn't heard of them at all before. Since there were family members in the other house, he was really embarrassed to disturb them. Then just find a random hotel and go to here. Lin Xiao sent the address to Wang Defa, closed his eyes and started to rest. Yet the latter suddenly spoke again. Ringo, why don't you deal with it at my house for the night? Lin Xiao opened his eyes and his gaze was filled with scrutiny. Isn't your daughter home? Wang Defa pretended to be relaxed and said, You sleep in yours and she sleeps in hers. It's not like they're in the same room. What about your wife? Of course my wife sleeps with me. Accidentally fed a mouthful of dog food. Lin Xiao cursed and his entire body sat up as well. According to the dealings these days, This old fox definitely didn't have a good heart. But again, he couldn't really think of where this problem was. You can't be waiting for me to fall asleep to report Jay for false breaking and entering. Can you? Wang Defa looked aggrieved. How could I? Ringo, isn't this being recorded by the car recorder? Lin Xiao still didn't believe it. Immortal jump? Who do you see taking their wives and children ferry? Wang Defa was rarely a little angry. Lin Xiao stared suspiciously at the other party's eyes for a while, and really couldn't think of what drug the other party was selling in his gourd, but a vague hunch that it should be related to this daughter of Wang Defa. Can't be that she wants to get herself a role in something, can it? Hey, this old greaseball is afraid he doesn't realize that I'm in trouble myself right now, right? Lin Xiao guessed around and finally decided to make a trip to Wang Defa's house. He would like to see what drug this old greaseball was selling. The car drove all the way into the center of town and then drove away again quickly. It was only until the bustle of the city was getting farther and farther away that Wang Defa stopped in front of a dilapidated neighborhood. Lin Xiao joked, I mean, you've been a pit bull for so many years, and you can't be bothered to buy a better neighborhood? If you earn a lot, you spend a lot. Wang Defa was a bit distracted and his voice was a bit despondent. Lin Xiao gave him a somewhat surprised look, but didn't say anything. Older neighborhoods don't have elevators. Two people can only go up one floor at a time. The stairway lights were out, so I had to use my cell phone for illumination. Luckily, the floor wasn't too high, and the two of them soon arrived at the door. Wang Defa had just taken out his key when the door was pushed open from the house. A housewife poked her head out. Not quite pretty, but dignified. That black-hearted boss of yours. How come he's willing to let you back in today? Wang Defa hurriedly made a silent gesture. Only then did the housewife see Lin Xiao behind her. The latter smiled slightly. Hello, I'm the black-hearted boss. The group sat down in the house. Lin Xiao looked around the room and realized that the entire house was small but full of warmth. But there was no sign of the so-called daughter. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the housewife came out of the kitchen with a tray of fruit. Wang Defa also took the opportunity to introduce. Introducing, this is Mr. Lin Xiao, the future big star. Mr. Lin, this is my wife, Pan Yun. Lin Xiao casually picked up an orange and laughed. To hear him talk nonsense. I'm just barely able to make a living in Hollywood right now. Pan Yun sat next to Wang Defa and said with some embarrassment. Mr. Lin, actually, Wang Defa often praises you at home. Lin Xiao waved his hand without any concern. I'll be thanking him if he doesn't curse my ancestors. At these words, Pan Yun's expression froze for a second. Lin Xiao instantly revealed hunting eyes glancing next to her. Good for you, Wang Defa, you really dare to scold. However, he was a guest after all. Plus the other party's wife and daughter were at home. So Lin Xiao didn't pursue the matter on the spot. Instead, he changed the subject. Where's your daughter? I heard Wang Defa say that we have a little princess at home. Why haven't I seen her? Pan Yun's expression changed once again, and his face, which was still quite young, instantly aged 10 years. Mr. Lin, you don't know, the child has been since birth. I don't know if it's just that I've been repressed for so long that I've finally found an outlet. Pan Yun couldn't stop completely once she opened her mouth. Even more so, he told Lin Xiao all about his family in one breath. The couple did have a daughter who was only bedridden for years because of a congenital disease. Every month, not counting other expenses, just the oral medications used for the conditions that are in remission cost $20,000 a month. Plus the cost of monthly checkups and other medical expenses. That amount of money would absolutely crush most families. It's not that there aren't options for complete treatment, it's just that it's completely astronomical for them. So the couple is left in endless despair, dropping money upon money to renew their daughter's life. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was suddenly able to understand Wang Defa a little. With intense compassion, he finally managed to ask that question. How much does it really cost if you want a complete cure? Pan Yun was still sobbing, while Wang Defa came up with a fawning face. Mr. Lin, oh no, brother Lin, actually this amount isn't much. The entire medical program is actually only 60 million soft dollars. 60 million? If it's 6 million, maybe he'll help out with that money. Big deal, he'll deduct it from Wang Defa's paycheck later. Oh yeah, he's not getting paid. Anyway, no matter what, the current Lin Xiao couldn't come up with this amount of money. So he had to change the subject and say, can I go see her? Wang Defa's eyes flashed with a flash of disappointment, but he was still very positive. Of course, Mr. Lin, you come with me. Chapter 51, The Role of Dragon Qi. Wang Defa took Lin Xiao to a partial bedroom in 3 or 2 steps. Pushing the door open, he saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl with a face of pain and tightly closed eyes. An unhealthy white color stained his face from being bedridden for so many years. But despite this, it was still hard to hide the fact that this little girl would be a beauty in the future. Lin Xiao glanced at the stone-faced Wang Defa. It was hard to imagine that such a thieving thing could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. So he poked the other man gently. I say, old Wang, when the girl gets better, you'd better get a paternity test. A smile appeared on Wang Defa's face once again. No need to do it, looking so much like me, it must be my seed. Lin Xiao laughed and cursed. Bull. If she looks like you, I'm afraid the girl's life will be ruined. Wang Defa's face was once again shrouded in a layer of shade and said, but what is she going to do with her life now that she's like this? Lin Xiao wanted to say something to comfort him, but he was interrupted by a strange feeling. He stared firmly at the little girl with her eyes closed, with a vague feeling that he could cure her. The instant this feeling rose, his body was somewhat semi-uncontrolled as he grabbed the other man's pulse. Wang Defa was startled by the sudden movement. He was about to stop it, but he happened to meet Lin Xiao's eyes that could not be refused. After stabilizing Wang Defa, who was slightly flustered just now, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and entered into a metaphysical feeling. Obviously, he had never heard of a pulse before, but the corresponding condition of the little girl somehow appeared in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, not only did a strange formula come to mind, even the little girl had a few points on her body that glowed blue through the covers. Lin Xiao turned back. Did you see it? Wang Defa was dumbfounded. See what? Lin Xiao frowned. The system didn't say that Dragon Qi could cure diseases, but since Wang Defa didn't see it, the probability was that it was related to the system. In order to verify his guess, Lin Xiao quickly closed his eyes. When he opened it again, all the blue dots from earlier were gone. Is it possible that I'm blind? Reluctantly, he focused again. The blue dot from earlier but once again slowly emerged. Isn't it an imperial system? Why does it come with a doctor? What should I do next? Stick a needle in it? Leaving aside the fact that he didn't have a silver needle in his hand, even if he did, there was a big difference between theory and practice, and he didn't dare to make a rash move. Right at this moment, the blue light spot suddenly turned golden, and was also vaguely swirling. With a hint of testing, Lin Xiao slowly brought his hand closer to one of the golden vortexes on the little girl's forehead. Immediately afterward, there was a suction from his fingertips, and his body strength was drawn away by the vortex. Lin Xiao instantly felt like he had run around the playground. Accordingly, however, the little girl's tightly furrowed brow stretched slightly. Wang Defa was also concerned about this and looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. In his perspective, Lin Xiao's fingertips gently touched his own daughter's forehead. Immediately afterward, my daughter's pain seemed to ease a lot. The latter was similarly shocked by his own abilities. Feeling the gazes behind him, Lin Xiao had to pretend to be accustomed to the situation and said, I know some acupuncture points and can help try. Wang Defa nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Get ready. Tell her to take her clothes off and get a big towel to wrap around her. I'm gonna point later. Lin Xiao finished his instructions and exited the room on his own accord. In fact, by all rights, he could have done the treatment through the covers. But again, he had to make up point-blank statements to keep the system from wearing off. On the other side, Wang Defa, who was eager to save his daughter, quickly called Pan Yun. Wang Defa walked out with an excited face after explaining for a while in the room. The words are even more touching. Brother Lin, if you can really cure my daughter, I, Wang Defa, will work for you as an ox for the rest of my life. Lin Xiao couldn't stand this and simply took out the contract from his pocket and shook it. That's not true. You are going to work for me for the rest of your life. Wang Defa's two eyes glared at the situation, and his breath almost didn't come out smoothly. What was he expecting from this asshole? Come to think of it, if I hadn't been blackmailed by the other side twice before and after, the hospital would not have broken in the middle of the medicine. The state of my own girl wouldn't be as bad as it is now. However, on second thought, since he had been recruited, Lin Xiao had treated him quite well. And what he had done before was really hurtful. As long as the other party could really cure his daughter, he would be willing to work as an ox or a horse. Pan Yun also walked out from the room while the two were talking, and similarly said with a face full of excitement, Mr. Lin, Big Star Lin, as long as you can cure my daughter, I'll spend the rest of my life working for you as an ox. True to form, not a word of the latter word is missing. Lin Xiao's heart was happy, but he didn't flirt with Wang Defa like he did just now. Instead, he opened his mouth to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." With that, he walked into the room under the eager gaze of the couple. Wang Defa's daughter has woken up at this time, wrapped in a thin layer of bath towel. Because of the distant cause of long lying down, the whole person looks very thin. Seeing the doctor enter the room, the little girl offered a greeting. "Thank you, doctor." The faint tremor in her voice revealed her nervousness. Lin Xiao guffawed and said in a soft voice like the nurse in his memory, "Relax. No need to be nervous. What's your name?" "My name is Wang Shirhan." I didn't expect Wang Defa's name to be so bad. But the name he gave his daughter is not bad. In the middle of the conversation, Lin Zhao's finger had violently poked an acupoint. Wang Shirhan immediately let out a muffled grunt, and her skin was tinted with a touch of blood. However, in just half a breath's effort, that blood color disappeared again. Lin Xiao didn't panic about this. There were more than 20 luminous acupoints in total. Right now there were still only 2 acupoints. If they were walked through one by one, maybe the girl's body could really get better. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao once again poked a finger to the next acupoint. This time Wang Shirhan was psychologically prepared and forced herself not to make a sound. Lin Zhao's brows, however, furrowed. Perhaps it was an illusion. One clearly felt that more stamina had been extracted this time than on the previous 2 occasions. With the idea of giving it a try, he poked another finger to the next point. This time the suction of the small vortex was once again much stronger. If anything, the first time felt like a run around the playground. Then now it's like a dozen laps have been run. Luckily, with the bonus of Dragon Chi, this physical exertion was nothing. But if it keeps growing like this... Lin Xiao was a little worried, but the movements of his hands didn't stop at all. "Let's order a few if we can." A few more acupoints were poked down, and a trace of blood finally appeared on Wang Shirhan's face. And the physical exertion has reached a very alarming point. Unconsciously, Lin Zhao's head was already covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat. 2 or 3 more to go. With that thought in mind, he poked his finger at an acupuncture point again. An unprecedented suction force erupted violently. Lin Xiao only felt a lightness in his body, and his entire body fell down uncontrollably. As his vision darkened, he saw Wang Shirhan, who had gotten up in a panic. The towel slid down with it because the movement was too great. Lin Xiao said a dark sin in his heart, and his entire body completely fainted. Chapter 52. You're Emperor Wu of Han, right? Early the next morning, Lin Xiao slowly woke up from his bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Defa with a demented look on his face. "WOC." Lin Xiao sat up violently and subconsciously slapped him. Only hearing a pop crunch, Wang Defa was slapped to the ground. "Dad, are you okay?" Another voice rang through the room. "Dad?" Lin Xiao's brain hadn't turned around yet. Looking around the week only to realize that in addition to Wang Defa there are 2 women in the house. The surroundings were even more unfamiliar. By the way, it seems that he came to Wang Defa's house. Hitting someone's family member in front of his family made him a little embarrassed. Lin Xiong dryly coughed twice and said, "Ahem, sorry, I just had a muscle reaction." However, Wang Defa was not the least bit annoyed and came over again with the slap mark on top. "Brother Lin, I was really scared to death yesterday. You are my great benefactor. How do you feel now? Are you dizzy? Are your eyes blurry? Do you want something to eat?" The words were not yet spoken. Pan Yun, mother and daughter, then set up a small table on the bed with nimble hands and feet, and quickly set up the meal. Lin Xiao looks like an old man who just got Alzheimer's. A dumbfounded look at the meal in front of him and his mind slipping back into memories once again. Yesterday? By the way, I think I treated Wang Defa's daughter yesterday. One's acupoints were only halfway lit, and as a result, the entire person fainted. It was only at this point that Lin Xiao was surprised, as if he had reacted to something. "You can get out of bed already?" Wang Shirhan coyly said. "Thanks to Dr. Lin's blessing, the symptoms are much better now, and the body doesn't hurt as much." Lin Xiao focused again and realized that there were still nearly 10 blue light points on Wang Shirhan. As long as he injected himself with physical strength in the remaining points of light, perhaps the girl who had been plagued by the disease for over a decade could be cured. But thinking back to that last horrible suction yesterday, he thought it would be better to wait until later to address the rest of the problem. Lin Xiao had breakfast under the watchful eyes of the family. As she got up and out of bed, her knees felt a sudden weakness. "Oops, Ringo, be careful." Wang Defafang's slap mark had already swollen up, yet he was far more enthusiastic to assist Lin Xiao. The latter's heart was in a pang of fear. It seems that this pointing ability must be taken with caution in the future. Doing good is good, but it's not worth it if you work yourself to death doing good. After admonishing himself internally, Lin Xiao decided to go out and find a place to stay first. When the TV series is released, he or she might see a pop-up, so the neighborhood can't be too bad. Oh yeah, the car needs to be replaced too. Now Wang Defa drove an old used car that their family had bought earlier. As a star driving such a car for various occasions, it is obviously a bit inappropriate. Anymore, he'd have to get a more upscale business car. And the line on your body needs to be changed. And Wang Defa can't dress too shabbily. Also, one has to hire another stylist. And the miscellaneous math adds up to another big expense. Lin Xiao, who had just killed his youth, once again possessed a crisis. When he said earlier that artists could earn as well as spend, he assumed it was those who were big spenders. It is only now that I realize that even trying to maintain even the most basic decency is a huge expense. Leaving Wang Defa's house, the two of them drove to Auto City together. Normally such things as ordering a car should have been left to an assistant. However, considering Wang Defa's swollen side, Lin Xiao still decided to do it himself. As for the so-called Centurion, he really didn't dare to use it anymore. The way that group is building it, a $2 million car doesn't have to be tossed around for much money. As for what kind of car to buy, he'd made up his mind a long time ago. The Lorenz Gulfstream was not only the first officially certified Mercedes-Benz tuner. Its exterior design is inspired by wingsuit flight, symbolizing mankind's desire for the sky and flight. The interior cabin design is even inspired by the first-class cabin of a wide-body airplane. Privacy, exclusivity, and ultimate comfort symbolize mankind's desire for a luxurious way of travel. In fact, all of the above information comes from Duaming. Lin Xiao does not know anything about commercial vehicles. The reason why I would pick this car is because it's a decent car to drive out. As for the rest of the messy propaganda, it was all bull in his eyes. It's just a transportation vehicle. What's with all the bells and whistles? Shortly after he entered the store, however, that thought changed completely. Although Lin Xiao's clothes were not comparable to those of the super rich, they were definitely enough to reach the threshold of the middle class. So the imagined dog and pony show of being kicked out as a guest didn't happen. On the contrary, under the augmentation of the dragon's chi, he became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of sales right after he showed up. Several sales were busy introducing him to various models. Upon hearing that he wanted the Gulfstream series, the crowd was more than eager to lead him to the car. One of the saleswomen was even sending him dark glances intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Xiao sat in the car, and another sales I got in from the other side. Successfully captured the sale. The saleswoman outside the window, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xiao with a grudging expression, but was ignored by the latter. The moment the doors closed, the light curtain atop the starry sky slowly lit up, the whole car also along a mysterious atmosphere. Just this moment alone Lin Xiao felt that the $2 million was worth it. Without waiting for him to marvel, the entire seat began to slowly tilt. It was followed by a soothing massage sensation. While many cars in my previous life came with seat massage, it was a complete brother to this chair. Who? Lin Xiao let out a comfortable sound. Just then, Sales very opportunistically slipped a handle into his hand. Before he had time to react, the huge floor-to-ceiling screen in front of him launched the game interface. Nice guy, and a surprise. In his previous life, if he had this equipment, he could have beaten 10 of the great saintly wrecks in a week's worth of shows. Was just blowing awesome and could have died 10 times less at the top. Experiencing the entire car's features once more, Lin Xiao, who was already planning to purchase this car, directly waved his hand. Sign the contract. The busy sales face was ecstatic and immediately went to the manager with small steps. In the space of a cigarette, the salesman from earlier came running back with 2 more men. Mr. Lin, I've brought the manager and the insurance side along. Lin Xiao sat in his original position and nodded his head. That manager, however, looked as if he had met something incredible. You I think I've seen somewhere. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to respond, that manager slammed his hands again and said, I remember. You're the Han Wu Emperor, right? I've seen your trailer. At this statement, the eyes of the staff and customers were focused. Look, it seems to be really in person. I said I felt such a good temperament when I entered. So it's the performer of Han Wu Da Di. My God. This is the first time I've seen a living star. I didn't realize he'd come to buy a car in person. Facing the focus of the crowd's eyes, Lin Xiao felt flustered for the first time since awakening the system. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, that manager had come along. Big star, can I get a picture with you? Chapter 53 Hot Topic. Trailer. The sudden scene made Lin Xiao feel that this world was so fake. No? Isn't the TV show not yet in theaters? How come someone is calling out their big star? However, this is not the time to dwell on that. Faced with the manager coming up to the camera, Lin Xiao had to turn on the business fake smile. After a picture was taken, this manager again excitedly asked him not to rush to sign the contract while holding his cell phone. In fact, the current Lin Xiao wanted to immediately sign the contract and run away. Nayad's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. The caller was Wang Defa, and Lin Xiao hesitated for half a second before choosing to connect. Ringo. Quickly look at the peripatetic blog hot search. You're going to be hot. On the phone, Wang Defa's voice trembled. Especially when he shouted the last 4 words, it was directly broken. You're on fire. The 4 straightforward words caused Lin Xiao's breath to catch. He hung up the phone without a word and opened the hot search. The first news was about the drama. Explosion. Hu Mei's new movie, Han Wudi trailer hits 10 million in 4 hours. Further down the page is a hot search directed at himself. Explosion. The reincarnation of a great emperor. This emperor is not simple. Needless to say, it's definitely Hume who's on a roll. Lin Xiao was suddenly curious as to what kind of trailer had made so many people on the internet go crazy. But watching his own movie in plain sight gave him an inexplicable sense of shame. But if he put the phone down, it made him feel awkward. In order to stabilize his mind, Lin Xiao secretly incorporated Dragon Qi. In an instant, his feelings of shame and embarrassment were gone, and all that was left was titillation. And handily, he turned out his favorite novel, the Actor. This book actually looks pretty good. It's the dog author's broken schedule a while back that's annoying. Unless the dog author kowtows and admits he's wrong in author speak, he'll never get another golden ballot from him. As Lin Xiao dived into his works, murmurs once again came from the surroundings. Why is he acting up here? It feels a little contrived. Some disparage and some praise, and soon there were dissenting opinions. Is it possible that people were originally like this? Look at his whole person, so natural, which has half a trace of acting. That said, it's obvious that he's just looking at his cell phone, but it gives me the impression that he's approving a file. The crowd murmured, but no one took the initiative to go forward again. The current Lin Xiao was permeated with an imperial aura inside and out. This imperial aura made everyone consciously keep a distance from him. Even the manager, who had returned from a phone call, stood quietly to one side and waited. It's a good thing the dog author of this book isn't nearly as prolific as a production team donkey. It didn't take a moment's work for Lin Xiao to raise his head again. The manager rushed to seize the opportunity. Mr. Lin, I've already applied for this car for you, and we've decided to give it to you for free. $2 million worth of stuff, just give it away? Lin Xiao's heart burst with joy, but his surface remained bland. I can still afford a business car without merit. The sales manager sniffed and immediately panicked. Don't you, Mr. Lin, we're not only giving you this one car, but also the Big G, the S800 and the AMG GT Panther. Nice guy, a phone call away, straight to his car lineup. However, the greater the benefit, the more cautious Lin Xiao became. Don't you have any other conditions for sending me so many things at once? The sales manager swears by it. Absolutely nothing. It's just that if you must endorse a car in the future, please also prioritize us. Lin Xiao revealed an expression that saw through everything. To put it bluntly, it's Big Ben's way of betting on his movie to be a hit for publicity. With this good karma, you will be able to gain some advantage in securing endorsements in the future. Even if Lin Xiao doesn't endorse any car company, the Big Ben family bucket under his name is still a kind of publicity. It's just that these cars are worth millions of dollars, and even the big brands don't carry that much risk with just a trailer. Soon Lin Xiao's guess was confirmed by the manager. Seeing that he did not speak, the latter continued to speak tentatively. Gulfstream, we have the car now. You can pick it up today. As for the other 3 need to be produced now, we will send you home together in a month. 1 month in and the new show is almost in theaters. If the movie or TV show is not a hit, it will surely refuse to deliver the car at that time with all kinds of excuses. Lin Xiao nodded unconcernedly and signed his name on the new contract with a broad stroke of his pen. Even if it's not good enough to whore out a car. In the face of such a good thing, what did he have to mind? The car had been put in place long ago. The next thing was some licensing chores, which of course didn't need Lin Xiao to do personally. In less than 10 minutes work, the car keys had been delivered to him. Mr. Lin, leave an address and I'll arrange for someone to deliver the rest of the car to you then. However, Lin Xiao didn't have a fixed address now. Even if he did, he might not be willing to offer it directly to the other side. After a little thought, he still asked for Wang Defa's address and instructed the other party to go to the location of the new car and wait for him. Things were neatly explained and the manager took him all the way to the car again. Wang Defa was already in front of the car wearing a mask. Lin Xiao threw the key over in his hand and opened his mouth to the manager to introduce himself. This is my assistant Wang Defa. You can butt heads with him for the follow-up. The manager probably shot a glance at the thieving man, and a trace of dislike flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. Wang Defa was still immersed in the joy of the past 2 days and didn't feel the least bit abnormal. It also took the initiative to extend its hand with unusual enthusiasm. Hello. Hello? If there's anything you want to contact Brother Lin about, you can just look for me directly in the future. The sales manager hurriedly hid his emotions and said something pretty while reaching out his hand. Then we'll have to trouble assistant Wang more in the future. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Defa sat in the passenger seat with some emotion. It was his first exposure to such an expensive car. This perfect body, this luxurious interior, this helpless look. You're in the passenger seat, so who's driving? Lin Xiao opened the car door with a somewhat helpless tone. Wang Defa sounded embarrassed. But Brother Lin, this car is too expensive. Why don't you drive it? Where's all this nonsense? Who buys a business car to drive themselves? Get the hell out and drive. I'm going to enjoy the back barn. Lin Xiao closed the car door and went straight to the back compartment, directly opening the massage to start sleeping. Wang Defa's voice came from the cab. Ringo, is this car really for me to drive? Lin Xiao didn't have a good mood. Nonsense. There should be 3 more cars next month. A sports car, a sedan, and a crossover. You can drive any of these as long as they don't interfere with my schedule. Once Wang Defa heard that there were a few more behind him, his voice suddenly rose a few more tones. Brother Lin, we have to keep our word, right? I'll build whatever I want. Lin Xiao guffawed. Feel free to drive, but you pay for the gas. Wang Defa choked for a moment, but his emotions soon rose again. Ringo, where are we going next? Go set up a line. As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the engine's pleasant voice instantly sounded. The car drove down the street in a meteor. Chapter 54. Aftermath. Maybe he slept too soundly yesterday, or maybe it was the peri-blogging buzz that got him a little worked up. Lying on the chair, Lin Xiao realized that he couldn't sleep at all. Since he couldn't sleep, he was too lazy to go back to sleep. Solely connect your cell phone to the big screen and swipe around the blog. Lin Xiao breezed over to the hot search page. The familiar layout brings a completely different psychological feeling. In the past, the hot search was for him a mecca for admiring celebrities or snooping on gossip. A few of today's hot list items are related to themselves. Explosion. The reincarnation of a great emperor. This emperor is not simple. Lin Xiao stared closely at the hot search just now and took a deep breath before he poked a finger in. The hot content is a paragraph of text paired with a video. The page just jumped and the video followed. The video brightness goes from dark to bright with an atmospheric soundtrack. The video shows Han Wu Da-di wearing a dark red dragon robe and walking step by step to the dragon chair, immediately followed by the domineering lines. Those princes and nobles, less give me uncle and grandfather arguments. I just want them to come here and kowtow to me. With a wave of his dragon robe, the video screen shifted again and the music became urgent. The scene shifts to a court meeting before Emperor Wu of Han's expedition to the Huns. He was seen sitting in front of the dragon case, and his body was filled with a domineering aura. I'm just going to tell the Huns plainly that the offense and defense have changed shape. As he taps out, the screen is all business again, and the rousing background noise slowly diminishes. The white-haired Emperor Han Wu leaned against the door, with Wei Qing, who also had a head full of snow, at his feet. An old voice slowly sounded. A generation has a mission, and there are some things that must be accomplished in this generation, such as the extermination of the Huns. The screen slowly darkened again, followed by several large golden letters appearing under the flame effects. Han Wu Da-di. Who? Lin Xiao took a long breath and had to say that he himself was overcome by his acting skills. The old man acted so well, I blew myself up. In another city at this very moment, a middle-aged man with a rosacea let out a similarly long breath. On the computer screen to his right, the words Han Wu Da Di were displayed in large flame tattoos. It was the Hume crew that put out the trailer. In front of the man, a full-figured woman was standing with an indignant look on her face. This woman was none other than the assistant manager of Fenghua Entertainment, Tang Zian, who had a previous encounter with Lin Xiao on the set. The middle-aged man's tone was oppressive. So, he was offering a minimum of $10 million and you didn't sign, right? Tang Zian chose to go toe-to-toe. That's right. The main thing is that his strings attached are so exaggerated that I can hardly guarantee that he can generate revenue for the company in that situation. What about now? The man was very dissatisfied with Tang Zian's unawareness of her wrongdoing, and his voice steepened a few points higher. And that's just a trailer. Have you thought about what he'll be worth once the new show hits theaters? $100 million? Are you sure you can take it? You were clearly the first to see the trailer before everyone else. And yet you made this mistake. Men speak the truth. Although the new drama hasn't been released yet, Lin Zhao's value will rise dramatically just based on a few shots and lines in the preview. Not to mention the fact that the audience fluff is even more favorable now. The movie and TV show haven't even been released yet, and many people are already talking about it as if they've seen it before. Once we get to the official start of the show, the traffic that will be brought in will be at an all-time high, and Lin Zhao's value is bound to rise again. Tang Zian similarly understood this, and her voice couldn't help but weaken a few points. I was just trying to sign him for the least amount of money and he made the offer. Lin Zhao's proposal for the right to choose his own movie had already been introduced to the man by Tang Zian. At this moment, when he heard her mention the man again, he suddenly showed his hatred. With his current traffic, even if he comes and does nothing, our company won't lose money. Even if we lose money, do you dare to release this kind of talent to other companies? Tang Zian's mind flashed back to her own nerdy senior sister. I've given people from other companies a chance, but they're no good either. Tang Zian slandered a sentence in her heart. Her face once again resumed its indignation, and even had an additional look of indifference. The man who was extremely familiar with it guessed what was on her mind and once again spoke in a serious tone. Broker, there's more than just you and your senior sister as manager, and there's even more than just the two of us in the brokerage firm. If the board of directors knew that you missed out on such a great opportunity, do you have any idea how serious the consequences would be? With these words, Tang Zian realized the seriousness of the problem. Aside from Fenghua and Hua Yin, there are 3 other flush entertainment companies still eyeing the spotlight. It was only in recent years that these 2 families had been in the ascendancy, and this, coupled with her youngest sister Sake, had caused her to always overlook a few other families. However, in reality, Hua Yin is there because of Su Ning, while Fenghua occupies a large number of first-tier actors. Once Lin Xiao fell into the other 3, it was highly likely that he would be packaged according to Su Ning's standards. At that time, the original 2 of the 5 major entertainment companies competing for supremacy would become a 3-legged situation. The more Tang Zian thought about it, the more anxious she became, and her face became more and more ugly. So she had no choice but to exit and complain. Blame it on Hume. It was said that the trailer was going to be a couple days away, but it was released today. The man raised his hand to stop it. It's useless to say anything now. I don't care what method you use. Whether you soften or harden, you must not let Lin Xiao fall into the hands of another company. Tang Zian rarely put away her indignation, and for the first time, she looked grave. Don't worry, General Manager. I promise to take down Lin Xiao before the other companies. After making a pledge, Tang Zian walked out of the office in a flurry of wind. Next, she was going to set up a group to specifically deal with taking down Lin Xiao. Such a tense scene is likewise being played out at several other companies. Only the general manager's office of Hua Yin Company was a different kind of scenery. GM, you've seen this trailer as well. Let's hurry up and set up a raid team. Inside the large office, a dainty girl with a wavy perm was jumping up and down, and she was none other than Tang Zian's senior sister, Wang Fei. At this time, Wang Fei was facing the same general manager of his own company. Unlike the GMs of other companies, this one tossed the trailer aside like a piece of trash after watching it. Nice play, but there's no one to talk rules to me. A light sentence directly made the already flaming Fifi Wang almost break her defenses. However, no matter how anxious she was, this general manager always trimmed his nails slowly and methodically. Obviously, there are only 10 fingers, but it seems like you can't cut them all in a lifetime. Seeing this scene, Wang Fei, who was still speaking nicely, finally couldn't hold back. General Manager, I think we should have more respect when it comes to treating talent. With the outburst from Fei Wong, the manager also finally eased down the nail clippers. Chapter 55. No male agents. Respect talent? There is more than one talent in the world. I respect him. Does he respect me? Wang Fei looked at the general manager, who was full of arrogance and was simply a head over heels. The general manager, Tang Feng, is the youngest general manager of several entertainment companies. In his early 20s, he parachuted straight into this company and managed thousands of people. In the eyes of the crowd, Tang Feng, who can't do anything away from a few assistant managers, is a full-fledged relationship. But the man himself is inclined to think otherwise. Not only do they consider themselves the genius of geniuses, but they have taken all the power of the company into their own hands. This led to the fact that all matters related to money, big or small, had to be approved by him. Of course, the Cockney is not useless, and he purchased a couple of ash-covered coffee machines in the company building in the name of caring for his employees. However, the company building has always been zoned, and the large and small offices have long been individually equipped with machinery that can mix various drinks. As for the janitorial ants in the building, have you ever seen any of them wearing gloves to make coffee? In order to save face, Mr. Tang's big manager changed the slogan of caring for employees to making it easier for everyone. When this was done, the department managers who wanted to flatter him walked far away to pick up the coffee in the hallway. What's more, it has forced the shutdown of various beverage machines in departments under its jurisdiction. It wasn't until one day when Manager Don was feeling that the long lines were an eyesore that those defunct machines started up again. As for what happened to the coffee machine in the hallway now, let's just say the beans in there are moldy and no one even knows it. Now Fei Wong is dealing with such a do-nothing and self-important lord. She had no choice but to force her temper and said, "But General Manager, what if Lin Zhao's hotness rises and is snatched up by another company?" For his part, Big Manager Tang said with a sophisticated look, "No matter, even if he's hot, can he be compared to our Miss Su Ning Su? Everything is under my control. As for this Lin Zhao, he's nothing more than a mere show-off." Fei Wong was completely speechless by the whole thing. But there was no professional in the industry who didn't find these few shots of Lin Zhao stunning to the core. Some performances play the skin, others play the bones. And Lin Zhao's portrayal of Han Wu Dadi has not only flesh and blood, but also a soul. Even a casual viewer can watch it and realize the excellence of it. The only one who is in front of him is a male who looks as if he is blind, watching the company miss out on talent. No, since she couldn't get the company's support financially, it was the next time for her, Fei Wong, to show her top agent abilities. No matter how softly or hard she tried, she had to dig Lin Zhao into her hands. Thinking of this, a flash of determination flashed in Wang Fei's eyes once again. Tang Feng, who was sitting on the side, however, mistook this for admiration, and then said in an old-fashioned tone, "Fifi, how about the two of us go on a reunion after work? Off-duty reunion? Isn't that overtime? And what kind of a reunion is there for two people?" Wang Fei's heart burst with slander, casually put off two sentences and hurriedly ran out. Only the still self-conscious Duke Tang was left to languish. "This chick is cute, but she's just a bit shy. Tisk, forget it. Next time, this young man will be more proactive." Just as big manager Tang Feng was still thinking about how to flirt with the girls, the other companies had already begun to take action. Due to the traffic congestion in the city, Lin Zhao played the game in the car with boredom. A good staged heavy hit was taken away from the stick by the Great Sage wreckage. After only a few times of the character being thrown around and smashed like a sandbag, the character was thrown out with a handful of shots. Along with the blood bar being emptied once again, Lin Zhao's face, who was still smiling and playing the game, suddenly pulled down. "This damn pilgrim." Before the words left his mouth, his cell phone burst into a sharp ring. Lin Zhao glanced at it, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar phone number from the capital of the Western Province. After a second of hesitation, he chose to pick up the phone. "Hello? Who is it?" A male voice soon came over the phone. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of Shanghai Entertainment." Lin Zhao, who had been teased all the way by the Great Sage, had a lot of fire, and he, who was bent on reopening his mind, did not want to speak at all at this time. "I don't want a male agent." After dropping this sentence rather impatiently, he hung up the phone smoothly. At this moment, within an office of Mountain and Sea Entertainment, the entire Raider team looked at each other in dismay. A man who looked like a team leader asked, What did he say and why did he just hang up? The mail agent on the phone looked embarrassed and said, "He said no mail agents." The team leader slammed the table and shouted, "Quick, go get every nice-sounding, sweet-looking agent in the building." The males in the office immediately hoofed it out the door and shouted for someone. The team leader, in turn, quickly wrote a line on the whiteboard. Temperamental, lust for beauty, be risk. While the Shanghai Entertainment PR team was busy, Lin Xiao was not idle at all. Since taking the call from Mountain and Sea Entertainment, the rest of the calls then followed closely. In addition to Tang Zian, who had already been contacted before, there were also agents from World Entertainment and Multiplying Dragon Entertainment. One of them, Multiplying Dragon Entertainment, was similarly hung up on by Lin Xiao under the pretext of not wanting a male agent. After a few conversations, Lin Xiao also got 2 rough prices. Tang Zian started teasing just after she got on the phone, hinting at a private meeting in her words. Just Lin Xiao did not eat this set, directly backtracked and threatened not to report the price, then do not want to meet. Perhaps because of the chat on the phone, this time the opening price still left room. While the annual salary went up to $100 million, the split became 30-70 again. In contrast, World Entertainment is much more sincere. Although the base salary is only offered at $83 million, the split is very generous to give 50-50. But it also revealed some problems. The previous rumor that World Entertainment is on its last legs seems to be true. Otherwise, it wouldn't be driving zeros and zeros on the base salary. After understanding the prices of the 2 families, Lin Xiao did not explicitly reply to any of them. After all, there was a newbie agent who hadn't called himself. What's more, to get top dollar, you still have to get a couple of brokers to sit down and talk. Figuring out the next step, Lin Xiao once again called out to Wang Defa. Instead of getting a line, go find a 5-star hotel. The latter, on the other hand, sniffed with a kind reminder. Brother Lin, 5-star, many dishes need reservations, we will go to this time. However, Lin Xiao, who had just finished listening to the offer, was at that moment bold and uncontrollable, and drew out the metallic card that had not been used for a month from his pocket. That's okay. Just go to the best one downtown and I'll take care of the rest. At this time, Wang Defa already had unconditional trust in Lin Xiao, and without saying a word turned in the other direction. Chapter 56. A bold idea. Lin Xiao and his duo arrived at the hotel in 20 minutes from departure. A row of waiters started to greet them from a distance even before they reached the front door of the hotel. This hotel had a similar layout to the one who Mei had treated before, but the specifications were slightly higher. The car was escorted by a waiter who ran all the way down to one of the several buildings. A supervisor-looking man had long been waiting here respectfully. It was more like a waiter running all the way to the car to open the door for him. When Lin Xiao landed and stood firmly, the supervisor whispered in a position where only 2 people could just hear the sound. "Mr. Lin, all the ingredients you may need will arrive within half an hour. Due to the rush of time, the grade and size of some of the ingredients may not be up to your requirements, but they will certainly meet the industry's medium standards. Please bear with me for any shortcomings." After listening to the supervisor's introduction, Lin Xiao's face skin twitched. When he called, he said he hadn't thought about what he wanted to eat. If I'm not mistaken, the losers must have prepared all the ingredients in the recipe. Unlike other hotels, there are often some very expensive ingredients in 5-star hotels. For example, Japanese nettle abalone. Some in good condition cost $10,000 apiece. The whole ingredients are prepared, and I guess I will have to hemorrhage again. However, once he thought of his annual salary in the future, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that these were nothing again. The main thing is that the only way to make good money in the future is to spend this money. The reason he would go out of his way to choose this hotel was to tell a few companies, "I'm not poor now, so don't think you can just dismiss me with a few random rags." The supervisor on the side watched his face change color, thinking that it was the words he just said that caused Lin Xiao to be displeased. So he hurriedly spoke with a bitter smile. "Mr. Lin, the hotel has indeed been a bit negligent in its regulations regarding the preparation of ingredients, and in order to express my apologies to you, I've taken it upon myself to prepare a 10-year-old Romane Conti for you in the hope that it will ease your mood." Lin Xiao's heart was stunned as a wave of emotions surged through him. A 10-year-old Romane Conti was auctioned for over $100,000 a bottle back in the day. I used to eat at restaurants myself and get blank stares from the owner just for eating a little slower. And now that he just frowned, the 5-star executive had to be carefully coaxed. While lamenting, Lin Xiao's heart was once again apprehensive. How much did those losers spoil themselves by being able to get the butler to give out over $100,000 worth of wine at their fingertips? The money is already spent and you can't get it back even if it's hard, so you might as well enjoy it while it lasts. Lin Xiao nodded non-committally. Darkly integrating a dragon's chi, with a hint of royal nobility, he walked in with big popular strides. The supervisor was slightly alarmed. At the time when the Centurion contacted the hotel, he thought it was some cynical super rich kid who was going to use it to get the girl to be cool. But the aura that Lin Xiao was displaying right now could only be described in 4 words. Expensive. Lin Xiao was guided by the supervisor to the main hall. All of the extra tables were removed and only one table that fit exactly 6 people was set in the center. As for the other empty spots in the main hall, they were replaced by a variety of well-placed greenery. At the very front of the main hall there was a grand piano. A piano player stood aside and bowed to Lin Xiao with his right hand covering his chest. And behind the organist, several musicians with various instruments likewise saluted him. The supervisor took advantage of this to speak again. Mr. Lin, this band is the hotel's independent band. It can play either ensemble or solo. If you're not satisfied, we can contact another band for you. Another 6 figures gone. Lin Xiao sighed lightly and said with a bemused expression, "That's it." The supervisor took that as an affirmative and handed over the menu with a great eye. Immediately after that, he waved his hand and everyone on the scene retreated. Lin Xiao confirmed that no one was around and casually handed the dish to Wang Defa. "You watch what's expensive anyway. The money for the ingredients is already out. It's not worth it." The latter took the menu, and just the price of the gazpacho on the first page was beyond him. As for the dishes in the back, the price of a random order would be enough to keep him in hiding for a month. On the other side, Lin Xiao didn't care what Wang Defa was doing at all and dialed the phone himself. The first call was to Tang Xian. Lin Xiao finished speaking about his current location and hung up the phone amidst the other party's surprised tone. The second call was unsolicited by Mountain and Sea Entertainment. This time it was replaced with a voice that sounded comfortably imperial. Lin Xiao didn't wait for the other party to make an offer and directly invited them to the hotel. After the team leader heard the report from the imperial voice, he immediately arranged for a beautiful female broker from a city near Lin Xiao to go to the hotel. Himself, he silently wrote the new words on the whiteboard in silence. Impatient, lustful, great a risk. However, Lin Xiao was blissfully unaware of all this. And after hanging up the phone, another missed call popped up on his cell phone. Is from Ride the Dragon Entertainment. Lin Xiao called back, and a sweet clip sound soon came from his cell phone. "Don't clip." Inwardly, he silently objected to a sentence, and he likewise gave the address to the other man. All that's left is for World Entertainment and Woofy to not have the notice in place. However, after talking to World Entertainment on the phone, Lin Xiao was surprised to realize that he had not kept Fei Wang's number. Yes, just now a few were checking their phone numbers through contacts, then he called back. As for Fei Wang, she had never called with herself, so how could she have the other party's phone number? It's just that, since the other party doesn't come to the electricity, one doesn't have the reason to take the initiative to come up. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to give up, an unknown call popped up on his cell phone once again. Unsurprisingly, the caller was Fifi Wang. Answering the phone, Lin Xiao similarly informed the other party of the hotel's location. However, Wang Fei didn't show excitement like other agents, but instead lost her tone and said, "Teacher Lin Xiao, my price may not be as high as others have opened, or don't go over." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. No wonder this girl hadn't called for so long. I guess the previous manager wouldn't put a price on it. But soon Lin Xiao felt that something was wrong. The fact that his own trailer was a hit with so many agencies calling meant that the word had already gotten out about him in the community. That manager, however, has seen his own trailer and should be willing to raise the price, right? But at the moment these were not what he should be thinking about. Right now all he cared about was the price of the wahini. "What's the highest you can go for your current price?" Woofy's voice was weak. $50 million, 46%, and I'll have to apply for this 46%. Lin Xiao gently forehead. Feelings last time and Tang Xian bidding this girl also reported false price. The moment the thought flashed through his head, a bold idea popped into his head. What if this Fifi Wang, at the dinner table, misrepresents the price one more time? Chapter 57, Signed Artists. Lin Xiao hesitated for a second and switched to a leisurely tone. "You're 1,000 times more likely to make this offer than the others." Wang Fei's heart tightened as she listened. Originally, she wanted to try the other side's mouth. As long as the other party loosened her lips, even if she softened her words later, she had to find a way to take Lin Xiao down. Now she had only just bid, and it was made clear that the opening bid was too low. Originally still hold a fluke, Wang Fei gradually began to panic. The heart also beat a drum of retreat. Lin Xiao estimated that the fire was almost ready, and suddenly changed to the tone of a strange marshmallow, seducing a little lowly. Although your offer is the lowest, I've decided to give you another chance. Do you want to take it? The strange accent sent a pang of sweat through Fei Wang's hair. Combined with the name of the hotel Lin Xiao had reported, she quickly thought of a possibility. Is it hard to believe that he is adulterating his own body? Thinking of this, Wang Fei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Lin Xiao does have a good temperament and a promising future. It wasn't like she couldn't accept a serious relationship if it was serious. But now the other party was trying to force herself in such a way, which instantly wiped out any good feelings she had left. Isn't it just an actor who hasn't quite caught fire as a potential star yet? Has not yet burst into flames, dare to be so arrogant? In the future, after the famous may cause what mess? In case of a big news blocking, then the company will really be too late to regret. Thinking clearly about all this, Wang Fei suddenly didn't want to sign Lin Xiao so much. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm a man of honor, so I can't go to this hotel. When Lin Xiao, who was on the other side of the phone, heard this tone from the other party, the whole person instantly stopped. You've got the lowest price in the world, and now you're talking to me about dignity. The main thing is that I didn't say anything. Annoyed as I am, I'm afraid that if Fei Wang doesn't come, it will be hard to find such a suitable trust again. So he changed his train of thought and turned to a provocative way of saying, if you don't come, Tang Zian is going to come over. Are you so willing to be continued to steal orders by that senior sister of yours? When these words came out, Fei Wang's voice, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly went 8 degrees higher. What did you say? Lin Xiao faintly repeated. Your senior sister is coming. Once again getting confirmation from Lin Xiao, Wang Fei's pupils dilated many times. That shameless-looking woman didn't realize that she was actually really shameless when she did what she did. Maybe that's how that last list was taken away from that woman. The brain buffered for half a second. The strange desire to win and lose stirred up Fifi Wang once again. Since Tang Zian could do it, so could she, Fei Wang. Besides, Lin Xiao was so handsome he wasn't at too much of a disadvantage. One way or another, Wang Fei put her heart across and simply opened her mouth directly. Good. I'll be there now, but you're not allowed to come in the hotel. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao and the party froze together. The latter's cheeks were covered in a pinkish blush, not at all expecting to be so bold. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was completely confused. But everyone's at the hotel together, and if we don't come at the hotel, how many of us are all going to the main street? Fei Wang's already reddened cheeks became even redder. All. I can't believe he wants to come to the group. It's his first time, he can't stand it. Ugh. Even if it wasn't her first time, she definitely wasn't this kinky. Not to mention going to the main road. Spare her the desire to win and lose, but she was not willing to trample on herself like that. Lin Xiao, isn't this too much for you? Seeing that he was about to hang up the phone, Lin Xiao's incomprehensible voice came again. Where did it go too far? Instead of negotiating a contract at the hotel, did I drag you agents here just for dinner? It was only then that Fifi Wang woke up as if from a dream. Talking about contracts? Lin Xiao felt that this girl's brain must be broken and somewhat regretted choosing her as a trustee. What do you think we're talking about? Fifi Wang was incoherent. But you just said you'd give me a chance. But I can't raise the price anymore. Lin Xiao sighed and probably guessed that there should be some misunderstanding between the two. So he simply told everything. Didn't you always look at Tang Zian with displeasure before? I have a plan now. Lin Xiao lowered his voice and wrapped his purpose on targeting Tang Zian. The general meaning is also clear. When the scene is in a deadlock, Fei Wang is going to get up and raise the price. Be aggressive and strike hard. This would make Tang Zian feel like she was missing out on something. Of course, the price should not be raised brainlessly and violently, but should be kept at the most basic level of reasonableness. If Lin Xiao gave a specific code word, then Wang Fei would have to pretty much call it quits. By the time he had told him all about the plan, Wang Fei's face already had excitement written all over it. Although she couldn't get the contract herself, she was still willing to do what she could trip up with Tang Zian. And she seems like a good girl who actually has a penchant for doing such bad things. It's just that Tang Xian happens to restrain her as a more seasoned player. Wang Feifei's excitement was soon questioned as if she had discovered something. Wait a minute. You and I are not related. Why are you helping me? Lin Zhao's heart thumped at first, fearing that the other party would find out about his behavior of recruiting trusts that went against the industry. But when he heard what Fei Wang said later, he realized that this girl was really stupid to the point of being hopeless. Helping you? Is it possible that you're helping me? So he gave a slight nod. I've long looked at that Tang Xian with displeasure. I'm just ruling her out in passing. Once these words came out, Wang Feifei immediately felt that she had met a confidant, and hung up the phone beautifully. And after doing this, Lin Xiao on the other end of the phone finally revealed a feeling of relief. But there's more to come. After all, there is Wang Feifei as a support can only be in the scene to play a role in emotional mobilization. Once everyone has dispersed individually, they will soon react. At that point, one is likely to run into several brokers who will launch a joint press against him or her. Don't look for several companies that are usually very competitive. But once it comes to the point where capital and ordinary people are pitted against each other, the former will always show unprecedented solidarity. In order to make sure that his plan was foolproof, Lin Xiao would have to make sure that the contract would be signed on the spot. So he rang the bell gently, and the hotel butler himself came out again. What is Mr. Lin's order? Lin Xiao opened his mouth and asked, Does your hotel have a fax and printer? The butler was truthful. There is, but it's upstairs in the office room. Lin Xiao's face was delighted. Now carry these two over here and find something to cover them up. The housekeeper has seen a lot of strange requests since she started her career. But it was the first time he'd seen a printer and fax machine that asked to be put into hiding by the dining room table. However, in line with the principle of customer first, he just answered and immediately arranged for someone to go and organize it. After ordering this matter, Lin Xiao handed the menu to the butler and asked him to retire. Once again, only he and Wang Defa were left in the restaurant. Lin Xiao propped up his hands and looked ahead, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After tonight, he's a properly signed artist. Chapter 58, He doesn't look good to me. After another moment, the butler managed to deliver the two items, and camouflaged on the outside with moss and small succulents. As long as you don't get a close look, everyone will just assume it's just a well-tended potted plant. As for the power supply wires, they are very cleverly hidden in the shadows. Everything was ready when a familiar voice finally sounded outside the door. Mr. Lin is so generous. Looks like I'll have to be generous later? Lin Xiao turned back and saw the exquisitely made-up Tang Xian looking at herself with a seductive look in her eyes. The fiery figure was perfectly outlined by the purple chest-wrapped hip dress. The pair of snow-white headlights, in particular, bobbed up and down with every step. Well, headlights, I know, the purple color sure does have a nice ring to it. Lin Xiao inwardly spat out a sentence and hurriedly averted his gaze to sit up straight. Yet just that momentary movement seemed to be a breakthrough for Tang Xian. Only to see that she deliberately disliked the headlights to the front of Lin Zhao's face. Voice rasped. There's no need to be embarrassed, Mr. Lin. I can wear this dress every day as long as you like it. It was a good thing that the latter was not an untouched virgin and had the dragon's energy to right his body and mind. This time he didn't avert his gaze again as Tang Xian had imagined. Instead, he just gazed at the Marianas Trench, his voice flat. From an aesthetic fatigue standpoint, I would prefer that you give a different pairing every day. Tang Xian revealed a touch of disinterest. Never in a million years would I have thought that my carefully chosen clothes would not be half as useful in front of this man. Although she had expected this outcome, she couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Undeterred, she tried to say something else when a growl came from the doorway. Tang Xian, you shameless woman. Stay away from my artist. It didn't take much to figure out who it was that could be cursing the owner of this pair of headlights by name. The two of them turned their heads in unison and saw a wavy loli with somewhat messy hair. Wang Feifei hung up Lin Zhao's phone and started hoofing it to the hotel, both in order to be able to discuss more countermeasures before Tang Xian arrived, but also for fear that this ally of his would be temporarily turned against him by Tang Xian's confusion. In order to arrive at the hotel as quickly as possible, just after getting off the bus she ran at breakneck speed, following the waiter's directions. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the hotel, he saw that woman shamelessly put that pair of nasty giant lamps on Lin Zhao's face. Tang Xian diverted her attention when she saw Wang Feifei panting. Yo, if it isn't my cute schoolgirl, with such messy hair did she just come out of the garbage? Fifi Wang is not budging. Ugh, You're the one who came out of the garbage. By the way, you're a piece of trash yourself. Tang Zian was not the least bit annoyed by what she heard and giggled while sitting in the seat next to Lin Xiao, and made a point of pulling his chair toward the other's position. Fifi Wang has an example to follow. Similarly, he sat on the other side of Lin Xiao and pulled his chair closer to him. The eyes were even more provocative as they looked at Tang Zian, rather like a tit for tat. It's just a shame that underneath her cute exterior, the provocation looks more like selling. Tang Zian obediently then stretched out her claws towards Wang Feifei's face. The latter, on the other hand, skillfully leaned back with a disgusted expression. Don't you touch me! Since Lin Xiao was still present, Tang Zian had to stop for now. At that exact moment, the main hall door was pushed open again. 3 more people walked in one after another, guided by the waiter. The leader was a woman dressed very businesslike. On the left chest of her dress, she was pinned with a brooch symbolizing the logo of World Entertainment. Lin Xiao stood up to shake hands. Business took the opportunity for women to introduce themselves and said, "My name is Xie Jing. I'm an agent for World Entertainment, and Mr. Lin really does have an extraordinary temperament." Lin Xiao similarly responded, "Broker Xie is just as classy." Xie Yajing smiled faintly and drew her hand to sit next to Wang Feifei. Another person moved forward, a young girl with silver white hair and a delicate face. Lin Xiao froze. The other offered a hand out expressionlessly. "Hello. Ride the Dragon Agent Baishi." Lin Xiao subconsciously reached out. "Hello. Trippy girl or legit Lolita." Bai Ruashi's skin was cold and white, matching her name perfectly. Of course, the most important thing was that no matter how you looked at it, this Baishi looked like she hadn't reached adulthood. You can't hire child labor in multiple Dragon Entertainment, can you? Lin Xiao was tempted to ask after the other party's age, yet Bai Ruashi had already taken the seat directly across from him. Nice guy, picked the furthest seat in the house. While he was distracted, a somewhat familiar sound rang out. Only a young guy in a suit with a greasy back hair bowed. "Teacher Lin, I'm the Mountain and Sea Agent Bu Lu Slack. Is instead of our assistant manager to sign the contract, our company is far away from coming up to the and only myself, so also please forgive me, Teacher Lin." A trace of doubt flooded Lin Zhao's eyes. He could be sure this was the first time he'd seen Bulu relentlessly. Yet there was something inexplicably familiar about both the sound and the form. Just as he was still pondering where this strange familiarity came from, Bulu Zhiqi hurriedly rubbed his hands and fawned. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Our assistant manager is 100% gorgeous." Lin Zhao's expression twitched. What the hell kind of words were these? Make it seem like I'm horny. And this familiar gesture, this fawning tone. Lin Xiao squinted at Wang Defa, who was standing by his side. The latter stared at Bu Lu relentlessly with a look like an enemy. Seeing that Lin Xiao had no intention of driving him away, Bu Lu was relieved to see that he hurriedly sat down in the last empty seat in a flurry of smoke. He also pulled the stool towards Lin Zhao's side, and during this time, he kept whispering to Tang Zian, squeeze in, it'll be easier to talk later." However, Tang Zian didn't eat this, and after giving the other party a warning look, she redirected her gaze back to her little sister who was gnashing her teeth at her. Lin Xiao resumed his seat and handed Wang Defa a look. The latter understood and clapped his hands towards the door. A group of waiters then walked in a long line. In no time at all the table was filled with expensive dishes. Each person's glass had even been refilled with red wine. Wang Defa had the good sense to tuck the napkin under his neck for Lin Xiao in the meantime. Still retreating, he took the opportunity to whisper, "Brother Lin, I see that Bu Lu's face is treacherous. I don't think he's a good person. You have to be careful to be cheated by him later." Lin Xiao automatically ignored this reminder and couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement in his heart. Hiding the name, those who didn't know thought that Wang Defa was talking about himself. A Wang Defa, a Bu Lu Slack, the two names are quite a match. As for the so-called prevention of being cheated, Lin Xiao was not at ease at all. Because from the moment Bu Lu appeared relentlessly, he had decided that he would resolutely not sign with Mountain and Sea Entertainment. As for the reasons for refusal, they are also very simple. No male brokers. No substitute signers either. Chapter 59. The first round of dishes are served. Lin Xiao raised his cup to indicate that the crowd was free to do as they wished before he drank his cup. The 5 brokers had to follow suit and get up to empty their glasses. However, just as the crowd was expecting Lin Xiao to say something, instead, the main man picked up his chopsticks and ate his food without a word. Lin Zhao's idea was actually very simple. Although he was the one who made the dinner date, it was essentially supposed to be more of a competition between the 5 agents. And naturally, he didn't need to say much as the object of contention between the 5 companies. Only this time he was wrong for once in a rare while. In fact, several brokers who didn't want to make an offer here. After all, before they were invited, the crowd didn't expect Lin Zhao to ask all the agents in one breath. Once someone opens the bidding here, then the houses inevitably enter into an unimaginably bloody bidding war. In order to avoid unnecessary competition, several brokers have coincidentally remained silent. But the preoccupied crowd had no appetite for eating, except for Fifi Wang. And so the scene was a bizarre one. At a table of 6, only 2 people were eating with their heads down. The others were staring at their dinner plates like they were on pins and needles. Lin Zhao tasted all the dishes, but he didn't hear the expected bidding. Only a wild-eyed suggestion for the only 2 in the room. Blah, blah, blah. Wang Fei was eating at the moment. The 2 small mouths chewed quickly, and their eyes even went back and forth between the several dishes. Apparently had forgotten his mission. Lin Zhao had no choice but to pass a look to Wang Defa. The latter instantly understood and gave another clap of his hand towards the door. Another group of waiters came in and quickly replaced the dishes with new ones. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Zhao tried to send a signal again. Unfortunately, it failed again. Fei Wang is staring at a favorite food showing a few regrets, but is quickly drawn to a new treat. Before the waiter could even set out the plates, she displayed another leaping for food look. This eater. Lin Zhao hated it and had to deliberately raise his voice. The dishes have changed rounds, so everyone should be less formal. Just in case the eater didn't realize it, he also put an accent on change rounds. Several brokers immediately looked over as if they were on the spot. Eyes were even more frantically exchanged as a way to read the information about the opposite family. Wang Fei also finally put down her chopsticks, but it happened to coincide with Tang Xian's frantic hints. My silly schoolgirl, you mustn't start this. However, at this point, Fifi Wang has long been bought and paid for. Looking at the latter's nervous eyes, the sense of mischief in his heart quickly soared. Finally, with several agents looking on in despair, she became the first agent in the room to make an offer. Mr. Lin, we at Huayin are willing to offer a base salary of 50 million plus a 50-50 split in the hope that you'll join us. At these words, the room fell silent. In terms of base salary alone, Fei Wang's base salary is definitely not enough. But people give more than their share. Moreover, the very moment he opened his mouth, the industry's default 70-30 split was increased to 50-50. It certainly made things more difficult for everyone in the room. Tang Xian's scalp was even more numb, and a pang of remorse arose vaguely in her heart. I should have known that I would have signed Lin Zhao in the first place. The GM's line, is a $100 million base salary signable? It seems to be gradually being fulfilled. Wang Fei looked at Tang Xian's expression and felt a sense of relief inside. Picking up a crab leg half the thickness of a small arm full of arrogance, he ate it. Anyway, she was just making a random offer. There was no psychological burden. As long as Lin Zhao didn't stop it, she could keep raising the price. Such a perverse scene fell into the eyes of others, and it became a state where Wang Fei intended to pike Lin Zhao. After all, no one would have thought that there would actually be agents in this world who would act as trustees for artists. The first person who couldn't sit still was Xie Yajing from World Entertainment. This point made Lin Zhao somewhat surprised, yet it made sense. After all, none of the 5 people present was a savior. It doesn't seem surprising who spoke first. Only Xie Yajing sat forward, her voice hesitant. For the same split, our World Entertainment base salary can be given up to 100 million, a billion. As Xie Yajing's last 3 words fell, the scene once again fell into a moment of silence. With just one trial, Lin Zhao's value had risen to such a terrifying level. It's not hard to imagine that a vicious battle is bound to ensue. Lin Zhao took advantage of this and clapped his hands, speaking again as the eyes of the crowd converged. In advance, no matter what kind of play, I have the right to refuse to act, and I have to have the right to audition for any of the company's resource plays, and those who can't meet this requirement don't have to bid. As soon as the words fell, it was undoubtedly a hammer blow to the other 3 agencies that were in contact with Lin Zhao for the first time. Even Bai Ruoshi, who had always been expressionless, had a flash of panic on her face. Several people who had heard the offer for the first time looked down and typed. Tang Xian then took the opportunity to bid. We can fulfill your request, the split will remain the same, and we can give a base salary of up to 200 million. If you're willing, we can sign the contract right now. If you're not, then please allow us, Fenghua, to withdraw. 200 million. Lin Xiao did have his heart moved. With a base salary of $200 million plus a 50-50 split, just ask any freshly minted artiste who can get that contract. Between the internal struggles, an arrogant voice rang out once again. Some people don't bid if they can't afford to pay. We huayin $200 million plus 46%. Is it 6 for you and 4 for Miu? Only Fei Wang stood up from her chair in a very domineering manner, with a salty smugness in her eyes. Woofy! Tang Zian was demolished just after she let out her harsh words, and her face was hit with a fiery pain. What's more, the reason why she let out the harsh words was also aimed at reminding the other families. The bidding is pretty much done at this point, so let's close up for a while. We'll see what we can do later. As a result, this naive batch of schoolgirls didn't hesitate to break the restriction as if they had no brains. This made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. Bulu relentlessly was originally still waiting for the group leader to reply. Right now, if he didn't make a bid, I'm afraid he might not get a chance to make a bid. So he gritted his teeth and said, 250 million divided 46. As long as Mr. Lin is willing, I guarantee that the resources of Shanghai Entertainment will be. Before Bu Lu relentlessly finished his words, he was intended by Xie Jing. $300 million split 40-60. Mr. Lin, you're the actor of our dreams at World Entertainment. Dream on. If these words came from the mouths of Tang Zian and Bu Lu Jiqiu, Lin Xiao would definitely treat them as winds in his ears. But now the person who said this was the more decent-looking Xie Yajing. This made Lin Xiao feel more or less a little touched inside. Yet just when the crowd thought that this price was the ceiling, Bai Ruoshi, who had remained silent, spoke up for the first time. Ride the Dragon Entertainment. $500 million a year, 46%. Sign for 5 years. Chapter 60. Signing a contract at an exorbitant price. 500 million. 5 years. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. This white hair has been unobtrusive, and when he opens his mouth, it's a price that scares people to death. On top of that, she's still the only one adding years to her contract. As we all know, every contract has its own yearly limit. When companies sign freshly minted artists, they sign them as low as possible for as long as possible. That's why the typical time frame is 6 to 8 years, while choosing exactly the opposite strategy when dealing with already high-priced artists. Because the higher the artist's curiosity, the more fans they have, and the more fans they have, the more eyes they have to stare at. This also greatly increases the rate of artists collapsing their houses. In other words, when the contract price is high enough, the company has to consider the risk. Although Lin Xiao has the potential to burst into flames, it is not yet known whether he will go downhill after some bursts of flames. Even if they sign, the odds are that it will be a 2 or 3 year deal. The trifling girl in front of me had the audacity to sign up for 5 years in one breath. Even Fei Wang, who is a trustee, wouldn't dare call out such a contract. Lin Xiao didn't understand the twists and turns. All he knew was that this trippy girl plus legal loli on the other side was the only one in the room who raised the price by 200 million in one breath. $2.5 billion over 5 years, and what more bicycles? You've got 5 years to retire straight away. When the time comes to go to the beach to buy a large villa, every day to hire a group of young ladies to dance for their own sheikh, the sun would not be beautiful. Just as Lin Xiao was planning to open his mouth to respond, Tang Zian bit her lips and resolutely said, $600 million a year, 37%. You get the lion's share, signed for 6 years. The entire room was completely quiet. Even Lin Xiao was wondering if he was dreaming. That's already higher than the contracts of top stream artists. Wang Fei still wanted to make trouble. Her mouth opened and closed several times in a row. But finally she didn't open her mouth. This was an absolutely huge bet that Lin Xiao could burst into flames later on. After Tang Zian had quoted the price, she scanned the room with a disdainful look, finally fixing her gaze at the diagonal corner. The only person on the scene who dared to offer a similar price was Baishi, who had only said one word from start to finish. If the other party continued to raise the price, then she would have to give up. Because the person who made the offer this time was not her, but the general manager of Fenghua. Baishi stood up and left the table without a word, as if announcing her exit. The move is to kill, a move cannot be immediately go away. The youngest-looking person in the room was surprisingly more dry than everyone else in the room in terms of getting things done. As the door closed and closed, Tang Zian sighed lightly, as if she thought she had set things right. However, right at this moment, Xie Yijing, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. World Entertainment, $550 million a year, split 30-70, signed for 6 years. Allowed to terminate the contract in the middle without any responsibility. Before anyone had time to interject, she went on to add, "This is as far as we go. The top business battles often employ the most unassuming fighting methods. Xie Yajing is the one who clearly tells everyone that the limit of our company is here. Any more would only give Lin Xiao his freedom. The mere fact that one is allowed to terminate the contract midway without any responsibility can absolutely kill the vast majority of people present. If anything, the previous contract was a bet that Lin Xiao's could bring in more than this salary for the company later. Then the contract is now laid out. Even if he loses money, he still wants to take Lin Xiao into the company. As for whether Lin Xiao's big fire can make the company's capital back in the future, it depends on the other party's conscience." Tang Zian was silent for a second, revealing a similarly ruthless color. "No liability termination, we can do that too." Now it was Lin Xiao's turn to make a choice. Several companies are now at the end of their rope, and in terms of the price given, it's not really that much different. A $50 million a year difference sounds like a lot though, but it doesn't seem to matter that much to the man who is about to make several $100 million a year. While World Entertainment's given a much lower price, it's clearly been done at full strength. In contrast, Fenghua clearly still has oil to squeeze, so he actually favors World Entertainment himself over Fenghua. But to think long-term, it's clear that Windward can provide him with better resources in the future. Just as he was hesitating, the long-lost system is once again in place. Ding! A new Imperial script has been detected. Please choose your company carefully to ensure a follow-up mission. It seems the next choice is even more deliberate. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and integrated the Dragon Qi coefficient into his body. Although he hadn't fused any great Empress souls, he still displayed a strong Imperial might. This momentary change caused everyone present to not be able to help but facepalm. Not bad for a man who can storm the hot seat with just the trailer. Only by being there can you really feel the oppressive feeling that the other party exudes like a substance. With such an oppressive feeling, no one could lie under his direct gaze. Both of you who have recent scripts related to the Emperor, I'm talking about real ones that have existed. Lin Xiao purposely added the qualification so as not to be disturbed by some scripts of overhead history. The eyes even swept back and forth between the two. Tang Zian and Xie Yajing instantly felt as if they were on the back of their heads, and their brains began to spin at a rapid pace. The air froze for 2.5 seconds before the two men spoke in unison. "No." Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Could it be that it was from another company? He then locked his eyes on Bulu Slack and Wang Fei. The two men's heads instantly shook into rattles. Lin Xiao's heart went cold when he saw this. It couldn't be that it was Bai Ruoshi who had just left. Well, isn't this the end of the line? Just as he was in a hurry to rush out. Tang Zian, however, hesitantly opened her mouth. "Our company was approached about a historical drama before, but we weren't completely sure what it was going to be about." Lin Xiao just raised his ass and sat back down again, his eyes brightening up in the process. "Now sure." "Huh." Tang Zian looked incredulous. This guy hasn't even signed yet and he has the nerve to yell at himself? Even though Tang Zian felt that it was 100,000% outrageous, Lin Xiao's words were like magic that made her unconsciously pick up her cell phone. When she sent the message, she also consoled herself that she would wait until she signed the contract. Then she would give Lin Xiao a hard-on intensity. The whole thing had forgotten about Lin Xiao having the right to terminate the contract without liability. A minute seemed like a century to Xie Yajing and Wang Fei. The former was afraid that Lin Xiao would completely switch to Fenghua because of the script. The latter was also afraid that Lin Xiao would completely switch to Fenghua because of the script. It's just that the reasons for the fear are different. The only one who went into a big dry mouth mode was Bulu Relentless. For him, the contract was out of the question for himself anyway, so he might as well enjoy the 5-star feast. The exaggerated eating style ushered in Wang Defa's extreme dissatisfaction. But it's all just a blip on the radar. Tang Zian's eyes shone with a hint of joy as her cell phone rang a tone. "Okay, it's really a historical drama playing the Emperor." Chapter 61 Signing with Fenghua. Lin Zhao's voice faintly sounded. "Sign it. The winner is already decided." Xie Yajing's eyes darkened, and Bulu slackened as if he had been pardoned. Only Wang Fei was frozen in place, not knowing whether she should be happy or angry. Much less do I know if I'm considered to have engaged in sabotage. Tang Xian proudly took out a contract from her bag and said, "It just so happens that I have the contract with me, so why don't we sign it now?" Lin Xiao picked up the contract and took a look. It turned out that all the price splits and even the number of years were empty in the contract except for what had been agreed upon before. In the blank, a few drop is already stamped with the official seal of Manhwa Entertainment. Looks like the printer and fax machine were tossed for nothing. Lin Xiao was afraid of a long night, and Tang Xian was even more afraid. She has been warning herself since she started practicing. As long as there is no signing, then the contract is not considered negotiated. And with the general manager's prompting, she was even more afraid to be careless with Lin Xiao. So after leaving the manager's office, she prepared several contracts in advance. Tang Xian finished filling in the numbers on the contract, then passed the contract to Lin Xiao again. When the latter had finished writing, a contract was considered complete. By this time, the agents had all left. Only Fifi Wang sat in place with the look of a man who had to grow a brain. "Yo, well done. I'm surprised you didn't cry out this time." Tang Xian, who had completed the signing, was in a great mood and naturally would not let go of the opportunity to molest her schoolmates. Only this time, Wang Feifei didn't jump on her feet as anxiously as she did in the past. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiao with a lustful expression. It was only then that Tang Xian realized that there seemed to be some kind of untold secret between the two. However, without waiting for her to probe, Lin Xiao changed the topic. "For a company as big as your Manhwa, don't you assign an apartment or something to your artists?" Tang Xian asked rhetorically. "You're already a big shot, judging by the paycheck, and you're still thinking about the trainee's apartment?" Lin Xiao had a face that took it for granted. "I'm already a big shot. How can I still live in a trainee's apartment?" Tang Xian smoothly said. "Yeah. Shouldn't you have a whole house to yourself?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "No. Shouldn't you guys have a separate villa for me? Or a large flat would do the trick." The corner of Tang Xian's mouth twitched. "You call a villa a dormitory? A large flat floor is still a good idea, although prices vary depending on the location. But the developers who built the large flats were headed for the middle and upper middle class to begin with. That's why the lots chosen are one better than the other, and the unit prices are sky high." However, Manhwa, as the top of the current top 5 entertainment companies, really did allocate appropriate dormitories for first-tier artists. Not only that, some of the top stream artists even enjoy villas. It was just that Lin Xiao had reached the level of a top stream artist despite his salary. But round the fan base he can't even reach the third-tier artists. Wage artists can't see it, so driving high is driving high. But if other artists see a nobody living in the same house as themselves, just as Tang Xian hesitated, Lin Xiao pretended to be aggrieved. "It's not nice to meet someone. I signed up with your family because I respected your personality, but it turned out that you lied to me for so long and didn't even give me a sweet." Once again, Woofy, who was still fuming, took advantage of the opportunity to mess up. "Come to our Hua Yin. Now immediately right away you'll have a big villa to live in." Lin Xiao got an assist and made a lot more noise. "No problem. Just now, let's say that I met a bad person. I'll ask to quit Manhwa right now." Tang Xian's head exploded for a moment. "Aren't you signing up because of how much our family pays? Oh yeah, and a history script. Besides, the company pays you so much per year, why are you pestering a Thai house?" It had only been a while since she had signed, and she was a little sorry she had signed such a livewire. But she had to compromise when it came down to it. Come on. Just tell the company wherever you like and the company will buy it for you again, okay?" Lin Xiao thought about it and spoke again. "I want to live in Tanganipin. Tanganipin is the most expensive luxury neighborhood here, with units all starting at 300 square feet. Manhwa Entertainment has purchased many properties here for its artists." Tang Xian was a bit embarrassed. "Tangjun Ipin can't. You can pick another place." Lin Xiao once again played a trick. I get it. Some people can live in a villa if they want to in some companies but don't even deserve a large flat in others." Eyes on Woofy for another uproar. Tang Xian had no choice but to harden her heart. A villa is a villa. Where do you want to live and on what terms now? She's figured it out. Although the villa area is even more over the top, the good thing is that basically everyone who lives there rarely goes back, plus there are fewer people living there. Instead, it was a good place to arrange Lin Xiao. The latter sniffed with a change in tone and said casually, "Quiet is good, after all. There are 10,000 fancy houses and only 5 feet to sleep in at night, and I'm a man of very low requirements." Tang Xian, Wang Defa drove all the way to the villa area. Originally, the crowd thought that Tang Xian would choose a remote location to take second best. Unbeknownst to him, the one she had arranged for Lin Xiao turned out to be the same villa area of Tang Junipin. It's just a kilometer away from the level in a straight line, yet it balances all the perfect amenities while deftly avoiding the hustle and bustle. The car was guided by Tang Xian to a villa near the center. Once the car was parked, she very skillfully rummaged through a potted plant and pulled out a key. Wang Defa couldn't help but spit. "A couple $100 million house and you guys leave the keys here?" Tang Xian, on the other hand, said as a matter of course. "Who do you think live here? Leave the key to make it easier to clean the room, too." Wang Fei, on the other hand, said with a look of contempt. "What's with the stinking show-off? Our Huayan's villa is much more luxurious than this." That's right. After the crowd left the hotel, Fei Wang dawdled along on the excuse that she was bored alone. "Not only did you very skillfully turn on the big screen just as soon as you got in the car. Even more, he took credit for stealing Lin Zhao's handle." The latter silently took out another handle, considering that the other man had really been instrumental tonight. Seeing this, Tang Xian wanted to follow suit again, but she was slapped red on the arm by Lin Xiao. Only the aggrieved hunkered down in the massage chair to complain. "So over the top. Obviously, I'm your agent. Back to the point." Lin Xiao pushed open the door of the villa and the entire living room was instantly lit up. The exquisite decor of the house displayed itself in full view. Amidst Wang Defa's marveling, Tang Xian took the initiative to introduce herself to the crowd. The villa was uniformly decorated by our Feng Hua Entertainment, focusing on a simple and generous appearance, and easy and convenient living. The reason why we didn't use a luxurious decorating style is to make it easier for people to relax mentally. She was seen introducing herself as she smoothly removed her heels and stepped through the foyer in bare feet. The crowd followed its lead and allowed her to introduce each room one by one. By the time the entire villa was fully introduced, the sky had long since stretched out. Chapter 62: The Attacking Wang Fei. After Tang Xian's introduction, Lin Xiao also had a general understanding of the house. The villa has 2 floors with a basement. The basement is equipped with a variety of electronic entertainment facilities. Anything you've seen in the arcade that you haven't seen before is available in the basement. The first floor is dominated by the parlor, kitchen, open wine counter as well as a billiards room, a recording studio and a gym, and a butler's room. The recording studio was prepared for music artists, and although Lin Xiao couldn't use it, the company still equipped it together. The second floor is very simple in comparison. Except for a tea room, there are only 5 remaining bedrooms with en-suite toilets. Accordingly, the empty space was made directly into a terrace. Since it was so late and the rooms were very plentiful, Lin Xiao took the initiative to invite the crowd to stay with him. He and his 2 daughters lived upstairs, while Wang Defa very consciously lived in the relatively smaller butler's room on the first floor. Ever since Lin Xiao had helped his daughter walk off the bed, Wang Defa seemed like a different person. There was much less of the original sneakiness, and instead an inexplicable sense of reliability came through. This feeling made Lin Xiao very uncomfortable, yet he had no intention of correcting it. Either way, Wang Defa becoming reliable was good for him. Late night, the whole world had gone to sleep, while Fei Wang was tossing and turning in her bed. In fact, there was a question that had been bothering her while at the hotel. That is whether Tang Xian lost or gained money. It was important to realize that the reason she agreed to Lin Zhao's plan was to target Tang Xian. Fifi Wang is a little slow, but not stupid in the head at all. To put it bluntly, what Lin Xiao said about dealing with Tang Xian was actually making himself a trustee. This kind of thing is fundamentally against the rules of the realm. Although Tang Xian's bid in the end had nothing to do with herself, the entire beginning seemed to have started by herself. More importantly, without her being the first to bid, it might not have been possible to broker any contracts at all tonight. Is there more of a chance of picking up a contract for yourself as well? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, feeling as if she had been tricked by Lin Xiao. But more than being angry, she had more resentment in her heart. But where that manager is willing to pay the price, with the strength of Wahini, the deer may not yet be known. Then again, think of the bravado of trying to take down the other side at the time. This reluctance soon catalyzed into a drive. Anyway, in the contract, Lin Xiao can cancel the contract at any time. Woofy was talking to himself under the covers. Tang Xian, even if you sign up, it doesn't mean it's foolproof. Woofy grunted again. Seems to be cheering himself up. In a room on the second floor near the corner, Lin Xiao was similarly tossing and turning. It was supposed to be a day of high spirits. However, just as he finished washing up and laying down on his bed, his cell phone then popped up with a message. Is the breakdown of spending sent by the Centurion. It's amazing that a small dinner today cost a total of over $7 million. He knew that this group of losers were losers, but he never thought that the other side would be so losers. The ingredients for the dinner were expensive, but not to the point of exaggeration where a meal would cost $7 million. The vast majority of spending goes beyond the ingredients. First of all, the hotel designated by Lin Xiao was not supposed to have an empty venue today. So then the Centurion used his privilege to directly take that building's charter at 3 times the charter fee. This money is out of Lin Xiao. In order to prevent this behavior from bringing bad influence to the partner hotels, the Centurion personally contacted the original client again, and while giving the other party generous compensation, prepared the exact same ingredients for the other party at a hotel in another city, except that the mealtime was postponed by an hour. These expenses are still paid by Lin Xiao. As for the rest of the expenses, it becomes extremely easy. It was simply too late to temporarily ship ingredients from the source because there was only 20 minutes to do so. So the Centurion then used an extremely simple and rough solution. Purchase ingredients directly from hotels in neighboring cities. Since hotels of the same class are on a reservation system. So every additional ingredient that the Centurion prepared for Lin Xiao meant that there was one more family that needed to be compensated. In this way, the expenses, which were only a few $100,000, came to a staggering $7 million. These few times of high overspending managed to make Lin Xiao understand why this card was only held by large families. According to this play, even if there are a few $100 million in their hands, it's not enough for them to build. TMD, now that I think about it, this Centurion publisher is still weirdly good. No pitfalls for the poor. However, just as he was frantically spitting inside, the door to the room was quietly opened at an unknown time. Lin Xiao was still having a headache about the text message. Looks like we still have to get money. A wave of inner self-motivation. Lin Xiao laid down his body flat with the intention of sleeping. Just then, his left hand seemed to touch something soft. Without waiting for him to react, Woofy then violently rolled over onto his horse and mounted him. The silvery moonlight shone on the brown wavy curls, and the areas at the ends of her hair were lit up with a golden color. A snowy mountain loomed beneath the white robe. Lin Xiao was lost in thought for a moment before Wang Feifei's entire body pressed down. Honestly, did you lie to me today or not? The following people slowed down. What do you mean I lied to you? Lin Xiao wanted to turn his head to see Wang Feifei's expression, yet the latter pressed her face against the pillow. The sound buzzed through the pillow. You tricked me into lassoing Tang Xian, but in fact it was to get me to act as a trustee for you. Isn't it obvious? Lin Xiao slandered in his belly, but his mouth was righteous. Of course not. Look, Tang Xian's base salary alone has been doubled 6 times by you, and I'm even signing a contract with her. So isn't this the result of a concerted effort between you and me? Wang Feifei didn't say another word, just continued to lie down on the spot and didn't move a muscle. With Lin Xiao's strength, he would be able to break the other party free with just a little casual force. Both out of guilt, but also the fear of more each other's excitement to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. That's why Lin Xiao just simply lay in place and didn't move. Little did he know, however, that right away he would pay the price for his decision. In fact, Wang Feifei didn't come to question Lin Xiao at all. The reason why she said what she just said was just to buy herself some time. Time passes by. Wang Feifei's heartbeat gradually reached Lin Xiao. The aroma of the tips of her hair also reached her nose, if at all. The latter felt like a kitten was lying on top of him. Just as the sweet aroma in the air grew stronger, Woofy's head snapped up. Immediately afterward, her face blushed as she opened her mouth. I hope you'll consider us, Hua-in, for a bid of $50 million, 46%, and me. Lin Xiao's heart surged with a hint of bad news, only for it to be too late. Wang Feifei had closed her eyes at some point, and her lips directly covered them. What to do? Will you give up the struggle, or will you enjoy it? Just as Lin Xiao was torn inside, he glanced at the door of the room out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 63. Only a white shadow flashed through the 2-finger-wide doorway. Alarm bells went off in Lin Xiao's heart, and he dodged Wang Feifei's surprise attack with a tilt of his head. Then, with a fierce sweep of his hands, he pressed his opponent's entire body against him. Delicate as if boneless has an image in this moment. So soft. Inwardly sighing fiercely in admiration, Lin Xiao shoved the other party under the covers with another fierce drag. It was only then that he pretended to be asleep, squinting a slit to continue monitoring the doorway. The comforter. Wang Feifei's mind was a mess. Although she had been the one to initiate the attack just now, it was at least at her own pace. Now the entire operation was interrupted by Lin Xiao, not to mention that he had completely caught himself in the other party's rhythm. Feeling Lin Xiao's hard pectoral muscles, Wang Feifei's brain was about to melt away. What to do? What to do? Would he be rough later, and in case he was really rough, I don't know if my little body would be able to resist. Increasingly nervous, Wang Feifei could not help but make another effort to stick close, one hand firmly grasping Lin Xiao's clothes. Outside the comforter, the white shadow quickly folded back after skimming over. Lin Xiao's mood was suddenly in his throat. Since none of the people had a change of clothes, they uniformly wore bathrobes from the villa. Currently, Wang Feifei was by her side, and Wang Defa was unlikely to go upstairs, so the probability that the one standing at the door was Tang Zian. In case he has to be found hiding beside him, Fei Wang, it might trigger certain clauses within the contract. Yet the more you fear something, the more it comes. Through the gap in the curtains of his eyes, Lin Xiao vaguely saw the gap in the door of the room gradually widen. A mature, flirtatious cheek was introduced to the eyelids. WOC. Is really Tang Zian. Just as Lin Xiao was guessing the other party's next move, Tang Zian actually closed the door to her room with her backhand and took large steps toward the bed. No? Are big companies that shady? You've only just signed yourself and your agent is in a hurry? No, the most important thing right now is, what about Fei Wang next to me? Even Lin Xiao's mind, which had been strengthened by the system, could not think of a way in a short period of time. Immediately afterward, Tang Zian unzipped her bathrobe as soon as he looked on in surprise. Lin Xiao shouted no in the bottom of his heart, but his blood pressure soared in a very honest straight line. Wang Feifei sensed the change in him and her heart became more nervous. A question popped into his head even more. Does it take boys that long to get ready? Just as she wanted to add fire to Lin Xiao, her head suddenly felt a chill. Looking up, the covers were lifted up somehow. Immediately afterward, she saw a snowy white, and her mouth began to dilate along with her pupils. Just as she was about to cry out, a hand covered her mouth. Back to Lin Xiao. Originally he was on high alert. Nay, Tang Zian's behavior was so crazy that it directly made his brain go down for a second. Yet it was also the very second that completely exposed the secret of his comforter. It was likewise at this time that he also realized that Tang Zian's eyes were closed. Sleepwalking. The instant this word rang in his head, he suddenly remembered Wang Feifei in his arms again. Seeing that she was about to scream out in shock, he had to turn sideways and cover the other woman's mouth with one hand. She's sleepwalking. Don't make a sound. Sleepwalking can drive a person crazy if it wakes them up. Wang Feifei nodded, a truth she also understood. Although she and Tang Zian had been bickering from time to time, and were even immortal in some of their positions. But it's nowhere near enough to do any harm anyway. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to urge in a low voice. Go before she wakes up. Fifi Wang is still a little undeterred. But the matter of our contract. Lin Xiao was helpless for a while, so he had to slow down and say, my aunt, let's talk about this another time. Okay? Fifi Wang also realizes that there is no chance tonight. Once Tang Zian woke up, she might say something the next time she saw herself. So she obediently rolled under the bed in one swift motion. It was also at this time that Lin Xiao, who couldn't move in time, was embraced by Tang Zian. Unlike the flatness of Fei Wang, Tang Zian gives an extremely strong pushback. Lin Xiao's heart burst with joy, but his face was filled with determination as he whispered, Go! Leave me alone! Superbly acted like a movie about life and death. Wang Feifei felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Soon infected with emotion, he nodded very vigorously and stormed off without looking back. After taking care of Wang Feifei, Lin Xiao also began to think about how to get away. As a five-good youth of the new era, he firmly stated that he would fight against the forces of evil. Although from the top form both Wang Feifei and Tang Zian intend to whore themselves out for nothing. However, Tang Zian was her own manager, and in a sense had a management function over herself. So being whored out by the former is just an internal struggle of the same class. Being whored out by the latter, however, represents oppression, especially such oppression under the pretext of sleepwalking. However, even though Lin Zhao's sense of resistance was extremely strong, he never had a good solution. From the time Fei Wang got out of bed until now, The people behind her had wrapped themselves securely like octopi. That sense of urgent pushback became even more intense. Lin Xiao tried to move his body, but realized that the other party hadn't left himself any space at all. He had no choice but to twist and turn while trying to move his opponent's locked hands first. As a result, it doesn't matter if you don't move, but if you do, it's like opening Pandora's box. Tang Zian, who had already tended to be quiet, suddenly clutched Lin Xiao's hand. The whole thing shifted its movements again. Tang Zian had a dream. In the dream, she was looking at octopuses in an aquarium. Just as she was getting bored, a boron soon came swimming at speed. The originally leisurely octopus instantly locked onto its target. It was just that the prey was too big, even if the octopus claws had picked it up. The lobster still has some energy left to struggle like crazy. The more the lobster struggled, the more claws the octopus extended. In no time at all, the octopus had surprisingly dislodged the shrimp shells. Immediately afterward, the breathtaking scene took place. Instead of dying immediately, the disemboweled boron once again quickly opened up again. The resistance became fierce at the same time. However, the mouth of the fat octopus and will not give up. 3 or 2 times will once again talk about the dragon firmly grasped. After a while longer, boron was probably exhausted. Boron completely gave up struggling. Such a cruel and miraculous scene watched Tang Zian's eyes glaze over. The body couldn't help but move a few points closer. Just at that moment, the lobster, which had been dying, suddenly sprang up and lurched out of the glass. The seawater of the aquarium poured in, and Tang Zian felt a sudden spinning of the sky. Finally, his head hit a heavy object and passed out. Room. Tang Zian lay motionless on her side. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and wiped his sweat with a palpitating heart. If he hadn't knocked the other party out in a hurry, then he would have let the other party whore himself out for nothing. Lin Xiao put on his bathrobe and covered Tang Zian, who was passed out on the side, with a quilt. Squeezing his hands together, he made his way to the door, and just as he opened it, he saw the familiar wavy hair. Chapter 64. Meeting the manager for the first time. Wang Fei said with a puzzled look on her face. What took you so long? There's been an accident. Lin Xiao was a thief, but his tone seemed very flat. He then asked rhetorically, Say, I thought you went back. Why are you still here? Wang Fei's face swished red and she stammered. How unrighteous would it be if I just left? In fact, she regretted the whole thing from the moment she closed the door. Just in the state the two were in when she left the house, just in case if something happened. One's plan to recapture Lin Xiao was even completely aborted. The latter didn't even believe a single punctuation mark of Fei Wang's statement. If it wasn't for Tang Zian's timely arrival, he might have been successfully whored out by the harmless Lord White Whore in front of him. Just as Lin Xiao was having a belly laugh, Wang Fei opened her mouth to test the waters. So, is our contract still negotiable? It's not the girl. I almost got caught in the crossfire today. Why are you still in the mood to negotiate a contract? Lin Xiao was swirling inside, but then quickly suppressed it. If a mistake just now could be described as an ambient release, making another mistake now would be really indefensible. So he refused categorically. It's late, next time for sure. After saying that also did not wait for Wang Fei reaction. The whole person, a smoke drilled into the side of the bedroom, unlocked the room. Early the next morning, several knocks sounded at the door. Lin Xiao, who was already a frightened bird, hurriedly wrapped the quilt tightly. Ringo, dinner's ready. With a fawning voice through the door. Lin Xiao then relaxed. Get up, open the door. Wang Defa had gotten the food cart from somewhere, and a classic Chinese breakfast was neatly placed in the center. Ringo, get it while it's hot. Lin Xiao, who had tossed and turned for half the night, didn't have any appetite at all, but didn't want to brush off the other party's good intentions. So he rubbed his eye boogers as he returned to his bed with his breakfast. Lin Xiao chewed on the donut while habitually feeling under his pillow. This time, however, it was touch and go. Where's my cell phone? That's odd. Is this where you usually sleep? Could it be yesterday? It's over. The cell phone had landed under Tang Zian's current pillow. Lin Xiao was startled in his heart and violently ejected himself from the bed. Before she wakes up, it's not too late. Nah, he was a step late after all. Just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Defa knocking on the next door, keeping a fawning expression. Isn't that house Tang Zian's house? When it was too late, Lin Xiao dashed to the door and covered Wang Defa's mouth. Just then, the door to the room snapped open. Tang Xian had already gotten dressed and was standing by the door with her cell phone raised. Looking at the color of the casing, it should be the very same phone that he left under his pillow yesterday. Lin Xiao hurriedly let go of his hand and pretended to look angry. This assistant of mine really doesn't even know how to let people sleep in. Tang Xian winded a light smile and turned to ask. It doesn't matter if it's a lazy nap or not. Mr. Lin's cell phone? How did it get under my pillow? Wang Defa showed an expression of eating his melon. Just signed an agent to, and it's an assistant manager. Is it hard to believe that your own boss doesn't want to make an effort? Things sounded a bit outrageous, but considering that the other guy had blackmailed himself twice, he might actually have the guts to do it. Lin Xiao didn't know what Wang Defa was thinking, but felt that the other party didn't have any good intentions. A off look was passed lightly. During this time his mind stayed racing, thinking about how he was going to explain what happened last night. However, Wang Defa had just left when Tang Xian's aura suddenly changed. Scowling as he handed out his cell phone. I'm sorry. I've been in the habit of sleepwalking and I seem to have disturbed you yesterday. Lin Xiao froze for a second and took the cell phone as naturally as possible. It's fine. It wasn't very intrusive. It just threw me out of my room. Tang Xian pursued. Just kicked out. Lin Xiao said with a decisive voice. Just kicked out. Tang Xian hesitated for 2.5 seconds, the image of bold character that she had been maintaining gone. His face was even more covered with a layer of redness as he stammered. So, then how did I kick you out then? When these words came out, an exaggerated sense of pushing back vaguely surfaced behind Lin Xiao. You ran into my bed and pushed me out. Tang Xian became even more stuttering. I ran into your bed and pushed you out. Lin Xiao nodded his head once more, seeing that Tang Xian had gone silent. With one foot in the air, he tried to escape at light speed. However, he only just turned around before Tang Xian grabbed the corner of his coat again and asked. And there's one more thing I'd like to ask. Lin Xiao pretended to look frank. Ask anything, know everything. The more open-minded he acted, Tang Xian in turn became more and more embarrassed. She was seen twisting her hands together, both thumbs circling frantically. This kind of little girl behavior, completely different from the previous image. The voice was even more like a bug fly's broken voice. It's just that the clothes are fine. It's just that my neck hurts. I don't know if I hit it anywhere yesterday. It was rare for Lin Xiao to see Tang Xian acting like this, so he subconsciously wanted to flirt with her. But as soon as he heard the other person bring up neck pain, the whole person was suddenly weak again. So a quick snort. I think the neck is falling off the pillow. I didn't see where you touched it anyway. Tang Xian wanted to ask something else. Lin Xiao, however, didn't even intend to give the other party another chance. Speaking of which, after I sign the contract, what's next? Wait for the company to send me a script. Hearing the other party mention work, Tang Xian's state instantly recovered a lot. Normally a newcomer would enter the trainee stage after a few days of rest until they're chosen by one of the directors. But you're special. The general manager asked to see you by name today, so there should be other arrangements. Everything was not beyond Lin Zhao's expectations. No one's family would spend hundreds of millions of dollars of annual salary to hire a trainee. Purpose is clear, he is also lazy to eat breakfast again. Toward the downstairs, Wang Defa once again passed a look. The screen turned and Lin Zhao's few people arrived at the headquarters, approaching the front of the elevator. Remember, GMs are more pragmatic, so be sure to answer questions succinctly. Tang Xian gently admonished, while straightening her clothes. She had to wear yesterday's clothes due to time constraints. Lin Xiao was similarly organizing his clothes. While he does not revere so-called authority, he keeps himself minimally tidy. As for Tang Xian's reminder, he silently kept it in his head. Concise? Lin Xiao is not a person who likes to be verbose. A short while later, the elevator made a soft ding sound. The moment the elevator doors opened, a huge curved desk came into view. And sitting behind that desk were the very people who had reigned supreme in Fenghua over the years. Managing Director of Fenghua. The sudden scene caused a flash of panic in Lin Zhao's eyes, but it was only an instant before he returned to normal once again. Immediately after that, 100 points of dragon chi were fully fused. The sunlight outside the window shone into the general manager's room and also shone on Lin Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the crowd actually felt a second sun rise in the room. A strong imperial dragon aura rushed out from within the elevator. The large general manager's room actually looked small amidst the wandering of the hidden dragon chi divine dragon. There was another ding and the elevator doors slowly closed. Lin Xiao had long since walked to his desk from the elevator door. The general manager then realized where there was any giant dragon. There was just this real dragon in front of him. Chapter 65. Fan number 001. Shock was written all over the GM's face. While the crowd was still on the road, he purposely arranged for Tang Zian to bring the people in from a special elevator. The purpose was to be able to give Lin Xiao a downward spiral. Yet the latter exploded with such pure imperial aura in just a blink of an eye. It also made him look at the other side in a high light. A few praises were applauded, and the general manager in his chair slowly stood up. It's true that you're born with an imperial aura. My name is Hao Jin Li. I'm the general manager of Fenghua. Welcome to the Fenghua family. In the middle of the conversation, Manager Hao had already circled out from within his desk and took the initiative to extend a hand to Lin Xiao. Hello, General Manager. How coy, Manager Hao. This name is still taken low if it is called Hao Understanding. Is the other party the chairman of the board? Lin Xiao inwardly spat madly, but his hand movements did not stop. The two hands held each other across the room. As each drew back his hand, Manager Hao made a smooth please motion to the couch. He said as he sat casually to one side. I called you here today, mainly because I have something to discuss with you. Lin Xiao put away his dragon chi and chose to sit down on the side near Manager Hao, waiting for the other party to say the following. And Hao Manager is indeed, as Tang Zian said, does not beat around the bush, straight to the point. Our company has received an offer for an acting variety show, and I'd like you to participate. When he finished speaking, he pulled out another document from under the coffee table, obviously having prepared for it long ago. Lin Xiao wanted to reject it outright, but on account of the fact that the other party was still polite to him, he still picked up the document and read it. Within a short while, he had a general understanding of the variety show. As Manager Hao said, this is a performance variety show. The variety show is called This is the Cast. Actors were paired with other people to interpret the scenes they drew. The winner is given an extra spot on a TV show in addition to the prize money. This variety show sounded interesting, but it was not to Lin Xiao's liking. Compared to the variety show in front of him, he was more interested in acting in the historical drama in Tang Zian's mouth. Lin Xiao refused without hesitation. General Manager Hao, Manager Tang said earlier that our company has an unfinalized historical drama. I want to leave my crotch free to audition for that historical drama. Manager Hao sniffed with an odd face and said, but that's the director of the historical drama you want to sight glass, and that's the reward for the program. When these words came out, Lin Xiao immediately had a feeling of being duped. The eyes were even more filled with questioning as they looked toward Tang Zian. The latter knew that he was at a disadvantage, but endeavored to round off the conversation. There were so many people at the hotel earlier that I really didn't have time to explain, but things did go as the general manager said. Hopefully, if you want to get a chance to perform in a historical drama, you'll have to be honest about your variety show first. And still have to figure out how to get first place? A clay bodhisattva still had 3 points of fire, not to mention Lin Xiao, who was burdened with the emperor's qi. Seeing that he was about to throw his hands up and quit when his face changed, Manager Hao opened his mouth again. We'll extract the remuneration for the variety show according to the contract, but the remuneration for the new drama? We'll sign it for you as an individual, and the company won't share a single penny with you. At that exact moment, a system tone also sounded within Lin Xiao's head. Accept the variety quest, reward 20 points of dragon chi. Note: abandoning the quest may result in the subsequent quests not being able to proceed, so please think twice about it. I know the consequences. I don't need you to remind me. Lin Xiao lashed out at the system. Inside, they calmed down a few points together. Although it appeared that Tang Zian had deceived herself, from the system's hints, the script detected at that time should have been the first prize for this variety show. So much so that no matter which company he joins, this variety show is essential. And with Hanwu.D coming out soon, it's not a bad time to show your face in a variety show. Quite the contrary, the matter has done itself no harm. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao finally stopped dwelling on it and accepted the commission painfully. Seeing this, Manager Hao's evaluation of the young man in front of him went up a few notches. Purposeful and prioritized. Plus that innate imperial qi from earlier. Seems like the $600 million young was well spent. Although the most powerful of the various entertainment companies in the industry is Fenghua, the most famous outside the circle is Huayin. While the former has certainly produced many great actors, It has not been able to raise a nationally influential actor like Su Ning by any means. This is what led to the fact that obviously Manhwa is the big brother in the industry, but outside the circle it is lukewarm. This has indirectly led to Hua Yin's hidden momentum to overtake itself in recent years. Getting to see Lin Xiao today allowed Hao Jinli to finally see a glimmer of hope. You have your national goddess. Then I'll create a new century emperor. At that point, we'll see who's really crushing whose family. Back to the point. After Lin Xiao agreed to participate in the variety show, manager Hao asked his secretary to go ahead and place the subsequent contracts. He himself personally took Lin Xiao on a tour of the headquarters. The purpose was both to apologize for Tang Xian and likewise to enlist people. After all, Lin Xiao in the contract has the right to terminate the contract at any time without liability. This also means that if you want to keep the other person, you have to show full sincerity. After turning the company building around, the crowd once again returned to the general manager's office. Manager Hao took the initiative to ask, "There are a lot of empty offices just now. Just give me a heads up on which one you're looking at." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Can I not have an office?" Manager Hao once again wore a look of surprise. Lin Xiao took the initiative to explain. "This has an office bar has a kind of working class feeling. I am a person who is idle and accustomed to, I like to stay at home, something company can contact my personal assistant." Ha 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 ha. Manager Hao erupted in a bright voice and added in a whirlwind. "In that case, the company will give you another company assistant. Small things let your two assistants contact. As for the big things, well." Manager Hao's voice paused, and he turned his head to Tang Xian, who was on the side, and said, "Just thanks to our manager Tang?" Of course Tang Xian wouldn't refuse, and very naturally responded. Manager Hao has a strong work ethic from start to finish. What had just been established on this side was immediately telephoned for a long, fairly witty little girl. "This is Lin Xiao, Mr. Lin. In the future, you will help Mr. Lin with things in the company." The little girl's eyes flashed and she quickly bowed to Lin Xiao. "My name is Lian Jia. Please teach me more, Mr. Lin." Immediately after that, without waiting for Lin Xiao to refuse, he took the initiative to hold his hand and said, "Mr. Lin, I've seen your trailer. I'm your #1 fan." Lin Xiao was dumbfounded, but a good feeling rose towards the little girl in front of him. Who would have thought that his first fan offline would be an assistant issued to him by his company? Chapter 66, Variety Show, This is an Actor. Things were basically done, and manager Hao took the initiative to invite Lin Xiao for lunch again. Only this kindness was not appreciated in the latter. Eating with the leader during breaks? What's the difference between that and working overtime? After decisively refusing manager Hao's request, Lin Xiao jumped into his business car with his new assistant. Wang Defa, who had been waiting in the car, suddenly felt a hint of crisis and took the initiative to ask, "Ringo, who is this?" Lin Xiao didn't intend to hide it and directly introduced the two to each other. "This is the assistant the company assigned to me, called Lian Jia, and this is my personal assistant, Wang Defa." When these words came out, Wang Defa quit on the spot. Right now he was so dead set on following Lin Xiao. As a result, One Foot disbanded the group of groupies he had enlisted over the years, only to have the company send a personal assistant the next. Isn't that breaking his job? "Hello, Assistant Lian, you're a professional. I'll have to learn more from you in the future." Wang Defa grinned and shook Lian Jia's outstretched hand. Instead, he was already calculating how to get rid of this company assistant. "Brother Wang is polite. You've been around Mr. Lin longer. I should learn from you." Lian Jia did not know that the person in front of him had been a master of flailing around and greeted him very politely. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Defa's familiar smile and naturally knew in his heart that the other party wasn't holding back any good farts. So a warning was hastily uttered. "Wang Defa, people mainly buttress the company's affairs. You should take care of others in the future." Wang Defa, which cares what Lian Jia, but as long as the name with the word assistant, then the other party must be his enemy. However, all thoughts were thoughts, but he didn't dare to disobey Lin Xiao in the slightest. Only a beat of the chest. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll definitely take good care of her." Looking at the way Wang Defa swore so much, Lin Xiao of course knew that just now the words of this person were not listened to at all. But he didn't bother. Anyway, the assistant is allocated to him by the company. Even if there are problems in the future, he will find the company and then change it. If the other party hadn't outright said that he was his 001st fan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have even bothered to say what he just said. The basic pleasantries ended, and Wang Defa started the car right away. However, just that short stretch of road from the company to the villa area, Lin Xiao quickly gained a brand new understanding of professional assistance. The same is the purchase of the line. Wang Defa need to personally command himself to know what to do. Lian Jia, on the other hand, started contacting clothing stores after quickly measuring Lin Xiao's body proportions. The whole time was only 20 minutes, and she had already contacted professional makeup artists, stylists, and the clothes needed to attend different occasions for Lin Xiao. Not only that, she even had time to create a fairly elaborate fruit plate in the car. Passing the fruit plate to Lin Xiao, Lian Jia began to take the initiative to report. Teacher Lin, I've already arranged all the basic configurations you need for you. As for the clothing, considering that there will be clothing type endorsements later on, so I didn't purchase too much for you. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with her efficiency and took out his black card with one hand and said, just pay with this when the time comes. Lian Jia didn't recognize the centurion, only as an ordinary credit card, and shook her head repeatedly. All this money goes to the company's account. No need for Mr. Lin to come out of the expenses that require your personal expenditure. I will report to you in advance. Lin Xiao put away the black card and felt more and more that the professional assistant was good to use. The group returned to the villa area and Wang Feifei had already left on her own, and left a note on the table. The general idea is that one would never give up on this. Someday they will scoop up the other side under their own cloud. Lin Xiao casually threw the note into the trash can and lay down on the sofa to read the details about the variety show. Variety has no auditions. All entries are by invitation only. In other words, those who traveled to attend were either already stars or newcomers to one of the entertainment companies. And variety is fast-paced with 3 rounds. In the first round, each contestant draws the same script and performs it as a team, with the judges scoring the elimination. The second round was also a group system, with each group drawing a different script to perform. Only this time it will be the judges who will decide whether the actor stays or goes based on the performance. The third round is even more simple and brutal, with the remaining actors paired with off-site guests to perform the same script. The best performers will be chosen for the lead roles, while off-site guests performing supporting roles may be invited by the director on the spot to act in the program. In short, this program is more of a director's contraption that combines a sight glass with publicity. Although the program doesn't explicitly say what types of variety show scripts are available. But Lin Xiao could be certain that the last scene was bound to be directly related to that historical drama, and might even be the plot of the original script. As for the other two, they are more or less supposed to be drenched in historical elements as well. Of course, this is all just speculation, and what the exact situation will be is anyone's guess at this point. Just as he felt a wave of exhaustion, a glass of cold juice was handed to him at just the right moment. Lin Xiao looked sideways and realized that Lian Jia was looking at himself with a face of adoration. Mr. Lin, you should drink some juice first to relieve your fatigue. Lin Xiao lightly tasted a mouthful, and it really relieved a lot of fatigue. Wang Defa, who was cooking in the kitchen, glimpsed this scene and unwillingly shouted at the top of his voice. Brother Lin, drink less. The meal will be ready soon. Alternating hot and cold is bad for your stomach. Lin Xiao cried and laughed as he looked at Lian Jia, only to find that the other party also happened to have this expression. Immediately afterward, the latter whispered, Mr. Lin, according to company regulations, I have to live with you? The downstairs is already occupied by Wang. Can I live upstairs? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to agree. Take your pick except for mine. Lian Jia's face burst into a smile and she ran all the way upstairs. Wang Defa poked his head out of the kitchen again when he heard footsteps. Watching the annoyance go up the stairs, the corners of his mouth suddenly turned into a figure 8. Che, what's the point of fooling around? We'll taciturnity. Lin and I are much better than you. Muttering something on his lips, Wang Defa turned around and flipped the spatula again. The time is noon. The table was already full of ingredients. It's not hard to see that Wang Defa has pulled out all the stops. Lian Jia, on the other hand, went back and forth carrying her large bag into the room. With Wang Defa's yell to start the meal, several people welcomed their first meal in the villa. Lin Xiao had yet to move his chopsticks, but Lian Jia was the first to speak. Teacher Lin, I'll still make your meals from now on. These dishes are too oily and not good for your skin. When these words came out, Wang Defa, who had been smiling just a moment ago, instantly quit. Immediately, he began to shade. And Lenka is splitting hairs on this one. After Lin Zhao's strong suppression, he finally ended the strife on the condition that the two of them would take turns cooking. It just drips, and the time finally comes to the day the variety show opens. Chapter 67. Hello, the groundskeeper. Variety opening day. Wang Defa drove a commercial vehicle all the way to the shooting site. Just as soon as he got off the bus, there was an assistant-looking person who kindly reminded him. The game is being broadcast live in full except for the dressing room, so please pay attention to expression management. Lin Xiao nodded and followed the staff's guidance all the way straight ahead. Lenka took the opportunity to confirm other trivia with the others. Wang Defa intends to follow suit. However, he had just unbuckled his seatbelt when another staff member knocked on the window road. Hello. Driver, move the car. There's an underground garage outside. You're the driver. Your whole family's a driver. Wang Defa looked at Lin Jia with reluctance and had to curse and relight the fire. Besides Lin Zhao's side, the variety venue was converted out of an indoor gym. Following the staff through a long passageway before he finally arrived at a spacious dressing room. Said dressing room is at this point a place for the actors to pile in and chat. That's because most of the field is still pretty well established, and no more than that, they have a company behind them. So basically everyone had their own personal makeup artist complete the makeup before they left the house. Incidentally, Lin Zhao's makeup creation is also being done at the home of a makeup artist. And what he was wearing at the moment were clothes that the costumer had specially matched for him. Because he had a small curiosity in this variety show, the costumer chose an extremely low-key outfit for him. Lin Xiao walked into the house and casually found a corner to sit in, his eyes casually surveying his surroundings. Closer to him, several young actors gathered. Is kissing the ass of another actor who isn't that old. Between memory searches, he vaguely remembered that the other party seemed to be a popular young star of Wayne Entertainment. I think the name is Ju Suk. At this moment, the corners of Jushua's mouth were lifted high by all kinds of horse's ass, and he looked deeper into the room with a disdainful face. Lin Xiao followed his gaze. Just a few young actors were talking around a middle-aged man in the dressing room towards the inside near the window. That middle-aged man clearly had a Confucian image, but he was vaguely majestic. Such a strong contrast and distinct image caused Lin Xiao to recognize the other party at a glance. There is no need to confirm that this person is none other than Lu Daoming, the imperial emperor of many directors. In this life, he had seen a lot of the other side's movies and TV shows. In a sense, the latter counts as half an idol of his own. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of going up to greet him. It's one, because he doesn't like to get together. It's two, since it's a race, there will eventually be a chance to meet on the field. However, just when Lin Xiao thought that time would pass so peacefully, there was a small star in Jushua's group, but he suddenly yelled, "Hey, that kid in the corner!" With this yell, the eyes of the dressing room gathered. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. No, I've been laying low for so long. How can I still be approached? When the man saw Lin Xiao raise his head, his tone increased instead of decreasing and said, "Don't look, just you. Chew is hot. Go get some lollipops." Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This is treating me like a field agent? But even if he was a field agent, the other guy's tone was just a little too rude. For this kind of low-quality crowd, Lin Xiao didn't even have the intention of explaining and directly sidestepped with the intention of ignoring the other party. Several staff members also reacted to what was happening. While coming to the pile of people to explain, he ran to apologize to Lin Xiao. If that's the end of the matter, then it's all just a blip on the radar. But I don't know if Lin Xiao's silence angered the other party, or if that little star was naturally cautious. After listening to the staff's explanation, not only did he not have the slightest convergence, but he instead opened his mouth and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I take it it's some eyeless field agent? But I see you're so faceless. I guess you're also a third-rate goods. Saying you're an errand boy is a bit of an exaggeration." A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd at these words. Jushua smiled even more especially brightly. It goes without saying that the other party enjoys this behavior of lending their minions to pull stomping on other newcomers. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, completely ignored this ridicule. How could a giant dragon be enraged by the mockery of an intentional mole? He will only find the mole crickets noisy. Loud laughter likewise attracted Lu Daoming's attention. At first, he just glanced this way absently. In the entertainment industry, he had seen a lot of things where juniors climbed over each other to fight for power. At first, he didn't care. However, when the laughter of Jushua's crowd had affected his speech, Lu Daoming decided to signal his opponent to tighten up a bit, only to see that his smile that was still like a humble gentleman warming his jade-like smile had disappeared. In its place were dark clouds of brewing thunder. His gaze was like a torch slightly tilting his body to look straight at the Jushua crowd. The crowd that was laughing stood up in a sweat and immediately put away their laughter. Jushua, who was the elder brother, however, looked back at the past without any fear and said, "Mr. Liu, would you like a lollipop too, my treat?" The tone seemed humble, but it was full of provocation. Lu Daoming raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke faintly. "Don't eat it. The game will start soon. And if you give your voice any more excitement, you'll make people laugh." A seemingly refusal, but with a tone that could not be refused. Even more so, his words implied that Jushua's behavior was nothing but a joke in his eyes. The former heard the words, in the way of curiosity, but without the courage to tear up against the other side. So again, he had to give a look to hint to his little brother and spread his temper to Lin Xiao. Hoshi, who had just been there, instantly understood. Immediately, he chided Karami at the door. "If Mr. Liu doesn't eat it, you can go and get a few of ours." Even if they were mole crickets, they were a bit too stompy. Lin Xiao, who was originally leaning on the chair, closed his eyes slightly and half of his dragon chi entered his body in full. When he opened his eyes again, an intense imperial might erupted from them. In just a moment's effort, the Hoshi just now felt his breath catch in his throat. If anything, Lu Daoming's eyes made people feel as if they were entering a cold winter. Then this Karami, in front of him, made him feel a chill freeze his throat. What is this underdressed kid? Anyway, Zhu Shua was similarly shocked by this instantaneous aura, and his heart was even beating straight through. There was a vague sense of kicking the can down the road. But when he thought about his current fan traffic, he quickly became calm inside again. "Che, who doesn't know how to act, when we meet on stage, let's see how I abuse you." Just right now, Lin Xiao continued to be silent as a big brother. Zhu Shua did not do something more or less untenable. But to continue to provoke, the probability of being uninterested is also their own. For a moment, Zhu Shua was in a bit of a dilemma. It was good that the director's voice came at the right time. "Please, actors, under the guidance of the staff, go to the front desk in an orderly manner to draw lots." Chapter 68. WOC. Fortune. Hear the radio. Zhu Shua glanced gloomily at Lin Xiao, clearly memorizing this Karami, who had flicked his face. Yet the latter didn't even mean to look him in the eye. Without looking back, he left the dressing room. Only Lu Daoming looked at the direction Lin Xiao had left and thought about something. Contest site. Cameras large and small were pointed squarely at the stage at all sorts of tricky angles. Although it was in the form of a live broadcast, the site was still open and arranged for a number of viewers. The host stood on the stage with a rousing voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our This is the Actor. First, let me introduce our guest judges." As he pointed his finger in the right direction, the camera was suddenly focused on a judge with gray hair. The moderator's voice followed. "Welcome the creator of our $10 billion box office, director Zhang Mao." Zhang Mao got up, and the scene erupted with a roar. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room is even more frantic. Tribute to Mr. Zhang. Once Zhang Mao was seated, the host moved his hand slightly again, and the live camera followed everything. The facilitator finds the right moment. "Welcome our first-class actor, Mr. Zhang Ligua." Another male with a silver-tipped head stood and rose. There was another strong round of applause. After Zhang Ligua sat down, the host commanded the camera in order. Only this time, without waiting for him to introduce himself, the scene had already erupted into a gasp of surprise. The voice was even laced with a loud, "So handsome." The host was helpless. "The last one is our special guest judge and our biggest investor, Mr. Li." The host's introductions dropped and a young gooseman with blonde hair on top stood up. He gestured handsomely toward the camera and spoke. "Thank you all." The pop-ups erupted in a flurry of pop-ups once again. "What a handsome investor. I need to know his name. Right now, right now, right now. If the investor is in the movie, I'm going to vote for him with all my votes. He speaks Chinese so well. I wonder if he'd like to be a son-in-law of Huaxia." Lin Xiao stood at the entrance. Hearing the presenter's introduction, a twinge of doubt flooded within. All the judges, the moderators gave their full names. Only this investor just said Mr. Zhang. Could it be that the other party was from a hidden family? Of course, most of all, why did this Mr. Zhang's voice sound so familiar? Without waiting for Lin Xiao to think carefully, the host's voice sounded again. Kirikou began to introduce the rules of the game. According to the requirements of the competition, the staff will send out number cards for the actors, and the actor called to the corresponding number card will go on stage and randomly draw a card with the corresponding grouping and roll. The moderator introduces the rules. Backstage, a staff member did start handing out number plates. By the time the moderator had finished presenting the rules, number plates have also been distributed. As soon as the staff member signaled into the walkie-talkie, the moderator started calling numbers. Please, contestant number 1 on stage. Joshua sniffed and raised his sign high toward the crowd. It was then pinned to the corner of his coat before strutting out. A cheer erupted in front of the field. Tier 1 actors maintain a decent fan base despite being completely inadequate in the eyes of those super tier 1s. So the moment Joshua came out, a cheer erupted from the arena. Congratulations to our number 1 contestant, who drew the number 1 male in the 3rd group. The host's words were followed by another round of cheers. Lin Xiao acutely realized that the group signature didn't explicitly state the role and script to be played. He looked down at his number. It was 7. As one contestant after another took the stage. Finally, there was another pop from off the field. Because the one who appeared this time was no one else but the Emperor Lu Daoming in the hearts of all the people. As the crowd marveled, whispers rang out from the arena. This variety show is so powerful. It's obvious that the schedule is so short, but it actually managed to invite Mr. Lu Daoming. Another audience member spoke in a tone that saw through everything. Let's just say, is it possible that it's because of the short schedule that Mr. Lu is willing to come over? The people around them immediately showed a look of realization. The crew didn't call people in order like 1, 2, 3, 4 to be fair. Instead, it opted for a pinch and go approach. This turns the original order of 1, 2, 3, 4 into a jumbled order like 1, 12, 2, 11. Lin Xiao once again looked at the 7 in his hand and seriously suspected that the program was targeting himself. Finally, when all the actors had finished drawing, the moderator's voice sounded again. Although we already know the group of our next contestant, let's welcome our number 7. The show has arranged for a short competition, but has found actors who are more or less famous. This brought the audience, who had grown accustomed to the anticipation, to applaud again. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and pushed out his chest to introduce it. This is his first time in a variety show. It was also the first recording since the signing, so he had to be on his game no matter what. The crowd outside the arena was equally pumped. The show's crews have all brought in first-tier actors Joshua and even super first-tier actors like Lu Daoming. So what will be coming out as the finale? With that in mind, pop-ups have been swiping their favorite actors. However, as Lin Xiao took one step, the entire scene suddenly became a few moments quieter. No? May I ask who this is? Every heart in the scene carried a question mark. The pop-up screen even directly brushed up a screen full of question marks. Joshua observed the changes in the scene. The corners of his mouth curled up in a way that was harder to suppress than AK. Who doesn't know how to play garlic in the backstage? You don't know who the real dragon is until you're on stage, right? Facing the cold scene, Lin Xiao was not panicking at all at the moment. He was seen taking the microphone with a calm demeanor and picking up that last paper sign. The host said as if he had been prepared. Let's congratulate contestant number 7, drawn as the second male in group 3. Immediately afterward, as if to prevent a cold reception, he took the initiative to lead the applause again. Just as the applause from the scene had fallen, an incredulous voice erupted from the judges' table. WOC? The host stiffened. This was a live broadcast. How come the judges were cursing? And the source of the voice soon realized that something was wrong and rushed to round up the conversation. Work. I'm sure when you've worked long enough, you'll reap even higher applause than you're getting now. The host was relieved. So it's encouraging newcomers. Positive energy. Lin Xiao actually didn't care about this kind of encouragement, but he still had to express more or less some gratitude. Only just as he raised the microphone to his mouth, he glimpsed a flash of yellow hair at the source of the voice. The eyes moved down, and underneath the yellow hair was the face that was so tawdry. Fortune. Lin Xiao shouted out incredulously. Chapter 69 Male 1 becomes Male 2? Fortune? The crowd was unsure, while the blonde man's face became extremely brilliant. This man was not another person but Zhang Fuguei, who Lin Xiao had not seen for a long time. The latter under the judges' table winked frantically at the former. Lin Xiao then realized that it was no wonder that the host addressed the last judge as Mr. Zhang when he read out. The feeling is that this kid thinks his name is ugly, so he simply hides his name. Fortunately, Lin Xiao reacted quickly enough and coughed lightly. Thank you, judges. Your encouragement is my most valuable asset. So that's what it means. A simple draw is hard to stir up. The moderator no longer dared to delay and hurriedly led Lin Xiao to panel number 3. Taking advantage of the host's departure, Jushua took the opportunity to whisper, "It's true that the smaller the curry the more you make. But that's okay. Soon you're going to end up here." Lin Xiao felt despondent for the other party's intelligence. If he remembered correctly, the first round was eliminated by group. Therefore, if he himself ends here, then this retarded child in front of him will have to cool off together. So he chose to remain oblivious, staring ahead very naturally and flatly. Unfortunately, these were likewise within Jushua's plans. He kept a kind expression on his face the entire time he was talking just now. Due to the problem with the reception, Ju Suk's speech could not be heard on the air. This led to the fact that it was clearly Lin Xiao who had ignored the former's threat. So in the eyes of some of Ju Suk's sharp-eyed fans, the story then turns into a drama where the older brother of his own family releases his goodwill towards the newcomer, only to be ignored by the other. For a while, pop-ups fluttered with words to crusade against Lin Xiao. The latter, however, did not know at this time what had happened. Even if you knew, you wouldn't think it was a big deal. Actors are actors by nature, the kind of behavior that lulls brainwashed fans by the heat of the moment. Lin Xiao couldn't look at it, much less bother to do it. The candidates for the teams were basically finalized, and the 12 people were divided into 4 teams in total. Lu Daoming was grouped together with 2 fairly minor actors. In addition to Jushua, Lin Zhao's group also had Starlet, who was screaming in the dressing room. The other 2 groups likewise featured moderately strong actors. Lin Xiao had some regrets, but with a different group, he would have been able to eliminate these 2 annoying people. It's a shame it can't be replaced. Just as he was regretting inside, the host's voice sounded again. "Next, please let the director announce the plot to be performed next." The moderator's words fell, and the scene went quiet for a few moments. You should know that just now the lottery only drew out everyone to play the role of playing the male several, but did not announce the plot in the slightest. The setup caused the audience on stage to hold their breath once again. Not only the audience, but many of the actors also looked nervous. After all, different types of actors specialize in different roles. If the characterization matches your own, the odds are naturally much higher. Among the 12 actors, only Lin Xiao and Lu Daoming were calm and relaxed. The scene was silent for 2 seconds before the director's voice slowly sounded. The story of the battle between Chu and Han has an extremely important place in our Chinese history. So this performance is about cutting one's own throat on the Wujiang River. With a plot taken from the legend of Chu and Han, Wujiang cut his own throat. Before the director's words fell, a smugness appeared on Jushua's face. Although the battle of Chu and Han was won by Liu Bang, but to Wujiang River before Xiang Yu's personality is simply bursting with charisma. "Steady. That's a solid one. Watch me stomp you later." However, before he could get excited, the director's next words made him feel like a duck with its neck pinched. Male number 1 plays Liu Bang, male number 2 plays Xiang Yu, and male number 3 plays Xiang Yu's fellow villager from Liu Bang's camp. Ju Suk immediately voiced his protest. "Not right, director? Isn't Xiang Yu the main character who cut his own throat on the Wujiang River?" "Yeah, isn't Xiang Yu the main character who cut his own throat in the Wujiang River?" The question popped into most people's heads. But only Ju Suk opened his mouth to ask. The plot is taken from the legend of Chu and Han, in which Liu Bang's starring role is the male lead. The director's voice was tinged with playfulness. Needless to say, this was deliberately designed by him. After he reversed it like that, it was equivalent to male 1 becoming male 2 and male 2 becoming male 1. A few small designs down the line made Lin Xiao couldn't help but be curious about this director. Only Zhu Shua, although he had a face of indignation, had to suffer in silence. After the drawing of lots, each group returns backstage to do their makeup for the next stage. The host started stalling on stage. "May I ask Director Zhang, although the competition has not yet begun, we might as well make a small bet guess which groups will win next?" Pre-competition predictions had brushed aside many of the jury experts. The witty Zhang Mao naturally did not speak easily and lightly kicked the ball out.